Thousands of people stood on the vast playground, and at that moment, all eyes were focused on the center of the playground. At the very center stood a woman dressed in a blue robe. Her fingers traced mysterious trajectories in the air, constantly manipulating the five-pointed star awakening formation. The young men and women on the playground watched as one by one the people took turns to receive the awakening ceremony, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Jiangyan, standing in the crowd, was equally tense, for this awakening was crucial to his future. Next, Jiangyan, the teacher reading the list announced. Upon hearing his name called, Jiangyan took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions and regaining his composure. He then strode towards the job change formation. Finally, Jiangyan reached the center of the pentagram awakening formation. The next second, the formation suddenly activated, a flash of white light, and Jiangyan couldn't help but close his eyes. But in that instant, a gasp suddenly erupted from the crowd. The sky above the playground also darkened in an instant. Large, dark clouds seemed to blot out the sun, blocking out all sunlight. Immediately afterwards, a howl that seemed to come from ancient times shook the entire world. The sound was ancient and desolate, and no one could tell which creature uttered it, yet one could clearly feel the longing and majesty contained within it. However, the strange phenomenon did not end there. What followed was a sky ablaze with fire. The dark clouds in the sky all burst into flames and then vanished in an instant. Sunlight broke through the haze and shone down once more. And beneath that sunlight, several incredibly blurry black shadows vaguely appeared. The humanoid black shadow, in particular, was captivating. Although its features were indistinct, several tails sprouted from its back. As the tails swayed gently, flames spread out from within them. At this moment, all the dark figures turned towards Jiangyan, who was undergoing the job change ceremony, and knelt down in a gesture of worship. This scene instantly stunned everyone present. At this moment, Jiangyan, who was in the awakening array, suddenly heard a clear voice in his mind. Ding, you have been promoted to a God-level summoner, and awakened the God-level talent Heart of God. Heart of God, unique only creatures possessing divine blood are qualified to become your summoned beasts. Once the contract is successful, you can continuously purify the creature's bloodline until it reaches godhood. Hidden effect: the creature that successfully forms a contract will completely submit and become one with the master. Any damage suffered by the master will be taken by the summoned beast. You have automatically obtained a companion pet egg with divine bloodline, which has been placed in your inventory. Please check it. After hearing the notification sounds that kept ringing in his mind, Jiangyan suddenly opened his eyes, but his thoughts couldn't help but recall the past. He was transported to this strange world where everyone could change jobs due to an accident. This world was invaded by the abyss because a chaotic rift had opened. Demonic creatures, abyssal legions, and monsters from the abyss have invaded reality, hunting humans and destroying cities. Fortunately, every human can undergo an awakening ritual upon reaching adulthood to change their class. If you can switch to a powerful profession, you will gain extraordinary power to fight against monsters and change your destiny, soaring to great heights. But if you only switch to a mediocre profession, you will only be able to live a mediocre life. Now, he has successfully transitioned to the legendary God-level profession. At this moment, Jiangyan understands that his destiny has been completely changed, and his rise to power is only a matter of time. He must continuously contract with multiple pet beasts possessing divine bloodlines, and with the help of the heaven-defying talent of the Heart of God, he will cultivate divine beasts with the power to destroy the world, becoming the most powerful summoner in this other world. At this moment, the principal's anticipation was at its peak. Generally speaking, the more powerful a profession is, the more astonishing the phenomena it causes. This time, it seems a hidden profession even stronger than the ice which has appeared. Sun Mei was equally stunned by this strange phenomenon, her gaze involuntarily falling on Jiangyan. How could such a terrifying phenomenon be triggered? A moment later, the strange phenomenon finally dissipated. The principal immediately looked at the teacher in charge of the transfer, only to find that her expression was somewhat subtle. As a formation master, she can clearly sense the changes within the formation and also perceive the professions of each person after their job change. But at this moment, her eyes were filled with disbelief, and her gaze couldn't help but linger on Jiangyan for a while longer. She could clearly sense that Jiangyan had attracted the most array energy during the job change ceremony, but the job change array gave her the exact opposite result. After a moment's hesitation, she could only announce the final result. Jiangyan, Summoner, Combat Class! The crowd fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. Jiangyan is just a summoner among ordinary combat classes? Such a terrifying phenomenon, and it turns out he just changed classes to become an ordinary summoner? Sun Mei, standing in the crowd, frowned and glanced at Jiangyan again. The curiosity and faint goodwill that had been in her eyes had quietly disappeared. It's just an ordinary combat profession. Even with excellent humanities grades, one is destined not to become a true powerhouse. The gap between them will only widen in the future. They're simply not on the same level. The principal couldn't help but sigh softly. He understood Jiangyan's feelings about falling from the limelight, so he comforted him. Don't be discouraged, child. Summoners aren't weak, they just need more teamwork than other classes. As long as you keep working hard, you'll still have the chance to advance to the next class when you reach the second job advancement. Nothing is set in stone yet. Jiangyan knew perfectly well that the awakening array was probably unable to fully detect his true profession, which was why it classified him as an ordinary summoner. But in reality, he had awakened to be a god-level summoner. And this outcome was exactly what he wanted. After all, he didn't want to reveal all his trump cards. Developing his strength discreetly was the true path to victory. Jiangyan didn't explain, but deliberately put on a disappointed look. In reality, however, he was constantly replaying the scenes he witnessed during the job change in his mind. Because what he saw was far clearer than the strange phenomena observed by outsiders. Especially the black shadow with multiple tails. Jiangyan could vaguely sense that it possessed extremely alluring and incomparably beautiful features. Even more unsettling, Jiangyan had a faint feeling that they were all his summoned beasts. Only after rejoining the queue did a slight smile finally appear on his lips. He silently recited in his mind, "A tribute panel." The next second, a transparent panel appeared before Jiangyan's eyes. Jiangyan, gender male, age 18, level 1, class summoner. Talent, Heart of God Strength, 8 Spirit, 22 Agility, 10 Constitution, 10 General Skill, Appraisal Class Skill, Hatching. This panel isn't a cheat code unique to Jiangyan. Rather, it's an ability that everyone in this world can use after completing a job change. An ordinary person's four-dimensional attributes are usually around 10 points, but Jiangyan's mental attribute is exceptionally high, reaching 22 points. However, this is not the real reason for Jiangyan's joy. What truly excited him was that he had awakened the talent of the Heart of God. This was absolutely a god-level talent. It allowed the creatures he contracted to continuously improve, eventually growing into gods. It's important to understand that in this world today, when people mention mythical beasts, the first thing that comes to mind for most is probably the dragon. But he is able to continuously purify the bloodline of summoned beasts until they are elevated to godhood. Doesn't that mean that everything he summons in the future will be divine beasts? Summoners are a fringe combat profession? Absolutely not. He alone can be an army. Jiangyan then turned his gaze to his backpack. Inside the backpack lay a bright red pet egg. This is the companion pet egg that summoners automatically receive after completing their class advancement, appearing along with the divine heart talent. An egg possessing divine bloodline. The creature that hatches from it may be extraordinary. Congratulations on completing your career transition ceremony. No matter your profession, the road of life is long. I hope you can all shine in your respective fields. There is only 1 month left before the assessment. Life professions will have dedicated teachers to guide their learning, while combat professions will need to form their own teams and go to the beginner dungeons for practical combat improvement. I hope that a month from now, you will thank yourselves for your hard work. With the principal's closing remarks, the entire transfer ceremony finally came to a close. What's wrong? Still not over it? Qian Duoduo patted Jiangyan on the back forcefully. It's okay, it's just a summoner. I'll carry you. It'll be no problem. Come on, you should find your team first. Jiangyan replied casually. My family is waiting for us to eat together, I have to go. After saying that, Jiangyan hurried home. Soon, he arrived at his doorstep. Hey, Xiao Zhang's back? What job did you switch to? Uncle Li, the gatekeeper, greeted Jiangyan familiarly. Hee, it's a secret. You little rascal! Uncle Li chuckled. Come on in, the dean has specially prepared a big feast to celebrate your job change. As you enter the gates of Shuangxin Orphanage, you're greeted by a group of children dressed neatly. The moment they see Jiangyan, their faces light up with joy, and they call out sweetly in their childish voices. Brother Jiangyan is back! We want brother to hug us! A group of younger siblings immediately swarmed around Jiangyan, eagerly climbing all over him. In no time, Jiangyan was like a tree, covered in little monkeys. Jiangyan pulled a handful of candy from his pocket and handed it to each of them. Thank you, brother Jiangyan! Hearing the commotion outside, the dean curiously came out. Upon seeing Jiangyan, the wrinkles on his face smoothed out, but when his gaze fell on the candy in the child's hand, his expression immediately darkened. Dinner is almost ready, save the candy for later. Hey, nice to meet you, director. Jiangyan put the children down one by one, a little embarrassed. He held the director in the highest esteem. In this life, when Jiangyan transmigrated, his parents had already sacrificed themselves in resisting the invasion of the abyss, and he naturally became a member of the orphanage. Most of the children at the Twin Hearts Orphanage, like Jiangyan, have parents who sacrificed themselves for humanity. Therefore, the Huaxia Empire has never shortchanged them in terms of food, clothing, and daily necessities, providing them with the best possible care. The director, in turn, treats them like parents, having long since become like family. The orphanage director, well past 50, asked with a smile, How did the job change go today? Summoner combat class. The orphanage children immediately perked up, exclaiming in surprise. Wow! A summoner! Brother Jiangyan is so amazing! So, Brother Jiangyan can summon really powerful pets? That's amazing! Brother Jiangyan, can I have another candy? I want to see the pets Brother Jiangyan summons! Jiangyan waved his hand indulgently, and the fiery red egg instantly appeared on the ground. Looking at the egg, which was even bigger than them, the children's eyes widened. Wow, it's so much bigger than a chicken egg! Why hasn't it hatched yet? Even if a summoned creature is just an egg, only the summoner can view its attributes. A summoner's first summoned beast is randomly generated and requires thorough preparation before hatching. The dean explained for Jiangyan, then looked at him and asked, Do you have a school you'd like to attend? Upon hearing this, Jiangyan instantly recalled a scene from several years ago at the orphanage gate. At that time, she stood before him in a white dress, her smile radiating beauty that could outshine everything else. Golden sunlight streamed into her hair, and she reached out her slender fingers to gently ruffle his hair. Little Anen, I'm going first. You're a few years younger than me, after all. I'll be waiting for you at the Mountain and Sea Academy, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you don't pass the exam, we'll meet at Shanhaiguan. I'll just help you level up then. Listen to the dean during this time, and also, stop acting all mature, smile more, play with people your own age more, understand? Even now, Jiangyan still remembers that when he first arrived at the orphanage, because he retained memories of his past life, he always felt out of place with the other children, often being ostracized and keeping to himself. Only she took care of him like an older sister. Regardless of whether he needed it or not, she would always leave him something delicious or fun. Jiangyan replied without hesitation. Yes, I want to apply to the Shanhai Academy. Shanhai Academy? The dean was slightly taken aback, then frowned. Are you sure? There are many higher education institutions in the Chinese Empire, but the only one that can truly be called unique is the Shanhai Academy located in Shanhaiguan. Its requirements are extremely strict. The level threshold of 16 alone is enough to filter out the vast majority of people. Not to mention all the other restrictions. Xiao Lu was able to pass the exam largely because she possesses the only hidden combat class. As for the summoner, the dean carefully considered his words. The pressure might be immense. I understand, but I still want to give it a try. Jiangyan's gaze was unusually firm. Just then, a little girl with pigtails, her eyes shining, excitedly exclaimed, Hee, is Brother Jiangyan going to see Sister Xiaolu? Then he'll have to give us wedding candy. Yay! Great! More candy! Wedding candy! Wedding candy! Jiangyan tapped her head impatiently. You're so young, do you even know what wedding candy means? The little girl covered her head and said defiantly, Of course I know. Two people who like each other can give each other wedding candy. And you can't deny it, Sister Lu said it herself. She said she wanted to marry you and then give us wedding candy. Upon hearing this, even the dean couldn't help but glance at her again. Huh? Jiangyan looked puzzled. When did she say that? How come I didn't know? The little girl wiped her runny nose and said matter-of-factly, That's what we said when we played house last time. Jiangyan was both amused and exasperated. The dean couldn't help but laugh too. Silly child, taking a child's playful words so seriously. As for your desire to apply to the Mountain and Sea Academy, it's worth a try. Although the entry requirements are very high, the resources are indeed abundant. They control many high-difficulty dungeons and even secret realms. If you can get in, your leveling speed will be much faster. Alright, come to my office with me. I have something to tell you. Jiangyan nodded, put away the red egg, and then followed the director towards the office. The office wasn't large, but it was very cozy. Inside were many gifts from children who had left the orphanage, all of which the director had carefully preserved. The dean opened the safe at the bottom of the bookshelf and took out a document. He handed the document back to Jiangyan, saying, This contains your parents' inheritance, worth about 100,000 yuan. It's all in here. We've been keeping it safe for you all these years, just waiting to give it to you on the day you change jobs. It might be helpful for your application to the Mountain and Sea Academy. At this point, the director hesitated for a moment, but finally said, If you really feel too much pressure, you can come back anytime. The Twin Hearts Orphanage can easily support one child. This will always be your home. Jiangyan took the file folder, feeling its weight in his hands. You kids are all very opinionated, so I won't say much more. I've asked Chef Yang to prepare a big meal tonight, so have a good time with your younger siblings. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner with his family, Jiangyan returned to his room. Although it was an orphanage, every child would have their own private room after reaching adulthood, and Jiangyan was no exception. He sat on the edge of the bed and gently gestured with his hand. Instantly, a fiery red egg appeared on the previously empty floor. Its shell was covered in strange patterns and now emitted a faint glow. Jiangyan felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he could begin preparing for incubation. Chapter 4 Hatching Successful. Divine Bloodline Activated. However, as the dean reminded us, some preparations are needed before hatching. A summoner's hatching spell is not 100% successful. If it fails, the pet egg will shatter, and the creature inside will die. Fortunately, there is a solution. Simply purchase the incubation potion prepared by the pharmacist to greatly increase the success rate. Even if it fails, the egg will not break, which is basically an extra layer of protection. Jiangyan opened the official trading website of the Huaxia Empire. The prices were transparent. He quickly found his target in the potion category, an incubation potion priced at 30,000. After transferring the inheritance left by his parents, he didn't hesitate and chose to pay in full. The 30,000 was deducted instantly, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. In his view, other professions required spending money on equipment in the early stages, while summoners could get started as long as they had summoned beasts, and weapons weren't in a rush. A dozen minutes later, the potion arrived downstairs at the orphanage. Jiangyan opened the package. Inside was a green potion labeled as increasing hatching success rate and preventing egg breakage. He carefully dripped the medicine onto the eggshell, and the liquid was instantly absorbed. Then, the pet egg gently shook, as if the little creature inside was eager to hatch. Jiangyan placed his hand on the egg and whispered, "Hatching spell!" White light spread from his palm, enveloping the entire egg. He added, "Give me some face, succeed on the first try." The next second, the eggshell trembled violently, and a crisp cracking sound rang out. Jiangyan's heart raced. The eggshell cracked open, and a tiny paw covered in egg liquid emerged. Hatching successful. Soul contract bound, currently summoning space 1-1. The little guy quickly hatched, licked the egg white clean, and looked at Jiangyan with a pair of big, bright eyes. Its soft, fluffy reddish-brown fur and small size made it look very endearing. Jiangyan quickly recognized it as a common fire fox, usually not very strong in combat, and mostly kept as a pet. He hesitated, however. Could such a creature truly possess divine blood? He immediately opened the pet panel, and was stunned. This fire fox not only had high stats, but also came with the innate skill, Chu Lian, and 2 combat skills, one of which was a gold level, Blazing Storm. Jiangyan couldn't help but gasp. Normally, a level 1 creature would be considered good if it had even 1 skill, but this creature started with 3 skills, all of gold quality, which was completely beyond the realm of common sense. In this world, skills are not only graded but also differentiated by quality, ranging from iron to king. The higher the quality, the stronger the effect. At the same level, a high-quality skill almost completely overwhelms a low-quality one. In other words, even before activating its divine bloodline, this fire fox can already easily suppress creatures of the same level. The fiery fox nuzzled against Jiangyan affectionately, meowing softly. Through telepathy, he could even hear its sweet voice. Master smells so good. Jiangyan smiled and patted its head. Good boy. Just then, another notification popped up on the panel. The materials required for the Divine Bloodline activation quest are 50 portions of Fire Fox blood and a level 20 or higher twin-tailed fox heart. Once completed, the bloodline will be activated, and there is no penalty for failure. Jiangyan immediately logged onto the trading website to check the price. It cost a total of 60,000. He gritted his teeth and placed the order directly. His 100,000 inheritance was instantly reduced to 10,000, but he knew very well that this money had to be spent. As long as Firefox became stronger, his strength would increase accordingly, and he would earn back this investment sooner or later. The materials arrived shortly afterward, and Jiangyan arranged them carefully before collecting his mission reward. The next moment, all the materials vanished, and a dazzling white light enveloped the Firefox. From within the light came its excited voice. So warm, so comfortable. I love my master so much. When the light faded, the Firefox's appearance didn't change much, but its fur was smoother, and mysterious patterns that danced like flames appeared on its body, giving it a distinctly different aura. It leaped up suddenly, transforming into a red blur as it landed on Jiangyan's shoulder. Its tail gently brushed against his face, and the entire fox draped around his neck like a scarf, its movements fluid and natural. Jiangyan stroked it while reopening the pet panel. Chapter 5 Beginner Dungeon. The Eye-Catching Fire Fox. Unnamed race, Divine Fire Fox, purity 10%. Gender, female strength, 80 spirit, 200 swiftness, 200 constitution, 150. Jiangyan's breath itched. After the divine bloodline was activated, even with only 10% purity, his attributes increased tenfold, making him stronger than he had been in the past. At the same time, a notification popped up on the panel. The bloodline of the gods has been activated, currently at 10% purity. The next upgrade requires reaching level 10. He couldn't help but wonder, how powerful would it be if the purity were increased to 100%? That terrifying black shadow might be its future form. Jiangyan looked down at Firefox, stroked his chin, and said, I haven't named you yet, have I? How about Little Red? Firefox immediately bristled. No, that sounds awful. He smiled, tried a few more names, and finally said, How about Flame Shadow? The fiery fox immediately let out a happy purr. Yay, I love it! After the name was decided, Flame Shadow jumped to the ground, ate all the broken eggshells, and then looked up at him pitifully. Master, I'm hungry. Jiangyan then realized what was happening and quickly went online to search for food. After filtering, he found 3 options: cheap fox food, wild rat meat, and expensive premium nutritional meals. He hesitated for a moment, then finally ordered rat meat. His balance dwindled instantly, and he smiled wryly. Money really flies. Not long after, the rat meat arrived. As soon as it was unpacked, Flame Shadow's eyes lit up, and it rubbed against him, saying, Master, can I have some? Jiangyan handed it to it, but Flame Shadow first breathed out a small burst of flame to roast the meat before swallowing it in large gulps, looking very satisfied. You're quite particular, Jiangyan chuckled. Perform well in the dungeon tomorrow, and if you get stronger, I'll give you even better food. Yanning nodded frantically as she ate. Don't worry, Yanning will work hard. After they finished eating, it was getting late. Jiangyan prepared to return it to his summoning space, but felt it clearly resisting. It didn't want to go back, it was cold there. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yanning snuggled into his arms and started snoring softly. Jiangyan smiled helplessly. All right, let's sleep together then. We'll see how you behave tomorrow. The next morning, Jiangyan took a car to the beginner dungeon. As soon as he boarded, Yan Ying's adorable appearance attracted everyone's attention. This fire fox is so beautiful. So cute, I want to touch it. Some even asked to take pictures. Jiangyan could only shrug. The little guy didn't want to return to the summoning space and would just cling to him. They soon arrived at the dungeon entrance. This was a trial dungeon specifically designed for newcomers. It was relatively low risk and could be entered by levels 1 to 8, but could only be entered once a day. For efficiency, most people would team up to grind monsters. Jiangyan, however, preferred to solo. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Jiangyan, over here! Fatty Qian ran over, shield in hand. I've assembled the team, exactly 5 people. 3 others followed behind him, including Sun Mei and Zhang Bingyang. Zhang Bingyang glanced at Yanning, her expression strange. This is your summoned beast? A fire fox? He couldn't help but laugh. A level 1 fire fox, its damage probably isn't enough. His voice wasn't quiet, and everyone around looked over. Isn't that Jiangyan? He actually brought a fire fox to run a dungeon. Summoners already have a hard time finding a team, this is even harder. But they are indeed quite cute. What's the use of being cute? They can't deal damage. The discussions gradually spread, but Yanning quietly perched on Jiangyan's shoulder, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. Chapter 6. Let me try soloing. Sun Mei frowned as she looked at Jiangyan, the former top liberal arts student who had now become a summoner, with a fire fox as his companion summon. Her eyes were full of disappointment, and only when she saw Yan Ying's cute face did her expression soften slightly. But in her view, cuteness meant nothing in the face of monsters. Every year, many combat-oriented characters give up halfway through the beginner dungeons and switch to clerical work. Sun Mei had already categorized Jiangyan as one of those people. The surrounding chatter made Qianduo's face flush red. He immediately stepped in front of Jiangyan and retorted. What's wrong with Firefox? It's not completely harmless. Didn't we just agree to team up? Are you trying to back out now? Zhang Bingyang laughed and said, You didn't say he was a Firefox summoner back then. Why don't you ask those two? If they're willing to take him, I have no objection. Qianduo looked at Sun Mei and the other support girl. Sun Mei shook her head directly. The gap between us is too big, we're not suitable to team up. The support girl also whispered. Sorry, I also think it's not suitable. Zhang Bingyang shrugged, his tone dismissive. See, it's not that I'm backing down, it's that everyone thinks so. Firefox doesn't have enough damage output, I can accept switching to another class. Qianduo wanted to argue, but Jiangyan interrupted him. No need to say anything, you haven't even asked for my opinion. I never planned to team up with them in the first place. After saying that, Jiangyan turned and walked towards the dungeon entrance. Qianduo grabbed him and whispered, Don't be stubborn, go in the party and level up first, then we'll talk about it when you reach level 10. Jiangyan shook his head. No need, you go ahead, I'll try soloing it. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued forward. Behind him came Zhang Bingyang's mocking words. Solo? You think you're number 1? Nobody has ever soloed a newbie dungeon. Just give up already. Qianduo turned around angrily and cursed. You're so foul-mouthed, aren't you? I'm not teaming up with you guys anymore. After saying that, he chased after Jiangyan and left. Zhang Bingyang's face darkened, but he quickly smiled again and said to Sun Mei, Never mind him, let's find another tank. With our current setup, Leveling up shouldn't be difficult. Sun Mei nodded. Although she was a little uncomfortable with his attitude, she ultimately chose to accept it, considering his unusual job change phenomenon. Meanwhile, Jiangyan had already arrived at the dungeon entrance. Yanning perched on his shoulder, its eyes now showing a hint of ferocity. Master, why won't you let me fight? Jiangyan gently stroked it and said calmly, Arguing is pointless, and fighting isn't allowed here. Besides, people don't argue with dogs. He pointed to the leaderboard at the exit. Instead of wasting time talking, let's prove them wrong with results. See? This is the fastest completion record, 11 hours and 24 minutes. Yan Ying's gaze sharpened, his fighting spirit surging instantly. All right. Yan Ying will definitely do it. A passerby couldn't help but laugh. Brother, that's a record set by a team of 6 hidden classes, all at level 7, and the leader is a powerful figure guarding Shan Heiguan Pass. This record has been standing for decades. It's impossible to break, let alone solo it. Jiangyan smirked. The harder it is, the more interesting it is. Yan Ying responded with a low roar, his fighting spirit blazing. He ignored everyone else and walked to the blue vortex in front of the dungeon. Seeing him alone, a staff member kindly reminded him. It's recommended to enter in a team. There are still dangers inside. Jiangyan politely replied. No need, I want to try it myself. The staff member glanced at him and Firefox and said helplessly. The monsters in here are not weak, don't waste the opportunity. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, the other person handed him a jade talisman. This is an interruption talisman. It will teleport you out if you encounter danger. But once triggered, you will never be able to enter the instance again, and it's not absolutely safe. Jiangyan nodded and signed his name on the informed consent form. Understood, thank you, teacher. The staff member sighed. Every year there are people with this kind of confidence, but they are usually among the first to be eliminated. In the end, he only said one sentence. Good luck. Jiangyan reached out and touched the vortex. A flash of light, and the figure vanished instantly. Wait! Qian Duoduo arrived just then, only to watch helplessly as he entered the dungeon. He looked anxious and muttered. Why are you, a summoner, being so reckless? Can't you just level up first? Though he complained, his expression was full of worry. Going solo now, isn't that just suicide? Chapter 7 Instant Kills. All instant kills. After a moment of dizziness, Jiangyan opened his eyes to find himself in a dense forest. The air was filled with the scent of earth and flowers, and the occasional howl of a wild beast could be heard in the distance. He looked around and whispered, This is the beginner dungeon. Yan Ying also jumped to the ground, her fox ears twitching as she warily approached. As soon as they stepped into the forest, the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. A rustling sound came from the grass, and a fire fox darted out. Jiangyan immediately used his appraisal skill, confirming it was just a level 2 monster. With a thought, Flame Shadow transformed into a red blur and pounced, its sharp claws slicing through the air. With a swoosh, the fire fox was instantly torn apart, its health bar emptied. A one-hit kill. Killing a level 2 fire fox grants plus 12 experience points and yields 1 fire fox pelt. Jiangyan glanced at the experience bar. Leveling up to level 2 requires 100 experience points, meaning he just needs to kill a few more to level up. Yan Ying nudged him and chuckled. Good job, keep going. They hadn't gone far when they encountered another level 1 fire fox, even weaker. Flame Shadow struck almost instantly, killing it once more with astonishing efficiency. There were no paths in the forest, and their equipment was malfunctioning, making it easy to get lost. However, Jiangyan was prepared, following the guide and consistently heading in the direction of sunset. Suddenly, a white shadow burst forth from the bushes on the side. It was a lightning rabbit, a level 3 creature with incredible speed, sharp fangs, and crackling electricity. It had clearly activated a skill. As the attack drew near, the shadow vanished instantly. The next moment, it had the lightning rabbit pinned to the ground. Its claws slashed down, tearing the rabbit apart, an instant kill. Defeating a level 3 lightning rabbit beyond its level grants plus 22 experience, and yields 1 lightning rabbit hide. Jiangyan's eyes lit up. This divine-blooded summon beast's combat power far exceeded his expectations. Advancing through the ranks, almost no monster could withstand a single blow. Meanwhile, outside the beginner dungeon, inside the official office area, Principal Xingyang was chatting with the person in charge, Sun Zhenghao. "Is this your last year?" "Yes, I still want to compete for honorary principal status." Sun Zhenghao smiled as he flipped through the list. Regarding the job change situation, Xingyang sighed. "Overall, it's not ideal, but Zhang Bingyang's special ability is quite good," Sun Zhenghao bluntly stated. "A strong class doesn't guarantee a good person. I don't have high hopes for that kid." Changing the subject, he suddenly asked about Jiang, and Xingyang shook his head. "It's a pity he switched to summoner. It's difficult in the early game." Sun Zhenghao nodded in agreement. Summoners were indeed hard to team up with. The two then talked about other talented students, especially the only hidden support class, Sound Master, who had already been reserved by a top academy. Xingyang's expression grew even more somber after hearing this. Sun Zhenghao offered a few words of comfort, then casually checked the dungeon status in the back end. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. "There's some bad news." "What?" "Jiangyan from your school entered the dungeon solo." Xingyang's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly stood up. "Nonsense! He must have been unable to find a team, so he forced his way in." His tone was anxious. "Even beginner dungeons are dangerous. Even if he doesn't die, the mental shock could cause problems." Sun Zhenghao's expression was serious. "The instance cannot be interfered with, that's all I can tell you." Xingyang took a deep breath and immediately turned to leave. Sun Zhenghao frowned. "Where are you going?" "To guard the entrance. He's a child from the Twin Hearts Orphanage." With that, he vanished. Sun Zhenghao was slightly taken aback, his expression becoming solemn. "So he's a child from there. I hope nothing bad happens to him." Chapter 8: Slaying Monsters Beyond Your Level. Rapid leveling up. In the beginner dungeon, Jiangyan watched his experience bar get stuck at level 1, 99%, feeling a bit annoyed. Several minutes had passed, and he still hadn't encountered any more monsters. He muttered to himself as he walked, wondering where all these monsters had gone. After passing through a small grove of trees, a swamp suddenly appeared ahead. 7 or 8 strange toads were gathered in the swamp, gnawing on an unidentified corpse. These toads were only the size of a human head, with thick limbs and bulging venom sacs on their backs, looking extremely dangerous. Jiangyan's eyes lit up, and he immediately used his appraisal skill to check the information. These swamp poisonous toads were level 4 monsters, with attributes significantly stronger than the previous fire foxes, and they even possessed bronze-level venom skills. Their numbers were also considerable. Even a typical level 4 team might not be able to withstand them. Jiangyan didn't care. As long as he acted quickly enough, they wouldn't have time to retaliate. Flame Shadow rushed towards the swamp. The poisonous frogs were slow to react, and only realized the danger when it got close. Their venom sacs quickly swelled up, ready to attack. Unfortunately, it was too late. The flame patterns on Flame Shadow's body suddenly ignited, and the gold-level skill, Flame Storm, was released directly. Flames coalesced in midair into a small storm, instantly engulfing the entire swamp. Terrifying heat swept down, incinerating the poisonous frogs before they could even spray their venom. The swamp itself dried up, the ground cracking. Kill notifications popped up repeatedly, and experience points skyrocketed. Jiangyan instantly leveled up 2 levels, reaching level 3 by 3%. The experience bonus from killing enemies above his level was incredibly generous, making his leveling speed astonishing. Flame Shadow walked back with its head held high, asking proudly, "How was it, Master?" "Flame Shadow was amazing, wasn't it?" Jiangyan smiled and nodded. "Not bad, the gold skill is indeed powerful. My Flame Shadow is truly awesome." He also knew that this attack had almost completely depleted Flame Shadow's mental energy. After a brief recovery, Jiangyan's gaze was firm. "Continue searching for monsters. Target break the dungeon record." Flame Shadow nodded and took the initiative to clear the way, the two of them continuing to sweep through the forest. 2 hours passed quickly. Beneath a giant tree, the ground was littered with charred fire fox corpses, and waves of heat rippled through the air. Flame Shadow nimbly leaped back onto Jiangyan's shoulder, and both were enveloped in golden light, their levels increasing once more. Finally, level 5! Jiangyan exclaimed. The dungeon monsters were too scattered. If it weren't for the swarm of fire foxes, it would have taken at least another half hour. Anyone else witnessing this would find it unbelievable. Leveling up 5 times in 2 hours was already outrageous. Jiangyan checked his attribute panel and saw that his own attributes had increased significantly, but there was still a huge gap compared to Yan Ying. Yan Ying's stats were terrifying, with a large attribute bonus at each level, and with a 10-fold increase, it could even rival a level 10 boss. More importantly, after reaching level 5, Flame Shadow learned a new skill, Flame Tail, also at the gold level. This skill is geared towards single target burst damage, with low cost and high damage, perfectly compensating for the high cost of Flame Storm. Jiangyan was in high spirits, and continued searching for targets in the forest with Flame Shadow. They hadn't walked far when Flame Shadow suddenly leaped off his shoulder, staring intently at a withered sapling ahead, clearly sensing something amiss. The tree looked unremarkable, with a thin trunk and sparse branches, resembling a malnourished ordinary plant. But Jiangyan was not careless, and immediately used his appraisal spell, the result of which made his gaze sharpen. It was actually a level 5 disguised tree spirit, with extremely high physical strength and the ability to regenerate. It was best at disguise and ambush, and would suddenly attack and kill its target once it got close. Chapter 9: Goods Sold. Treant Shield. Upon receiving feedback from the appraisal spell, Jiangyan raised an eyebrow. These were indeed monsters adept at disguise. He casually cast appraisal on several surrounding trees, and a series of notifications popped up, revealing that dozens of disguised treants were lurking in this area. These treants had average attack power but were incredibly resilient and durable, typical tanks, and they usually appeared in groups. For Jiangyan, this was practically a free experience monster, eliminating the need to search for targets elsewhere. With his tacit approval, Yan Ying pounced, its claws outstretched, sharp nails tearing through the tree trunk. Debris flew everywhere, but this attack failed to instantly kill the tree spirit. Its health bar remained at 1/3. Upon being attacked, the tree spirit immediately revealed its true form, its leaves shooting out like blades. Simultaneously, numerous white roots burrowed into the ground, a flash of green light, and its health instantly returned to full. Faced with the dense barrage of leaf blades, Flame Shadow became even more excited. It lightly stepped off the ground and leaped into the air, nimbly dodging in midair, appearing before the tree spirit as the last leaf blade missed its target. The new skill, Flame Tail, was activated instantly, the tail blazing with flames and lashing down fiercely. With a crack, cracks appeared all over the tree trunk, the flames spread rapidly, and the entire tree was burned to charcoal. Congratulations on killing a level 5 disguised tree spirit, experience plus 211. Material obtained, Tree Spirit Root X1. Jiangyan nodded secretly. This single target skill is too strong. As a creature of divine blood, Flame Shadow's strength far surpasses that of ordinary fire foxes, and its innate golden skill is even more outrageous. After killing one, Flame Shadow did not stop. Its tail flames flared again, and it pounced on the other tree spirits one after another. Notifications sounded continuously, and the tree spirits were quickly wiped out. As the last monster fell, a special notification flashed by equipment obtained, Treant Shield X1. Jiangyan was stunned. Equipment dropped directly? Wild monsters usually only drop materials. It's extremely rare for them to drop equipment directly, and even then, the quality is usually quite good. He immediately took it out to check. Treant Shield quality: Black Iron, Constitution plus 5 effect, 5% chance to reduce damage taken by 50% when attacked. Indeed, a minor gem. Jiangyan nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, it was a Guardian class exclusive, so he couldn't use it and could only put it in his inventory for now. He then continued clearing out the remaining treants, but no more equipment dropped. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a noise above his head. He looked up and saw a gigantic forest python coiled on a tree, its tongue flicking as it stared at him. Its size was astonishing. Forest python, elite, level 6 constitution, 150 skills, strangulation, tail whip. This was already a top-tier predator in the beginner dungeon. Once entangled, it was easy to be worn down and killed. The python suddenly lunged out, its body instantly coiling around Yanning, its muscles tightening, and it opened its blood-red maw, ready to devour him. But the next moment it realized it had only caught an afterimage. The flame shadow had already broken free, leaping up from the side and lashing its head with its burning tail. With a crisp crack, the giant python's head exploded, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Killing a level 6 forest giant python, elite, beyond its level grants plus 387 experience. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Elite monster experience is awesome! Let's keep grinding, and try to clear this area out today! Meanwhile, in another instance, a team was besieging a lightning rabbit. Zhang Bingyang drew his bow and fired a flaming arrow, but the rabbit dodged it at high speed, forcing him to roll around awkwardly. Freeze! Sun Mei intervened in time, slowing down the target. Teammates raised their shields to protect the rabbit, and the back row added shields. With their combined efforts, they barely managed to kill the lightning rabbit. After the battle, everyone was visibly dissatisfied. Someone whispered, "If you hadn't initiated the fight, it wouldn't have been so dangerous." Zhang Bingyang was a little embarrassed, but still tried to hold on, saying, "But my damage output was high enough, right? That arrow took away 2/5 of my health." The atmosphere eased a bit when the class change phenomenon was mentioned. The team quickly composed themselves, and someone said, "Let's go. We might have to spend the night in the dungeon. Let's try to reach level 3 before dark." Chapter 10: The God Who Controls Fire. An hour later, as the last forest giant python fell from the tree, Jiang Yan's body glowed with golden light, successfully leveling up to level 6. His attributes improved again, and he felt much more relaxed. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Congratulations on defeating a level 6 forest giant python, elite level, gaining an extra 350 experience points and obtaining 1 giant python fang. He was taken aback, not expecting to drop equipment again. His luck was indeed good. Jiang Yan immediately took it out of his backpack to check. It was a black iron-grade dagger, not only with a speed bonus but also with both bleeding and poison effects, perfectly suited for the assassin class. Jiang Yan was delighted. This type of weapon was quite valuable in the beginner stage. After putting it away, he turned his attention to the deeper parts of the dungeon. He remembered clearly that the forest giant python was already the only elite monster here. Further ahead was the boss area. He advanced several hundred meters more, but the path remained unusually quiet, and he encountered no more monsters. Just as he was wondering if he had taken the wrong turn, a faint rumbling sound came from afar, and the air gradually became more humid, clearly indicating that the waterfall was nearby. At that moment, the flamed shadow fox suddenly pricked up its ears, and immediately afterward, rustling sounds came from the surrounding trees. Before Jiang Yan could react, a barrage of rocks rained down from the trees, an incredibly dense attack. Jiang Yan had no time to dodge and was hit by 7 or 8 stones in succession. The pain was obvious, but his health remained unchanged. All the damage was transferred to Yanning, and its health bar began to slowly decrease. Yan Ying's eyes instantly turned cold, and its killing intent surged. It whispered a thought. "Dare to harm my master, you deserve to die!" The next moment, it transformed into a red afterimage and swiftly darted between the trees. Taking advantage of a lull in the attack, Jiang Yan finally saw the enemy's appearance clearly. It was a group of human-faced monkeys, their bodies covered in gray fur, their limbs strong, but their faces were no different from humans, making them look extremely eerie. These human-faced monkeys were level 7, and they also possessed throwing, howling, and scrambling skills. Some individuals even had the passive ability of near-death berserk, making them extremely troublesome. The flame shadow had already approached one of them, and the human-faced monkey immediately let out a piercing howl. The sound was like the shriek of a demon, making Jiang Yan dizzy, and even the flame shadow's movements paused slightly. But it quickly regained its balance, its tail ignited with orange-red flames, and lashed out fiercely. With a cracking sound, the human-faced monkey's health bar was instantly emptied, but it did not die immediately. A layer of red light quickly covered its entire body. Jiangyan immediately realized that this was a near-death berserk state triggered. The human-faced monkey not only gained temporary invincibility but also entered a berserk state, its attack speed skyrocketing, its claws extending wildly as it pounced on Yanning. Faced with the frenzied counterattack, Yanning dodged the attack with a swift movement. The next second, it had already circled behind its opponent, its scorching aura closing in, its fiery tail striking down once more, instantly ending the battle. The human-faced monkey plummeted to the ground, while Flame Shadow stood calmly atop the tree. Clearly, its strength was sufficient to ignore the berserk effect and achieve absolute crushing. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations on defeating a level 7 human-faced monkey. You have gained an additional 420 experience points and obtained 1 human-faced monkey's heart. However, the battle was far from over. New figures appeared one after another in the surrounding trees, numbering at least 10. Each of the human-faced monkeys held a stone in its hand, ready to attack again at any moment. Flame Shadow's gaze grew increasingly cold. It would not allow Jiangyan to be harmed again. Suddenly, it let out a high-pitched cry, drawing the attention of all the human-faced monkeys. The next moment, it leaped into the air, the flame patterns around its body seemingly coming to life, distorting the air with intense heat. Then, its gold-level area of effect skill, Flame Storm, erupted suddenly. Flames swept across the surroundings like a tidal wave, forming a terrifying storm that engulfed all the human-faced monkeys. The flames were everywhere, yet Jiangyan felt only warmth around him, without a single burn. He looked up, and the fiery shadows in midair resembled deities controlling flames, sacred and inviolable. The firelight subsided, leaving only charred remains. All the human-faced monkeys had been reduced to ashes. System notifications flooded the screen, with experience and materials arriving in quick succession. Congratulations on defeating a level 7 human-faced monkey. You have received an extra 420 experience points and 2 human-faced monkey hearts. Congratulations on defeating a level 7 human-faced monkey. You have received an extra 420 experience points. Chapter 11 Instant Kill. Dungeon Boss. Jiangyan watched as his experience points skyrocketed from 43% at level 6 to 86%, a considerable increase. At this rate, he could easily reach level 7 after defeating a few more waves of human-faced monkeys. Flame Shadow leaped up from the ground, jumping back onto his shoulder, barking excitedly like a child seeking praise. Master, I'm awesome, right? Jiangyan replied with a smile. Awesome. He casually took out a strip of meat as a reward. The aroma of meat instantly filled the air, and Yan Ying's eyes gleamed as he slowly savored it, his breath steaming. Jiangyan seized the opportunity to continue forward. Soon, a massive waterfall appeared before him, its waters cascading down a high cliff with astonishing force. He looked back and saw only a dense forest. According to the guide, this is the boss spawn point. Jiangyan muttered, frowning. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Just then, Flame Shadow, still chewing on a strip of meat, suddenly grunted twice and pointed its paw at the top of the waterfall. Jiangyan looked in that direction and saw a blurry, enormous figure leap off the cliff. With a boom, the figure landed on a boulder below the waterfall, facing Jiangyan. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an enlarged version of a human-faced monkey, enormous in size, with bulging muscles and covered in black fur. Even more bizarrely, its gaze was fixed on the strip of meat in Flame Shadow's mouth, filled with greed. Jiangyan immediately used his appraisal skill to confirm that the other party was indeed an 8th-level human-faced monkey boss, with attributes far exceeding those of ordinary monsters. In particular, its Heart of Wrath had a chance to instantly enrage, doubling its power, making it extremely dangerous. Because of this, many new teams had failed here. But Yanning didn't care at all, still leisurely eating her meat strips, as if the boss in front of her was not worth mentioning at all. Roar! Seeing that the food was almost gone, the human-faced monkey boss roared, pounded its chest, and a stone ball the size of a human head quickly condensed, which it then hurled at the boss. Just as the stone sphere approached, Flame Shadow leaped out, half a piece of meat in its mouth, its tail flaming, and head-on met the stone sphere head-on. The next moment, the two collided with a deafening crash. With a loud bang, the stone sphere shattered. Flame Shadow landed through the rubble, not a speck of dust on its body, its gaze coldly locked onto the boss. The human-faced monkey boss was clearly enraged and pounced down, its claws creating countless afterimages. But at that very moment, the flame patterns on Flame Shadow's body lit up, and the surrounding space seemed to distort. Immediately afterwards, a violent firestorm swept out, completely engulfing the boss. For the first time, panic appeared on its face, but there was no way to retreat. The damage spiked wildly, and its health bar was almost emptied in an instant. Near-death berserk mode triggered, and a red glow enveloped its entire body. It had barely let out a howl when it was instantly obliterated by the continuous damage of the firestorm. With a deafening roar, this boss, who had dominated the beginner dungeon, crashed to the ground, dying instantly. Flame Shadow looked slightly tired, but remained excited, chewing the last bite of jerky. Just then, the system notification finally sounded. Defeated an 8th level human-faced monkey, boss, gaining 1,000 experience points and obtaining a Spirit Jade ring. Immediately after, another notification appeared. First time dungeon clear, breaking the fastest record. Additional rewards, 2,000 experience points and a special item, the cooldown amulet. His experience bar surged instantly, propelling Jiang into level 7 at 53%, shimmering with golden light. His breathing quickened, the gains far exceeded his expectations. He retrieved his rewards, an exquisite ring and an ancient jade talisman appeared in his hands. The Spirit Jade ring not only enhanced his physique and agility but also granted him mental recovery and the skill Swift Wind technique. It's actually a bronze ring. Jiangnan didn't hesitate and immediately equipped it, instantly boosting his attributes and significantly increasing his overall combat power. Then, he focused his attention on the jade talisman. Just one glance was enough to make his breathing quicken again. One-time cooldown amulet resets the cooldown time of dungeons from level 1 to 10. Chapter 12. Is there a possibility? Just as Jiangnan broke the beginner dungeon clear record, far away on the battlefield at Shanhaiguan, General Wei Qing was staring at the Chaos Rift, ready to face the Abyss Legion at any moment. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation, because a system notification indicated that his previously held dungeon record had been broken. Wei Qing muttered to himself. Back then, we leveled up to level 7 before teaming up to enter. Today is only the first day of our job advancement, right? And someone actually soloed the dungeon? He remembered the name, Jiangnan, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Interesting, a promising newcomer. The lieutenant noticed something amiss, and quickly inquired about the situation. Wei Qing simply smiled faintly. It's nothing, just discovered a promising newcomer. As soon as he finished speaking, the chaotic rift rippled violently, and a large number of abyssal creatures surged out. Wei Qing's expression darkened, and he raised his weapon and shouted, Form ranks! Activate Legion mode! Tens of thousands of human powerhouses responded instantly, unleashing a barrage of ranged skills, covering the battlefield with elemental attacks and a rain of arrows. Wei Qing himself charged into the enemy ranks, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Meanwhile, outside the beginner dungeon, blue vortexes flickered continuously, teleporting out one after another newbie, covered in dust and grime. Many looked dejected. Their initial enthusiasm and anticipation had given way to the fear and pain of actually facing the monsters, causing them to waver and even consider switching to administrative roles. Principal Xingyang stood anxiously to the side, waiting. It's been so long, why hasn't Jiangnan come out yet? Could something have happened to him? Just then, the dungeon vortex fluctuated again, and the staff immediately rushed forward to prepare for a rescue. A flash of blue light appeared, and 4 figures emerged. Zhang Bingyang, who was in the lead, was deathly pale, with purple markings appearing on his body, and his health was rapidly decreasing, clearly indicating poisoning. The staff quickly assessed the situation. Swamp poison, frog poison! Quickly purify it! 2 beams of white light descended, and the poison rapidly dissipated, allowing Zhang Bingyang to recover. Xingyang stepped forward, frowning as he asked, How did it get like this? Sun Mei coldly replied. He insisted on provoking the swamp poisonous frogs, saying it would be easier to fight them if they got closer. As a result, he was surrounded and attacked. If Li Xian hadn't blocked it, he would have died. Her tone was clearly angry. This mistake not only caused the team to retreat in a sorry state but also wasted a day of cooldown time. Zhang Bingyang lowered his head and argued. The guide said the warning range was only 3 meters, how was I supposed to know there was one hiding in the swamp? Seeing everyone's grim expressions, he awkwardly shut up, then forced a consolation. It's okay, it's just a one-day cooldown. We level up quickly, we'll catch up soon. Sun Mei snorted coldly, her heart filled with helplessness. She had originally teamed up with him because of his job change anomaly, but now he had become a burden. Xingyang sighed. What's done is done. Adjust your mindset, wait for the cooldown to finish before entering the dungeon, and don't disrupt the rhythm. The others could only nod. Just then, the dungeon vortex lit up again, and the figures of a human and a beast slowly emerged. Seeing Jiangyan appear alone with a fire fox, the staff immediately surrounded him, asking with concern. Are you injured? Are you feeling unwell? Jiangyan was taken aback. No. After checking and confirming that there were no injuries, the staff asked. So, are you choosing to give up the dungeon? If you switch to an administrative job, you'll need to sign a waiver. Hearing this, Jiangyan looked puzzled. On the other side, Zhang Bingyang saw this scene and couldn't help but sneer. Fire Fox Summoner, as expected, couldn't hold on and gave up directly. It's a good thing I didn't team up with him. Jiangyan ignored these voices, just shrugged and said calmly. Is it possible that I cleared the game? Chapter 13 Breaking the Newbie Dungeon Record. Pfft. Jiangyan's words had barely left his lips when everyone around him burst into laughter. A newbie clearing a dungeon solo in 8 hours on their first day? In their eyes, that was simply impossible. Zhang Bingyang even directly mocked. You, a Fire Fox Summoner, want to clear it? What are you pretending for? Sun Mei and the others didn't speak, but their skepticism was undisguised. Only Principal Xingyang frowned slightly. He noticed that Jiangyan was too calm, even unharmed, which was clearly not right. He immediately used an appraisal spell, and the next second he was completely stunned. Level 7. 8 hours ago he was level 1, and now he has risen to level 7. What does this mean? He already had a vague answer in his mind. Just then, a figure rushed over from the staff area. Upon seeing this, Sun Mei's grievances instantly erupted. Dad! The person was none other than Sun Zhenghao, the person in charge of the instance. However, Sun Zhenghao's gaze fell directly on Jiangyan, completely ignoring everyone else. He stepped forward and solemnly said, I am Sun Zhenghao, the person in charge. Congratulations, Jiangyan! You have soloed the beginner dungeon and broken the record for the fastest completion. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, even Xingyang was momentarily speechless. Zhang Bingyang was the first to explode. Impossible! He's just a Fire Fox Summoner, how could he possibly solo the dungeon? Sun Zhenghao's face darkened. Are you questioning me, or are you questioning the fairness of the dungeon? Zhang Bingyang was immediately speechless, and could only offer a soft defense. Sun Zhenghao said coldly, The record has been uploaded. Go check it yourself if you don't believe me. Everyone looked at the electronic screen, and when they saw Jiangyan's name rise to first place, pushing the original record to second, all doubts vanished completely. Sun Mei's heart skipped a beat, a faint sense of regret rising within her. If she hadn't rejected Jiangyan back then, perhaps she too could have stood amidst this glory. Zhang Bingyang's expression, however, was extremely grim. Xingyang finally snapped out of his daze, his face crinkling into a wide smile. Great! A solo 8-hour clear, your achievement is rare even nationwide. But inwardly, he was even more shocked. Considering the unusual phenomenon during his job change, he vaguely suspected that the anomaly might be related to Jiangyan. At the same time, he also realized the danger. Such talent, if exposed, could very well attract the attention of the Abyss cultists. On the other side, Sun Zhenghao's mind raced as he looked at his daughter. Forming another strong team was unrealistic now, but Jiangyan was clearly the best choice. He spoke up. Jiangyan, how about bringing my daughter along next time? The two of you would be more efficient as a team. Sun Mei's cheeks flushed slightly, both nervous and expectant. However, Jiangyan merely glanced at her indifferently. Sorry, I refuse. Our skill level is too high, we're not suitable to team up. These words were returned to her just as before, and Sun Mei's face instantly turned deathly pale. She bit her lip and remained silent. Sun Jinghao also understood and could only sigh inwardly. What's done is done. Just then, a message popped up on his screen. After reading its contents, his expression changed drastically. Xingyan immediately noticed something was wrong. What's wrong? Sun Jinghao took a deep breath, his voice tense. I just received a message from General Wei Qing, the commander of Shan Haiguan. These words caused another stir in the room. Even Jiangyan couldn't help but turn his head. Sun Jinghao continued. Lord Wei Qing has ordered a news blackout to temporarily conceal your records and prevent you from being targeted by the Abyss cultists. As he finished speaking, his gaze towards Jiangyan was filled with envy and awe. In addition, he asked me to pass on a message to you, he said. Study hard in the assessment, and I look forward to the day you arrive at Shan Haiguan. Chapter 14. You're getting cocky just because I said you're fat. Wei Qing, one of the main generals of the human race at Shan Haiguan, a universally acknowledged hero. Such a figure personally ordered the blocking of Jiangyan's beginner dungeon completion record and even sent a special congratulatory message. If this news were to spread, the entire city of Linen would be shaken, and Jiangyan would instantly become the center of attention. Jiangyan was somewhat surprised, but he quickly understood. His teacher had said that when a dungeon record was broken, the original record holder would receive a notification immediately. Clearly, Wei Qing had already noticed him. Xingyang secretly admired this approach. It not only prevented Jiangyan from being targeted by the Abyss cultists, but also created room for him to grow. As long as the records were blocked, no one would know he was a newcomer who had just changed jobs for a short period of time. After relaying the order, Sun Jinghao looked at everyone with a serious expression. Jiangyan's passage record is temporarily blocked. Everyone must keep it a secret. If it is leaked, you will be treated as a traitor to the human race and executed without mercy. Do you understand? Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Their gazes towards Jiangyan were completely different now. This was someone Wei Qing had already recognized even before the assessment. His future was limitless. Sun Jinghao glanced at Sun Mei, whose face was full of regret, and sighed softly. This incident might be a lesson for her. Xingyang waved his hand. All right, everyone disperse. Go back and rest, and adjust your state tomorrow. The crowd left with complicated emotions, including envy, regret, and resentment. Just then, Jiangyan suddenly spoke up. Wait! Sun Mei turned around sharply, a hint of expectation flashing in her eyes. Jiangyan frowned and asked, Where's Qian Duoduo? Wasn't he with you? Did you kick him out too? His words made Sun Mei's face stiffen. She explained in a low voice. After you left, he got angry and quit. I thought he went to find you. Jiangyan nodded. This did seem like something Qian Duoduo would do. Seeing that Jiangyan had no intention of changing his mind, the group turned and left. This time, the other three clearly distanced themselves from Zhang Bingyang, their eyes showing more disdain. Zhang Bingyang felt bitter inside. How could this be? I was the one who caused this strange phenomenon. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became, and finally he blamed everything on Jiangyan. It's all his fault for stealing my thunder. Zhang Bingyang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. After everyone left, Jiangyan walked up to Xingyang and said, Principal, I want to go to the Bamboo Forest Mountains to level up, and I need a pass. Xingyang was taken aback. Bamboo Forest Mountains? That's a wilderness area, far more dangerous than beginner dungeons. You're only level 7 now, you can still run the dungeon one more time, so why not play it safe? Sun Jinghao also advised. There are casualties there every year. It's very dangerous to go in without protection, and the danger doesn't just come from monsters. Jiangyan shook his head. The beginner dungeon only has level 8 monsters at most, and there are almost no rewards for leveling up. Continuing to grind is too inefficient. You can only level up to level 8 at most. The two were speechless for a moment. If other students heard them complaining about the low experience points in the dungeon, they would probably be extremely ashamed. Xingyang asked again. Are you sure? Jiangyan nodded. I have my own plans. He knew very well that with the cooldown amulet, it was more worthwhile to go to areas with higher rewards. Once he reached level 8, he could switch to the dungeon rally point, which would be even more efficient. Seeing his firm attitude, Xingyang finally nodded. Okay, here's the pass. Sun Zhenghao also handed over his contact information. Contact me anytime if there's danger. I can help you mobilize rescue efforts. After Jiangyan put it away, he said, Uncle Sun, there's something else I'd like to trouble you with. As he spoke, he took out the human-faced monkey shield. This is equipment dropped in the dungeon. Qian Duoduo's leveling will be affected because I changed teams, so please help me transfer it to him. Upon seeing the attributes, Sun Zhenghao's eyes lit up with admiration. Good, I'll personally hand it over to him. It's truly rare to receive equipment of this quality so readily. Jiangyan thanked him and left. Watching his retreating figure, Sun Zhenghao remarked, This kid is not only strong, but also has good character. He shook his shield and sighed. If I hadn't offended you before, I might still have had a chance. Before he could finish speaking, Xingyang interrupted him. What are you thinking? You want him to be your son-in-law? Xingyang rolled his eyes at him. I haven't even congratulated you yet. It's hard to say what the honorary principal spot will be this year. Xingyang said modestly. Not necessarily. But the smile on his face was undeniable. Sun Zhenghao laughed and said, You're getting cocky now that I'm calling you fat. But it's always a good thing when the newcomers are stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to operate the electronic screen. The next moment, Jiangyan's name slowly faded away, and the completion record was completely blocked. It wasn't until the day of the assessment that this name would once again shock everyone. Chapter 15. Thank you, Godfather, for the shield. 2 more hours passed. The sky darkened completely, and fluctuations continued to emanate from the blue vortex within the instance. Many people, after a day of fighting, decided to leave the instance, take a good rest, and then fight again. As the vortex fluctuations subsided, a figure carrying a shield appeared in front of the vortex. Qian Duoduo's shield had many monster claw marks on it, and his health bar was only half left. Fortunately, staff members immediately stepped forward to help him recover. There were also members of a makeshift team beside him. Today, it was all thanks to Qian Duoduo that I was able to avoid a lot of damage, otherwise, there were a few truly dangerous moments. We'll continue tomorrow. When you come, invite that Firefox summoner friend you mentioned to come along. Don't worry, bringing one person is fine. Qian Duoduo chuckled, his face full of pride. Their team reached level 3 on the first day, which was quite fast. More importantly, they could team up with Jiangyan tomorrow. Finally, we found him a team. Speaking of which, I still don't know how Jiangyan is doing. Have you already signed a withdrawal notice? Just as Qian Duoduo was about to contact Jiangyan, she suddenly heard some surprised voices from the people around her. Hey, isn't that Sun Zhenghao, the person in charge of the instance? Why is he still here so late? Could it be that one of the new recruits is the son of some important figure? The gossipy Qian Duoduo immediately put down her phone and looked in the crowd. Sure enough, she saw Sun Zhenghao, the person in charge of the beginner dungeon, who was carrying a shield. Wow, who's so generous as to have Sun Zhenghao help deliver equipment? Don't be silly, maybe he's Sun Zhenghao's illegitimate son? Qian Duoduo's eyes widened in shock. An illegitimate child. Is this some really that explosive gossip? Just as Qian Duoduo was looking around, he suddenly noticed that Sun Zhenghao was walking towards him. Qian Duoduo quickly looked around and found that there was no one around her. Was Sun Zhenghao targeting me? A strange feeling welled up in my heart instantly. No wonder my parents both had livelihood jobs, but I became a combatant. So I'm Sun Zhenghao's illegitimate son? Mom, you really kept that a secret. Dad, please accept my condolences. Seeing Sun Zhenghao stop in front of her, Qian Duoduo was so excited that she blurted out. Dad! Sun Zhenghao. Ahem, you must be Qian Duo. Qian Duo then came to her senses and nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Handing the shield to Qian Duo, Sun Zhenghao suppressed a laugh and said, "This is from your friend Jiang'an, who asked me to give it to you." Qian Duo took the shield, somewhat stunned. He unleashed the appraisal spell, sweeping it across the shield. Looking at the information displayed on the shield, he was struck dumb, frozen in disbelief. Is this a shield that only a level 5 disguised treant can drop? Didn't Jiang'an enter the instance alone? He can solo a level 5 treant all by himself? What level is he at now? Lord Sun, I would like to ask, where is Jiang'an? He's already gone back to rest. If you want to catch up with him, you'll have to work hard and keep going. Sun Zhenghao always had a faint smile on his face when facing Jiang'an's friends, which made others who didn't know the situation even more convinced that there must be some kind of relationship between the two. Keep it up. Sun Zhenghao patted him on the shoulder before leaving. After Sun Zhenghao disappeared, Qian Duo's classmates immediately surrounded him. Wow, Fatty Qian, I didn't know you had this connection. Impressive. What? Then you and Sun Mei are siblings? Get out. Qian Duo shook off the crowd and silently digested the terrifying news that Jiang'an was already summoning tree spirits. Once they reached a secluded spot, he quickly pulled out his phone and sent Jiang'an a long voice message. Amazing! Thank you so much, Godfather, for the shield. I will go through fire and water for you in the future. At the Twin Hearts Orphanage. After having dinner with the dean and his younger siblings, Jiang'an returned to his room. The trading platform was opened. Besides buying, you can also sell things here. Once the value exceeds a certain amount, a designated person will come to collect the item. If the value is insufficient, you will need to deliver it to a nearby exchange yourself. A general inventory of all the materials was conducted. There are a total of 31 portions of fiery fox blood, each worth 200, for a total of 6,200. There are 10 poisonous frog sacks in total, each costing 300, for a total of 3,000. There are 3 sets of lightning rabbit skins, each costing 230, for a total of 690. There are 11 portions of giant boa gallbladder, each costing 400, for a total of 4,400. There are 8 portions of the human-faced monkey heart, each worth 100, for a total of 800. The most expensive material comes from the heart of the human-faced monkey boss. Although there is only one, it is worth as much as 3,000. In the end, the total profit from materials alone amounted to 18,000. Jiang'an was somewhat shocked, not expecting that the rewards from running the beginner dungeon once would be so high. But then I thought about it again. After all, I completed the game all by myself. If it were another team, the rewards would have to be shared equally with the teammates. Moreover, ordinary people will definitely consume a lot of recovery potions in dungeons. Even the lowest level health potion is quite valuable. Unlike me, I don't use a single health potion. All the damage was transferred to Flame Shadow, who became a mobile health pack. Gently stroking Yan Ying's soft fur, Jiang'an took out the giant python's tooth again. The trading platforms are now very sophisticated. You only need to input the corresponding attributes, and dedicated personnel will conduct price evaluations, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality. After registering the attributes of the giant python's fangs, the page loaded. A line of numbers then appeared. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. A single giant python's tooth was valued at a staggering 40,000. Jiang'an's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The trading post also explained the reason for the price. The weapon itself is only worth about 200 million, but because it is a weapon with additional attributes that is more popular for new players who have just changed jobs, the price has an extra premium. There are definitely more rich people than poor people. Jiang'an, as if possessed, input the attributes of the ring in his hand, wanting to see how much this spirit jade ring could sell for. A moment later, a line of numbers slowly loaded onto the page. 60,000. Jiang'an was dumbfounded, and suddenly had a slight urge to take off the ring and sell it. but after thinking about it, I decided against it. I'll just use it myself for now and sell it later when I have a better alternative. He then clicked on the skill scrolls section of the website. Summoned beasts like Flame Shadow can learn skills on their own once they reach a certain level, but humans don't have this kind of genetic memory and can only learn skills through skill scrolls. I selected the Summoner tab for the skill scroll. 2 sub-options and their descriptions then popped up. Universal Skill Scroll, dropped from Dungeons. Using it will randomly teach you one skill of your current class, with a chance of repeating the same skill. Designated Skill Scroll, created by a specialist, it teaches a specific skill upon use. The prices of the 2 types of skill scrolls are also vastly different. Even the cheapest Black Iron level skill scroll costs 200,000, and the zeros after the higher level skills make Jiangyan's eyes dazzled. The price of general skill scrolls is relatively fixed, with each scroll for levels 1 to 20 costing 50,000. My current total net worth, including my previous savings, is only a little over 70,000, barely enough to buy a single universal skill scroll. 1 second Jiangyan felt like he had suddenly become rich, but when he saw the price of the skill scroll, he felt his poverty all too well. No wonder they say combat professions are all about spending money. Gritting his teeth, Jiangyan still chose to buy it. Money only has real value when it is converted into combat power. Besides, I'm going to the Bamboo Forest Mountains tomorrow, so having more skills means having more security. Moreover, I haven't learned any scrolls yet, so my first skill won't be repeated, and there won't be any waste of scrolls. A moment later, Jiangyan handed over the pile of materials and the dagger to the staff from the exchange, and also received the Universal Skill Scroll. Universal Skill Scroll, levels 1 to 20 after use, you can randomly learn one skill of your current class. Jiangyan slowly unfurled the scroll, closed his eyes, and silently recited the mantra in his mind. 1 shot, 1 kill! Don't let me down! Chapter 16 Diamond Level Skill. Shadow Technique Twins. Flame Shadow, standing to the side, curiously examined the scroll and reached out a claw to touch the skill scroll. Flames burst forth from the scroll. It burned completely in an instant, leaving not even ashes. Even with his eyes closed, Jiangyan could still feel a dark light shining before him. This is a radiance unique to Black Iron level skills. Just as Jiangyan was feeling somewhat dejected, he suddenly felt his heart pound violently. The dark light gradually disappeared, and was replaced by a dazzling white light. This is... Jiangyan suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of shock. Diamond Grade. This is a special glow that only diamond-level skills can produce. Did it really hit the mark on the first try? No, what appeared just now was the light of a Black Iron level skill. This change only happened after my heart suddenly started racing. Jiangyan instantly remembered his talent. The Heart of God. Could it be that the change in skills is due to innate talent? Filled with excitement, Jiangyan quickly opened his panel, staring intently at the skills section, and sure enough, a new skill prompt appeared. Congratulations on learning the new skill, Shadow Technique Twins. Shadow Technique Dual, LV1 Diamond level skill that consumes a large amount of spirit points. It allows you to copy and release one of your Summon Beast skills, resulting in 60% of the original skill's effect. That's truly a diamond level skill. Jiangyan was extremely excited. As everyone knows, summoners have very few skills that can directly cause damage. Usually, they are skills that amplify summon beasts. That is why a summoner's combat power in the early stages is greatly affected by the summon beasts. However, this dual shadow technique can greatly change this situation. After all, every skill that Flame Shadow has mastered at this moment can be described as a trump card. Whether it is Flame Storm or Flame Tail, they are all very useful. Once I have other summon beasts in the future, this shadow technique twin will undoubtedly be able to play a greater role. It's practically a divine skill. Jiangyan suddenly had the idea of giving it a try, and he silently repeated it to himself. A phantom appeared behind Jiangyan. The phantom looked exactly like the Flame Shadow, even its expression and movements were identical. Flames rose from the phantom's tail, and a replica of the fiery tail was quietly released. Snap! The phantom's tail slammed onto the desk. The flames spread across the desk in an instant, burning it to ashes almost immediately. Adin's roar suddenly echoed from downstairs. Jiangnan! What are you doing? I asked you what you're doing. Jiangnan quickly turned off the lights and slipped under the covers, pretending nothing had happened. Filled with anticipation for the bamboo forest mountains, Jiangnan, holding Yanning, drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Jiangnan couldn't wait to take a car to the edge of the city. I originally thought that since this place is near the edge of the city, there shouldn't be much foot traffic. But the number of people far exceeded Jiangnan's expectations, and everyone was covered in dust, wearing all kinds of equipment, carrying weapons, and many of them had monster blood on them. It was completely different from the student life Jiangnan had experienced before. Most of the shops around were selling potions and equipment, and Jiangnan even saw quite a few massage parlors. Spring breeze massage will give you a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Sisterly massage, absolutely sisterly. Max level massage skill, improves blood circulation and removes blood stasis. Speeds up health recovery. An essential for adventurers. Jiangnan walked past these shops without stopping until the words, Adventurers Guild, appeared before his eyes, at which point he finally became interested. The Adventurers Guild is one of the officially organized associations. In theory, all those who have changed jobs, whether they are in a life skill or a combat skill, can become members of the Adventurers Guild. You can accept or post all sorts of tasks inside. Since we're going to the Bamboo Forest Mountains anyway, registering as an association member and taking on some easy tasks to earn money is a win-win situation. Stepping into the association's hall, it was packed with people. Anyone still hunting demon wolves in the Bamboo Forest Mountains? We're one short. Need someone to deal damage. The Blazing Flame Mercenary Group is recruiting new members who are level 10 or above. Welcome to join us. We need an assistant for the herb gathering and escort mission. Someone come here. The lively sounds rise and fall, and many people choose to find teammates here. The staff were very efficient. Jiangnan was served in just a few minutes. Hello, I want to register as an association member. Could you please check if there are any monster hunting quests in the Bamboo Forest Mountains for levels 8 to 10 with generous rewards? Okay, please show your identification. As the staff member spoke, he looked up and saw Jiangyan's obviously youthful face, as well as the endearing flamed shadow on his shoulder, and was momentarily stunned. However, they were clearly professionally trained and quickly recovered, handling the registration for Jiangyan. He then handed the membership card and a badge to Jiangyan. The relevant information is clearly written on it. Jiangyan, a member of the Level 1 Adventurers Association, currently has 0 points. It has been processed for you. Regarding the task you inquired about, the following 2 conditions apply. Please check them. Mission: Hunt down the dire wolf. Mission description: The Bamboo Forest Mountains are plagued by an overpopulation of dire wolves, severely impacting the surrounding ecosystem. Therefore, the Adventurers Guild is now seeking adventurers to hunt down these wolves. Mission reward: Earn 100 yuan and 1 point for each demon wolf killed, with demon wolf teeth being the primary reward for each kill. Note: demon wolf teeth are guaranteed drops. Quest: Collect slime. Quest description: This quest is issued because the apothecary needs a large amount of slime to brew potions. Task reward: Every 3 portions of slime can be exchanged for a reward of 100 yuan and 1 point. Jiangyan frowned. The rewards for these 2 tasks were not very generous, especially the slime, which required 3 portions to earn 100 yuan. No matter how you calculate it, it's a bit of a loss. As Jiangyan's gaze swept across the task list, a grayed-out task suddenly caught his attention. Mission: Hunt down the Demon Wolf King. Mission description: The rampant infestation of demonic wolves must be due to the appearance of the Demonic Wolf King boss. In order to completely solve the problem of the demonic wolf infestation, a bounty is now offered for killing the Demonic Wolf King. Mission reward: Kill the Demon Wolf King to receive a reward of 50,000 yuan and 500 points, with the Demon Wolf King's Tooth as the criterion for defeat. Note: the Demon Wolf King's Tooth is a guaranteed drop. Can I accept this mission? The staff member explained. We apologize, but hunting the Demon Wolf King is a high-risk mission that can only be undertaken by members of the Level 2 Association. You have just registered and currently only have the privileges of a Level 1 Association member, so you are temporarily unable to receive this message. This is also to prevent some adventurers from rashly challenging high-difficulty tasks and causing unnecessary losses. Please understand that once you reach 100 points, you will be automatically upgraded to a Level 2 member. Jiang Yan nodded, understanding the general mechanism of the Adventurers Guild. Then let's take on the mission of hunting down the demon wolves. If you encounter the Demon Wolf King, you can kill it first, and then accept the quest again after reaching Level 2. The staff quickly completed a series of operations, saying, Okay, it's been received for you. Seeing that Jiang Yan was so young, the staff reminded him. If this is your first time going to the Bamboo Forest Mountains, we suggest you find a group to go with. After all, the environment in the wild is very complex, and even a guide may miss some things. Moreover, hunting dire wolves is currently a regular mission, so there should be quite a few people who can team up. Before Jiang Yan could even speak, a hearty laugh came from the counter next door. Huh, is someone else going to hunt dire wolves? Why don't you come with us? Chapter 17 Temporary Team Formation. Rampant Demon Wolves. Look in the direction of the sound. Standing at the next counter was a man with a full beard, carrying 2 axes on his back, and his leather armor was covered with scratches from monsters. Their eyes met. Seeing how young Jiang Yan's face was, a hint of surprise flashed across the man's face, but he still reached out his hand to Jiang Yan and said, My name is Tan Gong, and I also plan to team up with some friends to hunt demon wolves. What's your name, young man? Jiang Yan. Having finished their business, the two walked out together. You look quite young. Is this your first time visiting the Bamboo Forest Mountains? Yes, I've never been there before. I've only read the travel guides. Tan Gong suddenly realized. Oh, I see. It's alright. I often make a living in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. If you team up with us, it'll be good for us to look out for each other. Oh right, I haven't asked you what your profession is yet? Our team is considered quite versatile. We can pair with almost anything except some very uncommon characters. Before Jiang Yan could speak, a clear voice suddenly came from the crowd in the hall. Captain? Over here! A dark-skinned woman stood at the door and waved vigorously at Tan Gong. Next to her stood 2 other people, who looked to be only in their early 20s. Tan Gong led Jiang Yan to the group. The dark-skinned woman raised an eyebrow slightly as she looked at Jiang Yan. Oh, Captain, have you brought in another newcomer? They look pretty good. At least we didn't bring in any ugly people. Wow, this fire fox is so cute. Come here and let your big sister hug it. The woman enthusiastically pulled the bewildered Yan Ying to her chest and began to inhale deeply. Tan Gong shook his head helplessly, then said to Jiang Yan, They are all here to hunt down demon wolves. He then pointed at the dark-skinned woman and said, Chua Cha Archer, level 13. Tang Mian Mian Priest, level 11. Tang Mian Mian was a cute girl who looked rather quiet. When she noticed Jiang Yan's gaze, she immediately lowered her head and then secretly looked up at Yan Ying, who was being held in Chua Cha's arms. The affection in her eyes was almost overflowing. And our main firepower, Yan Tianhao, a mage, level 12. Yan Tianhao was much more aloof. He glanced at Jiang Yan and nodded as a greeting. As for me, you already know my name, Professional Warrior, level 13. Don't underestimate our small team. We're definitely one of the best in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. After introducing his team, Tan Gong introduced Jiang Yan to the others, saying, This is Jiang Yan, the young man I just met. His profession is Summoner, level 7. Jiang Yan said calmly. Level 7? Chua Cha's eyes widened. Are you sure you want to go to the Bamboo Forest Mountains? The lowest level monsters in the Bamboo Forest Mountains are level 8. Wait, is this Fire Fox your summoned beast? Chua Cha gently massaged Yan Ying's head, a hint of sympathy appearing in her eyes. Tang Niannian's mouth dropped open in surprise, her already adorable features appearing even more enduringly blank. Oh my god, you're not in the same year as me, are you? Are Firefox summoners even worse off than me? I thought being sick for 6 months was already a long time. After saying that, she seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly added, "Oh well, it's okay, leveling up is very fast in the early stages. Moreover, Brother Tan Gong is very kind to us." In their eyes, a wild fox summoner who can reach level 7 must have slowly leveled up by killing low-level monsters in beginner dungeons, which is why the leveling speed is so slow. Tan Gong scratched his head. I really didn't know you were only level 7. Forming a team is not a problem, but our team's loot distribution has always been based on contribution. The more the team contributes, the more you get. At your level, the initial rewards might be low, but as your level increases and your damage improves, the rewards will become more substantial. Are you okay with that? No problem. This was his first time entering the bamboo forest mountains. Since it was in the wild, having an experienced person to guide him would save him from many detours. Yan Tianhao glanced at Tang Niannian and then at Jiangyan, a sense of crisis suddenly rising in his heart. He said coldly, Don't expect me to contribute. Just don't hold you back. I don't want to be distracted when facing monsters. No, everyone starts as a newbie. Besides, when I first asked you to team up, you were only level 8 and hadn't even cleared the beginner dungeon. Now that you're level 12, you think you're all that? Tan Gong said with a laugh. Yan Tianhao's expression improved slightly, and he let out a cold snort before walking to the front. Xuechao walked to Jiangyan's side and said, Don't pay attention to him. That's just how he is. He's a bit stubborn, but he's not a bad person at heart. Tang Niannian could no longer contain herself. She mustered her courage and placed her small hand on Yan Ying's body, a look of satisfaction on her face. How do you raise your flamingo? How can she be so cute? The foxes I've seen before weren't this beautiful. Look at this fur, wow. It must be said that as Flame Shadow's level increased, its fur became more and more exquisite, coupled with its innate talent skill, Chu Lian. It's practically a killer weapon against women. Yanning was held in the arms of the two women, looking at Jiangyan with a blank expression. Seeing how much Tang Niannian liked Yanning, Yan Tianhao's expression grew even colder. Before long, the group arrived at the guard post on the edge of the city. The guards were clearly very familiar with Tan Gong and his group, greeting them warmly and allowing them to pass through without any hindrance. They were stopped when Jiangyan passed by. The area ahead is a wild bamboo forest mountain range. Please show your pass if you are entering for the first time. Jiangyan took out the pass issued by the principal and handed it to the guard. After carefully checking the pass, the guard looked at Jiangyan with a strange expression. The pass clearly states that Jiangyan is a freshman in this year's class and has reached level 7, which is a specially issued pass. The guard muttered to himself. Did the new students get to change jobs earlier this year? How come there are new students coming to the bamboo forest mountains so soon? What's wrong? Tan Gong, who hadn't heard what he said, urged from the side. It's all right, let him through. The guard waved his hand, and the heavy gate opened for Jiangyan. Be careful when you go out. If you encounter any problems, release a signal flare and someone will come to your rescue. The guard handed Jiangyan a box of signal flares, which Jiangyan accepted without hesitation. Once Jiangyan left the guard post, his view suddenly opened up. There were no more human-owned buildings ahead. All that could be seen were continuous mountain peaks. The difference between this and the beginner dungeons I had entered before was like night and day. A faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood lingered in the air. Tan Gong twitched his nose slightly and angrily retorted. These demonic wolves are becoming more and more rampant. It's now spread to the guard posts. Hey, if the demon wolves weren't so rampant, we wouldn't be able to get such a worthwhile mission to hunt them. Xuechao laughed. A demon wolf's level is only around 8 to 10, which is a piece of cake for us. It's better to be cautious. I have a feeling that there's something strange about the number of these demon wolves. Okay. Jiangyan followed the group into the mountains. Yanning had already jumped down from Shucha's arms and was cautiously observing her surroundings, her nose twitching from time to time, clearly having also smelled the blood. Before long, the group found the source of the bloody smell. It was the corpse of a fire fox that had been gutted. Its red fur had lost its luster, its eyes were lifeless, its internal organs had been emptied and devoured, and the blood on the ground had long since dried up. Clearly, this fire fox had been dead for some time. Jiangyan was about to step forward to check when Tan Gong reached out and stopped him. "Be careful, there's something wrong with the body." Chapter 18 Trap. Wolf Attack. Fireball. A ball of orange-red fireball was flung out from the staff in Yan Tianhao's hand. It landed on the corpse with a thud. The flames spread, and crackling sounds immediately came from the fire fox's corpse. A large swarm of mosquitoes, visible to the naked eye, flew out of the corpse. Each one is only the size of a fist, but has incredibly sharp mouthparts. Corpse mosquitoes. Level 1. Strength 1. Spirit 1. Swiftness 10. Physical condition 1. Skill, corpse poison, silver tier. Yan Tianhao raised his hand and threw another fireball, which landed squarely on the swarm of corpse mosquitoes, instantly annihilating these level 1 corpse mosquitoes. He glanced at Jiangyan sideways, then raised his head and walked up to Tang Yanyan. "It seems they want to prove their abilities in this way." Tan Gong explained to Jiangyan. "These corpse mosquitoes are unique monsters found in the bamboo forest mountains. They like to parasitize inside corpses. Although it's only level 1 and you won't get any loot from killing it, the silver level corpse poison is extremely disgusting, and many people die from it every year." Jiangyan nodded silently. Sure enough, it was much easier for an experienced person to lead the team. "Look here!" Shucha noticed several plum blossom footprints in the blood-soaked soil. "It must have been left behind by a demon wolf. It went in this direction." "Follow them, maybe we can kill a few more demon wolves," Tan Gong said decisively. The group quickened their pace and moved forward rapidly. Although the name of the bamboo forest mountain range contains the word bamboo forest, Jiangyan did not encounter any bamboo along the way. When he couldn't help but ask, Zhuocha immediately covered her mouth and laughed. "This is a question that almost everyone who comes to the bamboo forest mountains for the first time asks. Actually, there isn't a single bamboo plant in the entire bamboo forest mountain range. That's why it's called the bamboo forest mountain range. That's because a long time ago someone claimed to have encountered a secret bamboo forest here. By the way, you should know about the secret realm, right?" Jiangyan nodded. Unlike dungeons, secret realms in this world symbolize opportunities. Some secret realms don't even contain a single monster, but are filled with treasures, such as skill scrolls or job change books specific to a particular class. It is said that the reason why humanity rose up so quickly to fight against the abyss was because when the game rules were first introduced, a large number of secret realms were triggered, and many people accidentally entered these realms and obtained many rewards. Of course, sometimes this is accompanied by a huge crisis. In addition, the entrance to the secret realm is not fixed, but purely random, and sometimes there are various complex restrictions. If there is a secret realm here, then there should be a lot of adventurers coming to the bamboo forest mountains, right? Jiangyan asked, puzzled. Tan Gong chimed in. When this news first broke, many people came looking for the whereabouts of the secret realm, but over the years, no one has discovered the so-called bamboo forest secret realm. Gradually, no one came anymore, or at least no one came specifically looking for it. But the name Bamboo Forest Mountain Range has been preserved. Jiangyan suddenly realized what was going on, but he couldn't help but feel a little interested in this bamboo forest secret place. Just then, Jiangyan suddenly noticed a sense of crisis emanating from Yanning. Flame's shadow's ears perked up, and its once relaxed tail stopped wagging, giving it a wary look. Master, something's wrong. There seem to be monsters around. Be careful, there might be monsters lurking nearby. Jiangyan warned the others. Monster ambush? Don't be ridiculous, monsters don't have that kind of intelligence. Yan Tianhao shook his head speechlessly. Newcomers should observe more, learn more, and speak less. Besides, if there really were monsters, Sister Zhuocha would definitely have noticed them. Zhuocha stopped in his tracks, a flash of white light appearing in his eyes. It is precisely the archer's unique skill of combining reconnaissance and aiming that allows him to perceive. The surrounding trees faded and disappeared from her sight, leaving only the outlines of various creatures in her field of vision. After carefully scanning his surroundings, Zhuocha shook his head at Tan Gong. No monsters have been detected approaching yet. See? Yan Tianhao said with an expression that said, I knew it. All right, that's enough. It's good to be cautious. Tan Gong interrupted. Based on the claw marks left on the monster corpses we found earlier, there's a high chance there was more than one demon wolf. Since no problems have been found, let's continue. Seeing that the other party insisted, Jiangnan stopped trying to dissuade him, and instead silently became more vigilant. Yan Tianhao led the way, encountering numerous monster corpses along the way. He continuously raised his staff, burning the corpses and the swarms of corpse mosquitoes within them to ashes. After each release, Tang Mianmian would cast a healing spell on him. Accelerate the recovery of mental strength. However, the further he went, the more Tan Dong's extensive experience made him vaguely sense that something was wrong. Etc. Stop for a moment. Yan Tianhao, who was walking in front, looked slightly taken aback and asked, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong, Captain? How far have we gotten into the bamboo forest mountains? Zhuocha made a rough estimate. About 5 or 6 kilometers. As she spoke, her expression gradually became somewhat serious. Tan Gong said in a deep voice. You've noticed something's wrong too? 5 or 6 kilometers. Such a long distance, yet we haven't encountered a single living monster. In the past, we would have encountered other creatures long ago. I haven't even encountered the most slimes in the bamboo forest mountains. Only the corpses remained. Zhuocha's expression turned somewhat incredulous. Recalling what Jiangnan had just said, her eyes involuntarily glanced at Jiangnan. Captain, do you mean these dire wolves were deliberately left behind as corpses? A trap specifically set for adventurers? How could that be? Yan Tianhao immediately denied. The demonic wolf has no intelligence at all, it's just a monster. Logically speaking, a demon wolf shouldn't possess this kind of intelligence, but I still feel like something's not right. Tan Gong said uncertainly. Zhuocha, check the surrounding area again. Good. A white light flashed in Zhuocha's eyes again, and then he looked around. Seeing that Tang Mianmian looked a little nervous, Yan Tianhao comforted her. Don't worry, how could a demon wolf be so intelligent as to set up a trap? The flame patterns on Yan Ying's body, which had been on high alert, became even more pronounced. The surrounding trees faded and disappeared from Zhuocha's view once again. Looking around, besides his teammates, there were only a few insects and other creatures in the soil. He didn't see any other dire wolves. Zhuocha breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just as she was about to turn off her insight skill, she suddenly saw a lithe and strong figure enter her field of vision. As this figure rushed in, an equally agile figure appeared faintly in the distance. Zhuocha's breathing quickened instantly, and her face turned pale. Oh no! There really are a lot of demon wolves. At least 100. Chapter 19 Mutant Divine Wolf. Decapitation Operation. Prepare to defend! Tan Gong's expression changed, and he shouted. Tang Mianmian and Jiangnan stand in the middle, and the 3 of us will each guard one side. I have already released the signal flare, and reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes at the latest. The dire wolves aren't high level. As long as our formation isn't broken, we can hold out. Under Tan Gong's command, Zhuocha and the others quickly took their positions, clearly having made preparations long ago. Fortunately, there was a boulder nearby, which greatly reduced the pressure on their defense. Even so, everyone's expressions were still rather grim. Although the level of the demon wolf is lower than that of Tan Gong. However, the number was astonishing. Zhuocha judged at least 100 with just a cursory glance. If it were just a dozen or so demon wolves, they could be dealt with if they coordinated properly. But now there are over 100 demon wolves, and the only hope is that the rescue team can arrive as soon as possible. Before long, one after another, the demonic wolves emerged from behind the trees. The size of the demon wolf is not much different from that of an ordinary wolf, but its eyes are as red as blood. At this moment, pairs of bloodthirsty red wolf eyes were closing in, and the leader of the wolf was clearly exceptionally strong, constantly emitting low, threatening growls. Saliva dripped from its fangs onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. Jiang Yan used his appraisal technique on him. Mutant Dire Wolf, Elite. Level 10. Strength, 120. Spirit, 88. Swiftness, 100. Physical condition, 90. Combat skills, Bloodlust Berserk, Bronze, Wolf Howl, Bronze, Wolf Claw Assault, Silver, Corrosion, Bronze, Group Berserk, Silver. As expected, this demonic wolf was much stronger than the other demonic wolves, making it an elite-level monster. More importantly, his eyes were noticeably more expressive. When Jiang Yan looked into its eyes, he even felt as if he were looking at a greedy person. The other ordinary dire wolves, whose levels ranged from 8 to 10, were all eagerly watching the group leaning against the boulder. The elite wolf suddenly let out a howl. The other wolves also opened their mouths wide, their howls rising and falling. The wolf howl skill was activated silently. Jiang Yan felt that the wolf in front of him had become much larger, and its mouth full of fangs made him want to back down. There was also a strange sense of unease, as if he would be torn apart by the demonic wolf at any moment. Tang Nianyan, her face pale, waved her scepter, and beams of white light spilled out and fell on everyone. That feeling of fear was instantly swept away. Tang Nianyan looked at Yanning with some surprise. She found that the skills she released seemed to have no effect on Yanning. Then she immediately remembered that her support skills could only be used on teammates, but not on their summoned beasts. Fortunately, Flame Shadow was not affected by the wolf howls and maintained his fighting stance. Seeing that their howls had no effect, the wolves stopped waiting and charged at the group. Tan Gong held an axe in each hand and swung it down fiercely at the charging demonic wolf. Thanks to the level advantage, each attack can inflict massive damage on the demon wolf. Just as a demonic wolf charged in front of Tan Gong, it was killed by 2 charged slashes. Then, 3 more demonic wolves kept charging up. Shuicha also drew his bowstring, and 5 arrows flew out simultaneously, preventing the demon wolves from getting close from a distance. Even with overwhelming firepower, the dire wolf continued to slowly close the distance. Compared to the other 2, Yan Tianhao was under significantly more pressure. Although he is a powerful mage, he is only level 12, so his level advantage is not that significant. He forcefully repelled the charging wolves with a barrage of fireballs, but the wolves seemed to be endless in number, making it impossible to effectively intercept them. The wolf pack was closing in much faster than the others were defending. His expression contorted with rage as he roared, "No! Captain, I can't hold out much longer like this!" Tan Gong's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the elite-level demonic wolf. These wolves were clearly not very intelligent. Only the elite mutated wolf possessed the intelligence to set traps. Killing it would greatly reduce the pressure. But this mutated wolf remained calm and composed, standing still like a general in battle. To get close to it, one must face a terrifying number of demon wolves. If it were just Tan Gong alone, he might be able to risk trying to force his way close to and kill the mutated wolf to break through the encirclement. Now that he's gone, the barely formed defenses will collapse immediately. "Captain? I can't hold on much longer. I used up too much mental energy cleaning up the corpses. I haven't fully recovered yet." Yan Tianhao's face was pale, and as he waved his right hand, the frequency of the fireballs began to gradually decrease. "Damn it! We can't wait any longer!" Tan Gong shouted. "Shuicha, get ready to cover me! We can't let the monster get close!" Whirlwind slash! Holding the axe in both hands, Tan Gong spun around and charged towards the mutated wolf. The axe blade left sharp streaks in the air. The approaching wolves let out screams of agony as their health bars plummeted. The mutated wolf's previously nonchalant gaze instantly turned wary, and it began to utter threatening sounds. Upon hearing the howl, the wolves charged fearlessly toward Tan Gong. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A moment later, Tan Gong's skill finally ended. He looked up and found that he was still about 5 meters away from the mutated wolf. Between them were countless pairs of red eyes. Tan Gong's heart skipped a beat. That's it. Whirlwind Slash is the strongest skill he can use right now, and it consumes a huge amount of stamina, so he can't use it for a while. Trying to kill so many demon wolves with ordinary skills is simply wishful thinking. The wariness in the mutated wolf's eyes dissipated, and it casually crouched down again. One after another, the wolves, drooling, kept approaching. Is this how it ends? Tan Gong thought in despair. I originally wanted to mentor a newcomer, but I didn't expect to lead him into this deadly trap. If we had listened to him and left back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Just then, Tan Gong suddenly heard a gasp from behind him. That voice belonged to Zhuo Cha. Tan Gong turned around uneasily, afraid of seeing Jiangyan and the others being disemboweled by the demon wolves. The scene before him made his eyes widen in surprise. Blood. Everywhere you looked, there was only bright red blood. The corpses of demon wolves lay scattered on both sides of the ground, many of them bearing burn marks from the flames. 2 figures slowly walked out from the land soaked in blood. The originally elegant and lovely Flame Shadow approached step by step. It exuded a powerful and terrifying aura, which even made the fearless demon wolves around it show a hint of fear. Jiangyan followed behind Yanning. Even with dozens of demonic wolves surrounding him, Jiangyan remained calm, as if the demonic wolves that could threaten Tan Gong's life did not exist at all. Go back quickly! These dire wolves are not something you can handle! Tan Gong didn't react for a moment, thinking that Jiangyan was approaching the safe zone he had just cleared with his skill, so he shouted loudly. The mutated wolf stood up again, its eyes fixed on the Flame Shadow. The hair on its back stands upright. Sensing an instinctive threat from Flame Shadow, it immediately let out a series of deep growls. More than a dozen demonic wolves decisively abandoned the readily available Tan Bao and pounced towards Flame Shadow. Tan Gong watched with growing anxiety, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as Yanning appeared. The image of Yan Ying's petite body being torn apart by the demon wolves in the next moment flashed through his mind. What he didn't notice was that mysterious and enigmatic patterns appeared on the red fur of Yan Ying's body. The patterns gradually appeared, twisting like real flames. Unleash the Flame Storm. Chapter 20. The Twin Shadow Techniques showed their power for the first time. Flames erupted completely from Yan Ying's body. Flames surged in from all directions as if they were free, and a storm composed entirely of flames was displayed before everyone. Amidst this storm, there were also quite a few demon wolves with expressions of terror on their faces. They struggled incessantly, trying to escape the range of the firestorm. Unfortunately, only the dire wolves at the edge of the flame storm managed to escape. The vast majority of dire wolves were burned to charcoal in the flame storm. A barrage of kill notifications sounded. But at this moment, no one paid attention to the kill notifications anymore. They stood there blankly, feeling the waves of heat hitting them. The joy of facing death made their cheeks burn. This is Firefox? Is this the level 7 Firefox summoner strength? Tan Gong's eyes were fixed on Yanning and Jiangyan at the center of the raging storm, and he couldn't take his eyes off them. No wonder Jiangyan was able to issue a warning before everyone else noticed the anomaly. It turns out his strength is not weak at all. It seems like there's hope this time. Yan Tianhao, who was beside the boulder, was struggling to release fireballs to stop the demonic wolf's attack. As a mage, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation emanating from Yanning. When he involuntarily turned his gaze over, he opened his mouth wide and murmured when he saw the flame patterns on Yan Ying's body. This is fire magic? And it's several times stronger than what I know. But isn't it a firefox? As the fiery storm was unleashed, Yan Tianhao's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Flame storm! Gold level skill! If it were me, I'd need to be at least level 20 and have hundreds of thousands of dollars ready to even have a chance of learning this skill. Yan Tianhao's expression immediately became incredibly complex, a mixture of excitement, anticipation, and shame. The more disdain he had shown Jiangyan before, the more intense his shame became at this moment. The surrounding demonic wolves seemed to have finally lost their courage in the raging storm, and for a moment they all looked at the elite-level mutated demonic wolf, with a hint of retreat. "Awoo! Awoo! The mutated elite wolf's fur stood on end, and a transparent red halo suddenly emanated from its body. It completely covered all the demon wolves. The eyes of those demon wolves who had been thinking of retreating instantly turned fierce, and their speed increased significantly. Damn it! It's a silver-level group berserk skill! It's a skill that temporarily boosts a person's fighting spirit, power, and speed by overdrawing their stamina. Mian, can you remove this skill? Shuecha decisively determined the skill. Tang Mian, her face grim, threw out a white halo that enveloped the demonic wolves. Then, with a sob in his voice, he said, "No, my skill is only at the bronze level, it can't be countered." The demonic wolves, which had just retreated, attacked them again, and their attack frequency was noticeably faster. Shuecha had a bad feeling. Even though Jiangyan gave them a surprise, even high-level experts might not be able to unleash a powerful skill like Flame Storm multiple times. Jiangyan and Flame Shadow were only level 7 after all, and even with Flame Shadow's exceptional talent, being able to unleash it once was already the limit. If these demonic wolves are truly fearless and keep using their lives to wear down Flame Shadow will definitely be exhausted. As expected, the vast majority of the demonic wolves pounced on the location where Jiangyan was. Flame Shadow extended its claws, its sharp nails slicing through the air with deadly precision. Each claw strike severely injures a demon wolf. After a few more claw attacks, Jiangyan suddenly noticed a notification flashing on the panel. Your summoned beast Flame Shadow, skill Tear Claw upgraded, current skill level LV2. After upgrading to level 2, the stamina cost of using Tear Claw increased slightly, but the power of the same skill was significantly enhanced. The Tearing Claw, which could only seriously injure a wolf before, can now kill a demon wolf instantly. Jiangyan stood behind Yanning, his brows slightly furrowed. There are still too many demon wolves. The Tear Claw alone cannot stop them. Just as a demonic wolf charged toward Flame Shadow was about to kill it with its tail when it suddenly froze and did not move. The wolf's fangs bit down hard on Flame Shadow's soft fur. The corrosive effect was triggered instantly, leaving 2 shallow wounds. The mutated elite wolf immediately stood up, its eyes revealing a human-like excitement. Several other demonic wolves pounced on Yanning, tearing at her relentlessly. Jiangyan's gaze remained fixed on the elite-level mutated demon wolf. Seeing that the other party had not yet joined the battle, he sighed and nodded to Yanning. The flame patterns on Yanying's body reappeared. Intense flames swept across the sky. In an instant, all of the dozen or so demonic wolves in the vicinity perished. As the flames gradually dissipated, the fiery shadow at the center of the firestorm revealed its form. It looked extremely disheveled, its fur was messy and bore many bite marks from the demonic wolves, but its eyes were still bright and full of fighting spirit. A notification flashed on Jiangyan's control panel. Your summoned beast Flame Shadow, skill Flame Storm upgraded, current skill level LV2. Flame Storm, LV2 Gold level skill, consumes a large amount of mental energy, powerful fire elemental manipulation, forms a flame storm, and deals huge damage to enemy creatures. The damage has increased, but the cost has also increased. Flame Shadow's mental energy has reached its limit. She might still be able to unleash the Tear Claw with a bit of difficulty, but the Flame Storm is absolutely out of the question. The elite-level mutated wolf shook its fur, its claws crushing the stones on the ground, before leaping into the battlefield. The mutated wolf's target was very precise. It didn't look at Yanning, but stared at Jiangyan's throat. If the summoner is killed, the summoned beasts will naturally die as well. A beam of white light flew out from behind and landed on Yanning, but it had no effect whatsoever. My healing skills are ineffective against summoned beasts. Seeing Jiang and Yanning in danger, Tang Yanyan was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She even forgot that ordinary support skills could not be used on summoned beasts. Fireballs and arrows flew over Tang Yanyan's head, heading towards the elite-level mutated demon wolf. Tan Gong, wielding his axe in both hands, charged fiercely towards the mutated demon wolf. They had only one thought in their minds: they absolutely could not let the mutated wolves get close to Jiangnan. Summoners have no offensive skills in the early game, and once someone gets close, they are doomed. However, the mutated wolf ignored everyone and the other ordinary wolves blocked their attack. The mutated wolf leaped up and drew a graceful arc in the air. You can still vaguely see bits of flesh on the sharp wolf fangs. A pungent, fishy smell wafted over. Jiangnan could even clearly see the panicked expression on his face reflected in the mutated wolf's eyes. Seeing that things were not going well, Yanning immediately rushed forward, trying to stop the mutated demon wolf. However, perhaps due to exhaustion, the speed slowed down by half a beat. The mutated wolf, along with more than a dozen other wolves, had come to Jiangyan's side. They all opened their mouths wide and lunged to bite Jiangyan's neck. At this moment, the panicked expression on Jiangyan's face quietly disappeared, and a smile appeared on his lips. Twin Shadow Techniques. Copy, Flame Storm. Chapter 21 Instant Kill. Elite Demon Wolf. Twin Shadow Techniques. Copy, Flame Storm. Jiangnan wore a faint smile, and illusory flame shadows appeared behind him. The flame shade patterns twisted and turned, becoming increasingly lifelike. Until a flash of light appeared. The skill, Shadow Technique Twins, was revealed to the world for the first time. Although the copied skill only deals 60% of the damage, Flame Shadow's Flame Storm has just been upgraded to level 2, resulting in a significant increase in damage. So even though it's a skill of copying, however, its power did not decrease significantly. The flames spread outwards from Jiangnan as the center. The elite-level mutated wolf sensed the violent energy emanating from Jiangnan and the increasingly outrageous heat wave. Fear flashed in its eyes, and it instinctively tried to turn around and run away. However, as soon as it forced its body to turn, it felt the burning pain of the flames. The fur sizzled as it was roasted. Flames spread across his entire body along his fur. The terrifying damage instantly emptied the elite-level mutated dire wolf's health bar. Not only it, but all the other demonic wolves that had launched the attack also perished, turning into charred remains around Jiangnan. A burnt smell permeated the air. A golden light simultaneously emanated from Jiangnan and Yanning. I've finally reached level 8. The main reason is that they are in a team. If Jiangnan were to level up alone, the experience gained from just the 2 waves of flame storms in front of Flame Shadow would probably be enough to level him up. The upgrade instantly wiped away the fatigue of both the human and the beast, restoring them to their optimal condition. And until then, Tan Gong and the others finally reacted, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Jiangnan. Is this the Firefox summoner? Whose summoner is this outrageous? A Firefox being able to unleash a terrifying skill like Flame Storm is already impressive, but Flame Shadow was unleashed twice in quick succession. If this got out, I bet every summoner would want their default summon to be a Firefox. The skill Jiangnan just released was even more outrageous. As we all know, a summoner's combat ability in the early stages depends entirely on their summoned beasts. Most of their skills are auxiliary skills for summoned beasts, which is why most support classes cannot apply auxiliary skills to their summoned beasts. A summoner who lacked combat ability in the early stages unleashed a terrifying flame storm. The key point is, isn't Flame Storm a mage-oriented skill? How can a summoner cast it too? Yan Tianhao's expression was incredibly subtle. As a level 10 mage, he hadn't even learned the Flame Storm skill yet, but he never expected that a summoner could not only cast it on his summoned beasts, but also cast it himself. Its damage is terrifyingly high, capable of killing elite-level mutated monsters even if the monster's level is higher. The pride that had been hidden had completely vanished, leaving only admiration and shame. A gray-white figure suddenly flashed past Yan Tianhao. Yan Tianhao was stunned at first, and when he came to his senses, he heard Tang Yanyan scream, He hurriedly turned around, his eyes then turning bloodshot and filled with rage. A wolf bit down hard on Tang Niannian's right arm, leaving her defenseless. The corrosive effect on her teeth made Tang Niannian frown, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Damn beast! Yan Tianhao unleashed a series of fireballs from his staff, and Zhuo Cha reacted quickly, firing a bursting arrow. It took the combined attack of the two to kill the demonic wolf. However, Tang Niannian's right arm had been bitten off. The horrifying wounds were chilling to look at. The edges of the wound were constantly sizzling and corroding from the wolf's saliva. Tang Niannian endured the discomfort, raised her hand and released a purification spell to remove the corrosive effect, then fainted. Having recovered to his peak condition, Flame Shadow began hunting down the nearby demon wolves. Tan Gong and Jiangyan returned to the boulder, their brows furrowing at the sight of Tang Niannian's miserable state. It's all me. It's all my fault, if I hadn't been distracted. Yan Tianhao held Tang Niannian, his face full of self-reproach. Tan Gong pulled Yan Tianhao up. All right. Since you know you were wrong, then take responsibility like a man. Tang Niannian is not dead. As long as we find a skilled healer, her severed limbs can be reattached. Upon hearing this, Yan Tianhao felt as if he had found a pillar of support, and carefully put away Tang Niannian's severed arm. Yes, it's possible to recover as long as a skilled therapist is found. Back to the city. We need to get back to the city to rescue people. The sound of hurried footsteps approached nearby, and Tan Gong and the others immediately became alert. However, they quickly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the person's attire. The people who arrived were a rescue team from the Linen City military. The leader of them wielded a giant sword, was clad in metal armor, and displayed his rank information above his head. Sun Yang, Great Swordsman, level 22. Sun Yang held up his great sword, scanned his surroundings, and then froze. There are indeed many dire wolves here. However, they had all turned into charred corpses, with only a dozen or so surviving wolves scattering and fleeing after their group berserk state was broken. After glancing at Tan Gong and the others, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Having been stationed there for years, he naturally had no idea what Tan Gong's team was like. They were experienced, but their level wasn't particularly high. They might be able to handle a dozen or so demon wolves at the same time. But there were far more than a dozen pieces of black charcoal on the ground. There were at least close to 100. Even if he were to deal with so many demonic wolves alone, it would still take him a lot of effort. And the price Tan Gong and the others paid was merely that their assistants were injured? Concealing his surprise, he ordered his men to clear out the other demon wolves while he went forward to find out what was going on. Upon learning of the elite-level mutated dire wolves over there, Sun Yang frowned. Something's not right. Even elite-level dire wolves shouldn't possess such a powerful intelligence. According to you, these dire wolves deliberately set up a trap to hunt adventurers. This news is very important. You all come back with me first. I need to organize all the information for reporting. Perfect timing, your companion's injuries also need treatment. As he spoke, Sun Yang couldn't help but glance at Jiangyan, who had a calm and collected expression. He had already learned the general outline from Tan Gong. If it weren't for Jiangyan's presence, Tan Gong and his team would probably have been wiped out during this wolf riot. Hundreds of demonic wolves were far beyond the capabilities of Tan Gong and his group. They couldn't even hold out until reinforcements arrived. He was eager to take them back to find out the details. Aside from the fact that the mutated wolf itself was somewhat strange, he was also very curious. Jiang Enming was clearly only an 8th-level Firefox summoner, so how did he play such a powerful role and save the entire team? Chapter 22, The Harvest. A new skill scroll. The deepest part of a cave in the bamboo forest mountains. A terrifying dire wolf dwells here, its size more than twice that of an elite-level mutated dire wolf. Its body hair was glossy and smooth. There were many human remains next to it. The wolf, which had been taking a nap, suddenly awoke, its eyes wide open, its fist-sized eyes filled with a violent emotion. Roar! A low, threatening growl came from its mouth. Little wolf, what's wrong? A gentle voice sounded from the side. Then a slender, fair hand touched the wolf's forehead, soothing it. On the back of the hand, one could vaguely see black lines rotating continuously. If anyone else were to see the lines on the back of his hand at this moment, they would probably be horrified. Isn't this a mark unique to those who have sided with the Demon Legion? It's those Abyss believers. Did a wolf cub die? The gentle voice said. It's all right, we can just make 2 more. Seal off the Bamboo Forest Mountains. We absolutely cannot let anyone discover that thing. We just need to wait a few more days, then our mission will be complete, and the High Priest will guide us back. An hour later, at the official guard post in Linen City. Say it again, are you sure it was your summoned beast, a level 7 firefox, that instantly killed a pack of level 10 demonic wolves? 3 flame storms will solve it. Jiangyan concealed the diamond-level skill, Shadow Technique Twins, and attributed all the credit to Flame Shadow. Sun Yang looked at Jiangyan's sincere face and felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples. In the past few minutes, his worldview had undergone a complete transformation. A firefox that was less than level 10 used the gold-level skill Flame Storm, and the damage was so high that it could instantly kill the demon wolf. Are gold-level skills really that worthless now? Even Firefox can release it at will? I spent all my money and only managed to acquire a gold-level skill. More importantly, the gold-level skills consume an enormous amount of resources. I'm lucky if I can use them twice, but this Firefox actually used them 3 times. However, with corroboration from Tan Gong and others, he had no choice but to believe it, no matter how bizarre it seemed. After the incident was recorded, Sun Yang led the group away from the guard post. Before parting, Sun Yang said to the group with a serious expression, I have recorded and reported everything you said. I believe someone will come to handle it soon. Until then, I do not recommend that you enter the wild areas of the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Then he turned his gaze to Jiangyan. You're quite good. You're only at level 8, yet you possess such formidable strength and extraordinary keen judgment. I hope you achieve a satisfactory result in this year's performance review. It would be my honor if we could become colleagues in the future. I will prepare well, Jiangyan said with a smile. Hearing Sun Yang's words, Tan Gong and the others finally realized why the guards had given Jiangyan a separate signal flare when they left the city earlier. It turned out that he really was a newcomer who had just changed jobs this year. Indeed, with Yan Ying's terrifying strength, if Jiangyan had changed jobs last year, his level would probably have already broken through level 20, right? Alright, I won't keep you any longer. Your friend should already be receiving treatment. The matter here is settled, you can go and visit them now. Okay, thank you for your trouble, sir. After thanking him, Tan Gong led the group to the treatment center, where they met Yan Tianhao, who looked haggard. How is Mian Mian doing? Yan Tianhao shook his head. The injury has improved, but if we want to reattach the severed limb, we need a doctor of at least level 50 to do it. And we can't delay too long, otherwise it will be troublesome to reattach the severed limb once the wound has fully healed. Zhuo Cha's expression changed slightly. The fee for a level 50 physician is at least 6 figures. This? Yan Tianhao remained silent. After a while, Tan Gong said, All right, it's just a few 100,000. With a little effort, we can always raise that much. He then looked at Jiangyan and said, We owe you a lot this time, otherwise we probably wouldn't have escaped the wolf's jaws. We obtained a total of 112 wolf teeth and 58 wolf pelts this time. There are still 21 wolf hearts left. They all belong to you, you can take them to pay the bounty. Jiangyan was slightly taken aback. All of it for him? His gaze involuntarily turned to Yan Tianhao. No need, Tang Mianmian's treatment still requires a lot of money. One thing at a time. If you hadn't saved us, we would have been eaten by wolves long ago. Our share of the profits is calculated based on the proportion of our contributions. Tan Gong waved his hand. Zhuo Cha nodded and said, That's right, rules are rules, you should take this money. With red eyes, Yan Tianhao bowed to Jiangyan. I'm sorry for my bad attitude towards you before. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to come back, let alone receive treatment. We will find a way to pay for Tang Nian's treatment separately. Seeing that they all said so, Jiangyan did not refuse any longer and took the materials from Tan Gong. Tan Gong seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "Since you are a freshman this year and have now reached level 8, you should be planning to farm the Spider Nest dungeon near the Bamboo Forest Mountains next?" "Right." Tan Gong took out a map from his backpack. "The Spider Nest dungeon has a level limit of 8 to 10. We've already exceeded the level limit, so we won't join you. This map shows the areas I've explored in the Bamboo Forest Mountains, including some of the locations of wild monsters. I hope it helps you." Looking at the dense markings on the map, Jiangyan was filled with surprise. This stuff is much more reliable than any online guide. It's based on Tan Gong's years of experience navigating the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Having this can save you a lot of time. After receiving the map, Jiangyan waited until Tang Nianmian woke up before saying goodbye and leaving. He did not leave again immediately, but instead went to the Adventurers Guild. "Hello, I need to turn in my task." As luck would have it, the staff member was the same one as before. Seeing the cute fire fox lying on Jiangyan, she instantly remembered that Jiangyan had just come in the morning. "Okay, please show me the quest items," she said with a sweet smile. Jiangyan waved his hand, and the more than 100 wolf teeth appeared on the counter. Even though the staff had all received professional training, she still couldn't help but open her mouth wide when she saw so many wolf teeth. "I just helped Jiangyan complete the membership application this morning. Isn't he a level 7 Fire Fox Summoner? Only a few hours have passed? How did he manage to get so many wolf fangs? Is there a problem?" It's alright." Realizing his lapse in composure, the staff member quickly put away the wolf fang and helped with the operation. "Could you please show me your membership card? We need to calculate your points." After receiving the certificate from Jiangyan, the staff quickly completed the process. She then respectfully handed the membership card to Jiangyan with both hands, her originally sweet voice now tinged with even more respect. "There are a total of 112 wolf teeth, and the total prize money is 11,200 yuan. In addition, an extra 112 points have been tallied. You need another 88 points to upgrade to level 2 membership." Jiangyan nodded and was about to leave when a staff member reminded him. "If you have any more materials, you can register them for sale here. We have a partnership with the official Huaxia Bank." "So convenient?" Jiangyan was a little surprised, then took out the materials and handed them to the other party. "Soon, dedicated staff will take over the handover." Jiangyan only realized now that the bounty reward was actually a small part of the profit, while the real money came from the materials of the demon wolf itself. For example, the demon wolf pelt was used as one of the raw materials for making low-level skill scrolls, and the demon wolf heart was also a valuable material for alchemy. The total value has exceeded 20,000. With the money he had left over, Jiangyan had just enough to buy another skill scroll worth 50,000 yuan. Jiangyan decisively placed an order. The previous skill scroll granted me the diamond-level divine skill, Shadow Twins. I wonder what skills I'll acquire this time. Chapter 23 Diamond-level skill. Teleportation. After obtaining the scroll, Jiangyan immediately went to the quiet place provided by the Adventurers Guild and chose to use it. Flames burst forth from the scroll. It burned completely in an instant, leaving not even ashes. With his eyes closed, Jiangyan could feel a dark light blooming before him. A skill of the iron level. It turns out I was just lucky last time. Just as Jiangyan was feeling somewhat dejected, he suddenly felt his heart pound again. The dark light gradually disappeared, and was replaced by a dazzling white light. Another diamond level. It really is diamond level again. Jiangyan's heart was pounding with excitement as he eagerly looked at the control panel. Congratulations on learning the new skill, teleportation. Teleport cannot be upgraded diamond level skill that consumes a large amount of spirit points. It allows you to swap positions with yourself or your summoned beasts. After the swap, all control effects on both parties are forcibly removed. Jiangyan's eyes lit up. This can be considered one of the summoner's signature survival skills. As a fragile summoner, the summoner is often attacked by monsters. Being able to switch positions with the summoned beast at critical moments can greatly reduce the chance of injury or death. However, as far as Jiangyan knew, ordinary teleportation was only a silver-level skill, which could only move the summoner and the summoned beast between positions and did not have the effect of removing control effects. But the diamond-level teleportation he had mastered could not only remove control effects, but more importantly, once he mastered other summoned beasts, he could also swap the positions of two summoned beasts to catch the enemy off guard. Suppressing his excitement, Jiangyan left the Adventurers Guild and headed towards the Bamboo Forest Mountains as planned. Perhaps due to the sudden rampage of the demon wolves, Jiangyan did not encounter any monsters on the road. Not even a single body was found. It seems the news has spread, so no one is coming to grind monsters in the wild for the time being. Jiangyan thought to himself, and just then, his steps suddenly faltered, but he continued forward as if nothing had happened. Just now, a faint sense of crisis suddenly came from Yan Ying's side. It felt like I was being watched by something. However, this sense of crisis was significantly weaker than that of the wolf riot. Is it an unknown monster? Or someone else? In theory, when faced with a crisis like an invasion of the abyss, all of humanity should unite against a common enemy, but this is not always the case. Aside from a small group of madmen who believe in the abyss, some people also go astray and engage in robbery. Every year, people disappear in the Bamboo Forest Mountains, and it's hard to say whether they are killed by monsters or by other people. Jiangyan remained vigilant, and decided to observe the situation for the time being, waiting for the other party to reveal their true colors. It's just a few hundred meters away from Jiangyan. The two men, one fat and one thin, were furtively observing Jiangyan through the bushes. The skinny man looked at the fox on Jiangyan's shoulder, and asked the fat man with some suspicion. Yulun, are you sure this kid just got a big bonus? I think he's only level 8, not even level 10. Yulun glared at him. This shows you don't trust me. When have I ever failed in the past 2 years? Moreover, from what I've observed, he not only received the prize money, but also sold a lot of materials. More importantly, he also bought a skill scroll. What? The skinny man exclaimed, raising his voice. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear us. This is a fat sheep, and the level isn't even that high. Yulun's oily face revealed undisguised greed. The skinny man calmed down and asked, but even if he bought the skill scroll, what if he's already used it? Wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? Idiot Yaoan, you've done so many things, can't you think about it a bit more? You don't really think an 8th level Firefox summoner can kill so many demon wolves, do you? Yulun sneered. He must have had some lucky teammates who discovered the location of the wolf pack and are hunting them down. They probably sent him back to resupply. That skill scroll was most likely sold to someone else. If we intercept him halfway, all of this will be ours. Yaoan suddenly realized, then looked around with some concern and asked, where is your brother, Yukuin? Nonsense, if my brother comes, he'll take at least 60%, so wouldn't it be better for the two of us to split it 50-50ths? What? Yulun said with some disdain. You're already a level 10 assassin, and you're worried about not being able to handle a level 8 Firefox summoner? Stealthily approach, silence with a throat strike, even a level 10 summoner can't stop you. Besides, I'll be there to support you. Yaoan thought about it, and realized that this was indeed the case, so he said nothing more. As Jiangyan was about to walk into a grove of trees, a ruthless glint flashed in Yulun's eyes. We'll be close to the Wilderness Dungeon rendezvous point soon, where there will be many people and a lot of attention. Let's make our move now. Clear! As the sound faded, Yao An's figure began to gradually become transparent, and then completely disappeared from Yulun's sight. This is an assassin's exclusive skill. Sneak. Seeing this, Yulun didn't stand still either. A bow and arrow, seemingly cast in bronze, appeared in his hand, and the arrow was aimed at Jiangyan's location from afar. Yanning, who was walking ahead of Jiangyan, suddenly stopped, and the fur on his back stood up. Here it comes! You finally couldn't hold back anymore? Jiang Yan looked around but didn't see any people or monsters. Only Yan Ying twitched its nose and stared intently at a clearing not far away. With a slight thought, Yan Ying immediately pounced towards the open space. The person standing in the open space was naturally Yaoan. Seeing that the fire fox could actually pinpoint his location, Yaoan was somewhat shocked, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, his stealth level was not high enough to completely mask his hearing and smell. Flame Shadow arrived at the open space, its sharp claws extending forward to grab at nothing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yaoan used his speed to quickly rush to Jiang Yan's side. The dagger was suddenly swung out and sliced across Jiang Yan's neck. The assassin's skill, Throat Strike, is activated. It can not only cause a lot of damage, but also silence the target. A silenced summoner poses no threat to themselves. As Yaoan used his skill, his figure slowly appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes. Yaoan only realized now that the target was so young. If he didn't know that Jiang Yan had already become a summoner, he would have thought that Jiang Yan was a student who hadn't graduated yet. Even so, he did not soften his heart at all. On the contrary, he was so excited that his body trembled slightly. However, Jiang Yan's expression was not one of fear as he had imagined, but rather one of calm indifference. Before Yaoan could think too much about it, his Throat Strike skill hit Jiang Yan, silencing him and preventing him from using any skills. It was the perfect opportunity to kill him. He swung the dagger repeatedly, trying to kill Jiang Yan in a short time. Not only that, but 3 more arrows were shot out from not far away. With proper coordination, any other level 8 summoner would be dead. However, at that moment, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Yan's lips. Skill, Teleportation. Release. Chapter 24 Seeking a large sum of money. The venomous sack of the King of Rainbow Spiders. The dagger struck 3 times in quick succession. The arrow struck just then, making a soft, thud sound. Yaoan's excitement suddenly froze, and he looked at the flamed shadow that had suddenly appeared in front of him with some confusion. What's going on? Transformation? That's impossible. Even if the summoner had the money to learn this skill, he used the chokehold skill first. He couldn't possibly use this skill while he was silenced. Etc. Yaoan suddenly noticed something was wrong, and he looked at Yan Ying's health bar with some confusion. Even though the opponent used Shadow Shift, and this fire fox took 3 attacks from me in a row, plus Yuluin's 3 consecutive shots, why did its health bar only drop by a tiny bit? Is this really a summoned creature of an 8th level summoner? Why does it feel like a high-level wild boss? A hint of anger flashed in Yan Ying's eyes. This person had actually bypassed his master, who was trying to attack him. This is absolutely unacceptable. Chu Lian's condition instantly disappeared. An inexplicable aura erupted from Yan Ying, the powerful pressure making Yaoan's legs sway and even giving him the feeling of wanting to prostrate himself in worship. Flames erupted from the tail of the flame shadow with a bang, then lashed out heavily towards Yaoan. Yaoan tried to escape, but found that his legs wouldn't obey him, and he could only watch helplessly as the tail burning with raging flames lashed at him. Snap! With just one strike, Yaoan's health bar was instantly emptied, and then he completely lost his breath. Flame Shadow did not stop moving. Her pair of bewitching fox eyes looked in the direction from which the arrow came, and she shot out like lightning. Yuluin, who witnessed all of this from a short distance away, stared wide-eyed. His bloated and obese face was devoid of greed, replaced by boundless fear. His pale lips moved as he murmured, "I was instantly killed." Cold sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. He immediately wanted to turn around and run away, but after only a few steps, he saw Yan Ying's elegant figure. A moment later, Yuluin's disheveled figure crawled out of the bushes, his body covered with claw marks and his health bar almost empty. Behind him followed Flame Shadow, who was casually grooming his fur. At this moment, Yan Ying had reactivated the Chu Lian effect, and that astonishingly terrifying aura had vanished without a trace, as if it had turned into a harmless pet. However, every time Yuluin heard Yan Ying's footsteps behind him, he couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes revealed intense fear. Yulun could only place his hope of survival on Jiang'an. He crawled tremblingly to Jiang'an, raised his head, and looked up at that young and handsome face. "I'm so sorry, I was blinded by greed. It's all mine." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Jiang'an wave his hand and immediately fell silent, afraid of displeasing Jiang'an. Jiang'an then inquired about their situation and learned that they had been targeted because they had been leaking money. "You said you have an older brother named Yukuan, who is a level 13 warrior?" Jiang'an asked thoughtfully. Yes, Yulun hurriedly said. "My brother is very good to me. If he knew I was dead, he would definitely be furious. Why don't you just let me go? I promise I won't tell anyone what happened today." "Oh?" Jiang'an's gaze swept over Yaoan's corpse. "What about him?" Yulun thought he had convinced Jiang'an, and quickly said, "Yaoan died at the hands of a wild boss. It's normal for someone to die in the wild. No one will associate it with you. As long as you let me go, there will be absolutely no trouble. I can give you all the money I have on me." Jiang'an nodded. "I understand. In that case, you can die." Yulun's eyes widened. "You..." Before he could finish speaking, Yan Ying's beast claws suddenly shot out, taking away Yulun's last bit of health. Jiang'an's face remained expressionless as he looked at Yulun's corpse. Since it's normal for one person to die in the wild, it's not surprising that two people would die. Jiang'an would never let Yulun leave. He would settle scores and avenge any wrongs. Since such a person dares to attack me in the wild, there is only one outcome, death. As for that so-called Yukuan, I also made a note of him. Since the other party's older brother will definitely seek revenge, I might as well find an opportunity to strike first. Jiang'an didn't want anyone to do anything to him behind his back. Thinking of this, Jiang'an took all the materials and equipment from Yulun and Yaoan, and then had Yanning burn the two corpses to charcoal. With Flame Shadow by his side, Jiang'an continued deeper into the bamboo forest mountains. Behind him were two burning corpses, with wisps of black smoke rising from them. After passing through a grove of trees, Jiang'an finally heard faint human voices. "We've finally arrived at the Spider Nest Instance gathering point." Looking around, one by one, well-dressed adventurers set up stalls on both sides of the road, displaying all kinds of equipment and potions necessary for entering dungeons. However, perhaps due to the wolf riot, there were very few customers in front of the stall. There were more stalls than customers. Jiang'an casually picked up a summoner's exclusive scepter displayed on a stall, and examined it. Spiderweb wand. Type weapon. Limited class, summoner. Equipment level requirement, 10. Quality black iron. Spirit plus 20. Jiang'an's lips twitched slightly. Good heavens, this attribute is just too trash. It's level 10 restricted and only increases the spirit attribute by 20 points. Does anyone really want to buy this thing? "Boss, how much does this wand cost?" The boss, who was pretending to be asleep, raised his right hand and held up 5 fingers. 5,000? Jiang'an asked tentatively. Weapons with such per stats are unlikely to be dropped directly by monsters. They are mostly crafted by crafting professions using materials. Considering the labor costs of other people's livelihoods and professions, selling it for 5,000 doesn't seem unacceptable. The boss shook his head. 50,000. Without the slightest hesitation, he carefully put down the wand, afraid of leaving any trace that might lead to being extorted. Good heavens, this is just ripping people off. Anyone who buys this is an idiot. Jiang'an lost all curiosity about the stalls and decided to head straight for the Spider Nest instance. The Spider Nest dungeon has a level restriction of 8 to 10. Compared to other dungeons, this dungeon is not recommended for beginners because it is several times more dangerous and difficult. The spiders inside are all covered in troublesome spider venom, and the environment is eerie. Even a highly skilled team could encounter trouble. However, Jiang'an chose this dungeon for a very simple reason: there are many monsters and a lot of experience. Moreover, its level restriction perfectly matches the one-time cooldown charm I obtained, allowing me to clear the spider nest twice in a short period of time, naturally leading to a rapid level increase. Just as Jiangyan was about to reach the dungeon vortex, he suddenly stopped and looked at the stalls near the dungeon entrance. The stall wasn't selling anything. Instead, it had a white banner. Huaxia Empire Exchange seeks to purchase the venom sac of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King for 200,000. Chapter 25 Spider Nest. Highly venomous spiders. There were a few onlookers next to the banner. TSK, the venom sac of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King. Haven't I seen one of these in years? Who says otherwise? The drop rate for this stuff is already low, and there's no guaranteed drop. Very few people can clear the Spider Nest dungeon within their level range, and those who are above the level limit won't get anything when they try to clear it. It's a complete rip-off. Speaking of which, what's the use of this poison sac? This stuff is one of the materials for making poison resistance potions. It can directly increase poison resistance by a percentage. Resistance potions. Each bottle is incredibly expensive. No wonder it's so pricey just because it's one of the raw materials. Damn, if this really comes out, we can make a fortune whether we sell it or hire a pharmacist to make poison resistance potions. Don't even think about it. The drop rate for this item is incredibly low. I heard that only breaking a clear record will increase the drop rate by a tiny bit, and even that's barely better than nothing. Breaking the record? Upon hearing this, someone reached out towards the dungeon vortex. These outdoor dungeons are not maintained by official personnel. You can only view your current progress by actively engaging with the vortex. Holy crap, the latest clear times for normal dungeons are 7 hours and 8 minutes. And for hard dungeons, it's 11 hours and 32 minutes. And those records have stood for 10 years. This can't possibly be broken. Among the chattering group, some became interested. A middle-aged bald man named Wang Hu loudly asked, "Anyone interested in teaming up to try their luck? Requirements, level 10, at least 2 skills, and a full equipment check? Our goal is to break the record. If we get the Spider King's venom sac, we'll split it. Let's gamble on the odds. What if it works out?" "Hey, you gambled away all your money and now you're gambling on drop rates, huh?" Wang Hu retorted. "TCH, you know nothing about betting on turning a bicycle into a motorcycle." Wang Hu was obviously someone who frequented dungeons for many years and most people knew him. Some people were indeed tempted, and with the help of an organizer, a small team that was beginning to take shape was quickly formed. Jiangyan ignored them and strode towards the Spider Nest instance. His actions instantly attracted the attention of others, especially Wang Hu, who instinctively wanted to call Jiangyan to team up. However, he was stunned when he saw the Firefox on Jiangyan's shoulder, and then cast an appraisal spell. A level 8 Firefox summoner? He immediately abandoned his plan to invite Jiangyan to join his team. What a joke. The Spider Nest is filled with monsters, and even a fully equipped team of level 10 players needs a certain level of coordination to clear it. This level 8 newbie is probably just planning to try out the Vortex dungeon and admire the clear records left by predecessors. As soon as Jiangyan's right hand touched the dungeon vortex, a difficulty level reminder popped up. Aside from the beginner dungeons, other dungeons have varying difficulties. Monsters become stronger at different difficulties, but experience points and drop rates also increase. These are generally categorized as normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. However, the Spider Nest dungeon is relatively low level, so the highest difficulty is only hard. The Spider Nest is on a difficult difficulty level. It is recommended that a level 10 or higher team enter. Seeing the red warning notification flashing on the panel, Jiangyan smiled faintly and decisively chose to enter. With a ripple in the dungeon's vortex, Jiangyan vanished from in front of the dungeon. Wang Hu, standing outside the instance, glanced around and immediately noticed that the level 8 summoner had vanished. Wang Hu was slightly taken aback. What's going on? That guy wasn't checking the records. He genuinely planned to solo it himself. He approached the dungeon vortex with some disbelief, checking the entry records. When he discovered that Jiangyan had entered a difficult level dungeon, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Good heavens! Is this what they mean by, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger"? Even if they were all level 10, they would only be thinking of trying the normal difficulty level of the hard level dungeon. It's important to understand that hard level dungeons are practically not for ordinary players. Spider nests are inherently dangerous, with a consistently high mortality rate. Generally, only teams with all hidden classes would consider hard level dungeons. Wang Hu thought to himself. Hopefully this guy reacts quickly and can interrupt the dungeon and escape in time. Otherwise, my life would be in danger. With a sudden dizzying sensation, the scenery before Jiang An's eyes had quietly changed. The soft soil beneath our feet has turned into hard rock. It was pitch black all around, and Jiang An couldn't see anything. Flame Shadow let out a soft cry and leaped off Jiang An's shoulder, a ball of flame erupting from its tail. This time, the flames were not aggressive. The soft firelight illuminated Jiang An's vision, and Jiang An then realized that what he was standing on was not hard rock but many white bones, and his right foot was even stepping on a skull. Unlucky. Jiang An quickly left the pile of bones and then began to observe his surroundings. The nest appears to be located in a rock cave, surrounded by brown stones. The top and corners of the cave are covered with spider webs, and there are many creatures wrapped up inside. Some have already lost their vitality, while others are still wriggling. A very peculiar smell permeated the air, like the stench of decay mixed with the smell of some kind of protein fermentation. Yanning shook her head in disgust and looked at Jiang An with a wronged expression. Jiang An was about to offer some words of comfort when he suddenly heard a noise. In this silent grotto, every sound seemed amplified countless times, like a steel needle piercing stone. The sounds of puffing and squelching continued incessantly. The sound continued to extend and rapidly approached, and a strong, sour stench gradually intensified. Within seconds, a spider covered in venomous stingers crawled down from the stone wall in front of them, its slender legs nearly a meter long. Its body was as big as a human head, and its forehead was covered with 8 eyes that blinked at different frequencies, as if sizing up the prey that had just appeared before it. Jiang An raised his hand and unleashed an identification spell. Venomous Spider. Level 10. Strength, 140. Spirit 80. Swift 120. Physical Fitness, 110. Combat Skills, Poison Sting, Iron Grade, Spider Web Binding, Silver Grade. As expected, in difficult level dungeons, even a regular monster is stronger than an elite monster of the same level in the wild. Although it only has 2 skills, those 2 skills are enough to strike fear into the hearts of countless people. The spider web bindings are incredibly strong. Unless you use fire attribute skills to quickly break free, once you are hit by the spider web bindings, you cannot move for a short time and can only be injected with poison. Without the help of teammates, you will die in the dungeon. Of course, this was not a problem for Jiang An at all. With a thought, Flame Shadow immediately rushed towards the venomous spider. The venomous spider stretched out its 8 legs, revealing its round abdomen, from which glistening white silk could be faintly seen. Pfft! A large wisp of white spider silk swept towards Yanning. Chapter 26 Spider Swarm. A blazing storm sweeps away the enemy. The flames that were originally used for illumination on the tail of the Flame Shadow instantly rose up, and even the temperature of the air suddenly increased. The skill, Flame Tail, lashed out fiercely. The seemingly sturdy spider web melted silently the moment it touched Flame Shadow's tail. The highly venomous spider didn't even have time to react before it was hit squarely. His health bar instantly dropped to 0, and he collapsed to the ground. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Obtain 1 spider silk material. Yanning looked up at Jiang An with her head held high, giving him a "I'm awesome, please praise me. Look." Just then, the abdomen of the highly venomous spider silently split open, and more than a dozen miniature, highly venomous spiders crawled out. The identification technique was swept away. These miniature, highly venomous spiders, aside from being only level 6, which results in slightly lower stats, have all the same skills as their parent spider. A dozen spider webs shot towards Flame Shadow, who easily dodged the attack with a slight movement of her limbs. Then, the level 2 tearing claw suddenly shot out. Call out. With a whooshing sound, the group of miniature spiders were instantly torn apart by claws, their bellies ripped open, and they became a large amount of experience. Jiangyan nodded slightly. My choice was definitely right. The monsters in this dungeon are a bit tricky, but they pose much less of a danger to Flame Shadow, since all of Flame Shadow's skills, except for Tear Claw, are related to fire. Moreover, there are many monsters, and if you're lucky enough to encounter a mother spider, you can kill a few more baby spiders. As Yanning pulled a strip of meat from his backpack, his eyes lit up instantly. It came to Jiangyan's legs and kept rubbing its head against him, its fiery tail swaying gently. Master, can you give me some? I want to eat. Eat up, there are still more spiders to kill later. Flame Shadow swallowed the food in big gulps, licked his lips with a hint of lingering satisfaction, and then turned and walked energetically deeper into the nest. This spider's lair has countless branching paths, crisscrossing each other, making it difficult even for those who have entered the instance before to guarantee finding the correct path to the boss in the first instance. Fortunately, Jiangyan's goal this time was not to speedrun, but to kill more monsters to gain experience. So he led Yanning to slowly clear out the spiders in the nest. My experience is also steadily increasing. 5 hours passed quickly, and Jiangyan led Yanning out of a narrow passage. Both the man and the beast were covered in lime and spider webs. Yanning shook his body to get rid of the filth. Goodness, it's a good thing Fatty Qian isn't here, otherwise he definitely wouldn't be able to squeeze through such a narrow passage and would have to take a detour back. Despite his disheveled appearance, Jiangyan couldn't suppress a smile. The reason is simple. I just encountered a lot of highly venomous spiders, and after killing them all, my experience points have now reached 40% of level 8. At this rate of upgrade, I should reach level 9 today. Normally, the leveling speed will drop drastically after leaving the beginner dungeon, since the strength and danger of monsters in both the wild and normal dungeons far exceed those in the beginner dungeon. Multiple players need to team up to complete the level, which naturally reduces the amount of experience gained. Jiangyan's ability to level up from level 7 to level 9 in a single day would be considered a world record-breaking feat. Suppressing his joy, Jiangyan looked around. This place is significantly wider than the previous narrow paths, and if nothing unexpected happens, we are already getting closer to the center of the nest. On the stone wall ahead, there were many highly venomous spiders still taking a nap. There were at least dozens of them. If we were to kill them one by one, wouldn't it be a waste of the Flame Shadow, such a powerful weapon? Jiangyan stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and immediately came up with an idea. The space here is relatively spacious, giving Flame Shadow room to avoid being bound by the spider webs. As long as Flame Shadow attracts the aggro of these venomous spiders, and then uses its speed advantage to gather them together, it can completely kill them all with Flame Storm. Solved in one go. Let's get right to it. With a burning fighting spirit ignited in Yan Ying's eyes, who was in perfect harmony with Jiangyan, her body straightened, and then she darted out like a red lightning bolt. As soon as they approached the first venomous spider, it immediately awoke from its slumber. Its 20-odd compound eyes opened almost simultaneously, its body slightly raised, and a spray of pure white spider web shot out. The spider web was spraying faster than Jiangyan had anticipated. At this rate, while Yanning wouldn't be completely bound by the web, she would likely be contaminated, slowing her down. With so many venomous spiders here, the situation could become dangerous if they continued to accumulate. Thinking of this, Jiangyan slightly raised his right hand. The Spirit Jade Ring comes with the skill Gale technique, which can be cast instantly. Increase the target's speed by 5% within 10 seconds. Target selected, Flame Shadow. A gentle breeze quietly appeared near Flame Shadow's limbs. The wind resistance that had been present when running disappeared and instead became a slight boost, instantly increasing Flame Shadow's speed by 5%. The spiderweb, which was about to hit its target, missed its mark and fell to the ground due to the sudden acceleration of the Flame Shadow. The venomous spider paused for a moment, its countless tiny eyes seemingly filled with confusion, before angrily swinging its 8 long legs and chasing after Flame Shadow. Unfortunately, even his skills couldn't hit, and his movement speed was even slower than Flame Shadow's. All I can do is follow Flame Shadow and eat his exhaust fumes. Flame Shadow let out a joyful cry and then charged toward the second venomous spider. What followed was exactly the same. The third one. The fourth one. The 12th. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and a large swarm of venomous spiders followed behind Flame Shadow's tail, the crisp sound of their legs hitting the ground echoing incessantly. Although the effect of the Gale technique had worn off, the most dangerous time had passed. The venomous spiders would need time to recover before they could use their web bindings again. After circling the venomous spiders once, Flame Shadow suddenly stopped. The highly venomous spiders swarmed forward, ready to devour it. Flames shot skyward. This was the first time Flame Shadow had been released after Flame Storm reached level 2. Not only has the attack range been expanded, but the temperature has also increased significantly. Flame Shadow stood alone in the center of the raging storm. The firelight blended seamlessly with its fiery red fur, making it impossible to distinguish between the two. The overwhelming flame seemed to have become part of its body, making its already imposing presence even more striking. Like a god who controls fire. A constant hissing sound came from all around, and a faint, acrid smell of burning permeated the air. These highly venomous spiders were utterly helpless against Flame Shadow's terrifying gold-level skill, Flame Storm. Even a tiny spark would instantly turn them into charcoal. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Obtain 1 spider silk material. Congratulations on killing a level 6 venomous spider, juvenile. You have gained 239 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 6 venomous spider, juvenile. You have gained 239 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Obtain 1 spider silk material. Chapter 27 Spider Eye Gaze. The fiery storm gradually subsided, with only the corpses of venomous spiders on the ground bearing witness to what had happened. Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly. This wave of events caused my experience bar to surge by 30%. As expected, high risk comes with high reward. I spent 5 hours in the dungeon and only gained 40% of the experience, but I gained 30% in just a few minutes. The only downside was that even after killing so many venomous spiders, no more equipment was produced. It seems I've used up all my luck in the beginner dungeon. After passing the spider's corpse, Jiangyan led Yanning deeper into the nest. Every now and then, 1 or 2 highly venomous spiders would descend from the sky, attempting to launch a sneak attack, but unfortunately, they were usually dealt with easily by Yanning before they even reached Jiangyan. Another hour passed, and Jiangyan suddenly felt a faint sense of crisis coming from Yanning. Just a few seconds later, Jiangyan felt a slight vibration under his feet. Something big is coming! Jiangyan's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction from which the tremor had come. The sound of stones breaking and the screeching sound of spider legs rubbing against the ground made Jiangyan frown slightly. A giant spider, more than twice the size of an ordinary spider, appeared before Jiangyan. The spider's body was covered with yellow and red patterns, and the number of its eyes had increased dramatically from 8 to 12. The pale yellow eyes reflected the figures of Jiangyan and Yanning. Its mouth has a sharp mandible that is nearly half a meter long, which can easily cut through even steel. With the identification spell activated, Jiangyan immediately obtained information about the spider. Highly venomous rainbow spider, elite. Level 10. Strength, 180. Spirit, 100. Swiftness, 150. Physical fitness, 130. Combat skills, poison sting, bronze, spider web binding, silver, poison strike, silver, spider gaze, bronze, spider spear assault, bronze. Elite-level monsters not only have significantly improved attributes, but also possess 3 extremely troublesome skills. As someone with a strong theoretical background, Jiangyan was naturally familiar with these skills. Poison Strike is a short-range movement skill that allows you to instantly appear near an enemy and launch an attack with poison properties. Spider Gaze is a control skill. Once activated, anyone who makes eye contact with the target will be stunned for several seconds and will be unable to resist. Spider Spear Strike is the most lethal skill. Unless you are a tank, an ordinary professional will likely have their health bar instantly depleted if hit. The only drawback is that the activation process is relatively long. If you are not controlled by Spider Eye Gaze, an ordinary person can easily dodge it. Before Flame Shadow could make a move, the highly venomous rainbow spider had already moved first. The poison attack was launched instantly. The venomous spider vanished from its spot and reappeared near the Flame Shadow in the next moment. The long, slender spider legs transformed into sharp weapons, slicing across the Flame Shadow's body and leaving a tiny wound on its neck. The wound wasn't large, but it caused Yanning to fall into a state of poisoning. Flame Shadow's tail blazed brightly, and it was about to attack when it suddenly saw an invisible beam of light emanating from the densely packed eyes of the venomous rainbow spider. Spider Gaze. Caught off guard, the Flame Shadow and the poisonous spider locked eyes, causing the Flame Shadow to freeze in place. At that moment, the venomous spider suddenly leaped up, its 8 spider legs coalescing in midair to form an extremely sharp spider spear, which then plunged fiercely into Flame Shadow's abdomen. Seeing that Yanning was about to be attacked, Jiangyan did not hesitate to activate his skill at the critical moment. Shadow Shift! Yan Ying's figure vanished from the spot in an instant, replaced by Jiangyan. With the spider spear right in front of him, Jiangyan could even see the reflection on its tip. He had no time to react and immediately rolled on the ground. The spider spear narrowly missed him and plunged into the ground. With a loud bang, stones flew everywhere, and the spider spear's sudden attack smashed a hole the size of a human head. Jiangyan got up from the ground and stared at the terrifying pit in the ground, speechless. Even though Yan Ying's health bar was thick enough that he wouldn't be instantly killed if he was hit, such a powerful attack would still hurt a lot even if he wasn't instantly killed. Jiangyan naturally wouldn't stand idly by. The highly venomous spider's 8 legs spread out again, and its 12 compound eyes stared at Jiangyan. The cooked duck flew away, and a human-like anger appeared on its face. The spider's legs moved swiftly, approaching Jiangyan. In an instant, earth and stones flew everywhere, and a highly venomous spider appeared in front of Jiangyan. Its sharp mandibles rose up, instantly covering them with purple venom, and it fiercely attacked Jiangyan. Despite the attack from the highly venomous rainbow spider, Jiangyan remained remarkably calm. His legs seemed rooted to the spot, neither dodging nor avoiding. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The venomous spider stopped moving when its mouthparts were about half a meter away from Jiangyan, and instead emitted a sharp popping sound. Flames silently rose from behind it, and its health bar was instantly emptied. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 elite venomous spider. You have received an additional 1528 experience points. Obtain material, Rainbow Spider Venom X1. The highly venomous spider collapsed to the ground with a thud, and only then could one see the fiery shadows behind it, with each hair standing on end. At this moment, Flame Shadow was clearly in a state of great rage. Golden flames danced in its wild eyes, and mysterious flame patterns on its body flowed continuously like liquid. The flames on its tail still maintained the terrifying state it had when it released its flame tail. Only after confirming that the highly venomous rainbow spider was dead did Yanning gradually calm down. The flames in his eyes quietly dissipated, and the patterns on his body gradually disappeared. Then it lightly leaped up, came to Jiangyan's side, lowered its head, and looked as if it had admitted its mistake. "I'm sorry, Master." Jiangyan gently stroked its head. "It's okay, just be more careful next time." Upon hearing this, Yanning raised its head again, the flames on its tail quietly extinguished, and then it flicked its tail across Jiangyan's clothes, sweeping away the dirt, expressing its apology in this way. Alright, now that we've encountered an elite-level monster, the boss probably isn't far off. Don't forget about the cooldown charms that can reset dungeons. We still have a lot of tasks to complete today. Flame Shadow nodded, rekindled his flames, and walked at the forefront. Jiang En's judgment was indeed correct this time. Less than half an hour after walking forward, he began to smell a strong stench of blood. After turning a corner, a gigantic, enormous spider appeared before Jiang En. Chapter 28 Target. Level 10. Excluding its spider legs, its body length alone is at least 2 meters. The patterns on its body are even more vibrant than those of the highly venomous rainbow spider. Most striking of all are the no fewer than 20 eyes on its head. At this moment, the Spider King is hanging in midair, its long, sharp mouthparts inserted into a sphere encased by spiders. That rotten, fishy smell emanated from there. The identification technique was used. The venomous Rainbow Spider King boss. Level 10. Strength, 240. Spirit, 150. Swift, 200. Physical fitness, 150. Combat skills, Poison Sting, Silver rank, Spider Web Binding, Silver rank, Poison Strike, Silver rank, Spider Gaze, Silver rank, Spider Spear Assault, Silver rank, Spider Web Guard, Silver rank. Upon sensing Jiang En's approach, the Rainbow Spider King merely raised its head and let out a silent roar before continuing to eat. From the pit behind it, a dense swarm of highly venomous spiders instantly crawled out, among which were 3 highly venomous rainbow spiders leading the way. The swarm of spiders surged toward Flame Shadow like a tidal wave, making Flame Shadow look like a drifting duckweed, about to be submerged at any moment. White spider webs surged in from all directions. Flame Shadow's eyes were focused and cold. With a light leap, it actually pounced on the spider web. Just as the first spider web was about to touch Flame Shadow let out a loud and clear cry. Flames erupted and completely engulfed Flame Shadow's figure. The temperature in the air rose rapidly, and the spiders that had been charging forward with great momentum, intending to devour Jiang En and Yanning, instantly turned into fragrant protein. They were instantly killed. A large number of experience points were instantly displayed on Jiang En's panel. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 elite venomous spider. You have received an additional 1528 experience points. Obtain material, Rainbow Spider Venom X1. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 venomous spider. You have received an additional 1328 experience points. Experience points skyrocketed instantly. A golden light rose up on Jiang En and Yanning respectively. Both were upgraded to level 9 at the same time, and the boost from the upgrade instantly swept away the previous fatigue, restoring them to their best condition. Before the flames on Flame Shadow's body had completely died down, it charged toward the venomous Rainbow Spider King. The venomous Spider King realized something was wrong and pulled out its long mandibles, swinging its 2 blade-like forelimbs in an attempt to attack. Unfortunately, Flame Shadow had already been upgraded to level 9, and its speed had been further increased. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the Rainbow Spider King. The Spider King's densely packed eyes opened and closed, its silver-level spider pupils silently releasing their gaze, attempting to control the Flame Shadow. Unfortunately, Yanning had already learned her lesson once, so how could she possibly repeat the same mistake? Its wild eyes slowly closed, and terrifying flames erupted from its tail, lashing out heavily at the Rainbow Spider King boss. Snap! A crisp sound of impact rang out, and cracks instantly appeared all over the Rainbow Spider King's massive body, with flames spreading continuously from the cracks. The health bar has been emptied. Sold out instantly. Even the level 10 boss in the hardest dungeon is no match for Flame Shadow. Jiang En opened the Flame Shadow panel and took a look, then immediately gasped. Flame Shadow. Race, Divine Firefox, Purity 10%. Sex female. Level 9, same as owner. Strength 80. Spirit 600. Swift 600. Physical fitness 550. Talent skill, Chu Lien. Combat skills, Tear Claw, LV2 Bronze, Flame Tail, LV2 Gold, Flame Storm, LV2 Gold. Goodness, no one would believe this attribute if it were released. Compared to the Rainbow Spider King, Flame Shadow is clearly more like the boss. Moreover, it was only at this moment that Jiang Yan noticed that the Flame Tail skill had been quietly upgraded to level 2. No wonder the damage felt significantly increased. The kill notification only sounded at that moment. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 poisonous Rainbow Spider King, boss. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain material, Leg of the Venomous Rainbow Spider King X1. Obtain material, Heart of the Venomous Rainbow Spider King X1. Jiang Yan was a little disappointed, as he hadn't gotten anything good. He had been hoping that he might have incredible luck and get a high-value material called the Poison Sac. Then another additional notification message flashed on Jiang Yan's panel. Congratulations on your first clear of the Spider Nest Dungeon, Hard. The clear time was 6 hours and 43 minutes, which has now been updated to the fastest clear record for the Spider Nest Dungeon. Break the Spider Nest Dungeon, Hard, clear record, reward 3,000 experience points. First time breaking the Spider Nest Dungeon, Hard, clear record, obtained 1 pet egg. Ha! The disappointment vanished instantly, and Jiang Yan swiftly retrieved the pet egg with a wave of his hand. An egg covered in colorful patterns appeared on the ground. Pet egg, highly poisonous Rainbow Spider King. Level boss. After hatching, you can obtain the precious and highly poisonous Rainbow Spider King as a pet. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. A boss-level pet egg is quite valuable, and its growth potential and trainability are unmatched by ordinary pets. Having a boss-level pet can undoubtedly help you level up quickly in the early stages. If Jiang Yan remembers correctly, an elite-level pet egg once sold for tens of thousands of yuan. He happily put the pet egg back into his backpack. He didn't know yet whether this guy had divine blood in him. Even if there was only a trace, he could consider contracting this pet once he reached level 10. Even if we don't have it, we won't lose money if we sell it later. Seeing the blue vortex appearing around him, Jiang Yan knew that his time in the dungeon was almost up. They then came into contact with the vortex and chose to leave. The scene before my eyes flashed by. Jiang Yan immediately heard the voices of people at the dungeon's gathering point. Without hesitation, he took out the cooldown amulet he had obtained from clearing the beginner dungeon. I decided to use it without hesitation. Normally, there is a 2-day cooldown period after entering the spider's nest, but this time has disappeared instantly. The instance has become accessible again. Enter again and select the hard difficulty level. Jiang Yan's figure disappeared from the spot. Most people outside the instance gathering point didn't even notice Jiang Yan's sudden appearance and disappearance. Only the exchange employee who was setting up a stall to buy poison sacks at high prices rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself. Did I just see it wrong? It looks like someone just left the instance and then went back in. A person nearby laughed and said, You must be seeing things. Wang Hu and his team won't clear the dungeon that quickly. Even if you do manage to clear the dungeon, you'll still enter a cooldown period after exiting. Items that can reset the dungeon cooldown time are incredibly valuable and simply beyond the reach of ordinary people like us. The stall owner rubbed his eyes. Yeah, I must have been seeing things. They returned to the spider's nest. Jiang Yan looked at the familiar white bones at his feet and smelled the oppressive odor in the air, a smile appearing on his lips. My experience level has now reached about 20% of level 9. If I clear the level 1 more time, I should be able to level up to level 10 and unlock the second slot for a contracted summon beast. Having learned from their previous experience, Jiang Yan led Yanning towards the area where the spiders were most densely distributed. Since we've already been here once, let's speed things up this time. Target. Level 10. Chapter 29 Silver-Grade Equipment. The Spider King's Scepter. Outside the instance gathering point. More than an hour later, the blue vortex rippled, and then a group of 6 people, covered in wounds, appeared in front of the instance, led by Wang Hu. Disappointment was written all over their faces. The stall owner, still unwilling to give up, stepped forward and asked, "How did it go? Did it explode?" Wang Hu shook his head. "I didn't gamble. Although I cleared the level, I'm still a long way from the time it takes for the boss to refresh. The drop rate for this item is extremely low." The stall owner gave a wry smile. Of course, he knew that the drop rate of the Rainbow Spider King's poison sac was low, otherwise, the exchange wouldn't have needed to specifically arrange for him to stake out this spot. After Wang Hu finished speaking, he suddenly remembered Jiangyan, whom he had seen earlier, and casually asked, "By the way, that young man who went into the difficult spider's nest alone earlier, hasn't he come out yet?" Everyone else said they had never seen it. "If a tank class enters a difficult spider nest alone, they'll be lucky to last half an hour. As for squishy characters, they'll probably be entangled and killed by the venomous spiders as soon as they see them. How could you be so reckless? Have you been blinded by money?" That guy seemed to be a summoner. Wang Hu sighed. "It's a pity, he was so young, and he's gone just like that." Listening to their conversation, the stall owner frowned slightly, his heart pounding, and he couldn't help but recall the time when he had misread the image. "No way, it can't be that bad." Seeing the stall owner's strange expression, Wang Hu asked a few more questions. Upon learning that someone had left the instance, and then re-entered it 2 hours earlier, Wang Hu's eyes widened. "An item that can reset a dungeon? Is this guy not a hothead, but a genius from some powerful family?" Although somewhat incredulous, Wang Hu still arrived at the dungeon vortex and ventured inside to check the dungeon completion records. Spider Nest Hard, fastest completion time, 6 hours and 43 minutes, completed by Jiangyan. Seeing that Jiangyan was the only person listed as a passerby on the clearance record, Wang Hu's breathing became rapid. He stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. He vaguely remembered that the information he had obtained using the appraisal skill back then matched the other party's name. Jiangyan. The other person actually beat the game. And it was a solo playthrough as a Firefox summoner. The key point is that the record for clearing this dungeon on hard difficulty is 11 hours and 32 minutes, and that was done by a team of multiple hidden classes. Jiangyan, on the other hand, cleared it in about half the time. Is this really something a summoner who was criticized in the early stages could do? The stall owner next to him noticed Wang Hu's unusual expression and, somewhat disbelieving, also checked the dungeon's status. He then opened his mouth wide, his surprise evident. However, the surprise on his face was quickly replaced by joy. Now that Jiangyan has broken the dungeon record, who knows, he might have gotten some poisoned sac materials inside the instance. To save time, Jiangyan and Yanning did not stop along the way, but instead let Yanning use her high agility to lure the monsters first. After upgrading to level 9, Flame's Shadow can easily maneuver among a group of highly poisonous spiders even without the Gale technique bonus. After the man and the beast arrived at a relatively open area, a large number of highly venomous spiders emerged. The sheer number of them caused many of the highly venomous spiders to lose interest in Flame's Shadow and instead develop a bloodthirsty desire for Jiangyan, who was following behind them, surging towards him like a tidal wave. Looking at the numerous venomous spiders ahead, Jiangyan remained expressionless and coldly shouted, "Shadow technique dual abilities, copying the blazing storm!" The phantom of Flame's Shadow appeared behind Jiangyan, and flames shot into the sky. The dazzling flames devoured everything. Meanwhile, Yanning on the other side also realized that it was about time, so she used the skill Flame Storm as well. The 2 flame storms were released simultaneously. 2 bursts of fire shot into the sky. Although they were 2 separate skills, they seemed to merge into one, instantly turning the entire nest into a sea of fire, and even increasing the power of the skills. Those highly venomous spiders were engulfed in flames before they even showed themselves. Jiangyan and Yanning, who were in the midst of the fire, felt a sense of relief due to their increased experience. After the flames gradually died down, there was no trace of Jiangyan, and Yanning left. Jiangyan walked towards the boss's location with ease, and any spiders he encountered along the way became part of his experience points. It didn't even stop Jiang Yan's steps for a moment. In just 3 hours, the man and the beast reappeared near the boss's lair. The venomous rainbow spider king, hanging high in the air feeding, let out a silent roar. A large number of spiders emerged. Flamed Shadow used the same trick again, transforming into a bolt of lightning and rushing towards the poisonous flame storm, instantly wiping out all the small fry, and then appeared before the rainbow spider king. Flame Tail whips out. Snap. The crisp sound rang out again. The venomous rainbow spider king, feared by countless adventurers, perished before even being able to use its signature skill, Spider Gaze. Without looking back, Yanning turned around and jumped into Jiang Yan's arms, nuzzling his hand affectionately, celebrating that today's mission was finally completed. Just as Jiang Yan was affectionately stroking Yanning, the upgraded golden light rose up. Level 10. The kill notification also sounded at the right time. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 poisonous rainbow spider king, boss. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain material, venomous sac of the venomous rainbow spider king X1. Obtain the spider king's scepter X1. Jiang Yan's breath hitched slightly, followed by a surge of ecstasy. The poison sac, worth a full 200,000, was actually exposed by himself. In addition, a piece of equipment dropped. An equipment dropped directly by the boss is usually top quality. Sure enough, luck is conserved. I didn't get any good stuff just now because I was accumulating good luck, and then a big one came along. Before Jiang Yan could even check the equipment attributes, the notification that the dungeon had been cleared rang. Congratulations on clearing the Spider Nest dungeon, hard. Your clear time was 3 hours and 12 minutes, which has now been updated to the fastest clear record for the Spider Nest dungeon. Break the Spider Nest dungeon, hard, clear record, reward 3,000 experience points. No extra rewards will be given for not clearing the Spider Nest dungeon, hard, for the first time. Each dungeon only offers extra rewards for the first time you break your clear record. This is to prevent people from intentionally controlling the clear time to repeatedly farm monsters for rewards. Jiang Yan already knew this, so he wasn't disappointed. He excitedly took the Spider King's scepter out of his backpack, and as soon as he took it out, a bright white light burst forth from his hand. Just by looking at that luster, Jiang Yan knew there was no mistake. This is a rare silver-level equipment. Chapter 30, Level 10. A new bloodline purification mission. This Spider King's scepter is entirely black, with a spider decoration at the top that looks exactly like the venomous rainbow Spider King. In particular, its more than 20 eyes appear to be carved from extremely pure red gemstones, making them incredibly lifelike. I couldn't wait to check the attributes. Spider King Scepter. Type Weapon. Limited Class Summoner. Equipment Level Requirement 10. Quality Silver. Spirit plus 40. Agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Special Effect. When wielding this weapon, it will exert a special pressure on all spider creatures, increasing damage to ordinary spider creatures by 10%, damage to elite spider creatures by 5%, and damage to boss spider creatures by 3%. All summoned beasts can also enjoy this effect. Additional Skill 1, Spider Web Guardian, LV2. Additional Skill 2, Spider Gaze, LV2. Spider Gaze, LV2's Silverter skill, can be activated actively. Consumes a large amount of spirit to target an enemy unit and stun them. The stun duration depends on the difference in spirit between the two sides. Spider Web Guardian, LV2's Silverter skill, can be activated actively. Consumes a large amount of spirit to generate a spider web shield for a designated friendly unit, increasing defense by 100% and reducing movement speed by 50% for 10 minutes. This equipment cannot be sold once it is bound. His dash. Jiang Yan couldn't help but gasp. The attributes of this equipment were truly luxurious. The four-dimensional attributes it provided were extremely useful to the summoner, and the two skills it came with were top-notch, with control and defense maxed out. Jiangyan originally felt that he had too few skills, but he didn't expect that this scepter would instantly fill the gap for him. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiangyan decisively chose to bind and put on the equipment. A warm current flowed through his body, and Jiangyan could feel that his attributes had been enhanced considerably. I opened the panel and took a look. Jiangyan. Gender male. Age 18. Level 10. Class Summoner. Talent, Heart of God. Strength 8. Spirit, 107 plus 40. Agility, 40 plus 30. Constitution, 67 plus 30. General skills, Identification, Hatching. Combat skills, Shadow Duel skills, Diamond level, LV1, Teleportation, Diamond level, LV1. Additional skills, Gale Force, Iron Grade, LV1, Spider Gaze, Silver Grade, LV2, Spider Web Guard, Silver Grade, LV2. With the 40-point bonus from the scepter, the spirit attribute in the 4 dimensions finally broke through to 100 digits. Although it seems insignificant compared to Flame Shadow, it is still considered overwhelming among its peers, especially its diamond-level combat skills, which are a feast for the eyes. Just as Jiangyan was about to close the panel, he suddenly saw 2 notifications flashing on the panel. Congratulations! You have reached level 10. One more summon slot has been unlocked. The exclusive quest for the summoned beast Flame Shadow has been launched, Purification of Divine Bloodline. Materials required for the quest: 1. Crystal of the Flame Queen X1, 2. King Gilly's Spoon X1, 3. Pure Demon Blood X10. Mission completion reward: increases the purity of divine bloodline to 20%. Penalty for mission failure: none. The crystallization of the Flame Queen, the spoon of King Gilly, and the blood of the demon. Jiangyan frowned. He had never heard of these things before. Oh well, he could only wait until he got out and then look up the relevant information. Anyway, there's no rush to purify the bloodline. Looking at his vacant summoner slot, Jiangyan took out the pet egg of the venomous Rainbow Spider King. To be honest, Jiangyan wasn't very satisfied with having this guy as his second summoned beast. Although the Rainbow Spider King was also a boss and not weak, it was not enough compared to the Flame Shadow. Ideally, the second summoned beast should be a physical damage dealer that is more of a tank, so as to make up for the weaknesses of Flame Shadow. Jiangyan had his own plans in mind. Since summoners are disliked and difficult to join teams, I'll create my own mythical beast army. I can be an army all by myself, why do I need to join a team? However, obtaining a tank pet egg with divine blood is not so easy. Jiangyan shook his head and looked at the poisonous Rainbow Spider King pet egg. Sure enough, a new notification popped up after a new summoning beast slot became available. This pet egg does not possess divine blood and cannot be contracted. Forcing an incubation contract will result in the death of the pet. Do you wish to proceed with incubation? Jiangyan resolutely refused. Reach out into the vortex of the instance, and choose to exit the instance. Outside the instance. The sky had completely darkened, with stars hanging in the night sky. Outside the dungeon gathering point, only a few vendors were packing up their things. Only near the Spider Nest dungeon vortex, Bai Hong and Wang Hu, the vendors from the Huaxia Empire Exchange, were still full of energy. Old Bai, aren't you leaving yet? Are you going to risk your life? Recently, the demonic wolves have been rampant in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Why don't we team up and go together? That way we can look out for each other. Many familiar faces greeted Bai Hong and agreed to leave together. You guys go ahead. The exchange is pressing us hard lately, and we have a lot of tasks. I'll wait a little longer. Bai Hong's words did not arouse suspicion from others. After all, the exchange has always been known for its generous benefits. However, although the benefits are good, the pressure inside is also unbearable for ordinary people. In the past, the people in charge of acquisitions basically guarded the entrance of the instance 24 hours a day. When no one else was seen nearby, Bai Hong took out a portable tent and tossed it to Wang Hu, who was also waiting. Take a nap! His previous completion time was over 6 hours, and it should be about the same this time. That makes it more than 3 hours. Speaking of which, why didn't you team up with him today? Wang Hu took the tent, his face full of sighs. Sigh, I originally wanted to invite him when we were forming a team, but I backed out when I saw that he was an 8th level Firefox summoner. Who would have thought that he could solo a difficult dungeon all by himself? I was blind to your greatness. Bai Hong also sighed. Tisk, a Firefox summoner soloing a difficult dungeon, nobody would believe it if word got out. I'm not going to talk about it anymore, I'll take a nap now. Just as the two were about to rest for a while, the vortex in the spider nest instance suddenly began to fluctuate. The two of them sat up in shock. Bai Hong glanced at the time and stammered. Only 3 or 4 hours? He's not going to come out soon, is he? Wang Hu also looked incredulous. Impossible! Completing a difficult dungeon solo in 6 hours is already incredibly difficult. Is 3 hours even something a human could do? There might have been an unexpected incident during the dungeon, which forced it to be interrupted. Bai Hong let out 2 dry laughs. I think so. Chapter 31, Once it's cooked, isn't it just a speed run? As the vortex fluctuations in the instance subsided, Jiang An's figure slowly appeared before the two of them. Before he even opened his eyes, Jiang An smelled the incredibly refreshing scent mixed with the fragrance of earth and flowers. Compared to the smell inside the spider's nest, it was a real treat. I opened my eyes, and the bright moonlight spilled across the earth. There were 2 wooden-looking men standing opposite them. Jiang An ignored the 2 men and, seeing that it was getting late, decided to leave and go back to the orphanage to rest. He had only taken 2 steps when the 2 men surrounded him. Jiang An, is this right? I am Bai Hong, representing the exchange. Jiang An thought of the banner that had been hung up before and nodded thoughtfully. Bai Hong asked impatiently. You cleared the spider nest on hard difficulty this afternoon and broke the record, right? Great! Did they find the venom sac of the Rainbow Spider King? Under Bai Hong's expectant gaze, Jiang An honestly shook his head. It didn't leak out this afternoon. Bai Hong's smile froze instantly, and he said with some disappointment. Oh, is that so? Before Bai Hong could finish speaking, Jiang An added. But we were lucky this time tonight, and we managed to get it out. As he spoke, Jiang An took out the venom sac of the Rainbow Spider King from his backpack and set it to display mode. Venom sac of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King. The essence of the venom from the entire body of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King is a rare and precious poisonous material that alchemists find extremely valuable. Upon seeing what Jiang An held in his hand, Bai Hong was overjoyed, but he quickly sensed something amiss in Jiang An's words. He swallowed hard and asked cautiously, You mean you just revealed this? Did you spend 3 hours beating the game to get this? Jiang An didn't understand why he knew so much, but since the dungeon records had already been updated, they could also check this through the dungeon vortex. Wang Hu's smile froze, and his carefully maintained composure seemed to be crumbling again. He quickly ran to the dungeon vortex and checked the dungeon records. Spider Nest Hard, fastest completion time, 3 hours and 12 minutes. Completed by Jiang An. Upon seeing the words, Wang Hu was stunned, and his face turned deathly pale. In just 1 day, the Spider Nest dungeon on the hard difficulty was refreshed twice, and what's even more outrageous is that the opponent cleared it in just 3 hours. Despite having a team with excellent equipment, and being composed of experienced players, they couldn't even clear a normal dungeon as quickly. Wang Hu, still somewhat unwilling to give up, returned to Jiang An's side. May I ask why you cleared the game in 6 hours the first time, but only 3 hours the second time? Is there some secret technique? Wang Hu still held a sliver of hope, wondering if there was some unknown way in the dungeon that would allow him to reach the boss quickly and clear the dungeon. The first time I wasn't familiar with it, so it took me a bit longer. The second time, once I'm more familiar, it's just a speedrun, right? Saving half the time is normal. Jiang An replied calmly, completely unaware that Wang Hu's face was gradually turning pale, his mouth trembling as he couldn't say anything. Listen. Is this human language? The second speedrun should save half the time. If these words were to get out, they would probably be enough to shame all adventurers to death. What's wrong with him? Jiang Yan asked, frowning. It's nothing, he was just upset by what you said. Bai Hong looked at Wang Hu with some pity. Let's get down to business. Are you planning to sell the venom sac of the Rainbow Spider King? Jiang Yan stopped paying attention to Wang Hu and instead asked, what is the purpose of this poison sac? As far as I know, while poison resistance potions are precious, poison sacs don't seem to be irreplaceable. Bai Hong glanced at Jiang Yan with some surprise. That's right. The venom sacs of the Rainbow Spider King are usually used to make poison resistance potions. And as you said, this stuff is not irreplaceable, so its value is not particularly high from this point of view alone. However, Bai Hong changed his tone. This item is one of the essential items required for certain hidden professions to complete their second job advancement. The reason we are buying it is because someone posted a bounty on our guild, which is why we were able to offer such a high price of 200,000. I see, Jiang Yan said thoughtfully. Remembering that Bai Hong was from the exchange and was knowledgeable, he might know the materials needed to purify the Flame Shadow bloodline, so he named the 3 materials. The crystallization of the Flame Queen, the spoon of King Gilly, and the blood of the demon. Bai Hong pondered for a moment and said, of these 3 materials, the first 2 are dropped by bosses similar to the poison sac, and their value is almost the same. More importantly, there is very little stock on the market, so many people will not choose to sell them but will barter with them. As for pure demon blood, it should refer to the blood of pure demon creatures that are level 50 or above. The drop rate is extremely low, and it can only be produced in small quantities near Sanhedrin. If you want to acquire them, 10 shares would cost around 600,000. So expensive! Even though Jiang Yan had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked when he heard the astronomical figure. Bai Hong smiled wryly and said, this price is already very reasonable. Pure demonic creatures are extremely powerful, capable of taking on 100 enemies on the battlefield. In addition, the drop rate is low, which is why they are so expensive. And frankly speaking, most people don't need such precious materials. Jiang Yan glanced at the bewildered Yan Ning and thought, good heavens, so you're a 4-legged gold-devouring beast after all. However, considering Yan Ying's strength, Jiang Yan felt relieved. The Flame Shadow is already so powerful with only 10% purity of bloodline. After further purification, it will surely bring him great surprises. As for 600,000, although it seems like a lot, don't forget that you still have a boss-level pet egg. Even if it's not worth that much, you should be able to save up enough. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yan made up his mind. I can sell poison sacs. Just as Bai Hong was overjoyed, Jiang Yan added, but I don't intend to take money, I want to barter. I need either the Flame Queen's crystal or the Lucky King's spoon. Bai Hong frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Okay, I'll go back and contact my colleagues to post the request for exchange. Although the materials are relatively scarce, at least we now know where the toxic materials are. In addition, Jiang Yan said as the pet egg appeared in his hand, I'm also planning to sell this one. As far as I know, exchanges should also handle auctions. How much is this thing worth approximately? After saying that, he set the pet egg to public, making all the information on it visible. Bai Hong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he looked at the description of the pet egg. A boss-level pet egg. The number of boss-level pet eggs sold in the entire Imperial Exchange each year is extremely limited, and I never imagined that I would actually be lucky enough to see a living boss-level pet egg. Bai Hong suddenly realized that he had underestimated Jiang Yan. This boss-level pet egg could be said to be the dream egg of every summoner, but Jiang Yan chose to sell it. Clearly, the other party doesn't think much of this boss-level pet egg. After calming down, Bai Hong said, the value of a boss-level pet egg is often unpredictable because there are various uncertainties at auctions, but it should be no less than 300,000. This is just my personal estimate. In the past, there have been boss-level pet eggs that sold for 700,000 or 800,000. It depends on the situation at the time. There happens to be an auction scheduled for tomorrow. If you're looking to make a purchase, you can attend this auction. Okay, Then please arrange it for me as soon as possible. Okay, I have reported your situation. Someone will contact you tomorrow. Okay, don't go too early. I want to sleep in a bit more tomorrow, Jiangyan said casually, then left and disappeared into the night. Bai Hong and Wang Hu were still in shock for a long time after Jiangyan disappeared from sight. After a long silence, Wang Hu sighed. What a young hero! Chapter 32. This thing. I'm determined to get it. The next morning, Jiangyan was awakened by the hungry flame shadow, which shook its adorable fox ears, its eyes filled with longing for food and dependence on Jiangyan. Master, master, flame shadow is hungry. Want to? Please give me, master. This instantly dispelled Jiangyan's morning grumpiness from being woken up, and he instead offered Yanning some dried meat to comfort her. Watching Yanning happily eat the jerky, Jiangyan took out his constantly vibrating phone. Upon opening it, I discovered that someone was chatting in the class group, and the message count had already exceeded 99. After a quick glance, Jiangyan realized that their conversation was actually about him. Holy crap, did you guys see that? The auction that was announced a while ago suddenly added a new item today. A boss-level pet egg. Really? Of course it's true. Go check it yourself, it's pinned at the top of the official trading website. Who's so lucky? A boss-level pet egg just popped out like that. It's a pity it's the poisonous Rainbow Spider King, a boss from a level 10 dungeon. It would have been better if it were a higher-level dungeon boss. You talk as if you can afford it. Ugh, it's a spider. How disgusting. TCH, you think spiders are disgusting? If you actually farm spider nests, I'll teach you a lesson. The group was buzzing with excitement. Jiangyan hadn't expected the official exchange to act so quickly and for the news to spread so fast. However, this is also a good thing, because the more attention it receives, the higher the selling price will be. He sent Bai Hong a message, and Bai Hong replied immediately, saying he would come to pick him up right away. Not long after, a luxury business van pulled up in front of the orphanage. Jiangyan only realized that the driver was Bai Hong after he got on the bus. Bai Hong, dressed in a suit, respectfully said to Jiangyan, I will take you to the exchange now. The auction will be held in an hour. As for the materials you need, we have already found a seller of Flame Queen crystals. We can exchange them after the auction ends. Jiangyan nodded. Things had gone relatively smoothly. That means all I need now is King Gilly's spoon and the demon's blood. The demon blood is manageable. Once the pet egg is sold and I save up some money, it should be about right. As for the Lucky King's spoon, it all depends on fate. If all else fails, you'll have to go there yourself and see if you can get it. Bai Hong drove fast and steadily, and soon they arrived at the linen branch of the official exchange of the Huaxia Empire. Despite the convenience of online trading, many adventurers still choose to trade in person offline. The lobby on the first floor was packed with people, and there were queues at every window. In the center of the hall, there is a huge electronic screen that clearly displays information about the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King pet egg and the countdown to the auction. Many people stared intently at the electronic screen, occasionally letting out envious exclamations of admiration. Please follow me this way. Guided by Bai Hong, Jiangyan arrived at the second floor. The number of people on the second floor was significantly less, and each customer was accompanied by an official staff member from the exchange, clearly indicating that only VIP members could enjoy this treatment. Bai Hong explained to Jiangyan, This is our exchange's membership service, which is open to high-level or high-potential clients. He led Jiangyan to a private room, room number 103, and then used an exchange employee's backpack to take the pet egg and poison sac from Jiangyan. Please rest for a while and wait for the auction to begin. If you need anything, please let me know and I will be waiting outside the private room. After saying that, Bai Hong left the private room. Jiangyan was the only one left in the large private room. Jiangyan looked around the private room with great interest. The floor was covered with a luxurious carpet, and the walls on both sides were decorated with precious gems. So this is what the legendary private rooms at the exchange look like. Jiangyan had heard when he was still a student that the private rooms in the exchange were reserved for powerful figures. They were usually arranged according to the person's power and status, and the earlier the room number, the higher the status. The value of the pet eggs I sell alone is probably not enough to afford a private room, but it is said that the exchange will give extra favor to people with potential. There is a large transparent glass panel directly in front of the private room. From Jiang Yan's perspective, he can see the location of the auction hall on the first floor. Besides the auctioneer at the front, the area below was filled with onlookers. Although the auction has not officially started yet, the atmosphere is already very lively. This auction was originally intended for new graduates who had just changed jobs. The equipment and items on display were all low-level high-quality equipment and items. Every year, many parents are still willing to go all out for their children, hoping to give them a head start in life. That's why this boss-level pet egg is considered a game-changer. What could be a greater boost than a powerful boss pet? As the auction began, a beautiful woman in a red dress slowly walked onto the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Her slender waist, so delicate it could be grasped in one hand, drew everyone's attention. Her alluring red lips slowly parted, and her sweet voice carried a seductive charm that could melt anyone's heart. Even the dry and tedious descriptions of the auction items are exciting. The men sitting below, whether adults or minors, couldn't hide their excitement. Upon seeing the woman's appearance, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. Wasn't this Bai Jing, the head and chief auctioneer of the linen branch of the exchange? As the chief auctioneer, Bai Jing is a household name in Linen City. Her innate charm has captivated countless men. Even if it's just a piece of junk, I'm willing to spend a fortune just to make her smile. The first exhibit was a black iron-grade magic wand, which Jiang Yan estimated would sell for around 20,000 to 30,000. However, under Bai Jing's guidance, the price soared to 50,000, which can be considered a successful start. Jiang Yan glanced casually at the crowd below and spotted a familiar figure. Bang Bingyang. How did he get here? Shouldn't he be refreshing the dungeon right now? Is there something at the auction that would make him not immediately refresh the mobile game instance but come here instead? Jiang Yan's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle. Could it be that he was also after that pet egg? The auction featured a rich variety of items. Apart from a few rare items that failed to sell, most of the items sold for more than their estimated prices. This is inextricably linked to Bai Jing herself. Her perfectly timed words, combined with her beautiful face, always managed to evoke the deepest desires in others. The atmosphere at the auction grew even more heated as Box 142 bid a high price for a small, exquisite mage-specific ring. Jiang Yan looked thoughtfully at room 142. He recognized the person in the room from the bidder's voice. It should be Sun Zhenghao, the person in charge of the beginner dungeon. As for the ring, it was most likely bought for Sun Mei. It seems that this team is planning to further equip themselves before continuing to grind dungeons. Alright, now for the next item up for auction. I'm sure everyone has been looking forward to it for a long time. After removing the ring, Bai Jing waved her hand, and a pet egg with flowing yellow and green patterns appeared on the display stand. This is the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King pet egg! The sound in the auction hall paused for a moment, then broke into a cacophony of noise. Clearly, many people came specifically for this pet egg. The boss of the level 10 dungeon Spider Nest, having it is like having a combat partner with extremely strong attack capabilities. This is a crucial time for new employees transitioning to new roles and preparing for their performance reviews. If you want your child to get a head start, don't miss this great opportunity. Her lips parted slightly, and a soft, seductive voice rang out, instantly turning many people's eyes red. Zhang Bingyang, who was sitting below, stood up excitedly, breathing rapidly, clenching his fists, and his eyes were full of fanaticism. This thing! I'm determined to win. Chapter 33: The exorbitantly priced pet egg. Inside the auction. Seeing the huge reaction from the crowd below, Jiang Yan was also somewhat surprised. It seemed that he had underestimated the appeal of the boss-level pet egg. Even beyond the newcomers, many summoners are equally eager for this pet egg. One of the men stood up first and said to the others, "Although this pet egg is a boss level 1, it is still the venomous Rainbow Spider King. Although it is strong in battle, it lacks protective abilities. Apart from summoners, other professions can only contract a pet once in their lifetime and cannot change it. Whether it's a mage or an archer, a class that desperately needs protection, choosing this pet egg will naturally lead to rapid leveling in the early stages, but in the later stages, when facing danger, it will be extremely easy to lose the ability to protect oneself. This pet egg seems extremely valuable, but it's only suitable for summoners, or those who are tanks and need a damage-dealing pet. Moreover, as everyone knows, this is a level 10 boss, so its potential is definitely not low, but it is not as good as the boss in high-level dungeons. I hope everyone will consider this carefully. Upon hearing this person's words, many people's burning enthusiasm was instantly dampened, and they gradually calmed down. Seeing this, the man smiled. He was a summoner himself, and was extremely envious of this pet egg. It would be good to reduce the number of competitors as much as possible. Bai Jing was clearly prepared for this situation, and covered her mouth with a light laugh, saying, "Hee, that's right. Please think carefully before participating in the auction. However, I would also like to kindly remind everyone, especially the newcomers who are about to take the assessment, that you all know that the various academies control the resources of high-level dungeons and secret realms. In the future, if you want to level up quickly, it will be very important to be able to enter a higher academy. Under such circumstances, even just one more level can make you stand out from the geniuses. Isn't it only meaningful to discuss later stages after entering a university? As for protective capabilities," Bai Jing lowered her fair hand and chuckled. "Isn't killing all the monsters the best protection?" The venue, which had just cooled down slightly, erupted in excitement once again. Jiang An leaned back in his chair, mentally satisfied with Bai Jing's professional abilities. "Now I hereby announce the start of the auction for the venomous Rainbow Spider King pet egg, with a starting price of 100,000. Each bid must be at least 10,000 higher. 200,000. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone raised their bid with their number plate. 250,000. 300,000. Prices continued to rise, reaching the price Bai Hong had initially predicted right at the start. Zhang Bingyang's face was rather grim. He hadn't expected the price of this pet egg to skyrocket to such a high level. He looked pleadingly at his father, and after receiving his father's nod of agreement, he excitedly held up his number plate. 400,000! The noise in the hall quieted down a bit, and many people turned their attention to Zhang Bingyang and his son. Although the boss-level pet egg was very valuable, many people had already estimated that 400,000 was the limit. After all, it's a level 10 dungeon boss, so many people will definitely have some concerns. 4,100,000! The summoner who spoke first gritted his teeth. 41,000 for the first time! Bai Jing smiled and looked at Zhang Bingyang and his son. Just one flirtatious glance was enough to make them tremble. His father couldn't help but shout excitedly. 430,000! The summoner who had been following him turned ashen-faced and looked resentful, but in the end he reluctantly put down his number plate. 430,000 is the first time. 430,000 for the second time. As the gavel was raised high, Zhang Bingyang's heart was in his throat. Just when Lian Jiang'an thought that Zhang Bingyang would buy him for 430,000 yuan, a clear and melodious female voice, like a silver bell, suddenly came from VIP room number 5. 500,000! A fleeting look of surprise crossed Bai Jing's composed face, clearly indicating that she knew something about the guests in VIP room number 5. I never expected that even she would be interested in this. Zhang Bingyang's face was pale, and her father Zhang Sihai's expression changed slightly. Everyone who can stay in the private rooms at the exchange can be considered a big shot, let alone the top 10 rooms. On ordinary auctions, these rooms are usually left empty unless there are big shots present. The price of 500,000 was already the limit he could afford, not to mention the risk of offending important figures if he continued to bid. But before he could speak, Zhang Bingyang, unwilling to give up, raised his number plate first and shouted loudly. 510,000! Zhang Sihai hurriedly stood up to cancel the bid, afraid that being too slow would displease the important figure. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bingyang grabbed him first. Dad, as long as I get this pet, I'm sure I can soar to the sky. Big shots won't hold a grudge against us over this pet. Have you forgotten the strange phenomenon of job change that day? John C-High hesitated slightly. He was also there on the day his son changed jobs, and the terrifying celestial phenomenon was something he had never seen in his life. That was the most glorious time of his life. Even classmates who hadn't been in touch for many years came to curry favor with him, all claiming that their son Bingyang had the potential to become a great general. If Zhang Bingyang really rises to prominence because of this pet, his future achievements will surely be considerable, and he might even have a place as the commander of Shan Haiguan. The important figures in the private room will have to come and curry favor with them. It would be absolutely worth it even if it meant risking everything. Thinking of this, Zhang C-High remained silent and decided to take a gamble. Inside VIP box number 5. In the spacious private rooms sat a woman in a light blue dress. She looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, and her features were a masterpiece sculpted by heaven. Her eyes were like the starry sea, and every blink seemed to make the stars twinkle. She frowned slightly when she heard the offer of 510,000. I didn't expect to see a boss-level pet at this auction. Its high attack power would suit me, but it's just a level 10 dungeon boss, and a spider at that. Oh well. She shook her head and put down the number plate in her hand. With no further bidding from box number 5, the auction for this pet egg finally came to an end. 510,000 for the first time. 501,000 for the second time. 501,000 for the third time. Congratulations to bidder number 1069 for successfully winning this auction item for 510,000. Bai Jing banged the gavel to announce the final auction result for the pet egg. Zhang Bingyang clenched his fists excitedly. A strong sense of confidence welled up in his eyes. Great! With this pet egg, his leveling speed would definitely increase significantly. So what if Jiangyan broke the record for the newbie dungeon? He would definitely surpass him in the future. This is a boss-level pet, definitely much stronger than Jiangyan's Firefox. Just wait, I'm the one who caused the job change phenomenon. I am the chosen one. I am the only one. Chapter 34. Two interesting little guys. As the auction drew to a close, Bai Jing took out the last item, her expression becoming somewhat mysterious. Next up is the highlight of our auction, the final item. A piece of white metal appeared on the auction stage, its attributes and effects clearly displayed. Frost Crystal Core. Special materials are rare minerals that can only be found in extremely cold places or abyssal realms. Their formation process is extremely complex, requiring extremely terrifying cold precipitation and energy accumulation to take shape. Many people in the audience looked confused, clearly having never heard of what this thing could be used for. Jiangyan's pupils contracted slightly. It's this. No wonder so many people came. Frost crystal cores are extremely rare, only produced in a few dungeons. Most people have never heard of them, but everyone knows what they can be made from. Cooling amulet. Whether it's a one-time use cooling charm or a reusable cooling charm, both rely on the frost core material. After Bai Jing explained the function of this item in her sweet, mesmerizing voice, the entire auction hall erupted in an uproar. But some people quickly realized what was happening. Is this all the material needed to craft the dungeon cooldown charm? Bai Jing smiled and said, Of course it's not that simple. To make a cooling talisman, you need a specialized alchemy master and a lot of expensive materials. Cooling amulets are different from other equipment. Basic cooling amulets can only reset low-level dungeons. To use them in high-level dungeons, you need to continuously add new materials to upgrade them. However, regardless of whether it's a high-level or low-level cooling amulet, frost crystal cores are essential. Furthermore, Bai Jing said in a soft voice, her lips slightly parted. After testing by our specialists, this frost crystal core is of extremely high quality and can be used to manufacture repeatedly usable cooling talismans. Sitting in the private room, Jiangyan's eyes flickered slightly. This material was truly excellent. After clearing the beginner dungeon, all I got was a one-time use cooldown charm. If you can obtain this material and find an alchemist to persuade him, you can get a reusable cooldown amulet. Jiangyan shook his head. Unfortunately, even though he had just sold a boss-level pet egg, it would be difficult for him to get involved in the auction of this item. As expected, taking advantage of the heated atmosphere, Bai Jing started the auction for the Frost Crystal Core. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid must be at least 200,000. 2 million! The excited voice had barely rang out when someone immediately started taking pictures. 3 million! 6 million! All the bidders were guests in the private rooms. Those standing below became spectators. No matter how tempting it may be, it's still not enough in front of these big shots. This thing is truly invaluable. It can be used by both newcomers and established powerhouses. Sun Zhenghao, in box 142, put down the bidding device with a wry smile. He thought he could get around 6 million, but he didn't expect it to have far exceeded his expectations so far. 10 million! That silvery voice rang out again from VIP box number 5, as someone added 4 million in one go. The room fell silent. It was clear that the other party was determined to get it. Although this thing was good, it also had a value. A price of 10 million was already about right. After all, they would need to hire an alchemy master and prepare other materials later. After waiting a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, Bai Jing struck the auction hammer with a smile on her face. The entire auction has now come to a complete end. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Please come in. The door was opened, and 2 figures walked in. You're Jiangyan, the one who sold the spider nest and got the boss-level pet egg, right? Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Extraordinary indeed. A soft, seductive voice rang out, and Jiangyan looked at the woman in the red dress with some surprise. She truly is a natural charmer. Even a close look at her now reveals that every gesture and movement she makes exudes allure. Someone with a weak will would probably want to pin her down on the spot. Have I prepared my materials and money? Jiangyan's expression instantly returned to calm as he asked. Seeing that Jiangyan was so young yet possessed such composure, Bai Jing couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a red crystal stone appeared before Jiangyan's eyes. This is the crystallization of the Flame Queen. As for the money from the auction of the pet egg, it totaled 510,000. Under normal circumstances, as a junior member of the exchange, a 5% handling fee would be deducted, which is 25,500 yuan. However, since you are so young and promising, I will take the liberty of upgrading your privileges to senior membership. The handling fee is only 1% of yours, deducting only 5,100, leaving a final amount of 504,900, which will be deposited into your account shortly. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Then thank you very much. Why are you being so polite? Bai Jing covered her mouth and chuckled. It's rare to meet such a promising young person in a small city like Linen. Of course, I should make things convenient for him. I hope he won't forget me when he becomes successful in the future. Is this your summoned beast? A fire fox? She suddenly noticed Yanning, who was sleeping in Jiangyan's arms, looking bored. No, this isn't an ordinary fire fox. I've never seen such an elegant fire fox before. He instinctively wanted to touch Yanning. Flame's shadow was instantly awakened when she sensed someone approaching. In his dazed state, he thought someone was going to attack him, and his wild eyes stared intently at Bai Jing. Bai Jing froze instantly, feeling as if her heart skipped a beat. It wasn't until Jiangyan patted Yan Ying's head that Yanning yawned and went back to sleep obediently. Sorry, it was just dozing off. Jiangyan explained casually. It's all right. I was being presumptuous. Bai Jing laughed it off, her expression filled with curiosity as she looked at Yanning. She had never seen such a strange pet before. It was definitely not a fire fox. No fire fox could have such imposing presence. She even felt like she was being targeted by a wild boss, and the hairs on her body stood on end. By the way, I have some materials from yesterday, can I sell them now? Jiangyan waved his hand and took out the materials he had obtained yesterday. Despite the fact that they were all low-level materials, Bai Jing showed no impatience and patiently took stock of them. Because there is a high demand for spider webs in daily life and professions, the price is quite good. There are 128 sets here, totaling 20,000 yuan. Spider legs will be much cheaper, totaling. As for the bow and arrow and the dagger, they are both black iron grade weapons, of limited value, totaling it all, it's 48,000 yuan, which will be transferred to your account shortly. Good. The money arrived in his account quickly, and Jiangyan was excited to see that his balance had reached 550,000. This was the first time Jiangyan had ever had so much money. However, upon further reflection, Jiangyan realized that this wasn't even enough to cover the material costs for upgrading his Flame Shadow bloodline, and his mood quickly calmed down. Before Jiangyan left the exchange, Bai Jing handed him a fragrant business card. My contact information is here. If you need to trade anything in the future, you can contact me and I will try my best to get you a better price and lower transaction fees. Jiangyan casually put away the business card and left the private room with light steps. As Jiangyan's figure gradually disappeared, Bai Jing slowly sat down, the smile on her face gradually fading, her right index and middle fingers tapping lightly on the table. Bai Hong walked in from the door and asked curiously, Sister, Jiangyan may have a lot of potential, but does he really need you to entertain him? Isn't this taking it a bit too seriously? Bai Jing shook her head. No, you underestimated me. We're all in professions that focus on daily tasks, and we've never run a dungeon before, so you have no idea how impressive it is to clear the spider nest solo in 3 hours. Let's put it this way. Even the current commander of Shan Haiguan would never have been able to do this when he first changed his job. All he needs is time to grow. Moreover, what we have given up is nothing more than a trivial matter. I'm warning you, this kind of person is only good as a friend, don't go and offend him. This? Bai Hong broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing as he frantically processed his entire encounter with Jiangyan. Of course not, I wouldn't dare. That's good, Bai Jing said lazily, stretching her waist and highlighting her graceful figure. Jiangyan's calm face and Yan Ying's beastly eyes kept appearing in his mind. Hee, they really are two interesting little guys. Chapter 35 A Pact of Life and Death. I'll play along. After leaving the exchange, Jiangyan headed straight for the bamboo forest mountains. However, this time he did not take a side path, but a safe road that had been specially opened up. Along the way, you could occasionally see several adventurers with excited expressions. Clearly, they shared the same goal as Jiangyan. Soon, Jiangyan arrived near his destination. The surroundings were noisy and bustling, with a cacophony of voices, making it impossible to tell that the demonic wolves were wreaking havoc. It was as if the attack on Jiangyan and his companions had never happened. Buying large quantities of wild wolf pelts. Bring your price. Wild wolf daggers on clearance sale. Don't miss out on these bargain prices. Top quality bear paw. A must-read for chefs. Mercenary Corps recruiting. Newbies level 10 and above are welcome to join. Potion of Life. This very specially made original potion of life, not expensive. The enthusiastic vendors were a stark contrast to those in front of the spider nest instance. The number of people here was significantly higher than in the spider nest instance. The reason is simple. There are 4 instance gathering points here at the same time. These are Goblin Village, levels 7 to 9, Snowy Wasteland, levels 10 to 13, Wild Bear Ridge, levels 14 to 15, and Undead Graveyard, levels 16 to 18. The 11-level jump from level 7 to 18 has drawn many adventurers to gather here to team up and grind dungeons. As for spider nests, their remote locations and high level of danger make them an undesirable choice for most people. Most new players choose to start from the beginner dungeon and gradually level up to level 10 by progressing through the Goblin Village. Although this method is slower, it is safer. The snow-covered wilderness was Jiangyan's destination on this trip. I'm currently level 10, which meets the minimum requirements for the Snowy Wasteland dungeon, so I can maximize my experience gain. The only downside is that I'm out of cooldown amulets. After running it once, I need to wait a day for the cooldown to enter again, so I can only grind monsters to level up slowly. Cooling Charm. I really hope I can get another one this time after clearing the snowy wasteland. Even a one-time use one would be great. As Jiangyan pondered this, he arrived near the vortex of the snowy wasteland instance, only to notice that a large group of people were gathered there, making it a lively scene. The sounds of arguing could still be faintly heard. What intrigued Jiangyan was that one of the voices felt familiar to him. That sounds like Tan Gong's voice? Jiangyan squeezed through the crowd with great effort, and, sure enough, saw Tan Gong's familiar figure. Tan Gong, his face ashen, shouted at another burly man with a long scar on his face. "Yu Kun, what do you mean by this? We've already taken this commission. Are you trying to poach it?" Upon hearing this name, Jiangyan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scarred man. "Yu Kun? He's the older brother of the two who ambushed me? A level 13 warrior?" Upon closer inspection, Yu Kun and Yu Lun have slightly different body types, but their facial features are vaguely similar. They are most likely brothers. Yu Kun sneered. "It's not like you're the only one who can take on these commissions. Since it's about escorting people to level up, the strength of the guards is naturally very important. My team is all level 13, and they are well matched in both offense and defense. Unlike you bunch of misfits, whose levels and strengths vary greatly." As he spoke, Yu Kun tilted his head and glanced at Tang Nianyan, who was pale and wrapped in bandages behind Tan Gong. "Even your assistant is disabled. How can you expect to protect the employer?" Upon hearing these words, Tan Gong's Wuchua and Yan Tianhao felt their blood run cold, and were filled with rage. Just as Tan Gong was about to draw his weapon, Yu Kun's expression instantly turned cold. "Tan Gong, you're asking for it, aren't you? I advise you not to mess with me right now, I'm furious. How about we sign a death contract? Let me see some blood and vent my frustration." Tan Gong felt a chill run down his spine. These old hands naturally had access to information and immediately guessed that the rumor that Yu Kun's younger brother was dead and burned to a crisp was true. As for the life or death contract, Tan Gong was naturally no stranger to it. In the wilderness, one can voluntarily sign a death waiver. Once signed, both parties can engage in an unrestricted battle, and even if one party dies, the other party will not be punished by law. Although the two were at roughly the same level, the quality of their equipment was clearly different. If we only consider strength and not character, Yu Kun was naturally a bit stronger. But this commission was very important, so how could Tan Gong possibly give up like this? He tilted his head and was about to grit his teeth and agree when Zhuo Cha grabbed his arm and shook his head. Just then, the crowded people suddenly parted to create a path. A woman in a blue dress appeared before Jiangyan. Her face seemed to possess an unyielding, icy aloofness, and her star-like eyes immediately drew everyone's attention. Tan Gong ignored Yu Kun and cupped his hands in greeting to the woman, saying, "Are you Su Chan, our employer this time? We are ready to enter the instance at any time." Su Chan's cold expression remained unchanged. She simply nodded. Hey, Yu Kun immediately objected. "This is a public commission, and our team accepted it. Logically, it should be left to the employer to choose from." He turned to Su Chan, his expression instantly becoming obsequious. "Miss Su, our entire team is level 13, which perfectly matches the highest level in the White Snow Wasteland, ensuring your safety once you enter." Tan Gong retorted, not to be outdone. "Miss Su, although our team is a bit lower level, we are very experienced, and our average level is similar. If we both clear the level, you will gain more experience." "Bullshit. It might take you several days to beat the game. If you factor in the time it takes to complete, you'll get even less experience." Yu Kun once again turned his attention to Tang Nianyan. "Moreover, your support characters have no practical combat ability at all. They can barely even use their support skills. Go home and heal your wounds." "You!" Yan Tianhao gritted his teeth and shielded Tang Nianyan behind him. "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? If you're not satisfied, then let's follow the rules of the martial arts world," Yu Kun said coldly. "Anyone in your team can sign a life or death agreement with me. Whoever wins gets the commission. If you lose, then die." Su Chan frowned slightly, clearly not expecting that two teams would compete for the commission. Seeing that Tan Gong did not respond for a long time, Yukun's face showed a hint of disdain. I knew it. Yukun looked at Su Chan and said, Miss Su, I believe you can tell who is stronger. Please make your choice. Yan Tianhao glanced at Tang Mian, who had not yet recovered, gritted his teeth, and was so engrossed in biting his lip that he didn't even realize it. Just as he was about to step out, Tang Mian grabbed him. Don't want. Tang Mian said in a soft voice. It's not worth it. I want to give it a try, just in case. Miss Su promised that if you can satisfy her, she can bring in a level 50 physician to help you reattach your severed limb. Yan Tianhao shook off Tang Mian's hand with a determined look and took a step forward, but unexpectedly a figure blocked his way. With his back to the two men, Tan Gong said in a calm voice, Go back! You're just asking for death. Captain? This is her only chance. If the wound heals completely, even if we have money, we can't reattach the severed limb. Yan Tianhao said anxiously. I know, so let me do it. Tan Gong walked step by step toward Yukun, a bronze-grade battle axe quietly appearing in his hand. Yukun's lips curled into a cruel smile. Fine, since you're looking for death, then I'll use your life to sharpen my newly bought knife. He took out a long sword, its blade gleaming with a silvery white luster, clearly a silver-grade weapon. This change instantly put everyone's hearts in their throats. Yukun has always been known for his ruthlessness and cruelty. He is often involved in fights and his combat skills may even be superior to Tan Gong's. The difference in attribute bonuses between silver-grade and bronze-grade weapons is enormous. If a slightly superior weapon also comes with a skill, Tan Gong's chances of winning are practically zero. Yan Tianhao and Tang Mian both looked tense when they saw the silver-grade long sword. Tang Mian cried out for Tan Gong to come back. Su Chan parted her lips slightly, about to speak and stop her. Just then, Jiang An's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. A death contract? Interesting. Captain Tan, let me play with him for a bit. Chapter 36. Has the fiery fox summoner turned the tide? Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the direction from which the sound came. When Su Chan realized that the person who spoke was a boy about the same age as her, she was stunned. A hint of curiosity flickered in those star-like eyes. But when she noticed Yanning in Jiang An's arms, the frost on her face instantly vanished. So cute! How can there be such adorable creatures in this world? When Tan Gong and the others realized it was Jiang An, their faces all lit up with joy. They had already witnessed Jiang An's strength when they were dealing with the demon wolves. Both Yanning and Jiang An themselves are monster-level beings. Especially after Tan Gong cast an appraisal spell and discovered that Jiang An's level had actually increased from level 8 to level 10 in just one day, his joy was overwhelming. Yan Tianhao also noticed Jiang An's change in rank. While he was overjoyed, he was also deeply disappointed. The gap between people was just too great. I worked hard for several months to team up and run dungeons, only to level up 2 levels. I never expected Jiang An to catch up so quickly. Yukun narrowed his eyes, looking at Jiang An standing in front of him, and vaguely sensed that something was wrong. This guy is too young. He looks like a student who hasn't even graduated yet. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have given it a second glance, but Tan Gong and his group reacted this way. Is there something fishy going on? Yukun carefully examined Jiang An, his gaze lingering briefly on the flames surrounding Jiang An. A level 10 fire fox summoner. He suddenly had a thought. His younger brother, Yuluan, had died in the wilderness, most likely killed after a failed robbery. Although Yuluan was disappointing, he had followed me for so long. If he had really found a powerful target, he would have informed me. However, he chose to take matters into his own hands, which means that the opponent's apparent strength was probably not that great. Moreover, the body was burned to a crisp, and there were fox paw prints in the shape of plum blossoms nearby. Could it be? Were you in the bamboo forest mountains yesterday? Yukun suddenly asked. So what if I am here? Jiang An's expression remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, Tan Gong looked at Yukun with some confusion, suddenly remembering the news of his brother's death. She glanced at Jiangyan again, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, leaving her frozen in place. Could it be that Jiangyan killed Yukun's brother? It doesn't seem like it's impossible. Jiangyan is fully capable of doing this, and more importantly, who would be wary of a fire fox summoner? It seems quite reasonable that Yulun carelessly failed to inform his brother and caused the accident. Yukun kept looking Jiangyan up and down, and just as he was about to ask something more, Tan Gong took the initiative to provoke him. What are you dawdling about? You're not scared, so you're just stalling for time, are you? Yukun's expression changed slightly. What a joke! Killing you, a level 13 cultivator, is as easy as killing a chicken. Why would I be afraid of a level 10 fire fox summoner? As soon as he finished speaking, a notification flashed on both Yukun's and Jiangyan's panels. It was about signing the waiver of life and death. The rules of the life or death contract came with the game system, so no one could tamper with it. Jiangyan only glanced at it, and after confirming that he could kill the other party without any consequences, he decisively signed his name. Just when I was wondering how to get rid of this trouble, the other party came to me on their own initiative. A stream of light entered Jiangyan and Yukun's bodies, marking the completion of the life or death agreement. Many people showed excitement upon seeing that they had actually signed the waiver of life and death. There's going to be some excitement to watch. I remember the last time someone publicly signed a death waiver, the end result was that they were split in two. TSK, hopefully Yukun will go easy on him. This young man is quite handsome. Go easy on him? It can't be easy on him. You guys don't know yet, do you? Yukun's brother got into trouble, and they haven't found the murderer yet. He's holding back a lot of anger, and this guy just happened to walk into the line of fire. It's fun when there's a river of blood. How many moves do you think he can withstand? He's level 10, he should be able to withstand 2 skills, right? Fire Fox Summoner, I guess 2 skills. The first skill will take out the Fire Fox, and the second skill will take out the Summoner himself. 666, that's a very good analysis. Don't do that next time. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Yukun stared intently at Jiangyan and said softly, Could it be you? It doesn't matter. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. As soon as he finished speaking, Yukun grabbed his long sword and charged fiercely at Jiangyan. Jiangyan didn't even bother to take out the Spider King's scepter. Yanning leaped down from his arms. His wild eyes were filled with murderous intent. From the moment Jiangyan learned that he was Yukun, he had no intention of letting him go. If such a person isn't eliminated immediately, they will eventually become a hidden danger when the other party comes knocking. There's no way you can guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. Even when facing a fire fox, Yukun did not let his guard down. Before even reaching Yanning, he had already swung his long sword and slashed. At the same time, he let out a loud shout. One of the warrior's signature skills, War Cry, reduces the defense of enemy creatures and increases the warrior's fighting spirit for a certain period of time. A white light suddenly appeared on the blade. The blade's edge shot out, about to strike Yanning. Hiss, he really is a veteran. This combo doesn't give him any chance at all. He even used the blade slash that comes with the silver weapon. To deal with a summoner, you either need to directly target the main body or use swift and decisive methods to kill the summoned beast. It's gone. What a pity for such a beautiful fire fox. Many fans of Flame Shadow subconsciously closed their eyes, only to suddenly hear gasps from those around them. Before I even opened my eyes, I could already feel a wave of heat hitting me. Although the blade strike was fast, it was practically a joke compared to the terrifying speed of the Flame Shadow. With a light leap, Yanning nimbly dodged Yukun's attack. Yukun's heart trembled violently. This is an absolute crushing victory in speed. Before he could react, he saw Yanning leap high into the air, and her tail suddenly burst into flames. The terrifying heat caused the air in front of Yukun to distort. Only then could Yukun be 100% certain. It's you! Yukun stared wide-eyed at Jiangyan. This terrifying flame was exactly the same as the flame that had burned his younger brother's corpse. You killed him! The angry words were not yet finished. Flame Shadow's tail, wreathed in terrifying flames, lashed out heavily at him. Snap! With a crisp sound, Yukun froze on the spot, his face still contorted with barely suppressed anger. The words that were left unsaid in his throat could never be uttered. It then crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd, who had initially come with the intention of watching the spectacle, fell completely silent, like a goose whose throat had been stepped on. Some people could clearly see that Yukun's health bar was gone the instant he came into contact with Yanning. The health bar, which was clearly at full strength, was instantly emptied. Yukun was instantly defeated. A level 13 warrior with a silver-grade weapon was instantly killed by a fire fox at full health. Looking at Yukun's corpse lying on the ground, and then at Yan Ying's elegant return, everyone felt a sense of absurdity. This world is crazy. Has Firefox Summoner made a comeback? Chapter 37. A golden carp is no ordinary fish. With Yukun's death, the squad he brought with him instantly disbanded and disappeared into the crowd like birds and beasts. They were only brought together briefly for personal gain, and with their leader dead, there was no point in them staying any longer. Su Chan's mouth was agape, and she looked at Jiangyan and Yanning with a gleam in her eyes. Tan Gong arrived near Jiangyan and, looking at Yukun's corpse, said meaningfully, "Yukun and his gang have a terrible reputation. If it weren't for the money, no one would want to team up with them. With his death, no one will investigate his brother's affairs anymore." Jiangyan instantly understood what Tan Gong had guessed. He was just trying to put Jiangyan at ease. Shuqiao approached Jiangyan with a big smile, took Yanning from Jiangyan's arms without any hesitation, and buried her head in Yan Ying's soft fur, taking a deep breath. Then he exclaimed in admiration, "TSK, TSK, TSK, you've already leveled up to level 10 in just one day. If this gets out, it would probably be enough to make many people die of shame." Yan Tianhao pulled Tang Nianyan to Jiangyan's side. He had admired Jiangyan since the incident with the demon wolf, and now, seeing that Jiangyan could kill Yukun in an instant, he was even more excited and his face turned red. "Well done! That scumbag Yukun deserved to die long ago. I only regret that I'm not strong enough otherwise." Compared to Yan Tianhao, Tang Nianyan was much more reserved, her eyes filled with tears as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Jiangyan. Thank you. Although Tang Nianyan didn't seem to care on the surface, what girl would want to be disabled for the rest of her life? Upon receiving the commission, Tan Gong immediately contacted Su Chan and negotiated to exchange the large reward for a treatment by a senior physician, hoping to help Tang Nianyan reattach her severed limb. If it weren't for Jiangyan, the outcome might not have been good. Jiangyan felt a little embarrassed, since his original intention was simply to nip the danger in the bud and do a favor. "Will you be joining us in the dungeon later?" Su Chan suddenly asked. Her voice was incredibly clear and melodious, like the sound of a silver bell. Jiangyan was slightly taken aback. He had just heard that voice not long ago. Wasn't that the voice of the mysterious girl in VIP room number 5? However, considering that the other party could hire someone to protect her while she was leveling up in dungeons and was willing to pay the price of having a high-level healer save her, it seemed quite normal that they were of noble status. After calming himself down, Jiangyan said calmly, "No, I just happened to be passing by. I'm not one of those who accepted the commission." "Is that so?" Her tone, now back to its icy expression, revealed no hint of her feelings. Tan Gong explained from the side, "Jiangyan is indeed not one of the commission members. In fact, he just changed jobs this year, so his focus will be on improving his level and participating in the assessment. But you can rest assured that we can definitely protect your safety." Su Chan's eyes brightened slightly. "You're a new student who just switched jobs this year, and you leveled up to level 10 all by yourself?" Upon seeing Jiangyan admit it, Su Chan's eyes widened, and she quickly realized what he meant and immediately said, "I would like to ask you to take me into the dungeon to level up on your own. This won't affect your leveling speed. Leveling up in a team of 2 is faster than leveling up with multiple people, or even solo." Su Chan was right. When 2 people team up to level up, they can enjoy the experience bonus from the team. And because only 2 people share the experience, the leveling speed is actually a little faster than soloing. But Jiangyan didn't know Su-chan well, so he subconsciously wanted to refuse. Just as he was about to speak, Su-chan extended her fair right hand, her 5 fingers spread out. With a flash of light, a golden amulet was quietly placed in the palm of his hand. Basic cooling charm. Special props. Made by alchemist Tang Wu, it can be used multiple times, but needs to be recharged after use. It has 5 to 5 uses at present, and is restricted to use in dungeons below level 20. If you agree, you can borrow this cooling amulet. As for your friends, I can also consider them to have completed the task and distribute the rewards normally. I can forego all the rewards from the dungeon, all I want is experience to level up. Hearing what the other party said, Jiangyan made a decision without hesitation. Make a deal! If I hadn't said there was a cooling charm, I would have been disrespectful to it if I had hesitated for even a minute longer. I was just worried that I couldn't reset the dungeon cooldown time, and that I had to wait 1 or 2 days to complete a dungeon run, which slowed down my leveling speed. But then someone delivered this opportunity to my doorstep. What's more, others don't even want the dungeon rewards. No wonder he's a rich kid. This one amulet alone is enough for many people to work hard for their whole lives. Moreover, even a basic cooling amulet would probably cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars to recharge. This is truly for the super rich. Seeing that Jiangyan agreed, Su-chan nodded lightly, then looked at Tan Gong and the others, her eyes lingering on Tang Yanyan's severed arm for a moment, and said, As for your commission, since it has delayed you for so long, I will consider it as you have completed it. She took out a business card and handed it to Tan Gong. Contact this person, he will help your senior therapists. Tan Gong took the business card, feeling as if he were in a dream. Is that all? Is there any hope for Tang Yanyan's severed limbs? Having witnessed all of this, Jiangyan's impression of her improved somewhat. Then Su-chan looked at Jiangyan and asked, Shall we enter the dungeon now? Etc. Su-chan asked, somewhat puzzled. Is there anything else? As Jiangyan walked toward Yukun's body, he asked Tan Gong. Since I made a life-or-death pact with him, now that he's dead, all his belongings are mine, right? A silver-grade weapon should fetch a good price. Tan Gong was slightly taken aback, then nodded with a wry smile. After stripping Yukun of all his equipment, Jiangyan immediately looked at the weapon. Silver Moon Blade. Type weapon. Restricted class, warrior. Equipment level requirement, 12. Quality, silver. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Additional skill 1, Silver Moon Blade, LV1. Silver Moon Blade Aura, LV1 bronze level skill, can be activated actively. It consumes a certain amount of spirit to release a blade aura, dealing 150% of the damage of a normal attack. Jiangyan shook his head. Sure enough, even silver-grade weapons were worlds apart. The attributes of this weapon were worlds apart from his own spider scepter. The bonuses to the 4 main attributes were a level lower, and it only had 1 skill attached. The only advantage is that this weapon is not bound to Yukun, and he can take it out and resell it. Even if its stats are terrible, it's still a silver-grade weapon. I just need to buy some demon blood and I'm a few tens of thousands short. Adding this will make it about right. As for the other equipment, it was no different from scrap metal, but Jiangyan didn't mind and equipped it all first. Su-chan stared at Jiangyan with curious eyes until she saw him get up. Then she quickly turned her head away, reverting to her cold demeanor, and said in a clear, icy voice, Are you done? If you're done, then let's go. Jiangyan took the lead and headed towards the dungeon vortex, with Su-chan following closely behind. Tan Gong stood there watching the 2 figures disappear into the distance. Zhuo Cha quietly appeared beside him and said with some emotion, By the time we meet again, his level might have surpassed ours, right? Tan Gong shook his head. It's not a matter of chance, it's a certainty. A golden carp is no ordinary fish. All he lacks is time. Chapter 38 Instant Kill. Nightmare level dungeon difficulty. Standing in front of the dungeon vortex, Jiangyan was the first to reach out and touch it. Unlike the spider's nest, the snowy wasteland dungeon offers 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. Just as Jiangyan was about to make a choice, Su Chan's clear, cold voice rang out. Since this is our first time teaming up to do it, let's try the normal difficulty level first to get used to each other. If the normal difficulty level doesn't pose much of a challenge, then consider the hard difficulty level. Don't worry, my job is very strong, you don't need to worry about being tired. Just then, Su Chan saw that the difficulty had been adjusted to nightmare level and chose to enter without hesitation, immediately letting out a sharp explosion without regard for her image. Oh! Did you choose the wrong one? Before she could finish speaking, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. The heavy snow fell thick and fast, covering the earth in a layer of silver. Every breath felt like holding an ice cube, so refreshing. Outside the instance, it was still sunny, but inside, it was a scene of ice and snow. Jiangyan couldn't help but sneeze twice. Fortunately, physical fitness will improve significantly after changing jobs, so at least the change in weather won't affect combat effectiveness too much. Suddenly, Su Chan's retching sound came from the side. Jiangyan turned around and saw Su Chan leaning against a withered branch, looking unsteady and clearly uncomfortable. Is this your first time entering a dungeon? Jiangyan's expression was somewhat subtle. Su Chan looked to be about the same age as him, and was most likely a new student who had just switched jobs this year. He reached level 10 by quickly clearing dungeons with his powerful flame shadow skill. While Su Chan hadn't even run any dungeons, yet she had still reached at least level 10. Su Chan explained. I used to be guided to level up in the wild. There was a leveling spot that was very suitable for leveling up in the early stages, but after reaching level 10, the experience points were much less, so I gave up on this method. Since someone else is helping you level up, why do you still want to team up with me? My family members are too high level to enter these dungeons. She looked a little embarrassed. The level is too high. Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly as he forcibly suppressed the urge to complain. Just then, the sound of light, soft footsteps came from all around. Looking towards the sound, a fox covered in snow-white fur appeared before Jiangyan. This fox looked even smaller than Yanning, and its green eyes were filled with hunger, clearly regarding Jiangyan and the others as its food. The identification technique was used. Snow Fox. Level 13. Strength, 190. Spirit, 150. Swift, 200. Physical fitness, 150. Combat skills, Tear Claw, Iron rank, Frenzied Scratches, Silver rank, Ice Beam, Iron rank. As expected of a nightmare-level dungeon, the monster's stats are almost comparable to those of world bosses. Su Chan also received feedback from the appraisal technique, and her expression changed slightly. Damn it, the nightmare-level dungeon is too difficult. Even a team of level 13 powerhouses would find it very challenging. Although Su Chan had never entered a dungeon before, she knew that the difficulty of a nightmare-level dungeon was on a completely different level from that of a normal hard-level dungeon. Originally, she only asked Tan Gong and the others to run the normal difficulty level together, and if they cooperated well, they would consider the hard difficulty level. Unexpectedly, Jiangyan was so reckless as to choose the nightmare level directly. Jiangyan ignored Su Chan and gently stroked Yan Ying's soft fur. Yanning immediately jumped down from Jiangyan's arms and landed on the snow, where she met the eyes of the snow fox. Seeing that Jiangyan was ready to give it a try, Su Chan didn't say anything more. A flash of light appeared in her hand, and a jade-green flute appeared. The melodious sound of the flute flowed from her lips, clear and crisp, carrying an ancient melody that cleansed the soul like a mountain spring. Jiangyan noticed that he suddenly had a buff effect. Celestial Voice. For the next 10 minutes, all skill damage is increased by 10%, and attack speed is increased by 10%. What shocked Jiangyan even more was that this buff was not only effective on himself, but also appeared on Yanning. Su Chan's skills can actually be applied to summon beasts. Flame Shadow seemed to sense the change within itself and let out a low growl at the snow fox. Chu Lien, who was being disguised, was removed voluntarily. In an instant Yan Ying's aura surged, and his figure seemed to grow slightly larger. The snow fox, which had been ready to attack at any moment, suddenly became weak and half-crouched, giving up all resistance. Flame Shadow moved its slender limbs and approached the snow fox. The tearing claws extended. Pfft! The blood stained the surrounding snow red, and the snow fox's health bar instantly dropped to 0. The snow fox fell to the ground and died without offering any resistance. Su Chan's mouth opened slightly, as if an egg could fit inside, and she was completely stunned. Su Chan didn't come to her senses until the kill notification rang in her ears. This scene is even more shocking than Yan Ying's instant kill of Yu Kun. These are monsters from nightmare-level dungeons. Ferocity and brutality are their defining characteristics. Countless people have entered nightmare-level dungeons and never come out again. But this snow fox actually gave up resisting Flame Shadow. It's like the bloodline suppression between people of the same race. This can't possibly be an ordinary firefox. Su Chan's gaze towards Jiangyan and Yanning changed. No wonder he could level up to level 10 so quickly by soloing dungeons. He probably has never run a normal level dungeon before. The tension and worry of entering the nightmare level dungeon vanished instantly, replaced by a look of joy. Nightmare level dungeons share the same cooldown as normal/hard dungeons, but offer more experience and materials, and naturally, the loot is also better. When using the same cooldown charm, resetting nightmare difficulty dungeons is the most cost-effective option. Aren't you a support class? Why can your skills work on Flame Shadow? At this moment, Su Chan had completely accepted Jiangyan and openly revealed her information without any concealment. Su Chan, level 10 musician. She explained. Because my skill actually conveys emotions, any friend who can understand the emotions conveyed in the music can receive a bonus. It's also because Flame Shadow is smart enough. I've tried casting Heavenly Melody on ordinary summoners before, and some summoned beasts still didn't get the bonus. Yanning seemed to sense Su Chan's praise, and nodded at her with a proud and self-satisfied expression. No wonder. Jiangyan nodded. Although he had never heard of the Soundmaster class, the percentage-based damage amplification and the ability to affect summoned beasts undoubtedly proved the strength of Su Chan's class. However, this is also a good thing, at least it's not entirely like having a burden. Call dash. Exhaling a breath of cold air, Jiangyan said. Let's go, let's try to finish this quickly, we can reset it and do it again. If someone else had said that, Su Chan would not only not believe it, but would also think that the other person was bragging and exaggerating. But looking at Jiangyan bathed in sunlight in the snow, Su Chan was surprised to find that she had never doubted the possibility of his statement. After quickly determining their direction, the two people and the beast began walking on the pristine white snowfield. 3 long sets of footprints were left behind. Chapter 39 Surrounded. Ghoul Tide. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Deep roars echoed continuously. As Su Chan watched the figures appearing all around her, a hint of tension crept into her otherwise cold expression. These people were covered in tattered animal skins, stained with brownish blood. Even in the snow, the stench of decay could not be suppressed and spread. Their hair was disheveled, obscuring their faces, with only their red eyes revealing their non-human nature. These humanoid creatures did not attack immediately, but instead surrounded Jiangyan and his companions, constantly roaring to attract other of their kind to approach. It's a ghoul! Su Chan's voice trembled slightly. Jiangyan was naturally familiar with the iconic monsters of the snow wasteland. These creatures were not human. They lived on carrion in the snowfield, and were numerous. Once targeted, one would face the hunt of their entire race. He unleashed a detection technique. Ghoul. Level 13. Strength, 230. Spirit, 100. Swiftness, 180. Physical fitness, 200. Combat skills, Wailing Howl, Silver, Bloodlust, Iron, Plague Outbreak, Iron, Corrupting Touch, Iron. ghouls aren't actually that strong in direct combat. The reason they're so feared is because of their two skills. Corrupting Touch. Black iron ghouls touch enemies with their rotting claws, dealing physical damage and inflicting a continuous poison effect that reduces the target's health, which can stack. Plague Outbreak. Iron Tear ghouls release plague viruses from their bodies, dealing area of effect damage to surrounding enemies and potentially infecting them with the plague, continuously reducing their health and weakening them. This effect can stack. Don't be fooled by the fact that these two skills are only at the iron level. The damage they deal isn't particularly high, and they're easily dispelled by support skills. The key point is that they can be stacked, as stated in the skill descriptions. There won't be just one ghoul. Once surrounded, a large number of ghouls will attack simultaneously. Even with the support's dispel, the condition can only be restored briefly, since the support's dispel skill also has a cooldown time. But ghouls never tire, and can exhaust their prey to death. Even in normal level dungeons, the best way to deal with ghouls is to break through quickly and leave. In this nightmare level dungeon, the ghouls' attributes have obviously been greatly enhanced, so even breaking through will be extremely difficult for ordinary teams. Su-chan said in a low voice. There are too many of them. Dispelling skills alone are definitely not enough. There are relatively fewer ghouls on the left side. Break through from the left. Otherwise, it will be dangerous if their numbers increase. Su-chan had already witnessed the flame tail skill used by Yanning along the way, and this powerful single-target skill amazed her. With the flame tail skill, one can break through before the ghouls completely surround them. Wait a minute, Jiangyan said, his expression unchanged, as he scanned the ghouls around him. Su-chan's eyes widened as the number of ghouls around her continued to increase, and she could even see a vast, dark mass in the distance. Why wait? What are we waiting for? Are we just waiting to die? She was about to urge him when she heard Jiangyan's calm voice. Wait a little longer, trust me. For some reason, upon hearing Jiangyan's voice, Su-chan found that her inner tension had lessened considerably. The number of ghouls around them continued to increase, their red eyes fixed intently on the two of them and flamed shadow. If someone were to look down from high above at this moment, they would see that Jiangyan Su-chan was the center of the circle, and the surrounding area was already filled with ghouls. The sheer number of them was enough to terrify even a seasoned team that had worked together for years. Just as Su-chan was feeling her legs go weak, Jiangyan suddenly focused his gaze on a ghoul that had just appeared not far away, its body clearly enormous. The ghoul's fur was completely stained black with blood, and it wore a necklace made of finger bones around its neck. As soon as it appeared, the other ghouls became clearly restless, ready to pounce on Jiangyan and the others at its command. So, the leader of this ghoul tribe has finally appeared. Jiangyan's face showed joy. Few people know that ghouls actually have leaders similar to wolf packs. Although they are only elite level, they are much more difficult to kill and have a higher probability of dropping good loot. The identification technique was used. Ghoul Leader Elite. Level 13. Strength, 240. Spirit, 150. Swift, 200. Physical Condition, 220. Combat Skills, Wailing Howl, Silver, Bloodlust, Iron, Plague Outbreak, Gold, Corrupting Touch, Silver. Su-chan quickly noticed the leader of the ghouls, and her face instantly turned pale. A gold-level plague has broken out! Damn it, although my dispel skill is also gold level, it's only level 1, so it might not be able to dispel 100%. Once infected with the plague, the continuous loss of health and the weakened state are no joke. Su-chan gritted her teeth and took out a prop from her backpack, handing it to Jiangyan. One-time use skill charm, Life Protection. When used, it releases the gold-level skill Life Protection, generating a shield that lasts for 3 minutes, during which the shield is immune to negative effects. This is a second-tier support skill. Use these 3 minutes to exit the dungeon. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiangyan's eyes. This was a good thing. To make this skill into a talisman, not only did he need a second-class support, but the skill level also had to reach the maximum level of 10. Under these circumstances, Specialized alchemy masters and extremely expensive materials are also required. Simply put, the value of just this one amulet is equivalent to having this second-tier support powerhouse make 10 moves. Such high-value items are simply not something ordinary people are qualified to possess unless they are family members of powerful figures. It was obvious that this was given to Su Chan by her family to save her life, and there was more than one. Jiangyan didn't stand on ceremony and took the talisman. Who would complain about having too many life-saving items on them? Su Chan took out another talisman, and just as she was about to use it, Jiangyan spoke calmly. No need, it would be a waste to use such a good thing on ghouls. Su Chan was slightly taken aback, and the next moment she saw Yanning rush out like a bolt of lightning. The agile flame shadow pushed its speed to the limit, and the ghouls pounced on it, but all missed, unable to even touch a hair on its head. Almost instantly, flame shadow disappeared into the ghoul horde. Su Chan understood Jiangyan's tactics. Did he want to use Yan Ying's speed to kill the ghoul leader first and complete the decapitation? It's a very bold idea. If flame shadow can really kill it quickly, the ghoul horde might be thrown into chaos. There was indeed a chance to escape. But while the idea was beautiful, reality was cruel. The ghouls around them weren't just a few in the direction of flame shadow, there were many more ghouls nearby. Stimulated by the flames, they became ferocious and their eyes emitted a terrifying red light. It looks like they're about to launch an attack. Chapter 40 Overlapping. Double Flame Storm. On the snow-covered plains, the ghouls, eyeing Jiangyan menacingly, let out low growls. As the first ghoul charged at Jiangyan, the others immediately followed suit. Su Chan could even see the rotting flesh and blood between the ghoul's fingers. She sighed inwardly. Jiangyan was overconfident. With such a terrifying number of ghouls, Yanning alone wouldn't be enough. Even if Yanning could rush to the ghoul leader and kill him, the remaining ghouls would be enough to tear the two of them apart. Silently clutching the protective amulet, Su Chan was ready to crush it at any moment. However, at that moment, Jiangyan suddenly took a step forward, a slight smile playing on his lips. Through his mental connection with Flame Shadow, he knew that Flame Shadow had also arrived near the ghoul leader, and the timing was perfect. A master of both shadow and magic. Copy! Flame Storm. A lifelike phantom of flames quietly appeared behind Jiangyan, and the flame pattern on his fur began to writhe vividly. Two bursts of fire erupted from the locations of Jiangyan and the real Flame Shadow, respectively. Su Chan was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and stood there dumbfounded. Jiangyan before them seemed to have transformed into a small sun, with flames continuously emanating from his body. The two firestorms combined at this moment, their power and range far exceeding a simple 1+1, but increasing several times over. The wails of ghouls echoed in my ears, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The ghouls that once struck fear into the hearts of everyone were now reduced to easy targets for experience gain, and their wailing stopped within seconds. All ghouls wiped out. Flame Shadow, engulfed in flames, strode gracefully toward Jiangyan. As the flames on its body gradually subsided, the battle was finally over. Only then did Su Chan hear the pleasant notification of gaining experience from the kill. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 ghoul. You have received an additional 1,500 experience points. Obtain one piece of tattered animal hide. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 ghoul. You have received an additional 1,500 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 ghoul. You have received an additional 1,500 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 elite ghoul leader. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain material, Ghoul Leader's Heart X1. Seeing that nothing good had been dropped, Jiangyan wasn't too disappointed. After all, it was just an elite-level monster. Once Su Chan came to her senses, she immediately cried out in surprise. Flame Storm! Flame Shadow has actually mastered this kind of area of effect skill! And you can actually unleash the skills of summoned beasts. Su Chan's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The use of summoned beast skills by a summoner is unheard of. No wonder Jiang Yan was so confident, not caring even when surrounded by ghouls. He had been prepared all along. Suddenly, Su Chan thought of something, and her gaze towards Jiang Yan became somewhat subtle. Since Jiang Yan had already made preparations, he shouldn't have needed that protective talisman at all. But he didn't hesitate at all when he accepted the amulet. Jiang Yan could roughly guess Su Chan's thoughts, so he kept his eyes down and avoided eye contact with her. Upon seeing this, Su Chan burst out laughing. This smile instantly dispelled the frost on Su Chan's face. She hadn't intended to ask for the talisman back anyway. Jiang Yan was now her teammate, and for her, the stronger Jiang Yan became, the better. As for the expensive talisman, she didn't care. She crouched down and waved to Yanning. Yanning glanced at her, then jumped into Jiang Yan's arms without looking back. Su Chan's eyes flickered, and a fragrant plate of roasted meat appeared in her hand with a flash of light. Honey-glazed roasted meat, made by a master chef, it is delicious and visually appealing. It not only fills you up, but also slowly restores your health after consumption. The fragrance instantly spread, and Yan Ying's two little ears immediately perked up, her eyes fixed on Su Chan. Come here, little flame shadow, let me touch you. Let me touch this and I'll give it to you to eat. Flame Shadow stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, clearly showing interest. It raised its head to look at Jiang Yan, its eyes filled with longing. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. Go ahead, you glutton. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yanning shot out of Jiang Yan's arms and appeared beside Su Chan in the next instant. Su Chan couldn't wait to reach out and pat Yan Ying's head. It has to be said that Yanning in Chu Lian's form is an absolute weapon of mass destruction for any girl. No woman can resist such an adorable creature, and Su Chan is no exception. From the very first moment she saw Yanning, she wanted to hug it and rub it hard. While it was in the meantime, Yanning wolfed down the roasted meat. As soon as it swallowed the last bite, it ran to Jiang Yan's side without looking back and jumped into his arms. Humph, I can't even touch you for a little longer, Su Chan said coquettishly. Flame Shadow wagged its tail slightly in Jiang Yan's arms. Humph, you want to touch me? Trade me something delicious. Sensing Yan Ying's thoughts, Jiang Yan was both amused and exasperated. All right, we've rested enough. Let's continue. It looks like we might even level up today. The two people and the beast continued their journey, but perhaps because of the ghoul, they did not encounter any monsters for the next hour. Until they arrived at a large canyon that stretched for tens of kilometers. Only in the deepest part of the canyon, covered in snow, can you see the brown soil, and the melting snow flows down the ravines. There is a faint tendency for them to converge into a small stream. Su Chan said with delight. It seems we're in luck. We've reached the canyon so quickly. We should be able to find the boss by following this stream. And there should be quite a few monsters along this road. Jiang Yan followed the stream and indeed saw many strangely shaped footprints on both sides of the stream. The two of them were a bit tired from their journey, so Su Chan decided to wash her face in the stream where the snow had melted. As soon as she approached the stream, Jiang Yan noticed that Yan Ying's condition was not right. Flame Shadow stared intently at the stream and let out a series of low growls. A subtle sense of crisis also followed. Jiang Yan quickly reached out and grabbed Su Chan. Wait, it seems there's something wrong with the stream. Upon hearing this, Su Chan was startled and subconsciously looked towards the stream. The stream was crystal clear. You could see the stones at the bottom clearly. Are you sure there's something wrong with this stream? I don't think I saw it mentioned in the dungeon guide, and the stream is so shallow, there's no way there could be any monsters hiding there, right? Su Chan peered around cautiously, but no matter how she looked at it, it was just an ordinary little stream. There's definitely something wrong, Jiang Yan said with certainty. Having learned from his previous experiences, Jiang Yan had complete faith in Yan Ying's intuition. Su Chan, still somewhat skeptical, threw her appraisal technique into the stream. If there are no monsters inside, the appraisal skill will naturally not provide any feedback. To Su Chan's surprise, she actually saw the monster's attributes. Chapter 41 The Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. The Abyss Believer's Plan. Hidden Wave Carp. Level 13. Strength, 150. Spirit 80. Swiftness, 250. Physical fitness, 150. Talent skill, Blinding of 3 Eyes. Passive skill, Hidden Wave, Silver Tier. Combat skills, Gnawing, Iron Rank, Fish Scale Shot, Iron Rank, Water Arrow, Silver Rank. There really is a hidden monster. Su Chan was surprised and shared the feedback with Jiangyan. Jiangyan's opinion of him rose to a new level. If Jiangyan hadn't noticed the anomaly, he wouldn't have paid any attention to the problem in the stream. If he had approached rashly, he would have inevitably provoked an attack from this monster. Even with a protective talisman, he might not have been able to use it immediately. When Jiangyan saw the monster's attributes, he suddenly realized that although he had never heard of this kind of monster, its innate skill and passive ability were familiar. 3 Eyes Blindness, Passive Talent. When 3 or more other creatures are present at the same time, the creature with this talent will be completely hidden, and will not be detected or attacked by any means. Hidden Wave, Silver Tier Passive Skill. Allows the user to remain invisible in calm waters and cannot be seen by the naked eye. The talent skill, 3 Eyes Cover, is actually quite useless and is also known as the Cowardly Talent. As long as there are more than 3 other kinds of creatures around, it will become completely invisible. Even if you stand next to it, it will not attack, nor will it be detected by any means, as if it has completely disappeared. No wonder no one has ever mentioned that there are monsters in the stream. Everyone enters the dungeon in a team, usually a team of at least 5 people. With the magical talent skill, 3 Eyes Blind, it is impossible to find the whereabouts of the hidden wave carp. Picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it into the stream, the waves instantly dispersed. Just as the waves rippled, the hidden wave effect vanished instantly, and Jiangyan indeed saw many hidden wave carp swimming in the stream. The hidden wave carp is not large, at most the size of a palm. Its scales are patterned like waves, reflecting a dazzling light in the rippling water. If you only look at these parts, you might think they are not much different from pet fish. However, its mouth is full of sharp teeth, and you can vaguely see bits of flesh embedded in them. Flame Shadow, who was already fully focused, plunged into the stream in an instant. The tearing claw was unleashed instantly. 1 hidden wave carp was easily killed. Congratulations on defeating the level 13 hidden wave carp. You have received an additional 1,400 experience points. Obtain material, Hidden Wave Carp Meat X1. The other hidden wave carp also stopped hiding and launched an attack on Flame Shadow. Their palm-sized bodies suddenly swelled up, then they opened their mouths and sprayed several water jets at the Flame Shadow. Flame Shadow tried to dodge, but being in the water slightly hampered her movements. She dodged most of the water arrows, but was still hit in the waist by 1. The health bar only dropped by a tiny bit, but the difference in their attributes was simply too great. Feeling the pain, the Flame Shadow extended its claws and tore the hidden wave carp in 2. Before long, all of the dozen or so hidden carp in the stream were wiped out, becoming a lesson for the 2. After emerging from the stream, the drenched Flame Shadow was immediately enveloped in flames, and the moisture was quietly evaporated. It has returned to its fluffy and adorable form. Su Chan took out her flute, and as soon as the melodious sound rang out, Yan Ying's newly broken skin quickly recovered, and she soon returned to full health. Hidden wave carp meat? These should be the materials that professional chefs need. Su Chan nodded. Yes, and this ingredient is very popular among chefs, but very few people can find the spawn point of the hidden wave carp. This creature only spawns occasionally in the wild. Really? Jiangyan's eyes lit up. This world isn't just about selling materials. The spawn points of certain special monsters can also be quite valuable. Since this stuff is so popular with chefs, this spawn point might even fetch a good price. This dungeon run was worth it. I might be able to gather enough materials for the second purification of the Flame Shadow bloodline. Just as Jiangyan was feeling quite pleased with himself, Su Chan's words shattered his imagination. Although we now know that it will also be in this instance, to be honest, this information is not very useful. Why? Jiangyan was somewhat stunned. Su Chan rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Besides someone as freakish as you, who else would dare to enter a dungeon with just 3 people? Don't forget there are ghouls from the entrance to the canyon area. Are the 3 of us going to come in and let the ghouls have a feast? Well. Jiangyan scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, realizing that it made sense. After resolving the problem with the hidden wave carp, the two continued walking along the stream deeper into the canyon. Deep in the bamboo forest mountains, a large group of people were gathered in front of an unnamed waterfall. The person in the lead was wearing a black robe, while the others behind him were wearing gray and white robes respectively. Before them was a white vortex that was just beginning to form. The vortex was only in its initial stages, and one could vaguely see the scene inside it through the vortex. The vigorous bamboo forest seemed endless. You can faintly smell the unique fragrance of bamboo. The man in the black robe spoke slowly, his voice low, hoarse, and unpleasant, only vaguely discernible as male. The bamboo forest secret realm is really about to reopen. We've waited far too long for this secret realm. We absolutely cannot allow any accidents to occur. Only the most devout believers and followers are allowed to enter. After saying that, he turned around and looked at a woman in a gray robe behind him, with a huge, shiny wolf next to her. Gray One, you did a good job this time, using the name of the demon wolf to prevent anyone from getting close to the vortex. However, he changed the subject, his tone becoming heavy. The wolf riot was far too reckless. If I hadn't used my connections to suppress the situation, the Linen army would probably have already come to wipe them out. Keep an eye on your dire wolf until the secret realm opens. The man in the black robe narrowed his eyes slightly. If we attract the attention of the authorities in advance, you know what the consequences will be. The woman called Gray One trembled and lowered her head even further. Understood. I will keep the demon wolves in check. Seeing this, the man in black robes nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the other men in gray robes. These past few days have seen new recruits change jobs, making it a perfect time to take on new followers. The faith of the Abyss must be spread to all. Only if we work hard enough will the rulers look down on us. The Abyss provides shelter, and all beings find peace. Everyone bowed their heads slightly, and a mixture of male and female voices rang out simultaneously. The Abyss provides shelter, and all beings find peace. The Abyss provides shelter, and all beings find peace. The Abyss provides shelter, and all beings find peace. Chapter 42 Instant Kill. Cyclops Boss. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 elite Snow Fox. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Materials required: 1 pure white Snow Fox pelt. Looking at the pure white elite level Snow Fox corpse on the ground, Su Chan became even more curious about Jiang and summoned beast, Flame Shadow. They encountered Snow Foxes several times as they walked along the canyon stream. Normally, Snow Foxes are definitely a troublesome presence in the snowy wasteland dungeon. Their snow-white fur makes them difficult to spot, and when they launch a sudden attack, even a well-coordinated team can easily suffer casualties. Yet, this very natural hunter seemed to completely lose its desire to attack in front of Flame Shadow. Even when its body was torn apart by the Flame Shadow, it offered no resistance. Even elite-level Snow Foxes are no exception. Despite her curiosity, Su Chan didn't ask any questions. The attributes and skills of summoned beasts are the most important privacy of a summoner. Most summoners are very reluctant to be asked about them, as this is equivalent to revealing someone else's hand. Moreover, unless the summoner actively discloses the attributes and skills of a summoned beast, no one can see them. We should be close to the boss point by now. Jiang An's voice drew Su Chan's attention away from Yening. She looked ahead, where the deepest part of the canyon lay. The snow had almost completely disappeared by this point, and some unusual green, unidentified plants were sprouting on the ground. But what caught her eye most was the pile of white bones that looked like a small mountain. Among these skeletons, one can vaguely discern the characteristics of many animals: snow foxes, wild wolves, and even ghoul heads that resemble human bones. Well, since we can already see it. Before he could finish speaking, the ground began to shake violently. The snow that had been piled up above the canyon fell down in a flurry as the tremors began, and the two men turned their gaze toward the source of the tremors. A massive, imposing figure emerged from behind a boulder in the canyon. This guy has a human-like body, but he is nearly 10 meters tall. His huge hands alone seemed capable of crushing Su-chan. Her bloated belly was filled with fat, and her skin was grayish-green and covered with wrinkles. Its large head had no nostrils or ears, only a huge eyeball and a mouth that almost covered its entire face. At this moment, those huge eyes were staring intently at Jiangyan and Su-chan. The identification technique was introduced. The young Cyclops boss. Level 13. Strength 300. Spirit 50. Swift 200. Physical fitness 300. Combat skills petrification, silver rank stone skin, silver rank earth power, silver rank deliberate punch, silver rank earthquake, silver rank. Note: the lost giant baby, who grew up alone, has long lost the glory that belongs to the giants, but even in his juvenile form, he possesses extraordinary power. With both strength and constitution reaching 300 points, it is a typical physical tank-type boss. However, this enormous body was only in its juvenile form. Su-chan couldn't even imagine how robust its adult form would be. The Cyclops opened its mouth, revealing its jagged, sharp teeth, with bits of flesh still faintly visible on them. A low monosyllable came from its mouth. Although Jiangyan couldn't understand it, it could roughly guess from the drool constantly dripping from the corner of its mouth that the other party regarded it as food. Suddenly the Cyclops moved, its powerful legs propelling it toward Jiangyan and the others. Flame Shadow let out a disdainful sound, then took the initiative to go to meet him. Su-chan didn't sit idle either. She immediately took out her musical instrument and played a heavenly melody. As soon as the melodious and beautiful sound rang out, Jiangyan and Yanning both received the buff of the heavenly sound. Celestial voice. For the next 10 minutes, all skill damage is increased by 10%, and attack speed is increased by 10%. This wasn't the end of it. The voice coming from Su-chan's side suddenly turned intense. It was exhilarating, as if my heart was being pounded like a drum. Speedy sound. For the next 10 minutes, movement speed increases by 10% and dodge chance increases by 10%. Flame Shadow's already exaggerated speed was further enhanced, and he appeared in front of the Cyclops like a red lightning bolt. The Cyclops was clearly taken aback by the speed that Flame Shadow had unleashed. A gray light immediately shot out from its enormous single eye. It was the petrification technique that the Cyclops was extremely skilled at. Despite its speed, Flame Shadow was still unable to dodge the beam of light. As soon as the light hit, the fur on Yan Ying's body was covered with a layer of gray light, and his body began to gradually turn to stone. Once this petrification spell hits, the target's movement speed will gradually decrease until it drops to 0, and all of the target's skills will be silenced for about 10 seconds. Although it may seem like a short time, 10 seconds is actually enough to decide the outcome of a battle. The Cyclops excitedly opened his mouth wide and reached out to grab Flame Shadow. Just as Jiangyan was about to use the Shadow Shift technique to forcibly remove the abnormality of Yanning, a pure white musical note flew out from Su-chan's side and landed on Yanning. The petrification state was instantly lifted. The Cyclops was slightly taken aback and subconsciously looked up at Su-chan's location. Then I felt a surge of heat rise up instantly. Looking down, he realized he was on fire. His bloated body, which hadn't been washed for years, was covered in grease, and the raging storm that had just been released from Flame Shadow immediately spread to him. Roar, roar, roar! The deep roar gradually subsided, and the health bar was reduced to 0 in the flame storm. The Cyclops collapsed and died. Su-chan, who was preparing to replenish her status skills at any time, was a little stunned. He died like that? Isn't this the snowy wasteland on nightmare difficulty? Isn't this the Cyclops boss on nightmare difficulty? It's one thing for Flame Shadow to be able to one-shot mobs, but how come it can even one-shot bosses? Wasn't it supposed to be that the dungeons were dangerous, and that people dying was common on the hard difficulty? Is that all? She murmured, putting down her flute. The aloofness she had shown at the beginning was gone from her face. Her expression was now one of bewilderment and confusion, which only added to her charm. Is this how it is when you normally run dungeons? It seems pretty easy. How come it's different from what my family told me? Jiangyan frowned and thought about his experience grinding through the beginner dungeons, then said, That's right, that's how I've always done it. Your family might be worried that you'll recklessly enter the dungeon, so they're deliberately making it sound dangerous to warn you to be careful. Huh? Is it really that easy? Something feels off. Compared to Su Chan's doubtful expression, Jiangyan spoke with confidence and certainty. Yes, trust me. It's that easy. Chapter 43 The Bet. Nightmare Level Dungeon Record. Seeing Jiangyan's certainty, Su Chan temporarily put aside her doubts, and only then did the kill notification arrive belatedly. Congratulations on defeating the level 13 baby Cyclops, boss. You have received an additional 2,300 experience points. Obtain material, Giant Hand X1. Congratulations on your first clear of the Snowy Wasteland dungeon, Nightmare difficulty. The clear time was 6 hours and 13 minutes, which has now been updated to the fastest clear record for the Snowy Wasteland dungeon, Nightmare difficulty. Break the record for clearing the Snowy Wasteland dungeon, Nightmare difficulty. Reward, 5,000 experience points. First time breaking the record for clearing the Snowy Wasteland dungeon, Nightmare difficulty, obtaining Giant Hide X1. A long string of notifications flashed across the two people's screens. A hint of disappointment flashed across Jiangyan's face. My luck seems to be running out this time. I haven't gotten anything good. Giant hands and giant skin are just ordinary materials, and their value is average. Compared to Jiangyan's composure, Su Chan was clearly much more excited. Broken the dungeon record! The two of us broke the dungeon record! Seeing the excited Su Chan, Jiangyan was speechless for a moment. Breaking the record is perfectly normal, isn't it? Once you're more skilled, you can break it again. Let's go, we can reset it today and try again. Yes. Su Chan nodded heavily. Choose to exit the copy. The scene before Jiangyan and Su Chan changed in a flash, and then the two appeared outside the dungeon vortex. Before Jiangyan could speak, Su Chan had already taken out the cooling talisman. With a flash of light, her own cooldown time was restored, and then she handed the talisman to Jiangyan. Jiangyan didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the talisman, choosing to use it immediately. A cool sensation instantly permeated my entire body, and the 2-day cooling-off period that was originally required was immediately cleared. The Snowy Wasteland instance is now accessible again. Without wasting any time, Jiangyan immediately chose to enter the dungeon, which was still at Nightmare difficulty. The two disappeared from the spot again. This move naturally attracted a lot of attention. In addition, the life-or-death agreement Jiangyan made with Yukuin beforehand left a deep impression on many people with his signature summoned beast. Firefox Summoner rarely manages to defeat warriors in the early game. Hiss, why are they out now? Forced interruption? Isn't that normal? There are only 2 people. No matter how strong his Firefox is, without a tank class to hold it off, it'll be easy for it to get eaten by a ghoul. It's good enough if it survives. That's true, it's too much of a stretch for just 2 people. Heh, barely? You're underestimating him too much, aren't you? A voice suddenly came from the crowd, and Wang Hu stepped out from the crowd. He snorted coldly. Believe it or not, if you check the fastest clear record for the Vortex dungeon now, it's highly likely that it has already changed. Isn't that an exaggeration? There are only 2 of them. Even the easiest level, the normal difficulty of the Snow Wasteland, has never been cleared by 2 people. If I remember correctly, the normal difficulty of the Snow Wasteland is always farmed by several hidden classes. One of them is even the daughter of the Sun family. Even a summoner with a regular class and a support wouldn't be able to clear the game this quickly. Wang Hu smiled and said, How about we make a bet? 5,000 yuan. If they don't pass the level, I'll give you 5,000 yuan. If they do pass, you give it to me. How? Seeing Wang Hu's confidence, many people stopped talking. Only the bearded man who had spoken first raised his neck and shouted, "Let's bet! I don't believe two people can pass the level." After the two made their bet, one of them went to check the dungeon. Didn't clear it. The dungeon record hasn't changed. Ha ha, I knew it. Wang Hu crashed, didn't he? Give me the money. The bearded man laughed heartily. Wang Hu frowned. How could that be? He had witnessed Jiang An's rapid passage through the spider nest, and in terms of difficulty alone, the spider nest was much more difficult than the white snow wasteland. Since he could clear the spider nest in 3 hours, there's no reason why he couldn't get through the snow wasteland. What? You were the one who suggested the bet, and now you want to renege on it? I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. After saying this, Wang Hu went to the front of the dungeon vortex to take a look. When he saw that the dungeon record for the normal level snow wasteland had indeed not changed, he was first stunned, then immediately remembered something and switched the dungeon difficulty to hard. When he still saw no change, he switched to nightmare level in disbelief. I saw Jiang An's name clearly displayed in the records for nightmare difficulty. Even Wang Hu, who had always known how powerful Jiang An was, couldn't help but be surprised, but he didn't show any weakness on his face. Instead, his face was rather pale. The bearded man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Give up now, huh? I knew you, Wang Hu, liked to gamble, but I didn't expect you to get so carried away. This isn't gambling, it's giving away money. Wang Hu did not leave the dungeon vortex. After transferring the money to the bearded man, he pretended to be unwilling. I'm not convinced. They're probably just unfamiliar with the game this time. They'll definitely be able to pass it. Should we keep gambling? Still gambling? The bearded man's eyes darted around. If Jiang An and his group had really figured out a way to avoid the ghouls, given the Firefox's ability to instantly kill Yu Kuan, it might actually be possible. Forget it, I'll make a sure profit. Just as the bearded man was about to refuse, he suddenly heard Wang Hu grit his teeth and say, 10,000 yuan this time. And this time I bet they can beat nightmare difficulty. If it's either normal or hard difficulty, I'll admit defeat. How about it? Okay. I'll bet. The bearded man's eyes lit up. This was practically like giving him free money. Wang Hu looked around with bloodshot eyes, like a gambler who had lost everything. Anyone else want to bet? Bet! I'll bet you. Several people immediately jumped out and accepted the bet. Nightmare difficulty dungeons are so challenging that only a handful of people can clear them each year. If hard-level dungeons are for hidden classes, then nightmare-level dungeons are for the best among those hidden classes who want to challenge themselves. Moreover, many people who can clear nightmare difficulty dungeons will not necessarily choose nightmare difficulty, mainly because nightmare difficulty dungeons are too dangerous. It is easy to die if you are not careful. The clear time is generally more than twice as long as that of hard difficulty, but the experience gain is not twice as high, at most only about 50%. As for two people clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, that's simply a myth. With the addition of the bearded man, a total of 6 people accepted the bet. Wang Hu was overjoyed, but a hint of regret was visible on his face. It was as if they were regretting the rash gamble they had made. Seeing Wang Hu's expression, some people became restless, but unfortunately, there were not many people willing to take the gamble. In the end, only 2 more people joined, making a total of 8. Everyone else was just there to watch the spectacle. Especially the nearby vendors, since the new students hadn't arrived yet, no one was buying those cheap materials and weapons, and they were already bored. Now they all gathered around to watch the excitement. The area outside the instance was bustling with activity. Everyone was waiting for the results of Jiang An and his team's run. Chapter 44: The Heart of the Cyclops. In the snowy wilderness. Jiang An and Su Chan seemed to be quite lucky this time, as they spotted ghouls as soon as they entered the dungeon. Jiang An gently patted Yan Ying's head, and Yan Ying immediately jumped out of his arms and went to find the ghoul to pull monsters. Having had previous experiences, Su-chan was no longer nervous about this scene. Instead, she was filled with curiosity about Jiangyan. "You're a freshman this year? I've never heard of you before?" "Yes, I'm from the 8th school." "Oh, so which university are you planning to apply to?" "China University?" Su-chan's tone was full of admiration when she mentioned China University. The fact that Huaxia Academy is named after the Huaxia Empire speaks volumes about its status. While both are top-tier institutions, Huaxia Academy places greater emphasis on dungeon exploration compared to Shanhai Academy. It is said that most dungeon strategies were developed by Huaxia Academy members. Located in the heart of the Huaxia Empire, Huaxia Academy is far safer than Shanhaiguan, which is constantly embroiled in war. "I want to go to the mountain and see Academy." "Shanhai Academy? Isn't that place very dangerous?" Su-chan's eyes widened in surprise. "There are dangers everywhere. Even in a dungeon there is no such thing as 100% safety," Jiangyan replied casually. "Actually, I also want to go to Shanhaiguan. My teacher said that my skills are very suitable for the battlefield, and I can provide a large-scale percentage buff." Su-chan's tone suddenly became a little disappointed. "But my family doesn't want me to go to Shanhaiguan Academy. They want me to go to Huaxia Academy instead, because they think it's safer there." Jiangyan thought about Su-chan's skills. Her skill range was indeed terrifying. As long as her teammates could hear her voice, it would take effect, and it could also affect summon beasts. She would probably play an extremely terrifying role on the battlefield. Scratching his head, Jiangyan casually said, "Where you go to school is your own decision. Your family can only give you advice, not make the decision for you." "Can I only offer suggestions?" Su-chan murmured to herself, her head lowered. Just then, Flame Shadow, leading a large group of ghouls, ran over. Su-chan quickly snapped out of her daze and applied various buffs to Flame Shadow. As soon as the ghoul leader appeared, Yanning and Jiangyan immediately replicated their previous actions. 2 fiery storms spread out instantly. The flames mercilessly reaped the ghouls' health bars, converting them into a wealth of experience points. Unfortunately, the legendary ghoul leader, who was supposedly always generous, turned out to be quite stingy, and still failed to drop any good loot. As Su-chan watched her experience points steadily increase, she could barely contain her smile. "I already have 52% of the experience points for level 10. If I finish the boss today, I should be able to reach level 11. According to her original plan, once she reached level 10, she would team up to run difficult dungeons, and it would be good if she could reach level 11 in 2 days. She never expected Jiangyan to give her such a big surprise. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan glanced at his experience bar, which had now reached 70%. The speed of leveling up in a team was not much slower than soloing, and with the addition of the cooldown talisman, it would be even faster overall. The progress is about right. Let's farm the snowy wasteland a few more times. Once we reach level 13, we can go to the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon." As Jiangyan spoke, he took out some dried meat and gave it to Yanning, but unexpectedly Yanning looked at Su-chan pitifully. After the battle, Yanning reverted to her Chu Lian form. Already adorable, this pose made Su-chan unable to resist, and she took out the extra roasted meat she had prepared as a snack for Yanning. Roasted meat made by a professional chef is naturally much tastier than dried meat. After Flame Shadow finished eating the roasted meat, the young Cyclops also ran out of its cave. With a thought, Jiangyan's Flame Shadow darted out, appearing before the Cyclops like a red lightning bolt. The Cyclops glared with its large eye, and the petrification spell was silently activated. The grayish-white light had barely touched Yan Ying's body when Su-chan unleashed her long-awaited crowd control removal skill. Flame Shadow's actions were not even affected in the slightest. The flame patterns on its body arrived as expected, and a fierce storm of flames suddenly erupted. The brilliant flames rose again before the two of them. A moment later, Flame Shadow stepped out from the flames with elegant steps. Everything went smoothly, like flowing water. Golden light shone from Jiangyan's body, and Jiangyan's level successfully increased to level 11. Although Su-chan has not yet leveled up, her experience bar has reached 93% of level 10, and she is only one step away from leveling up. Kill notifications and dungeon completion notifications sounded in turn. Congratulations on defeating the level 13 baby Cyclops, boss. You have received an additional 2,300 experience points. Obtain material, Cyclops Heart X1. Congratulations on clearing the Snowy Wasteland, Nightmare, dungeon. Your clear time was 3 hours and 42 minutes, which has now been updated to the fastest clear record for the Snowy Wasteland, Nightmare, dungeon. Break the record for clearing the Snowy Wasteland, Nightmare, dungeon. Reward, 5,000 experience points. No extra rewards will be given for not breaking the Snow Wasteland, Nightmare, dungeon clear record for the first time. Before Jiangyan could examine the scene closely, he heard Su Chan exclaim in surprise. The heart of the Cyclops! The heart of the Cyclops has been unearthed! Is this thing famous? Jiangyan's hand flashed with light as he took the heart of the giant out of his backpack. A heart the size of a human head, bright red and still slightly beating, appeared in Jiangyan's hand. The heart of the Cyclops, the heart of the Cyclops, which seems to have a special function in some way. The description of the material was rather vague, and Jiangyan had never heard of it before. This item can only be dropped by Cyclops bosses on Nightmare difficulty or higher. But even the drop rate of a high-level adult Cyclops is extremely low, and as for this young Cyclops, I've never heard of it ever dropping. Su Chan stared intently at the heart. This thing can upgrade equipment below platinum level by 1 grade. In other words, if you have a piece of silver grade equipment, with the help of a crafting master, you can upgrade it to gold grade equipment using the heart of a Cyclops and other materials. As you know, top quality gold level equipment is extremely rare, and even if you were to buy it, it would cost hundreds of thousands or millions. Under such circumstances, many people would choose to upgrade their top-quality silver-level equipment. Su Chan turned her head away, withdrawing her envious gaze. After all, she had said before that she would not take a single penny of the rewards from the dungeon. Although the Cyclops heart was not bad, it was clearly unwise to offend Jiangyan for it. Whether you want to use it yourself or sell it, this thing should be very convenient. The heart of the Cyclops is often bought long-term, and its value is around 200,000. Upon hearing this, Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. I never expected this heart to be so valuable, 200,000. That's enough for me to buy the rare material, King Geely's soup spoon. Combined with today's other gains, it should be enough to complete the repurification of the Flame Shadow bloodline. In other words, Flame Shadow can take another step closer to becoming a divine beast today. Chapter 45: A Huge Profit. Preparing evolution materials. Filled with excitement, Jiangyan chose to exit the instance. As the world spun around him, the scenery before his eyes gradually became clear, startling Jiangyan. The sky had already darkened, and the moon had long since crept up. Based on past experience, the area outside the instance was already deserted. However, as soon as Jiangyan opened his eyes, 7 or 8 pairs of burning gazes were immediately cast upon him. The crowd of onlookers was comparable to that during the battle with Yukuan that morning. They're out. The two of them came out in less than 4 hours. In less than 4 hours, Wang Hu, you're probably going to lose everything this time. No need to look at this anymore, just pay up, hurry up and hand over the money. This is a huge profit. We made money without doing anything, it's fantastic. Wang Hu, however, remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Stop just talking, go check the dungeon records on Nightmare difficulty. You still won't give up? Fine. You want to be beaten to death, huh? Then I'll grant your wish. The bearded man who had initially made the bet with Wang Hu pushed through the crowd, came to the front of the dungeon vortex, and reached his hand inside. He kept muttering to himself. 2 people, Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Wang Hu, you really dare to dream? I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Before he could finish speaking, the bearded man abruptly stopped, abruptly pulled his hand away, and turned to look at Jiangyan, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets and falling to the ground. You! Wang Hu deliberately asked from the side. Hey Zhang Jun, why did you stop talking? Zhang Jun swallowed hard, his eyes constantly shifting. The other onlookers vaguely sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Did they really beat Nightmare difficulty? 4 hours to beat it? Absolutely impossible. Zhang Jun, what exactly did you see? Seeing that Zhang Jun hadn't come to his senses for a long time, the other people who had placed the bets couldn't wait to come to the front of the dungeon vortex and explore it. Then something strange happened. Although their reactions varied, some were stunned, others stared wide-eyed, they all ultimately looked at Jiangyan in disbelief. What? Look at their reaction. Did I really beat Nightmare difficulty in 4 hours? Seriously? I can't even reach that speed with a normal shot. At this point, Zhang Jun finally came to his senses and gave Jiangyan a thumbs up. I beat Nightmare difficulty in less than 4 hours. I, Zhang Jun, am truly impressed today. It's just 10,000 yuan, consider it witnessing this miracle. I accept my bet. Zhang Jun obediently transferred 10,000 yuan to Wang Wu. The others gradually came to their senses and looked at Jiangyan with awe. Wang Wu smiled and pocketed all 80,000 yuan. Their actions naturally proved Jiangyan's strength, and the crowd instantly erupted in cheers. I really beat the game. Hey bro, are you guys still looking for someone? Take me with you. I can warm your bed for you, a gruff male voice shouted. Me? I can do it too. Get out of the way, you men, what are you doing here? Your brother is so capable, he'd definitely be happy to help his sister, right? Jiangyan was both amused and exasperated by the sudden enthusiasm of the onlookers, but he managed to roughly figure out what had happened. I couldn't help but glance at Wang Hu a few more times. I never expected this guy to have such a good business sense. This wave alone has generated considerable revenue. Perhaps sensing Jiangyan's gaze, Wang Hu, who had just been smug, quickly squeezed next to Jiangyan and somewhat embarrassedly told him about the bet. I'm too embarrassed to take all the money. Apart from the 5,000 I earned from fishing at the beginning, I made a total of 75,000. I'll transfer 50,000 to you. Is it okay? Wang Hu's expression was still a little uneasy, obviously worried about offending Jiangyan. Seeing that Wang Hu was so cooperative, Jiangyan naturally wouldn't refuse. After giving his account number, Jiangyan received a notification that 50,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. That's convenient. I made 50,000 yuan without doing anything. With the gambling game over, the onlookers gradually dispersed. After bidding farewell to Wang Hu, Jiangyan planned to go to the exchange on his way home to buy various materials needed for Yanning. Su Chan also happened to be going the same way and came to the exchange with him. We've just arrived at the entrance of the exchange. Bai Hong, who had given prior notice, took the initiative to come out to greet them. Mr. Jiang, you've arrived! I've been waiting here ever since I received your message, afraid of missing you. Seeing Bai Hong's enthusiasm, a strange light flashed in Su Chan's eyes. When did the people at the exchange become so proactive? Given my status, if I had given prior notice, someone would have made preparations in advance. However, I am relying entirely on my family's background. If I were on my own, I wouldn't have such influence. However, Su Chan quickly realized that the exchange was making an investment in advance, after thinking about Jiangyan's performance in the dungeon. Bai Hong obviously didn't recognize Su Chan, assuming she was a friend brought by Jiangyan, and led the two of them to a private room on the second floor. Once only the three of them remained, Jiangyan waved his hand, and the silver-grade weapon he had obtained from Yukun, along with all the materials from the dungeon, appeared before Bai Hong. The Cyclops heart remains in my backpack and I haven't chosen to sell it yet. Bai Hong raised an eyebrow slightly when he saw the weapon. Wasn't this a weapon that was sold just recently, and it was sold through his hands? How did it end up in Jiangyan's hands now? However, he had also undergone rigorous training, so he naturally wouldn't ask about the source of the weapons. He simply silently estimated their value for Jiangyan. The final amount was given very quickly. Mr. Jiang, the total cost of the items you brought, after deducting transaction fees, is 180,000. Okay, let's make the deal. This price actually exceeded Jiangyan's expectations. The silver-grade weapon wasn't top-tier and had high-level restrictions, so it wasn't particularly valuable. He only offered 100,000 for it. On the contrary, the fish meat obtained from the hidden wave carp is quite valuable, costing tens of thousands of yuan. After Bai Hong completed the transaction, 180,000 yuan was transferred to Jiang Yan's account. Looking at his balance, and adding the 50,000 he got for free from Wang Hu, his balance had skyrocketed to 780,000. Was the 10 portions of pure demon blood you were asked to acquire last time enough? And that King Gilly's spoon too? Jiang Yan gently stroked Yan Ying's head and asked with some anticipation. Flame Shadow was also filled with anticipation, eager to become stronger. Bai Hong nodded. We've already sourced the pure demon blood from Shanhaiguan. 10 portions, as I previously estimated, will cost a total of 600,000. However, Bai Hong said with some difficulty, our exchange does not have any stock of the Geely King's soup spoons. We can only purchase them from some of our old customers. But as you know, this thing is similar to the venom sac of the Rainbow Spider King, and it is extremely rare. Some customers have them, but they don't plan to sell them for the time being. Is that so? Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. It seems that Yanning will have to wait a while longer if she wants to further improve the purity of her bloodline. Just then, Su Chan, who had been listening in from the side, suddenly spoke up. King Geely's soup spoon? Is it that important? I seem to remember Uncle Qin having some. Let me ask him for you. Chapter 46 Secondary Purification. The Powerful Flame Shadow. After saying that, Su Chan took out her phone and went outside to make a call. Bai Hong was slightly stunned. Isn't the King of Lucky Foods soup spoon supposed to be rare? How come it seems to have become something that can be seen everywhere? Uncle Qin. This time, he used his connections at the exchange to inquire with his longtime clients, so he naturally had a general list. In Linen, there was a person who possessed the material for the King of Lucky Soup ladle and whose surname was Qin. Bai Hong swallowed hard. Could this so-called Uncle Qin be Qin Lan, the person in charge of the entire linen? He cautiously asked Jiang Yan. And who is this? Jiang Yan shrugged. She's my employer. I don't know anything else. Not long after, Su Chan walked in from outside the private room with a smile. It's all set. Uncle Qin has some, I'll bring it over to you later. But since this isn't mine, you still have to give me a token amount of money. The normal market price is 200,000, but you can give me 150,000. Thank you. Jiang Yan accepted the favor without any hesitation. I originally thought I would have to sell the Cyclops heart to raise enough money, but I didn't expect that this way I would have enough money to save the material and upgrade my weapon. If the Spider King's scepter could be upgraded to the gold level, it would be considered a top-tier item. In addition, the matter of contracting a second pet should also be put on the agenda. The private room had a built-in exchange platform, and while waiting, Jiang Yan opened the pet egg page to take a look. It was then discovered that the exchange's classification of pet eggs did not actually include whether or not they possessed divine blood. In fact, this attribute seems to be completely unviewable. Even Jiang Yan himself could only find out whether the other party met the conditions for a contract after he had a spot for a contracted pet. Fortunately, the exchange has very comprehensive functions, and relevant reminders can be viewed when products are displayed. Click on the boss-level pet egg category. There is only one pet egg of this level currently available for sale. Pet egg, 5-colored Python King. Level boss. After hatching, you can obtain the precious 5-colored Python King as a pet. There is also a line of small print below reminding you. This pet egg does not possess divine blood and cannot be contracted. Forcing an incubation contract will result in the death of the pet. As expected, whether or not one possesses divine blood has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not one is a boss. Jiang Yan then opened the elite-level pet egg. The choices suddenly became dazzling, with over 100 pages of options. Elite Fire Ape, Thorn Flower Fairy, Poisonous Scorpion. Unfortunately, every time I browsed through the page, I received the same notification. This pet egg does not possess divine blood and cannot be contracted. Forcing an incubation contract will result in the death of the pet. Jiangyan shook his head helplessly. It seemed he had no choice but to leave it to fate. It's here. Uncle Qin had his assistant bring it over. Su Chan's words interrupted Jiangyan's continued browsing. Bai Hong took the initiative to go downstairs to greet the other party, and soon a middle-aged man with a square face came into the private room. Bai Hong followed behind the man, his forehead covered in cold sweat. If it was just speculation before, it was completely confirmed when I met this middle-aged man. Isn't this Qin Lan's assistant? The rest of the process went very smoothly. After paying 150,000 yuan, Jiangyan successfully obtained the Lucky King's soup spoon from him. The material looks ordinary. It looks like a regular ceramic soup spoon. After carefully storing it, Jiangyan quickly obtained a very pure demon blood from Bai Hong for 600,000. The wallet, which had just begun to grow, was emptied in an instant, leaving only 20,000 yuan. But it was worth it. All the materials have been prepared. The panel is already flashing a notification that the task is complete. However, Jiangyan did not intend to complete the transaction at the exchange. Instead, after saying goodbye to the two, he took Yanning back to the orphanage. After greeting the dean's younger siblings, Jiangyan quickly slipped into the room. Yanning gently nuzzled Jiangyan's chin, acting coquettishly, and her innocent childish voice resonated in Jiangyan's heart. The owner wants. All right, don't rush, we'll finish the task soon. After taking out all the mission materials, Jiangyan excitedly chose to complete the mission. Materials worth nearly 1 million vanished instantly, and a pure white light enveloped Yanning. Under the white light, Jiangyan could only make out the general shape of Yanning. You can sense that flame shadow's size is gradually increasing. Previously, Yanning could easily rest her head on his shoulder, but now she clearly needs to be held in his arms. Suddenly, Jiangyan's eyes narrowed, and it seemed that a new tail had suddenly appeared next to the fluffy tail behind him. The moment the tail appeared, Jiangyan suddenly felt a moment of mental disorientation. The white light in front of me continued to spread. In a daze, a graceful figure slowly walked towards Jiangyan in the white light. Even though it's just a back view, and you can't even see the facial features clearly, it's still impossible to look away. She had a stunning figure, with curves in all the right places, even Bai Jing from the auction house couldn't compare. More importantly, you could vaguely see two tails swaying slightly behind her. It has a unique charm. Just then, a loud and joyful shout suddenly rang out. Jiangyan snapped out of his daze, and a notification flashed on the panel at just the right moment. The bloodline of the gods has been successfully purified. The current purity level is 20%. The next level upgrade requires level 30. The white light gradually faded away. After completing the second bloodline purification, Yanning finally appeared before Jiangyan. Its size has nearly doubled, and its body color is still mainly red, but you can vaguely see some purple light at the tips of its fur. And its tail really did turn into two, one a fluffy red tail and the other a fluffy purple tail. The look in his eyes is also noticeably more human. At this moment, it has lost some of its cuteness and gained more of its domineering presence. It leaped up from the ground with a joyful shout and jumped towards Jiangyan. In midair, Flame Shadow activated Chu Lian's talent, and its body gradually shrank, even its purple tail slowly disappeared, returning to its cute appearance before the bloodline purification. After burying her head in Jiangyan's arms, a voice that had lost its youthful innocence rang in Jiangyan's mind. Thank you, Master. If Yan Ying's voice was like that of a little girl before, it has now become that of a middle school student. Jiangyan couldn't wait to open Yan Ying's attribute panel. When he saw it clearly, his expression froze. Flame Shadow. Race, godlike two-tailed fox, purity 20%. Sex female. Level, 11, same as owner. Strength 80. Spirit 700. Swift 700. Physical fitness 650. Talent skills, Chu Lian Divine Might. Combat skills, Tear Claw, LV2, Platinum, Flame Tail, LV2, Platinum, Flame Storm, LV2, Platinum, Phantom Bewitching, LV1, Platinum, Phantom Clone, LV1, Platinum. Divine Might, Active Talent. When activated, you will enter the Divine Might state, possessing Divine Majesty. Your 4 main attributes will be doubled, and your skill power will be increased by 100%. Cooldown time, 3 days. Phantom Bewitching, LV1 Platinum level skill. Utilizes the Spirit Tail to unleash powerful mental energy to bewitch the enemy, putting them in a bewitched state. The duration of the state depends on the difference in mental strength between the two parties. Phantom Clone, LV1 Platinum level skill. Creates a phantom clone to assist the main body in battle. It is indistinguishable from the main body in appearance. The clone has 30% of the main body's 4-dimensional attributes and all skills, and takes double the damage. Chapter 47 Powerful Platinum Level Skills. Compared to the last time, Flame Shadow's 4-dimensional attributes have not changed, but its skills have been greatly enhanced. The skills he had already learned were all upgraded to Platinum level, with their power increased by at least 30%. Furthermore, I gained 2 more new Platinum level skills. Phantom Clones and Phantom Illusions. The skill that actually provides the biggest boost is the Divine Might Talent skill. With its 4-dimensional attributes and skill power doubled, it can definitely be used as a trump card. That million was well spent. I just don't know how useful the Phantom Clone skill is. If it's easy for enemies to identify the real body, then it's somewhat useless. Sensing Jiang'an's thoughts, Yanning stuck out her tongue and gently licked Jiang'an's palm before leaping down from his arms. While in midair, Flame Shadow activated the skill Phantom Clone. When it landed, 2 identical flame shadows appeared on the ground. The 2 flame shadows were indistinguishable in appearance, even their eyes and movements were exactly the same. Moreover, the real flame shadow can control the clone to unleash other skills. Jiang'an's heart stirred slightly. The clone of the flame shadow suddenly trembled, and a new flame shadow was created from it. In an instant, 3 fiery shadows appeared in front of Jiang'an. The clone flame shadow possesses all the skills of the original flame shadow, and naturally also has the skill of Phantom Clone. However, the combat ability of the clones that split off again is really unreliable, since the damage suffered by the phantoms released by the clones will double each time. Even so, this skill is still considered a divine ability. Even if you don't use them for battle, just looking at these adorable flame shadows is enough to make you feel satisfied. After trying out the Phantom Clone skill, Flame Shadow trembled, and all the clones instantly dissipated, leaving only its original body. Jiang'an then wanted to try out the Phantom Bewitching skill. Just as they were struggling to find subjects for their experiments, there was a sudden knock on the door. The dean's somewhat deep voice rang out. "Jiang'an, you're back, right? I haven't even talked to you about burning the desk yet. I know you just changed jobs, but you also..." Jiang'an opened the door to the room and looked at the dean with a smile on his face. The dean was slightly taken aback. People usually didn't have this expression when he was about to reprimand them. Suddenly, the dean noticed that Yanning was walking gracefully towards him. Its adorable appearance is so endearing that it's easy to overlook the mysterious purple tail that quietly extends from behind Flame Shadow. The purple tail swayed quietly. Illusionary Bewitching Technique. Activate. For a moment, all the dean could see was that fluffy purple tail, growing bigger and bigger. Time seemed to stand still until it filled the entire world. When he came to his senses, he found himself already in the office. "Huh! What was I just doing?" The dean sat in his chair, somewhat lost in thought. "I seem to remember there being something I need to do." The dean, frowning, racked his brains but couldn't recall what it was. "Sigh, it seems I really am getting old." Jiang'an looked out the window of his room and saw the light in the dean's office go out, a smile playing on his lips. This platinum-grade illusionary enchanting essence is truly extraordinary. Ordinary illusions and hypnosis can only make the other party stand still or perform some unconscious actions. However, this platinum-level illusionary charm can subconsciously guide the other party to do certain things while bewitching them, such as making the dean forget to scold him and return to his office. However, amidst his excitement, Jiangyan also knew that the reason they were able to achieve such remarkable results was largely due to the fact that the dean's professional ethics were not high. If it were another highly demanding profession, it might not have been so successful. Jiangyan looked at Yan Ning with anticipation in his eyes. With these skills, his leveling speed would definitely be able to increase even further. As Jiangyan lay in bed preparing to rest, the figure he had just seen kept flashing through his mind. This figure was extremely similar to the job change phenomenon that occurred when I changed jobs. Apart from the slight difference in the number of tails, it was the same person. Stroking the sleeping Yan Ning nestled in his arms, Jiangyan murmured to himself. I've heard that mythical beasts have the ability to transform into human form. When your bloodline is purified to 100% and you become a divine beast, that's what you look like, right? It's a pity we don't know what their facial features look like yet. Don't you dare become a back-view killer for me. The next morning at 7:30. The agreed time with Jiangyan was 8 o'clock, but Su Chan arrived at the Vortex Dungeon in the snowy wasteland early. A hint of joy could still be faintly seen on her frosty cheeks. A number of people had already gathered around the dungeon vortex, occasionally letting out exclamations of amazement. Su Chan peered curiously through the crowd. It turned out that a huge, colorful spider had attracted everyone's attention. Standing next to that enormous spider were several newcomers who had clearly just changed jobs not long ago. Is this the venomous Rainbow Spider King? It's incredibly powerful. My summoned beast, Lightning Rabbit, doesn't even dare to approach it. Is this the terror of a boss-level pet? Wow, that's amazing. It's only been a few days since they changed jobs, and this team is already preparing to raid Goblin Village. I went to see them when they changed jobs this year, and the job-changing anomalies were absolutely astonishing. It seems to be this Zhang Bingyang. Wow, a job change phenomenon, a hidden class, and a boss-level pet. The buffs are stacked to the max. Just wait and see, if he doesn't get first place in the city this year, I'll eat shit. Don't try to freeload here. Listening to everyone's comments, Zhang Bingyang proudly touched the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King he had bought at great expense. Buying this pet was absolutely the right decision. Since getting it, monsters in the beginner dungeons are no longer a problem at all. In just 2 days he led his team to level 7. The resentment of the other team members towards him finally dissipated, and even Sun Mei was occasionally less cold towards him. The only regret is that I never got to meet Jiangyan again. Now that I have the deadly weapon, the venomous Rainbow Spider King, Jiangyan's leveling speed will definitely not be faster than mine. As more and more people gathered around, Zhang Bingyang felt he had done his job and was about to enter the Goblin Village instance with satisfaction when he suddenly noticed Su Chan in the crowd. His heart skipped a beat. What a nice view. Sun Mei was already the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but compared to Su Chan at this moment, Sun Mei was clearly at a disadvantage. Especially her frosty cheeks, yet with a hint of a smile, were simply irresistible. Li Zhuang, who was traveling with Zhang Bingyang, followed Zhang Bingyang's gaze and was also taken aback. He muttered to himself, "Hey, isn't that Su Chan from our number 1 middle school?" Zhang Bingyang raised an eyebrow, inwardly overjoyed. She's also a freshman in our year? What's her major? Yes, she's in our year, and she's the only hidden support-type sound artist. Her support abilities are incredibly strong. Our teacher said that based on her profession alone, she's basically guaranteed admission to a top university. It just depends on which school she likes. Li Zhuang's tone was filled with deep envy. Zhang Bingyang glanced at the unremarkable-looking female support player in the team, his eyes flickering slightly. He made his decision quickly. He walked straight towards Su Chan, with the venomous Spider King following closely behind. The crowd automatically parted to make way for him. Standing in front of Su Chan, Zhang Bingyang patted the venomous Spider King beside her and said something. Su Chan, is that right? Want to team up with us and level up together? We level up really fast. Chapter 48 Out of Control. The Rampaging Poisonous Rainbow Spider King. Su Chan, is that right? Want to team up with us and level up together? We level up really fast. Upon hearing this, the team's original support player, and Sun Mei immediately frowned. Hearing this, Su-chan was also a little surprised. She was just curious about what this highly venomous rainbow spider king looked like. After all, she had almost spent money to buy it. Now that she saw its ferocious and menacing appearance, she was glad that she hadn't bought it. "Sorry, I already have a team," Su-chan said coldly. "Oh? It's okay if there's a team." Zhang Bingyang raised an eyebrow and patted the pet beside him. "The team isn't tied down. My pet is a boss-level character with super strong attack power. Furthermore, he has mastered 2 silver-level skills. Besides me, there are 2 other hidden combat classes in the team, and their leveling speed is definitely the fastest among this year's freshmen." Zhang Bingyang was full of confidence, his face showing pride, completely unaware of how ugly the expression on the female assistant behind him was. Su-chan frowned. "No need." "Huh? Are you sure?" Undeterred, Zhang Bingyang pressed on. "We have flame archers, ice witches, and earth shield guardians here, all of which are highly sought-after classes. In fact, when I changed classes, there were countless strange phenomena." Su-chan's patience was completely exhausted. "Didn't you understand when I said I didn't need it? And frankly speaking, your upgrade speed is really not up to par." As soon as she finished speaking, Su-chan revealed her level. Su-chan, level 10 musician. Zhang Bingyang and Sun Mei were stunned when they saw Su-chan's level. Level 10? Why is her level so high when we're both new students who switched jobs this year? It's only been a few days since the new student job change. How can someone level up at a rocket speed? See? You need to be level 10 to be eligible to team up with me. Su-chan glanced at the female assistant next to Sun Mei, seemingly unintentionally, and said coldly, "Besides, don't be greedy and always want more. It's really despicable." After saying that, Su-chan turned around and prepared to leave. As soon as she turned around, she saw a familiar face and the little cutie perched on the other person's shoulder. That was Jiangyan. The icy expression on Su-chan's face melted instantly. She waved to Jiangyan. "You arrived early too?" Jiangyan shrugged. "Yeah, I was thinking of trying to do it one more time today." Su-chan reached out her fair hand to touch Yanning, who looked lazy and unwilling to move. A flash of white light appeared in her hand, and a square piece of meat appeared in her palm. The moment the piece of meat appeared, a strange aroma seemed to fill the air. All the pets nearby were drawn to the attention, even Zhang Bingyang's pet, the venomous Spider King, whose dense compound eyes were fixed on Su-chan. Yanning was the same, his eyes fixed on the piece of flesh in Su-chan's palm, his mouth constantly drooling. "Is this a premium pet food meat chunk prepared by a pet nutritionist?" Jiangyan asked in surprise. Jiangyan had previously considered buying high-grade pet food for Yanning, but ultimately gave up due to its high price. He never expected that Su-chan would actually prepare this specifically for Yanning. "Yes." Su-chan's eyes narrowed to slits as she waved the piece of meat at Yanning. "Come here, little Yanning, come to your sister's arms, I'll give you something delicious." Call out. Without hesitation, Yanning snuggled into Su-chan's arms and took a bite of the meat, eagerly tasting it. At this moment, Su-chan was no longer the cold and aloof person she had been before. Instead, she looked at Yanning with a gentle smile. Upon seeing this, Zhang Bingyang felt as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Jiangyan again? How come it's him again? Everything is related to him? Why does Sun Mei treat him differently, and why does Su-chan treat him the same way? It was clearly me who caused the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. Zhang Bingyang stepped forward. Your teammate is Jiangyan? His summoned beast is just a firefox, why should it be your teammate? Zhang Bingyang didn't notice that after he finished speaking, there was complete silence all around. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. Whether Jiangyan's summoned beast is actually a firefox is still debatable, but Jiangyan did indeed instantly kill a level 13 warrior yesterday. Is Zhang Bingyang really that brave? Zhang Bingyang's anger instantly infected his pet, the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King. The venomous Rainbow Spider King immediately charged towards Flame Shadow with its long, slender spider legs. Those densely packed compound eyes not only held anger, but also greed for food. Jiang Bingyang's expression changed slightly in an instant. Although this highly venomous rainbow spider king is powerful, it has only just hatched and is a boss-level pet. I don't have 100% control over it yet. At this moment, under the guidance of my anger and the temptation of high-grade food, it is showing signs of getting out of control. It wanted to kill the fire fox and steal the food. Jiang Bingyang wasn't worried about the fire fox. Even if it was killed, he could afford to compensate. But right now, Su Chan was holding the fire fox, and if the venomous spider king accidentally injured Su Chan, he might not be able to bear the responsibility. The onlookers were equally experienced, and one summoner immediately exclaimed, "Oh no! This is out of control! Careful!" The crowd scattered instantly, fearing they would be attacked by the highly venomous rainbow spider king. This is a boss-level monster from the spider nest. Even though its attributes are weakened after becoming a pet, its damage is still not to be underestimated. Jiangyan still wore a faint smile, but a scepter had quietly appeared in his hand. The Spider King's scepter. As soon as the scepter appeared, the venomous Spider King seemed to sense something and glanced at Jiangyan's location. But they didn't stop there. Instead, they continued rushing towards Yanning and Su Chan's location. As the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King moved, the hard ground seemed to turn into tofu-like rubble, with fragments of stone flying everywhere. Su Chan's expression changed slightly. Anyone would be afraid if they saw such a ferocious-looking spider approaching with hostility. Just then, Yanning coldly raised her head. Her wild eyes no longer held any of their former cuteness, but only icy killing intent. "Call out." Flamed shadow leaped out of Su Chan's arms and landed on the ground. A cocoon made of spider webs quietly appeared on Su Chan's body. It's the skill that comes with the Spider King's scepter, Web Guardian. After ensuring Su Chan's safety, Jiangyan coldly gave the order to Yanning in his heart. "Kill!" The venomous Spider King had already arrived in front of Flame Shadow, a glint of light flashing in its densely packed compound eyes. Flame Shadow seemed to be a beat too slow in reacting, and just then, it met the compound eyes of the venomous Rainbow Spider King. Spider Gaze hit successfully. Flame Shadow fell into a state of dizziness. The venomous Spider King leaped high into the air, its spider legs coalescing into spears that slammed down towards the Flame Shadow. Caught off guard, Su Chan didn't even have time to break free from Yan Ying's control. Pfft. The spider's spear suddenly pierced deep into Flame Shadow's heart. Chapter 49 Instantly slaying a boss-level pet. The Flame Shadow displays its power. Spider Spear Assault is the most powerful and deadly skill of the venomous Rainbow Spider King. Countless people have died from this skill in the spider nest, and now, after being hit, Flame Shadow's health bar was instantly emptied. Flame Shadow was instantly killed. The venomous Spider King pulled its spider leg out of the Flame Shadow's body, and was about to use its long spider leg to snatch food from Su Chan when it suddenly discovered that the Flame Shadow in front of it had shattered and disappeared like a mirror. The next moment, a strange yet familiar heat came from behind me. Snap! Platinum-level Flame Tail skill successfully hit. The venomous Spider King couldn't even turn around before its health bar instantly dropped to 0. Everyone present fell silent. The highly venomous Rainbow Spider King was instantly killed? The key question is how they did it. Wasn't Flame Shadow controlled by the Spider Eye Gaze? And he was even hit by the Spider Spear attack. Everyone thought Flame Shadow was dead. But at the last moment, the situation took an unexpected turn, shocking everyone present. Only Jiangyan knew that the moment the venomous Spider King went out of control, Yanning had already quietly activated her skill, Phantom Clone. Meanwhile, the true form had already found an opportunity to circle around behind the venomous Rainbow Spider King, deliberately waiting for a chance to launch a fatal attack. Sun Mei's mouth was slightly open, her eyes filled with surprise and helplessness. After witnessing Jiangyan's formidable strength for the first time in the beginner dungeon, she has been working hard to improve herself. The damage and control of the Eye Switch class have been maximized. Although Zhang Bingyang's pet played a significant role in their team's quick exit from the beginner dungeon, she herself also contributed a great deal, hoping to close the gap between herself and Jiangyan. Flame Shadow, however, completely shattered this idea. At least Sun Mei was certain that she couldn't fight the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King alone, let alone kill it instantly. She looked at Flame Shadow standing next to the corpse of the venomous Spider King. At this moment, it had already released Chu Lian from her state. As its size increased, a mysterious purple tail also appeared behind it. Its flame-like fur was dotted with purple spots, and it exuded an elegant, noble, and mysterious aura. It even subtly evokes a sense of wanting to worship it. Yan Ying's cold eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Zhang Bingyang. Zhang Bingyang's mouth was slightly open, his face filled with shock and anger. My pet venomous Rainbow Spider King, which I bought for over 500,000 yuan, has died? And he was instantly killed by Jiang An's useless fire fox? The shock gradually faded, replaced by intense anger. Flame Shadow's purple tail swayed slightly, and Phantom Bewitching was quietly activated. All Zhang Bingyang could see in the world was that purple tail. The scene changes. Zhang Bingyang seemed to see countless fire foxes appear in front of him. These fire foxes were frenzied and all pounced on him. Each fire fox brandished its sharp claws and fangs, using all its strength to try and tear a piece of flesh from its own body. Pain. Pain permeated every part of my body. He could only watch helplessly as the fire foxes tore at his flesh, unable to resist and forced to endure the pain. Zhang Bingyang only came to his senses when the illusionary hypnosis ended. Ah! He immediately let out a terrified scream, but the fire fox was nowhere to be seen. All he could see was an imposing shadow of flame. There was no longer any anger on Zhang Bingyang's face, only fear remained. He didn't even dare to look up at Yanning. Jiangyan, who witnessed all of this, still maintained a faint smile on his face. This was naturally at his behest, Yan Ying's instruction. The highly venomous Rainbow Spider King went out of control and attacked people. Its death was well deserved. As for Zhang Bingyang, with so many people watching, it's not easy to make a move. I can only use the illusionary bewitching skill to punish him slightly. Yanning reactivated Chu Lian's effect, her body returning to its small and adorable form. She leaped up from the ground and returned to Su Chan's arms. They savored the high-end food with gusto. Su Chan's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise at this moment. This feeling was really wonderful. 1 second Yanning was a mysterious, elegant and powerful being, and the next second she turned into an adorable and cute person, enjoying food in her arms. Wait a minute, could that weapon in Jiangyan's hand be the Silvergrade Spider King's scepter? Some sharp-eyed people noticed the uniquely shaped Silvergrade weapon in Jiangyan's hand. Huh! That seems to be true. Didn't he just cast a spider web protection spell on Su Chan? I seem to remember that this scepter only drops in the spider nest on hard difficulty, and the drop rate is very low, right? Speaking of which, I went to the spider nest dungeon yesterday. Jiangyan has already broken the record for the hard dungeon, and it only took him a little over 3 hours. Is it possible that Jiangyan dropped the pet egg of the highly venomous Rainbow Spider King? What? That's very possible. After all, boss-level pet eggs are rarely dropped. The probability only increases when you break a dungeon record. Since Jiangyan broke the record a few days ago, it means he had a high chance of getting one. That can't be right. If it were true, Jiangyan dropped a pet egg that Zhang Bingyang bought at a high price, and now he's just throwing it back at Jiangyan? Wouldn't that make him want to vomit blood? Su Chan also heard what everyone was saying and looked at Jiangyan with some surprise. Did you get that boss-level pet egg? Jiangyan touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly. I guess so. The crowd gasped in surprise, then cast sympathetic glances at Zhang Bingyang. Even a fool could see that these two clearly had a history of conflict. In other words, the pet egg that Zhang Bingyang spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy was essentially a donation to Jiangyan. Perhaps the reason why that fox was so strong was also related to this money, while the pet that he had spent so much money to get was easily killed by the other party. Everything has come to naught. Who can bear this? It's important to know that, apart from summoners, other classes can only contract one pet for their entire lives. In Zhang Bingyang's case, he will never be able to contract a second pet in his lifetime. He is already inferior to others before the battle even begins, and many top universities will not consider students like him. Seeing the sympathetic looks directed at him, Zhang Bingyang was so angry that he felt a surge of anger, his face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he didn't dare to look at where Jiangyan and Yanning were, and could only lower his head and grit his teeth. Let's go run the dungeon first. Let's see if we can run the snowy wasteland 3 times today. Jiangyan and Su Chan disappeared together in the dungeon vortex. The crowd gradually dispersed. Zhang Bingyang, who was looking down, suddenly saw 3 more people in front of him. He looked up and realized that they were his former teammates. The assistant's eyes were red, while Sun Mei and Li Zhuang both had anger on their faces. Sun Mei said coldly, "We don't need teammates who will discard you after they've served their purpose. Go find another team, you're not welcome here." Yes. He's such a nice person, how could he want to switch partners as soon as he sees Su Chan? He's not a real man. After making their decision, the group left Zhang Bingyang behind. Zhang Bingyang stood alone, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, not even noticing the blood dripping onto the ground. Suddenly, a soft laugh rang in his ear. "Tisk, hatred is such an intoxicating thing." The voice seemed to possess some kind of magical power, asking the question in a persuasive and enticing manner. "Do you want revenge?" Chapter 50. The ghoul leader has shipped his goods. In the snowy wilderness. Watching the flame shadow, whose size had increased significantly, easily tear the enemy apart, Su Chan could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "The flame shadow seems different from yesterday? It's become even stronger. And it looks even better." Jiangyan smiled and said, "Yes, I have to thank you." Su Chan was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized. "So the materials you wanted were for helping Yanning improve?" Su Chan looked at Yanning with surprise and affection. Even with her extensive knowledge, she had never heard of a summoned beast undergoing such a terrifying improvement in just one night, but she didn't want to ask Jiangyan how he did it. "Wow, little Flame Shadow is really amazing." She made no attempt to hide her affection for Flame Shadow, praising it incessantly while continuously feeding it expensive, high-grade pet food, which Flame Shadow ate with such delight that it forgot all about home. Unfortunately, every time Yanning finished eating, she would return to Jiangyan's arms without lingering, which made Su Chan grit her teeth in anger and secretly complain that Yanning was an ingrate. Soon, the two arrived back in the ghouls' territory. One after another, ghouls arrived as promised, their eyes fixed on the two of them with burning desire. Having learned from her previous experience, Su Chan was completely relaxed and focused on feeding Yanning without even lifting her head. Only after the number of ghouls gradually increased, and even the ghoul leader showed up, did Flame Shadow finally make a move. With half a piece of meat in its mouth, it silently activated its phantom clone the moment it landed. At the same time, the clone also activated this skill. In just an instant, countless fiery shadows appeared across the entire snowy wasteland. Each flame shadow looked exactly like a real flame shadow, even carrying the same piece of meat in its mouth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flame shadows moved with elegant steps and instantly charged into the ghoul horde. Flame Tail. Flame Storm. Illusory Bewitching. Various skills were unleashed from the clones as if they were free, and flames erupted in an instant. The snow began to melt. Endless flames engulfed the ghoul horde. Although the damage had been weakened multiple times, the flame shadow's damage was already ridiculously high, and there were just too many of them. Almost as soon as they made contact, experience notifications kept popping up on their respective screens. A golden light emanated from Su Chan's body, and she finally caught up with Jiangyan, reaching the same level of 12. Meanwhile, the real flame shadow was weaving through the ghoul horde, targeting the ghoul leader. Soon, the elite ghoul leader appeared in front of Flame Shadow. Platinum-grade Flame Tail whips out. The flames suddenly ignited both of its tails. The two tails, one purple and one red, seemed to be one, and lashed out fiercely at the ghoul leader. Snap! It was accompanied by a crisp sound. The ghoul leader's health bar instantly dropped to 0. As his experience points suddenly surged, Jiang Yan noticed a message flashing in the kill notification. Congratulations on defeating a level 13 elite ghoul leader. You have received an additional 1720 experience points. Obtain 1 rotten finger. Obtain the ghoul ring X1. Hey, the shipment's been shipped. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. In a flash of light, a rotten finger and an antique-style ring appeared in his palm. Rotten fingers, a silver-grade sacrificial material, a precious finger treasured by the ghoul leader, imbued with the resentment of its owner in life, and can be a necessity for certain classes to unleash their skills. Su Chan said with some surprise. They actually drop sacrificial materials. That's the most reliable way to farm ghoul bosses. For professions like wizards, the power of many skills is related to the grade of the sacrificial materials. If I remember correctly, silver-grade sacrificial materials cost about 50,000 yuan. Jiang Yan nodded, satisfied, and put the finger into his backpack before looking at the ring. Ghoul ring. Type ring. Job restriction, none. Equipment level requirement, 13. Quality, silver. Constitution plus 30. Special effect, when worn and not in combat, restores 1% of maximum health per second. Additional skill, Bloodlust. Bloodlust, LV3 Iron Tier skill. It is automatically activated when health drops below 30%. It increases attack speed by 5%, movement speed by 5%, and damage by 3%. This silver-grade minor gem ring only adds one of the 4 main attributes, but its advantage lies in the fact that the added value is quite high among silver-grade equipment. Moreover, both its special effects and the accompanying passive skills are very versatile. In particular, it has a special effect that restores a percentage of health every second after leaving combat. For adventurers who fight year-round, this can greatly save on potion costs unless the situation is critical. Not bad, made a small profit, should be able to sell for tens of thousands of yuan. After Flame Shadow cleared out the remaining ghouls, the two continued their journey. After the skill was upgraded to platinum level, Flame Shadow's strength also increased significantly. With the experience of clearing the previous level, this snowy wasteland dungeon had lost its challenge and completely became a place for the two of them to farm experience. Time flies, and 8 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. As dusk settled, Jiang Yan and Su Chan concluded their dungeon run for the day. I completed the snowy wasteland 3 times in total. The first few times, I completed it in less than 3 hours. The last time, I performed exceptionally well and completed it in just 2 hours. The only downside was that, apart from the few good items dropped by the first school leader, there were no other significant gains. Fortunately, Jiang Yan's level has already broken through to level 12. Su Chan is currently at level 11 at 89%, just one step away from leveling up. This upgrade speed is almost unbelievable, like a miracle, in the eyes of outsiders. Statistics have shown that even geniuses, with the help of cooldown talismans, experience a significant slowdown in their leveling speed after reaching level 10. Those who can level up once every 3 days are considered exceptionally strong. Jiang Nandao, however, is currently still truly leveling up once a day. Su Chan was naturally very satisfied with the current leveling speed, and she stretched. What a busy day! I'll head back now. My amulet only has 1 cooldown left, so I need to go back and recharge it. The same as usual tomorrow. Good. After saying goodbye to Su Chan, Jiang Yan was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that he had several unread messages. It was impossible to communicate with the outside world inside the instance. It was only just loaded now. The message was sent 20 minutes ago from Qian Duo. Godfather, I've finished the beginner dungeon. Where are you? Is the lack of a reply while I'm in a dungeon? It seems you're in a dungeon. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be in a non-human dungeon like the spider nest. So you must be in the goblin dungeon right now, right? Goblin dungeons at level 7 to 9 are just right. I'm here too. After chapter 51, what's mine is yours. The message was sent 20 minutes ago. Judging by the time, Qian Duoduo should have arrived by now. Jiangyan abandoned the idea of leaving immediately and instead stood there and waited. Before long, Qian Duoduo, dressed in armor and wielding a tree spirit shield, appeared in the distance on the road. He was beaming with excitement, glancing around at each of the stalls from time to time. These stall owners are all shrewd people. Just by seeing Qian Duoduo's curious look and calculating the time, they knew that he was a fresh graduate who had just changed jobs this year. At this moment, they all greeted him enthusiastically. Hey handsome, come take a look at this weapon. I'll sell it to you for a bargain price of only 58,000. Qian Duoduo glanced at it and immediately laughed in anger. You think I'm an idiot for selling a black iron weapon without any extra attributes for 58,000? You unscrupulous merchants, not a single piece of weapon material you sell is reliable. I've done my research. This kind of low-level scam can't possibly fool me. Brother, don't believe him. Look at this lucky ring, another beautiful stall owner said enthusiastically. This ring can only be dropped by hidden monsters in the Goblin Village. Wearing it will increase your hidden luck attribute. The beautiful stall owner winked seductively and said, and luck also includes romantic luck. Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to look at the ring in the other person's hand. Lucky ring. Type ring. Job restriction, none. Equipment level requirement, 1. Quality black iron. Spirit +1. Note, a magical ring, which its original owner lost in a goblin village. Really? I don't see this luck-boosting attribute. Qian Duoduo asked with skepticism. Of course it's true, brother. Think about it, luck is a hidden attribute, so it won't be displayed directly. Wearing this will increase your hidden luck attribute, significantly increasing the chance of getting rare items when running dungeons. Besides, since you're so handsome, they might even give you a discount. It was originally priced at 100,000 yuan, but if you want it, brother, you can buy it for only 88,088 yuan. Qian Duoduo felt ecstatic as she heard brother repeatedly, and instinctively wanted to reach for her wallet to buy it. The next moment, someone grabbed his ear. Ouch! 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 Qian Duoduo turned around with a grimace, but her anger vanished instantly when she saw Jiangyan. I think you're really hungry. Look closely and see how old you are. Qian Duoduo then took a closer look at the beautiful stall owner, and realized that although she kept calling him brother, even at night, her face was covered with a lot of foundation, yet her cleavage was still undeniable. More importantly, under the dim moonlight, Qian Duoduo could even see the Adam's apple bobbing up and down on the other person's neck. Qian Duoduo shuddered. Holy crap! That's terrifying! This wasn't mentioned in the beginner's guide to avoiding scams. Seeing her good deed ruined, the beautiful stall owner glared angrily at Jiangyan, and a lot of the powder on her face fell off. But when he discovered that the person who caused the trouble was Jiangyan, he silently returned to his original seat without saying a word. Good heavens, this is something that can instantly kill a level 13 warrior and allow 2 players to clear the nightmare difficulty level of the Snow Wasteland. It was just bad luck for me to run into his friend. Seeing that the stall owners were sensible, Jiangyan didn't say much, but simply dragged Qian Duoduo away from the stalls. It's almost dark, what are you doing here? Where are your teammates? Hee, it's all thanks to you for giving me this shield. Their leveling speed can't keep up with mine. Qian Duoduo said excitedly after changing his mindset. I thought you'd need help farming Goblin Village, so I came over right away. Upgrade all night tonight? Let's go on a rampage through the Goblin Village together. No, I'm going home to sleep. Jiangyan shook his head. You've changed. Where did that exam king go? You're just staying up all night to level up. Qian Duoduo feigned indignation. With the exam just around the corner, you actually have the mind to go home and sleep. Disappointing. So disappointing. Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly. Don't misunderstand. You can continue leveling up all night. I'm not going. I can't get into the goblin dungeon. Huh? Qian Duoduo was slightly taken aback. No way, didn't you give me this shield on the first day? It should be upgraded to level 5 by now, right? Haven't leveled up in the last couple of days? Still not at level 7? Before Jiangyan could speak, Qian Duoduo, already imagining the situation, said with emotion. You didn't buy this for me specifically, did you? Ahem. Jiangyan patted Qian Duoduo on the shoulder without any hesitation. Is there a possibility? I'm already level 12, which exceeds the maximum level for the goblin dungeon? Qian Duoduo's touched expression froze instantly, and she stammered. No way, right? Level 12? How could it be so fast? Are you kidding me? Jiangyan was too lazy to explain and directly revealed his level information. Jiangyan, level 12 summoner. It wasn't until she saw this message that Qian Duoduo realized Jiangyan wasn't joking. He really had leveled up to level 12. You and me. Qian Duoduo blushed, so surprised that she couldn't utter a complete sentence. How did you do that? Why is the upgrade speed so fast? Fast? Jiangyan said calmly. If you can clear the difficult spider nest twice and then clear the nightmare snow wasteland a few times, you should be able to do it too. A spider's nest? And twice at that? Qian Duoduo's mind went blank. Isn't the spider nest dungeon supposed to be extremely difficult, so that practically no one tries it? How come it came out of Jiangyan's mouth as easily as drinking water or eating, and Jiangyan even chose the difficult level? Not to mention the nightmarish, snowy wasteland. After a long pause, Qian Duoduo managed to squeeze out only these words. Godfather! Awesome! Looking at Qian Duoduo, who was only level 7, Jiangyan frowned slightly. But your level is indeed a bit low right now. Qian Duoduo's face darkened slightly. I thought my good brother was fighting in the goblin village and that we could level up together. But I didn't expect that even if I worked so hard, he had already left me far behind and I didn't even have the chance to enter the same instance. It's okay, it's already great that you were able to level up smoothly. I didn't expect the Firefox Summoner to be so powerful. It seems that I'm not even needed, Qian Duoduo said with a forced smile. Before he could finish speaking, Jiangyan said, Wait a minute. Jiangyan then took out his phone and sent a message to Su Chan and Tan Gong, and received a reply shortly afterward. Jiangyan smiled slightly. All right, all done. There's a leveling spot in the wild where you level up quickly and get a lot of materials, which is perfect for you. Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up, but then she said with some concern. But I might have some trouble fighting wild monsters. Don't worry, we've found the right people. They also need to farm materials to make money. They don't have any tank classes in their team, so you can tank the damage and become an experience booster at the same time. Give Tan Gong's contact information to Qian Duoduo. Just contact this number tomorrow. Jiangyan yawned. I'm going back to sleep now. Thank you, Godfather. From now on, everything I own is yours. And your future wife? Of course it's still mine, except for my wife. Chapter 52. So this is what the master likes. Inside a private room at the China Securities Exchange. After arranging things for Qian Duoduo, Jiangyan came here. I plan to sell my belongings. The proceeds should be enough to buy 2 skill scrolls. Money is meaningless if you keep it on you. Only by converting it into strength can you improve yourself faster. The fruit in the private room was incredibly fresh, and even Yanning, who loved meat, couldn't resist taking a couple of bites. Just as Jiangyan was feeding Yanning, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Please come in. Da-da-da. Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels, Bai Jing, dressed in a red cheongsam, walked in from outside the door. It has to be said that the cheongsam really suits Bai Jing. It accentuated her figure perfectly. Jiangyan's gaze lingered on her for only a second before returning to Yanning. He said calmly, Why is it you? Where is Bai Hong? Seeing Jiangyan's reaction, Bai Jing's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she said, Of course I should personally greet you, since you're such a distinguished guest. You've been quite the celebrity lately. Another life-or-death contract, and another record of clearing the nightmare dungeon. Is this little brother really that strong? As Bai Jing spoke, she sat down opposite Jiangyan. Jiangyan's expression remained unchanged. Little brother? I'm not little. Is that so? Of course, I'm 18 years old, an adult, not a child anymore. Bai Jing was taken aback, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. All right, enough teasing, let's get down to business. Jiangyan waved his hand, and the materials he obtained from the dungeon instantly filled the table. The first thing displayed was the rotting finger, and the ring. Upon seeing such an astonishing quantity of materials, even the well-informed Bai Jing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. So much! Did you rob an adventurer's guild? How many times would it take to clear the snowy wasteland? Let's calculate the value, Jiangyan urged. Bai Jing's expression turned serious as she calculated the value, and she quickly gave a final price. Excluding that rotten finger, there are a total of over 169,000. Let me round it up for you. 17,000, I'll keep it if possible. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow. The price was much higher than he had initially expected. In fact, the bulk of the ingredients came from the flesh of the hidden wave carp. Good. Bai Jing pointed to the finger and said, As for this, I suggest you use it for bartering or to post commissions. Wizard-type professions have a high demand for this kind of thing. Moreover, silver-grade sacrificial materials are quite rare. Jiangyan nodded and said, In that case, please help me list it. I can accept rare pet eggs for exchange. There are no restrictions on the grade, only the rarity is required. Of course, I need to check the relevant attributes to determine whether it meets my specific requirements. Jiangyan had never given up on his second summoned beast, but unfortunately, he had already checked all the pet eggs in the exchange and found none with the potential to possess divine bloodline. Since the pet eggs commonly available on the market do not meet the requirements, Jiangyan had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Okay, I'll keep an eye on this for you. In addition, I need 2 general skill scrolls, and I also need a blacksmith to help me upgrade my equipment. Upgrade equipment? Upgrade from iron to silver? Bai Jing asked curiously. No, upgrade to gold. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangyan took out the Spider King's scepter. The unique luster of silver-grade equipment clearly showed its quality. Bai Jing's eyes lit up. Is this the Spider King's scepter? Bai Jing is obviously familiar with the equipment that drops only in the Spider Nest hard difficulty dungeon. Even without seeing the weapon's attributes, Bai Jing could guess that it was definitely a top-tier weapon. She exclaimed in admiration. You're really lucky. Since you want to upgrade the quality, you should know that upgrading silver-level equipment requires a Cyclops heart. This item is currently priced at 200,000, plus the cost of the blacksmith's work. The overall price should be close to 300,000. No need. I have the heart of the Cyclops, Jiangyan said calmly. You just need to arrange a blacksmith for me. A look of surprise flashed in Bai Jing's beautiful eyes, but she still nodded in the end. No problem, I can arrange this deal. I know a blacksmith with a hidden profession, whose success rate in forging will be higher. However, he needs to be booked in advance, which will take about a week. I will contact you then. Okay. A week is just enough time for me to farm some more materials to earn money and upgrade my equipment. Having a piece of gold-grade equipment will give you a significant advantage during assessments. To gain admission to the Mountain and Sea Academy, one must make full use of all available resources. Just as she was thinking, Bai Jing suddenly leaned forward and placed her hands on the table between them. For a moment, Jiangyan was somewhat lost in thought. This is a personal favor I'm doing. If my brother becomes successful and forgets about his older sister, I'll be very sad. As she spoke, she shook herself playfully. Even though Jiangyan had lived 2 lives, he was still somewhat stunned to see such a beautiful woman acting coquettishly in front of him. After forcing himself to calm down and obtaining 2 universal skill scrolls, he took his leave. Seeing Jiangyan flee in disarray, a hint of satisfaction finally flashed in Bai Jing's eyes. Humph, I almost thought I'd lost my charm. But he was lucky. he managed to get his hands on the heart of the Cyclops. Top-tier gold-level equipment! So many people can only dream of it! Back at the orphanage, sitting on his bed, Jiangyan couldn't help but think to himself. That Bai Jing is truly a vixen. But speaking of which, her figure is really... Yening, who was nestled in Jiangyan's arms, raised her head, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Figure? Does the owner like this? Go away, it's none of your business, Jiangyan casually replied. Yening nodded, but silently kept this in mind. Clear his mind of thoughts and take out the 2 universal skill scrolls. It's time to open blind boxes again. I hope to learn 2 new diamond-level skills. Full of anticipation, Jiangyan opened the scroll and slowly closed his eyes. A flame quietly rose and burned the entire scroll to ashes. A dark light quietly bloomed, then quickly disappeared, replaced by a dazzling white light. As expected, it's another diamond-level skill. Even though he was mentally prepared, Jiangyan was still somewhat excited. What skill will it be this time? Chapter 53 New Skills. A Motivational Strike. Open the panel to view it. Congratulations on learning a new skill. Excitement. Enthusiastic inspiration, LV1 diamond level skill. Consumes a small amount of spirit to create an inspiring heatwave. When it passes through a summoned beast, it grants the summoned beast an enthusiasm buff, increasing its movement speed, damage, attack speed, and defense by 10% for the next 10 minutes. It also grants immunity to the first control skill that follows. After seeing the skill attributes, Jiangyan's eyes lit up. This skill, like teleport, is one of the summoner's signature skills. However, the ordinary passionate inspiration is only a silver level skill, and at level 1, it can only provide a 5% overall boost to the summoned beast. The diamond level passionate inspiration boosts the level 1 increase by a factor of 1. Moreover, Jiangyan values the additional effect even more, immunity to the first control skill that follows. The immunity effect is terrifying. Even if it only grants immunity to the first control skill, it will definitely cause the enemy a lot of trouble in actual combat. With the Flame Shadow's destructive power, as long as it is not controlled immediately, it can almost instantly kill. With a single thought, the skill's enthusiasm and inspiration quietly activate. Yening leaped down from his arms, her eyes fixed intently on Jiangyan. Master, unleash your skill. As the skill was unleashed, a beam of red light spread out from Jiangyan's side. A layer of red light covered Flame Shadow's body, and the passion buff took effect, giving Flame Shadow a 10% increase in all attributes. The power boost from the skill made Flame Shadow feel a surge of pleasure, and he couldn't help but let out a howl. Cool! Flame Shadow really enjoys this feeling of increased strength. The howl was crisp and clear, carrying a sense of unbridled joy. The sound was so loud that it woke up all the motion-activated lights in the entire building. The dean roared in a voice almost comparable to Yen Ying's. Jiangyan! What are you doing? Can't a person get any sleep? Lights out, get into bed, pretend to be asleep, all in one smooth motion. 3 days later, in the snowy wasteland. A red glow quietly appeared around Jiangyan's body, and the skill, enthusiasm encouragement, was activated. As the red light fell upon the Flame Shadow, she was immediately encouraged. After being buffed with passion, Flame Shadow's body was covered with a layer of red light, and it rushed towards the young Cyclops boss like lightning. The young Cyclops stared wide-eyed as the petrification spell was quietly activated. Flame Shadow neither dodged nor evaded, and its speed was not affected at all when it took the petrification spell head-on. Flames erupted from the red and purple tails, and it lashed out with a flick of its body. Snap! The young Cyclops was instantly killed. A surge of experience points rushed in instantly, and combined with the experience rewards from clearing the dungeon, a golden light rose from Su Chan's body. Finally upgraded! We can go to Wild Bear Ridge now! She instantly became excited and said, It took me 3 whole days to grind these 2 levels. That's way too long. I'm about to throw up from grinding. If any outsiders were present and heard her say this, they would probably be ashamed to death. It's important to know that many candidates still get stuck at around level 13 each year. The experience required to level up is simply too much, and with the increased danger and difficulty of monsters and dungeons, the slower leveling speed is the norm. If others were given the chance to level up twice in 3 days, countless people would probably be eager to catch this fast track to advancement, waving their money around. Jiangyan nodded. Let's go check out Wild Bear Ridge. I'm getting a little tired of this snowy wasteland. Choose to exit the copy. After a dizzying moment, Jiangyan heard a lively commotion outside before he even opened his eyes. Come on, take a look. We have top-tier equipment for beginners here. You'll regret missing out. Newbie massage discount. Handsome guys, come and try it. Top-quality Firefox pet egg. Highly recommended. More and more newbies have graduated from the beginner dungeons recently, and many of them are already teaming up to level up in Goblin Village, making this dungeon gathering point quite lively. Jiangyan and Su Chan suddenly appeared in front of the dungeon vortex, and Jiangyan's signature Firefox on his shoulder immediately attracted the attention of many people. Hey, look, isn't that your classmate Jiangyan? Sun Mei, who was standing in front of the Goblin Village instance vortex and about to enter, suddenly raised her head and looked around. Their gazes quickly settled on Jiangyan. The sun was shining brightly. The soft sunlight shone on Jiangyan, highlighting his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, making him look radiant. In a daze, Sun Mei seemed to see the boy who used to get first place in every exam. Even the flamed shadow in Jiangyan's arms seemed exceptionally endearing. Sun Mei's heart was pounding, and she instinctively wanted to go up and say hello, but she stopped in her tracks when she saw Su Chan standing next to Jiangyan. She knew in her heart that she had already lost the right to be friends with Jiangyan from the moment she refused to team up with him, let alone take it any further. Just then, she saw Jiangyan and Su Chan walking together toward the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon vortex. Sun Mei was deeply shaken. He's already level 14? That was fast. I'm still only at level 9. If at that time. Jiangyan had no idea that Sun Mei was in the crowd, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. Upon arriving at the dungeon's vortex, Jiangyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Chan. Should we start with the normal difficulty level again this time? Su Chan felt a little embarrassed when she remembered her scream last time. She turned her head away from Jiangyan's gaze and teased Yanning, saying, Considering how powerful Yanning is, let's go straight for nightmare level. Jiangyan smiled slightly and selected the dungeon difficulty. Nightmare level. With a flash of light, the two disappeared before the dungeon vortex. After Jiangyan disappeared, Sun Mei sighed and then looked at her teammates. Let's go, let's hurry up and level up. We are still a long way from getting into the Mountain and Sea Academy. Just as my teammates and I were about to enter the dungeon vortex and select the difficulty level, a series of exclamations suddenly erupted from the crowd. Look! There's something green over there, it's so thick! What's that? Sun Mei looked in the direction of the crowd's exclamations, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Deep within the bamboo forest mountains, a vibrant green bamboo was growing at an alarming rate, as if it were about to pierce the sky. Jade-like bamboo leaves hung from its branches, captivating the eye. Is this a bamboo plant? Sun Mei seemed to realize something, and then her expression froze. Could this be a hidden bamboo forest? Chapter 54. The Prelude to the Opening. The Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. Deep in the bamboo forest mountains, Qian Duoduo held a tree spirit shield, and in front of him were 7 or 8 level 9 fire butterflies. These flame butterflies are not large, each only about the size of a palm, and their wings are covered with flame-like patterns. When it flaps its wings, it scatters large amounts of flames. Qian Duoduo intercepted them all using his shield. Behind Qian Duoduo stood Zhuo Cha, Tan Gong, and others, all looking excited. Qian Duoduo's health bar was slowly decreasing, and every time it dropped to a dangerous level, a white orb of light would land on him and restore his health. Tang Yanyan, whose severed limbs have been reattached, has recovered to her best condition, and her recovery skills seem to come out of nowhere. Arrows and fireballs flew out from behind him in an endless stream, constantly killing the fire butterflies. Their faces were beaming with smiles. This upgrade point was exactly where Su-chan leveled up in the wild. There were a large number of monsters and the resources were incredibly abundant. If the information about this upgrade point were sold, it would be quite valuable. Jiangnan simply gave it to them. The only cost is that they need to help bring more money to upgrade the game. While it said that they were helping Qian Duo level up, that's not entirely true. Their team was lacking a tank class, and Qian Duo was able to fill that gap perfectly. In the past 3 days, Qian Duo had already reached level 9. Xuecha was overjoyed. Jiangnan's recommendation of this place is fantastic. The drop rate is so high. Moreover, the fallen flame powder is extremely expensive. At this rate, it won't be long before we upgrade our equipment and get new weapons. Although Tan Gong was very satisfied with the place, he still kept in mind the captain's responsibilities and reminded him. Yes, but we still need to be careful. After all, this is the deepest part of the Bamboo Forest Mountains, and there's still no follow-up to the recent wolf rampage. Upon hearing the words, Demon Wolf, the other's expressions instantly turned serious. After all, the last wolf riot had left them with considerable psychological trauma. Xuecha said with a stiff expression. Don't say such unlucky things. I don't think I'll be that unlucky. Moreover, the fact that the Linen Guards didn't even send anyone to investigate means that we were just unlucky last time and encountered a low-probability event. Never mind, I'll check it again. Xuecha cautiously activated his insight skill. The surrounding scenery gradually faded away, leaving only a few flame butterflies flying by from time to time. Suddenly, Xuecha also noticed the bamboo growing rapidly in front of him, and his expression froze. What's going on? Are there demon wolves? Tan Gong asked nervously. Xuecha slowly shook her head. No, look over there. That looks like bamboo? The group was equally shocked when they saw the bamboo growing wildly, but they were soon filled with intense joy. Yan Tianhao was even more excited and asked, Is this a sign that the Bamboo Forest secret realm is about to open? I've heard that there are always unusual occurrences before a secret realm opens. There have never been any bamboo trees in this Bamboo Forest mountain range before. This must be related to the secret realm. There are plenty of treasures inside the secret realm, even hidden job change scrolls. Many important figures have risen to power by gaining benefits from entering the secret realm. Hearing him say that, a hint of anticipation flashed in everyone's eyes, and Qian Duo shouted loudly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look. Tan Gong's eyes flickered. Let's go take a look. After quickly killing the fire butterflies, the group prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a rustling sound came from all around. Xuecha activated his insight skill again, looked around, and then his expression changed drastically. Oh no! Demon wolves! There are so many demon wolves, I can't even count them all. What? Tan Gong immediately panicked. Something's wrong! Retreat! Retreat! Threatened by the demonic wolves, they had no choice but to abandon the Bamboo Forest secret realm and retreat. Tan Gong keenly sensed that something was wrong. The appearance of these demonic wolves is too strange. There was no trace of them a few days ago, but now they have swarmed out like locusts. No one would believe there is nothing wrong with them. He took out his communicator, intending to contact Sun Yang, the linen guard who had been in charge of the rescue last time, but found that the communicator was out of service. No! The signal is being blocked! As the others fled, they all pulled out their communicators, but without exception, all of their signals were blocked. Tan Gong seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly urged. Signal flare! Fire the signal flare quickly! Tang Mian hurriedly took out a signal flare and fired it, a burst of fire shooting into the sky. Just as it entered the sky and was about to explode, it suddenly disappeared without a trace, and a ripple suddenly appeared in the seemingly normal sky, as if a transparent film had been covered the sky. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even without Tan Gong saying it, they understood what this meant. A formation master set up a formation in advance, which not only blocked the signal but also covered up everything that was happening in this mountain range. They're the Abyss Scourge. Only those guys would do something so heinous, Tan Gong said in a low voice. The only way now is to go to the dungeon rendezvous point. There are many people there, and maybe there will be a chance. More importantly, Jiangyan is there too. Upon hearing Jiangyan's name, the group perked up as if they had found a pillar of support, except for Zhuo Cha, whose face was extremely grim. Damn it, there are demon wolves ahead too! As soon as the words were spoken, several demonic wolves emerged from the bushes, drooling, and slowly approached the group on their path. We can't let them get us entangled. Otherwise, the beasts behind us will catch up and we'll be done for. Tan Gong raised his weapon high and shouted, Kill them! Kill! In the Wild Bear Ridge instance. When Jiangyan opened his eyes, he saw a lush forest. Compared to the snowy wilderness, the temperature here was just right, either too hot nor too cold, making him feel comfortable. On a towering tree right in front of Jiangyan were extremely terrifying claw marks. The claw mark was at least 10 centimeters deep. One can imagine the consequences if that claw had landed on a person. Su Chan looked surprised. This must have been left behind by the elite monster giant bear in the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon. What terrifying power! I estimate that the strength attribute must be at least 300 points. Roar! The words had barely left his mouth when a roar, like a thunderclap, exploded in their ears. Look in the direction from which the sound came. A monster stood in the distance. It was at least 3 meters tall, with an incredibly robust physique and powerful pectoral muscles that seemed to contain boundless strength. Its entire body is covered with pale yellow fur, each hair standing upright, almost as hard as a hedgehog's quills. The muscles on its arms looked as if they were about to burst, and its large paws were even bigger than its head. It also has 2 slightly comical round ears on its head. Chapter 55, Speedrunning Wild Bear Ridge. Jiangyan immediately recognized it as the giant bear, an elite monster that was the most famous in Wild Bear Ridge. At this moment, the other party was staring at Jiangyan and his companion with predatory eyes, looking ready to pounce and hurt them at any moment. A single identification technique was unleashed. Giant Bear Elite. Level 15. Strength, 320. Spirit 30. Swiftness, 100. Physical fitness, 300. Combat skills, Tear Claw, Silver, Powerful Strike, Bronze, Hardened, Bronze. A monster with high strength and high defense. Its strength attribute alone is comparable to that of a Cyclops. The giant bear could no longer contain itself and charged towards the two of them. A tree as thick as a man's waist blocked the road, but the giant bear did not slow down. Suddenly, a layer of black metallic luster covered its fur and skin. It is precisely this bronze-level hardening that can significantly enhance defensive capabilities in a short period of time. It crashed violently into the giant tree, snapping it in half, and continued charging towards Jiangyan without slowing down. Dust rose up along the way, and even the ground trembled slightly. Jiangyan's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, Yanning jumped out of his arms. At this moment, Yanning had not yet shed her Chu Lian state, and looked petite and cute, like a harmless pet. The giant bear charged in front of Flame Shadow, its dark claws gleaming with a sharp light. The silver-grade Tear Claw was unleashed without any concealment. With a strength attribute boost of up to 300 points, the Tear Claw seemed capable of tearing apart everything in the world, let alone the seemingly petite, cute, and frail Flame Shadow. Even Su Chan couldn't help but exclaim, "Watch out!" Just as the tearing claw was about to strike, a purple tail quietly appeared behind Flame Shadow. Platinum level skill! Phantom Bewitching activated. The tearing claw came to an abrupt halt, its claws stopping less than a centimeter in front of the Flame Shadow, unable to advance even an inch further. With only 30 points in its mental attribute, the giant bear was completely powerless against Flame Shadow's illusionary charm. The violence in its eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by extreme fear. Before the Phantom Bewitching skill effect had even ended, flames had already ignited on Flame Shadow's tail. The flame tail lashed out fiercely. There was a loud thud, followed by a heavy thud as the object hit the ground. Instant kill. The elite level Mighty Bear's health bar was emptied in an instant. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 Mighty Bear, Elite. You have received an additional 1990 experience points. Obtain material, Giant Bear Paw X1. Luckily, I got a loot on the very first monster. The most valuable part of the giant bear is its paw, which is known for its rich and delicious flavor. Many chefs and other professionals buy large quantities of this ingredient, and a single piece can sell for 30,000 yuan. After carefully storing the bear paw, Yanning took the lead, with Jiangyan and Su Chan following behind as they ventured deeper into the mountains. The instance is called Wild Bear Ridge, but the monsters inside are not limited to bears. Not long after, Yanning stopped and looked up at a towering tree beside her. A beehive, much larger than a person, hangs beneath the thick tree trunk. Around the hive, you can vaguely see many bee-like animals flying around. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern the differences between them and bees. Not only are the poison needles in its abdomen several tens of centimeters long, but its mouth also has very obvious and densely packed sharp teeth. If you were bitten, there probably wouldn't be a single piece of flesh left. The identification technique was used. Stinger wasps. Level 15. Strength, 150. Spirit, 150. Swiftness, 150. Physical fitness, 150. Talent skill, bee venom. Combat skills, Thousand Needles, bronze level. Self-destruction, bronze level. Frenzy devouring, bronze level. The four-dimensional attributes are extremely balanced and mediocre. But just looking at the skills, you can tell that once you provoke this kind of monster, you will face a storm of attacks. The innate skill, bee venom, means that any attack from the poison stinger will be imbued with silver-level bee venom, dealing massive damage to enemies while also reducing their movement speed. The accompanying itching and swelling aftereffects are even more unbearable. As for the self-destruct skill, when they sense that their lives are in danger, they will choose to self-destruct, deducting all their health points to deal a lot of damage to the enemy. A single stinging wasp may cause limited damage, but there are far more than 100 stinging wasps going in and out of that hive. In reality, most teams would choose to avoid monsters like the poison stinger. They preferred to face the raging mighty bear rather than deal with the poison stinger bees, as being suddenly bitten by such a monster could easily lead to casualties in the team. Looking at the terrifying beehive, Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. Enthusiasm Inspire skill activation. A flash of red light. The Enthusiasm Inspire skill has been successfully unleashed. The buff effect is triggered instantly. Full of fighting spirit, Yanning moved her limbs slightly and immediately rushed towards the location of the beehive. A few poisonous bees noticed the approaching flame shadow in midair and immediately launched an attack. Their bellies were slightly bulging, and their poisonous needles gleamed with a silvery white luster. Skill Thousand Needles. Unleash. The slender, poisonous needle instantly detached from the poisonous bee's body and shot fiercely towards Flame Shadow's location. Not only that, the poison needles began to split in midair, splitting from a single needle into thousands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For a moment, the sound of air being torn apart filled the air all around. Although it was just an attack launched by 7 or 8 poisonous stinging bees, they wove a dense, impenetrable net of poisonous stings in midair. The melodious sound of a flute drifted over, and Su Chan decisively added speed and defense to Yanning. With the support of high speed, Flame Shadow seemed to transform into a red lightning bolt, constantly weaving through the net of poison needles. Even when dodging, its movements remain elegant and fluid, as if it were not fighting, but performing a show for thousands of people. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of poison needles missed their mark and stuck in the ground, the entire needles disappearing into the soil. Flame Shadow dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding most of the poison needles. Unfortunately, there were still too many poison needles, and even so, one of them still managed to pierce Flame Shadow's tail. A pitiful -1 damage value appeared above Flame Shadow's head. Before the bee venom could even take effect, an immunity notification popped up, which was the immunity to negative effects added by passionate encouragement. Without pausing, Flame Shadow rushed to the location of the hive. The flame patterns on the fur have begun to writhe vividly, and the platinum-level flame storm is poised to unleash its power. The sudden appearance of the Flame Shadow also attracted the attention of more stinger bees inside the hive. A constant buzzing sound emanated as swarms of stinging bees eagerly emerged, ready to teach the creature that had invaded their territory a lesson. The flames quietly ignited. And it was at this moment that an unexpected event occurred. A deafening roar suddenly rang out. The Flame Shadow, who was unleashing a fiery storm, suddenly froze and fell into a dazed state. The newly ignited flames were forcibly interrupted, and the skill was aborted. Jiangyan and Suchan were both attacked, their expressions froze, and they fell into a state of dizziness. The venomous bees that kept flying around fared even worse. After becoming dizzy, they couldn't even flap their wings and fell to the ground like rain. Chapter 56 The Best Chance to Kill Him. When Jiangyan recovered from his dizziness, he then noticed a bear-like monster covered in black fur rapidly approaching from not far away. This guy looks somewhat similar to the mighty bear, but his presence is much weaker. A single identification technique was unleashed. Honey-loving black bear, elite. Level 15. Strength, 250. Spirit 50. Swiftness, 150. Physical fitness, 250. Combat skills, intimidating roar, gold, slam, bronze, harden, bronze. Note, this creature is unique to Wild Bear Ridge. It is extremely fond of honey, and any creature that tries to stop it from eating honey is its enemy. It's actually a gold-level intimidation roar. No wonder it can control Flame Shadow. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow slightly. This skill was the favorite of warrior-type classes, as it could cause a large-scale stun. Although the duration was short, even a few seconds was enough to kill a squishy class. The thick-skinned, honey-loving black bear is completely immune to the stinger bees. On the contrary, its intimidating roar greatly restrains them. The honey-loving black bear was furious, clearly regarding Jiangyan and his companions as enemies who wanted to seize the poison needle honey. Flame Shadow had recovered from her dizziness, and her eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent as she coldly watched the approaching honey-loving black bear. By the time the poison stinger bee recovered from its dizziness and took flight again, the honey-loving black bear had already rushed to Flame Shadow's side. The flame pattern reappeared. The platinum-level blaze storm was quietly unleashed. A terrifyingly high temperature rose, and the surrounding air suddenly began to distort. Chu Lian's status automatically ended, and Yan Ying's body returned to battle mode, her inherent noble aura quickly spreading. The honey-loving black bear only now realized that it seemed to have kicked a hornet's nest. My first instinct was to turn and run away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Flames erupted from Flame Shadow's body, transforming it into a merciless reaper that instantly devoured the poisonous bees and the honey-loving black bear. Kill notifications popped up in dense clusters. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 poison stinger bee. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 poison stinger bee. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain materials, Poison Needle Honey X1. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 honeybee black bear, elite. You have received an additional 1990 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 poison stinger bee. You have received an additional 1,800 experience points. Obtain materials, Poison Needle Honey X1. As the flames gradually faded, Yanning returned to Jiangyan's side, having reverted to her Chu Lian form. Jiangyan stroked the Flame Shadow while looking at his haul with satisfaction. Indeed, this dungeon lives up to its name as the Chef's Paradise Dungeon. The poison needle honey seems to be only slightly inferior to the giant bear paw. 8 portions of poison needle honey were harvested from one hive. Give us a few more, and your high-quality pet food will be taken care of from now on. Upon hearing the word high-grade pet food, Yan Ying's ears perked up, her eyes brightened slightly, and she glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Su Chan's location. Su Chan sighed and took out a serving of premium pet food from her backpack. You ungrateful wretch, if you don't come looking for me next time, I won't let you eat. Despite saying this, Su Chan had an unyielding smile on her face. I think the highest clear time for the nightmare difficulty of the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon was 10 hours and 8 minutes, right? How long do you think it will take? Su Chan asked curiously while feeding Yanning. It's my first time using it, so I'm not very familiar with it, Jiangyan said modestly. It should take about 3 hours, right? 3 hours? Even though Su Chan was mentally prepared, she was still somewhat shocked to hear this time. Well, the Wild Bear Ridge dungeon isn't actually that complicated, and the number of monsters isn't that many either. It's just that the individual monsters are quite strong, and every bear-type monster is elite level. Jiangyan analyzed seriously. For an ordinary team, it would take a lot of effort and time just to deal with one bear monster. Especially if you get injured, you'll need extra time to recover and rest. But this is not a problem for us at all. Even elite-level monsters are not a problem for Flame Shadow. The 3-hour time frame is to take into account that we need to clear out as many elite monsters as possible so that our leveling speed won't be too slow. The boss of Wild Bear Ridge, the Dark Gold Bear King, does not have a fixed area. If you are unlucky enough to encounter and kill it early, the dungeon will be interrupted prematurely. Jiangyan shrugged. So this timing is reasonable. Su Chan opened her mouth slightly, wanting to refute, but found herself at a loss for words. After Yanning finished eating the high-grade pet food, the two people and the beast resumed their journey to find monsters to level up. Deep in the bamboo forest mountains, a man in black robes sat cross-legged on a boulder next to the bamboo stalk that seemed to pierce the sky. His eyes were closed, and a transparent membrane was continuously spreading from his body, covering the entire bamboo forest mountain range. It conceals everything that happens here. Standing respectfully beneath the boulder, Gray said, reporting to the high priest, the demon wolves have been dispatched, and no one will come to interfere with our operations. The man in the black robe remained motionless, only his voice emanating from him. You did a good job. Make sure to drive everyone away. Priest, there is something I don't understand. Why not just kill them all? No, although the Water Moon Cave skill can create illusions to conceal strange phenomena, if the person who is killed has an item similar to a soul-guiding lamp, the lamp will go out when the person dies, and their family will definitely come to investigate. By then, whatever treasures are in the secret realm will be irrelevant to us. The man in black robes reached out and stroked the bamboo beside him. This secret realm will open in a few hours at most. I can already see the entry restrictions. Anyone above level 20 cannot enter. We must ensure that everyone who enters is a believer in order to retrieve all the treasures and not let down the arrangements made over the years. Hui nodded, then hesitated for a moment before turning back to look at a believer in a white robe behind her, carefully choosing her words. Even if there is Wei Qing's successor among these people, should we just ignore them? What? The man in black robes suddenly opened his eyes. Wei Qing, one of the generals of Shanhaiguan? He has chosen a successor? How did you know? Gray nodded to the person behind him, and a believer dressed in a white robe stepped forward. He approached the man in the black robe, took off his hood, and revealed a slightly immature yet somewhat gloomy face. If Sun Mei and the others were present at this moment, they would definitely be shocked, as they also knew this follower of the Abyss cult. It was Zhang Bingyang, whose pet was killed by Jiangyan. Reporting to the high priest, I witnessed Jiangyan clear the newbie dungeon in 8 hours on the first day, breaking the record for clearing the newbie dungeon. Wei Qing took the initiative to contact the person in charge to congratulate him and even asked them to block Jiangyan's record of clearing the newbie dungeon until his assessment. Mentioning Jiangyan, Zhang Bingyang's body trembled involuntarily, as if the painful image of being torn apart and killed by countless flame shadows resurfaced once again, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger desire for revenge. If he had no connection with Wei Qing, he would never be so concerned. Jiangyan is currently leveling up in the Bamboo Forest Mountains instance. This is the perfect opportunity to kill him. Chapter 57 Wild Bear Ridge Boss, Dark Gold Bear King. This is the best chance to kill him. Who are you? The man in black robes narrowed his eyes slightly. Reporting to the High Priest, this is my newly recruited believer, Zhang Bingyang, codenamed by Wu. As far as I know, he and Jiangyan are classmates, and there has been some conflict between them, Grey One explained. Zhang Bingyang could vaguely sense a scrutinizing gaze emanating from the black robe, as if they were considering the credibility of the news. After a moment, the man in black robes suddenly spoke up. This person's potential should not be underestimated, as he was able to clear the beginner dungeon in 8 hours on the first day. Regardless of whether he is Wei Qing's successor or not, letting him continue as he is will inevitably make him our enemy. Kill! However, the man in black robes changed the subject. There can't be too much commotion in the Water Moon Cave. We can't make a direct move, otherwise it will cause too much disturbance and attract the attention of the Linen Guards. The Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is still the top priority and cannot be lost. Grey One, I remember your witchcraft can create even stronger dire wolves, right? Yes, Your Excellency. Grey nodded in response. Take these sacrificial materials and use them to create a strengthened demonic wolf. You must kill Jiangyan. Yes. Hui took the materials and turned to leave. Zhang Bingyang pulled up his hood and followed behind Hui, a slight smile playing on his lips that went unnoticed by anyone. Jiangyan, let's see how you survive this. This is the retribution you deserve. 2 hours later, in the Wild Bear Ridge instance. Completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world, Jiangyan was immersed in the joy of rapidly increasing his experience points. The flames slowly subsided. Beside Flame's shadow stood a charred corpse of a honey-loving black bear. Let's search the vicinity. Since there are honey-loving black bears, there should be stinging bees too. After several tests, Jiangyan gained a certain understanding of the habits of these honey-loving black bears. Their fondness for poisonous needle honey surpassed everything else. Whenever a honey-loving black bear was encountered, there would definitely be a beehive nearby. Flamed Shadow's tail swayed slightly, and clones emerged from its body. These clones moved swiftly through the nearby woods, searching for the hive's location. A few minutes later, Yanning looked warily towards the dense forest on the left. Master, over here. Good. Yanning led the way, with Jiangyan and Su Chan following closely behind. The phantom clone's skill is simply divine. The clones created can not only help confuse enemies in battle, but also play a great role in situations where detection and reconnaissance are needed. After all, Flame Shadow, as the main body, can understand the situation encountered by each of its clones. With this skill, the speed at which Jiangyan cleared dungeons was much faster than he had imagined. Sure enough, Jiangyan saw the beehive hanging on the tree trunk after walking only a few steps. The enormous beehive bent the tree trunk under its weight, and there were even paw prints left by a honey-loving black bear on it. The poisonous bees that kept darting among them had not yet noticed the approach of Flame's Shadow and the others. Just as Yanning was about to rush forward and finish the job quickly, she suddenly stopped and looked in the other direction with her ears perked up. What happened? Su Chan asked, puzzled. Jiangyan nodded. He sensed a faint sense of danger from Yanning. Something seemed to be approaching. However, Jiangyan could only see a towering tree that was as thick as 2 or 3 people could encircle, but he could not detect any sound or movement. Not long after, the ground suddenly began to shake slightly. The shaking intensified, eventually becoming as exaggerated as an earthquake. Su Chan's expression changed slightly. Even before we've seen the monster make a sound, it's already this powerful. This monster's size is probably not much smaller than the Cyclops of the White Wasteland. Suddenly, a huge bear paw reached out from behind the tree trunk and grabbed the towering tree. Pull hard. Squeak. This large tree was actually uprooted along with a large area of soil. It then easily lifted the tree trunk behind it and rubbed it repeatedly, acting as a back scratcher. Jiangyan and Su Chan finally saw the monster's true appearance. It's too yellow, way too yellow. This bear-like monster was covered in a golden sheen, and even a single hair seemed incredibly hard. Its size is at least twice as large as the giant bear we saw before. The claws on the bear's paws look exactly like metal. Suchan frowned slightly. Dark Gold Bear King! We actually encountered the boss ahead of schedule. Jiangyan also used his appraisal skills. Dark Gold Bear King, boss level. Level 15. Strength 400. Spirit 100. Swift 200. Physical fitness 400. Talent skill, Dark Gold Bear Claw. Combat skills, Bear King Stance, Silver rank, Fatal Claw Strike, Silver rank, Intimidating Roar, Gold rank, Earthquake Strike, Silver rank, Tear Claw, Silver rank. As expected of a level 15 nightmare level dungeon boss, it possesses terrifying attributes, and the innate skill Dark Gold Bear Claw. Dark Gold Bear Claw, passive talent skill, grants 30% defense penetration upon attack. Any squishy class of the same level will be instantly killed if it gets hit by this Dark Gold Bear King. Even tank classes may not be able to withstand its attacks for long if their equipment is not good enough. Under normal circumstances, most people can only kill this Dark Gold Bear King by having a tanky front line to block the damage and then slowly whittling it down with ranged attacks. This is why the completion time is so long. Since we've encountered it, let's deal with it. I'm really looking forward to seeing if I'll get any good loot on my first clear. Call out. A red light flashed on Jiangyan's body. The red glowing shadow charged towards the Dark Golden Bear King. The Dark Gold Bear King, who was focused on scratching his itch, finally noticed Jiangyan and the others, as well as the adorable creature that was rushing towards him. The Dark Gold Bear King was somewhat stunned. Having roamed the Wild Bear Ridge, it had never encountered a creature that dared to charge at it. Not to mention such a weak fox. Feeling provoked, it raised its hand and flung out its back scratcher. The tree trunk spun in the air with a heavy whistling sound. An ordinary person would likely suffer broken bones and tendons from just being hit by it. Flamed Shadow stared intently at the Dark Gold Bear King, neither dodging nor avoiding the flying tree trunk. With a powerful stomp, Flamed Shadow's small body instantly soared into the air and landed steadily on the tree trunk. Then, it used the tree trunk as a carrier to quickly move across it. They soon arrived in front of the Dark Gold Bear King. The Dark Gold Bear King finally realized something was wrong and opened its mouth to unleash a gold-level intimidating roar. The sound waves stirred up countless bits of soil and fallen leaves. All creatures within range were rendered dizzy. A flash of red light appeared on Yan Ying's body, and the words, immunity, floated by in large letters, which was the immunity effect that came with the enthusiasm encouragement. Having already suffered losses at the hands of the honey-loving black bear, how could Jiangyan possibly allow Yan Ying to be controlled again? The golden fur on the Dark Gold Bear King suddenly began to grow wildly, and its size also increased significantly. It has activated its Bear King form, gaining additional boosts to both attack and defense for a short period of time. The metallic bear claws suddenly lunged at the Flamed Shadow. Chapter 58. There's a big problem with the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Chu Lian's condition has been lifted. Flamed Shadow's fur moved without wind, and his posture returned to normal. With a touch of eeriness and nobility, the two tails behind her came together, and flames rose up. Skill, Flame Tail. Activated. Snap! The tail, burning fiercely, struck the bear's paw squarely. The platinum-level flame tail clashed with the silver-level Tear Claw. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. The Dark Gold Bear King's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if it couldn't understand why such terrifying energy could erupt from the small body of the Flamed Shadow. Its massive body was sent flying backward in an instant, snapping a large number of trees. The health bar has been reduced by 9/10, leaving only a sliver of health. The level 15 nightmare level dungeon boss was nearly killed instantly while in the Bear King stance buff. Even though Suchan had witnessed Yan Ying's power, she was still incredibly shocked. Just how terrifying are the attributes of Flame Shadow? This Dark Gold Bear King once struck fear into the hearts of countless teams. its terrifying defensive penetration effect could turn most tank classes into a joke. Most teams enter this dungeon to make money, since the bear paws dropped by the bear monsters are highly sought after by professions that focus on crafting. Hunting elite bear monsters to obtain materials is a relatively safe way to make money, provided you don't encounter the Dark Gold Bear King. This guy doesn't have a fixed area to move around in. If he accidentally encounters the Dark Gold Bear King or similar teams, he will immediately choose to leave the dungeon. Once entangled, even the slightest carelessness can easily lead to the death of a team member. Even such a terrifying being, when facing Flame Shadow, could only barely avoid being instantly killed even after activating the Bear King form. If this gets out, probably none of the professional material processing teams will believe it. At this moment, Yanning was also somewhat shocked to see that the Dark Gold Bear King was still alive. After all, this was the first monster that it could not kill instantly. Then, a hint of anger flashed in its eyes. This is the first time I've encountered such a tanky enemy. How dare you embarrass me in front of my master? You deserve to die. A terrifying speed erupted instantly, and Flame Shadow appeared beside the Dark Gold Bear King. The flames quietly ignited. The Dark Gold Bear King was completely engulfed by flames before it even had a chance to stand up and escape. Its once proud defensive capabilities were utterly insignificant in the face of a platinum-level flame storm, let alone now that it was reduced to a mere sliver of health. Before the flame storm had even ended, the Dark Gold Bear King's health had already been reduced to 0. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 Dark Gold Bear King, boss level. You have received an additional 2,500 experience points. Obtain material, Dark Gold Bear King's Hide X1. Jiangnan looked somewhat disappointed at the appearance of the Dark Gold Bear King's pelt. This material isn't particularly valuable. It's more of an ornamental item or trophy, so naturally, there aren't many buyers. As a large amount of experience points poured in instantly, Jiangnan also heard a pleasant notification that he had cleared the level. Congratulations on clearing the Wild Bear Ridge, Nightmare, dungeon. Your clear time was 2 hours and 38 minutes, which has now been updated to the fastest clear record for the Wild Bear Ridge, Nightmare, dungeon. Break the record for clearing the Snowy Wasteland, Nightmare, dungeon, reward, 5,000 experience points. First time clearing the Wild Bear Ridge, Nightmare, dungeon, obtaining 1 Dark Gold Bear Claw. Huh! Dark Gold Bear Claw? After quickly glancing at the items he had acquired, Jiangnan was somewhat surprised to take out the Dark Gold Bear Claw. Dark Gold Bear Claw. Bear claws produced by the Dark Gold Bear King already possess some of the properties of metal, and adding them when crafting or upgrading equipment may have unexpected effects. Not bad, I guess I've managed to get a good item. I can keep this. I'll need it when I upgrade my equipment in a couple of days. Only then did the flames gradually dissipate. Yanning had already released Chu Lian from her state and gracefully walked to Jiangnan's side, leaping up and jumping into Jiangnan's arms. Let's go outside and use the cooling charm to reset the count and continue, Jiangnan said to Su Chan, who was still in a state of shock. I'm fine. Choose to exit the copy. The two figures vanished silently. Lin and Garrison. The guard, dressed in heavy armor, looked at Sun Yang, who was in civilian clothes, and laughed. Brother Sun, are you going to the Bamboo Forest Mountains again? It's been so many days already, why bother with all this trouble? It's so hot outside. Sun Yang shook his head noncommittally. Nothing much, just going to take a look. Hey, that wolf attack must have been an accident. Look how peaceful the Bamboo Forest Mountains are. With you getting so busy, Brother Sun, our workload is going to increase a lot. The guard was clearly very familiar with Sun Yang and joked. You little rascal, all you ever think about is how to slack off, huh? Sun Yang casually made a comment and then strode towards the Bamboo Forest mountain range, intending to take a stroll around. Since dealing with the last wolf attack, he has maintained this habit, even when resting. The reason was simple, he still felt the wolf attack was too suspicious. Are elite-level dire wolves with a certain level of intelligence setting traps to kill humans? There's something wrong with how you look at it. Strangely, after I uploaded the report, it was as if nothing had happened. They just told me that someone would handle it, but there were no preventative measures or even any restrictions on new students entering the bamboo forest mountains. He didn't understand the plans above and didn't want to pursue them, so he could only be more careful and cautious on his own. He soon arrived at the bamboo forest mountains. The area in front of him looked normal, and he could occasionally hear the howls of monsters, just like any other day. Sun Yan shook his head. Looks like I'm being too sensitive. Since no restrictions have been imposed from above, there shouldn't be any problems. Just as he turned to leave, his gaze inadvertently swept across the room and noticed something, causing him to freeze instantly. Not far ahead, there was a large tree that had been split in two. The cut surface was fresh and intact, as if it had just been cut down. The problem is, Sun Yan clearly remembers that this was a tree he cut down to clear a path when he led his men to rescue the area during the last wolf attack. How much time has passed, yet the cross-section still looks so fresh. As an official guard, he had a keen sense that something was amiss. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a silver-grade great sword materialized there. Holding the sword in both hands, he was cautious and constantly on guard against any potential dangers. Seeing that he still hadn't seen any trace of the demon wolf, he decided to place the great sword on the cross-section of the tree trunk to compare it, just in case he had misremembered. Just as he was about to place the great sword on the tree trunk, he suddenly felt a resistance at the tip of the sword, as if there was a transparent film in front of him, constantly swaying like water ripples. Sun Yang's expression changed drastically. Water Moon Cave. This is a skill that only advanced formation masters can master. There's a big problem with the Julin Mountains. Chapter 59 Trapped in the Dungeon Vortex. Break the impasse. The scenery before my eyes flashed. Before Jianyan could even open his eyes, he heard a girl exclaim in surprise. Careful! I heard a whooshing sound and opened my eyes. A ferocious-looking demonic wolf was almost within reach. Jianyan could even see a few bloody bits of flesh stuck between its teeth. Flamed Shadow leaped out of his arms in an instant, and while still in midair, his tail was already ablaze with flames as he lashed out. Snap! Even when Flamed Shadow was only level 8, he could easily deal with the demonic wolf. Now, it was no problem at all. The moment he made contact with the menacing demonic wolf, its health bar was instantly reduced to 0. The girl who spoke up seemed to be a freshman from another school who had just transferred. She was stunned to see that Jianyan, who was about the same age as her, could easily defeat the demon wolf. Jianyan nodded to her in thanks, then looked around and realized that the place had been ravaged by demonic wolves, with a seemingly endless number of them. Fortunately, the dungeons were backed by mountain walls, and the vendors who had set up stalls were all gathered together. Tank classes and warriors were at the front, while mages and archers stood in the inner circle. Those who need support or rest are in the most secure and central location. Although these people had not received formal military training, they had been spending years in dungeons and were able to quickly form a formation, barely managing to defend against the attacks of the demon wolves. The demonic wolf just now happened to break through the defense boundary and encounter Jianyan, who had left the instance. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. A warrior had just killed the demon wolf, and before he could even catch his breath, another demon wolf suddenly appeared beside him and bit him hard. He had to temporarily step back and let others fill in for a while. However, the substitutes were also covered in injuries. The entire defense line was already on the verge of collapse. What's going on? Su Chan asked in surprise. Although there are demonic wolves ravaging the bamboo forest mountains, this is just too exaggerated. And where are the guards? With such a commotion, where are the guards of linen? Jiangyan's gaze swept over the people fighting fiercely around him. They were all working hard to resist the demonic wolves, and many of them were covered in blood. He even saw Sun Mei and others who were pale and exhausted from their mental energy. The tanks at the front were already teetering on the brink of collapse after such a long period of resistance, as if they could be torn apart by the dire wolves at any moment. He turned his gaze back to the sky. High in the sky, arrows streaked across the ground, leaving ripples in their wake. Water Moon Cave Heaven? Jiangyan was somewhat surprised. Just then, Wang Hu, who was in the rest area, also noticed Jiangyan. He immediately perked up and quickly pulled Jiangyan to retreat to the core security zone. Wang Hu had a large wolf claw mark on his chest, indicating that he was seriously injured. Fortunately, with the help of treatment, the wound had stopped bleeding and his health bar was gradually recovering. Su Chan had a strong impression of the person who made money by betting on the completion time, and she quickly asked, "What happened? Why are there so many demon wolves all of a sudden?" Wang Hu's expression was bitter. "I don't know. These demonic wolves appeared out of nowhere, and no one has noticed their origin." He then pointed to the sky. "Moreover, someone has set up an array in advance to block all signals. Now, people below level 20 in the entire Bamboo Forest mountain range can only enter but cannot leave. Although we haven't tested people above level 20, it's highly likely they won't be able to get in. We all suspect it's the Abyss Evils," Wang Hu said, his teeth practically grinding to powder as he mentioned the last 4 words. "Abyssal heretics? What is their purpose?" Su Chan's voice turned colder. "No one but the Abyss Evils would do something so heinous. As for the purpose," Wang Hu looked towards the deepest part of the Bamboo Forest mountains. The bamboo stalk that had almost pierced the sky had stopped growing and its color had become even greener. Jiangyan and Su Chan finally noticed the bamboo. Their pupils dilated, they exchanged a glance, and exclaimed in unison, "The Bamboo Forest secret realm!" Su Chan immediately realized. "We can't let those evil people enter the secret realm. The powerful individuals they cultivate after obtaining the good things will be a major threat to our human race. The Abyss Evils are all people who worship the Demon Legion. If they are made even stronger, wouldn't that mean the rear is lost?" Jiangyan nodded in deep agreement, but his reasoning wasn't particularly lofty. "Such a wonderful place as the secret realm, of course I should find a chance to get a piece of it. We need to get rid of the demon wolves first, and at least ensure our safety before we can even think about the secret realm." With a thought, Yanning jumped out of Jiangyan's arms, and Chu Lian's condition was lifted. Its thick fur grew wildly in an instant, and its size also increased. 2 foxtails, one a vibrant orange and the other a mysterious purple, swayed slightly behind it. The attention of the support staff and the wounded who were resting was instantly drawn to it. Jiangyan led Yanning towards the front where the pressure was greatest. Just then, a tank class was attacked by the 3-headed wolves at the same time, leaving him with a lot of injuries, and he had no choice but to retreat and rest for a while. "Bro, you hold this up for now. I'll rest for a bit and be right back." Jiangyan took his place as a matter of course. Seeing how young Jiangyan was, the others around him all drew the surrounding demonic wolves away, trying to reduce the pressure on Jiangyan's side as much as possible. In this situation, if any side makes a mistake, it will ultimately lead to the collapse of the entire formation. Seeing this scene, Jiangyan felt a slight stirring in his heart. Enthusiasm and encouragement are immediately unleashed. Under the crimson glow, flames and shadows appeared. Phantom clone! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless fiery shadows, numbering as many as demonic wolves, suddenly appeared and immediately attacked the demonic wolves. Flame storm. Flame tail. Tear claw. Illusory bewitching. Various skills were unleashed by the flame shadow clones as if they were free. Although the damage of some clones had been reduced to the point of being negligible, the sheer number of clones still attracted the attention of many demon wolves. In an instant, everyone's pressure was greatly reduced. Now everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn to Jiangyan and Yanning. Sun Mei was no exception. A hint of surprise flickered beneath her pale, weary face. "He's here, there should be hope." After releasing the phantom clone, the real flame shadow did not stop, but rushed towards the direction where the wolf pack was most concentrated. Dozens of elite-level mutated demon wolves inhabit this area. Based on previous experience, they should be the leaders of these wolf packs. The elite-level mutated wolves' eyes flashed with a human-like threatening light, and they let out a series of low growls. Countless demonic wolves charged towards Flame Shadow, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. They retreated quietly, always maintaining a relative distance from the flame shadow. That's exactly the attack range of a gold-level flame storm. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly. It seems that the mastermind behind this is indeed somewhat wary of flame shadow, having even taken into account the attack range of the gold-level flame storm. Unfortunately, it was no use. The flame shadow now wields the platinum-level flame storm. Flame patterns twisted and emerged on Yan Ying's body. Flames burst forth. Chapter 60 Clearing the Area. Tang Nianmian calls for help. The platinum-level flame storm has a significantly higher attack range and damage than the gold-level version. What delighted Jiang Yan even more was that at that moment, Yan Ying's flame storm skill leveled up to LV3. The elite mutated wolves instantly realized something was wrong and fled in a frantic manner. Jiang Yan wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly said, "Twin shadow techniques. Copy! Flame storm!" A phantom of flames suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yan, and the flames spread out instantly. The two fiery storms seemed to have been unleashed by the same person, instantly overlapping each other. The attack range and attack distance have been significantly increased. Those elite-level mutated wolves that had a slim chance of escaping were immediately engulfed by the flame storm. Instant kill. Flame shadow emerged from the flames, hunting down the other demon wolves like a god. For a moment, apart from the howling of the dire wolf, the entire arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Countless admiring and respectful gazes were cast upon Jiang Yan, who stood amidst a pile of demonic wolf corpses. What a terrifying fox! It can't possibly be a two-tailed fox. I have never seen such a powerful summoned beast before. Did he just use Flame Storm? Why is it that I, a fire mage, haven't even learned the skill yet, but he already knows it? Isn't he a summoner? Who cares? Isn't this a great thing? Listening to the discussions around her, Sun Mei, standing in the crowd, felt her heart pounding wildly, as if something deep inside her was spreading and growing rapidly. But when she thought about what she had done, her face was immediately filled with bitterness. It was all too late. Everyone, in order to prevent the dire wolves from launching another attack, please accept the invitation to the Legion Team mode. Su Chan suddenly spoke up and then initiated the Legion Team mode for everyone present. The maximum number of people in a regular team is 10. Generally, when there is a large-scale battle at Shanhaiguan, the Legion Team mode is chosen because it is easier to organize. Everyone agreed to Su Chan's request to join a team. Seeing the 322 people listed, Su Chan immediately took out her flute. A melodious sound emanated from it. Everyone noticed that their health and mental energy were rapidly recovering, and even some summoner-class summoned beasts received the same effect. This surprised many people. As we all know, support skills usually have a limit on the number of targets they can affect. A support player is already considered quite good if they can take care of a 6-person team. Holy crap, is that an area of effect healing skill? Summoned beasts can enjoy this too? What kind of support class does this beautiful woman have? Is she that powerful? Jiang Yan nodded slightly upon seeing this. Su Chan's profession was best suited for large-scale battles like this. It was foreseeable that once she grew up, as long as she was properly protected, she would be able to reduce a lot of pressure when facing the invasion of the Demon Legion. Everyone is recovering rapidly, and even if the wolves return, the pressure should be much less. Flame Shadow, who was focused on cleaning up the demon wolves, suddenly stopped and looked up at the bushes beside it. A soft rustling sound came from the bushes, and then a figure rolled out of them. She looked disheveled, and her clothes bore many marks of being torn by the demonic wolves. Tang Nianmian? Jiang Yan immediately came to her side and helped her up. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, Tang Nianmian couldn't stop her tears and said urgently, "Tianhao and the others are trapped by the demon wolves. Save them. They can't hold on much longer. Captain Tan wanted Qian Duoduo to bring me here for help, but he was tied up, so I had to come first." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan frowned deeply. "Where are they?" "Follow this path, and you'll soon see Qian Duoduo." Jiang Yan nodded, led Tang Nian to a safe resting area, and said to Su Chan, "Keep an eye on her for me. I'm going over there to take a look. The bamboo forest secret realm will most likely open there as well." Su Chan said softly, "Don't worry, I'll apply group buff here. Even if the demon wolves attack again, we should be able to hold on." With a thought, Yanning appeared in front of Jiang Yan and bent down slightly. Jiang Yan then sat down. Flame Shadow let out a howl and then rushed quickly in the direction Tang Nian pointed. Dust and smoke rose up in an instant. All anyone could see was Jiang Yan's figure slowly disappearing. Before long, they heard the deep howls of the demon wolves coming from all around them again. As Jiang Yan walked through the bushes, he indeed saw a somewhat disheveled figure holding a shield. "Go to hell, you beasts! Go ahead and eat me if you dare!" Qian Duo, his face covered in blood, held his shield high, facing the attack of the two demonic wolves in front of him. The health bar is also decreasing slowly and steadily. "You bastard! If I'd known, I wouldn't have switched to a combat class. Wouldn't it have been better to stay home and inherit the family fortune?" As he was cursing, Qian Duo suddenly saw a fox demon appear in front of him. A flash of fire appeared, and the two ferocious wolves that had just been displaying their ferocity died instantly. "Don't just stand there, fatty. Take me to find Tan Gong and the others." Jiang Yan's voice came, and Qian Duo then noticed that his good brother was riding on the back of the fox demon. "What? You're still alive?" Qian Duo burst into tears and laughter in an instant. The feeling of thinking he was going to die and then being miraculously saved made him completely lose control. "I fucking thought I was going to die this time. Is this your summoned beast? How come it has changed so much? Hurry, where are Tan Gong and the others?" Qian Duo then came to her senses and quickly said, "It's over there. Take me with you and I'll show you the way." "Walk." "Master, his crying is disgusting. Snot is coming out of his nose." Yanning is a little disgusted. Yanning glanced at Qian Duo with disgust, rushed up to him, grabbed his collar, and charged forward. Suddenly feeling the terrifying speed of the flame shadow, Qian Duo felt as if he had experienced the most thrilling roller coaster, and was even strapped to the front of the ride. "Aya!" Before I could wipe away the snot and tears, they instantly smeared my face. "Aya!" Qian Duo's screams echoed through the bamboo forest mountains. Fortunately, Qian Duo was quite adaptable and quickly adapted to the high-speed movement before informing Jiang Yan, Tan Gong, and the others of the situation. They originally planned to head to the instance gathering point as soon as they discovered the direwolf. However, they were unexpectedly intercepted by demon wolves on the way, and in order to avoid a large number of demon wolves, they had to hide in a cave. The cave is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The wolves can't get in, but they can't get out either. This situation can't continue indefinitely. Therefore, Tan Gong had Qian Duo use his superior defensive abilities, along with Tang Nian's healing abilities, to forcefully escape from the demonic wolves and head to the dungeon's gathering point for help. Jiang Yan already knew what happened after that. Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Tan Gong and the others were out of immediate danger. Just then, an extremely unpleasant smell suddenly wafted from all around. The smell is like a compound stench of a rat that died 3 days ago in 40-degree heat being squeezed with durian and snail rice noodle juice. It causes physical discomfort. Chapter 61, GA's Rampage. The aroma wafted over first, and a few seconds later, 2 demon wolves emerged from the nearby woods. While they are called demon wolves, that's not entirely true. Because these 2 wolves looked like they had been dead for a long time, their bodies were covered with maggots, and their fur was dry. The eyeballs in their sockets had long since rotted, and eerie green flames flickered within them. Vomit. Qian Duo couldn't hold it in and vomited. "What the hell is this?" Jiang Yan raised his hand and unleashed an identification spell. Corrupted Wolf, Elite. Level 15. Strength, 250. Spirit, 250. Swiftness, 250. Physical fitness, 250. Combat skills, Bloodlust Frenzy, bronze, Wolf Howl, bronze, Wolf Claw Assault, silver, Corrosion, bronze. Note: the corrupted demon wolf, created from the corpse of a demon wolf, faithfully completes the tasks assigned by its creator. Refining? Jiangyan keenly noticed the key word in the notes. This was deliberately created by someone. Only wizards and necromancers, and their advanced forms, are qualified to refine the corpses of demon wolves into monsters. His dash. Only then did Qian Duoduo see the strange-looking demon wolf's attributes clearly and gasped in shock. Level 15. 250 in all 4 stats. This is completely unscientific. The 2 corrupt wolves raised their heads, and the green flames swept over Qian Duoduo without any ripple. Then it landed on Jiangyan. The next moment, the green flames suddenly began to leap wildly. As if suddenly awakened, the 2 corrupt wolves immediately charged towards Jiangyan's location. What? They're here! Run! Qian Duoduo, whose mouth was being held by Yanning, looked at the rotting demon wolf that was gradually enlarging in front of her, and felt terrible. She writhed like a maggot. As the rotting demonic wolf drew ever closer, Qian Duoduo even closed his eyes, preparing to face his death. The next moment, a bright orange light burst forth, and even with eyes closed, one could feel the presence of the light source. A warm feeling spread throughout my body. Qian Duoduo opened her eyes in disbelief, and then, as if struck by lightning, her expression froze, and her mouth gaped open as if an egg could be stuffed inside. The corrupt wolf was almost within reach, but it was covered in flames and its body was charred. With its health bar at 0, it had clearly been instantly killed. All around him was a storm of pure flames, flames that seemed capable of burning everything in the world, yet they only brought him a warm feeling. Even though Yanning had instantly killed those ordinary demon wolves when he was surrounded and attacked. But these 2 are not comparable at all. One is a normal dire wolf of around level 10, and the other is an elite corrupt dire wolf of level 15. Even if Tan Gong mobilized his entire squad, he might not be able to easily deal with these 2 demonic wolves. As the flames gradually subsided, the charred, decaying wolf suddenly began to turn to dust. His entire body seemed to have gone through countless years in an instant, turning into a pile of ashes and dissipating. Jiangyan pouted in dissatisfaction. These 2 corrupt demon wolves had wasted their level 15. After killing them, not only did they not drop any materials or equipment, but they also gave less experience than ordinary demon wolves. These man-made monsters are nothing but a pile of garbage. Wait, what level are you now? After regaining her senses, Qian Duoduo couldn't wait to ask. Level 14. Jiangyan's expression remained unchanged. Level 14? But aren't these 2 corrupted dire wolves level 15? Yes, is there a problem? What's the problem? Qian Duoduo was stunned, then roared as if someone had stepped on his tail. What do you mean there's a problem? Doesn't dealing with an elite-level monster require a team of the same level? Why are you able to kill elite monsters that are 1 level higher than you, even though you're only level 14? Jiangyan shrugged. Huh! Isn't this normal? I've always scrolled through like this, haven't I? There can't be anyone who can't kill monsters above their level, right? You! Qian Duoduo completely gave up on communicating with Jiangyan, this monster. Talking to him would only hurt her more. Fortunately, he changed his mindset quickly. After all, no matter how powerful Jiangyan was, he was still his brother. Isn't this just the 2 brothers wreaking havoc together? Gah! Let's go pick up Tan Gong and the others. Qian Duoduo wiped the blood off his face. I'll show those monstrous wolves what the power of Uncle Qian is. In the conference hall of the Linen Garrison Command. I don't care what methods you use now. Right now. Break the formation. What exactly are you guards doing? News of the rampage by the dire wolves has been circulating for a long time, yet you still allow people to enter. I'm telling you, the people in the Bamboo Forest Mountains had better be safe. Otherwise, none of you can bear the responsibility. Upon hearing the news, Sun Zhenghao rushed over and berated the person in charge. Others may not know, but he knows all too well that this year's freshmen are all incredibly valuable. I won't talk about my own daughter. Su-chan, with a mysterious background, is the only hidden support class and the linchpin of the future Shanhaiguan battlefield. She has already been eyed by top universities from all sides, waiting to be invited to enroll. Jiangyan, although he has no background and is just a summoner, is someone whom even Wei Qing, the general of Shanhaiguan, personally called to congratulate. If his record in the beginner dungeon were made public, the sensation it would cause might not be any less than that of Su-chan. These two people absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. The other side set up the Water Moon Cave at least half a month in advance. There are many traps. We are gathering array masters to break them. It is expected that it will take another 10 minutes or so to break them. More than 10 minutes? Sun Zhenghao's face darkened. Where is Qinli, the person in charge of linen? I remember he's a second-level formation master, right? This formation should be very simple for him. Lord Qin received orders from his superiors to go on a business trip 2 days ago and hasn't returned yet. Someone explained. Not in linen. Sun Zhenghao paused, feeling a surge of anger with nowhere to vent it. With Qinli, the formation master, absent, breaking the formation in 10 minutes is already the fastest possible time to dispel it. The only hope now is that Jiangyan and the others can hold out for a little longer inside. Has the reason why those evil people blocked the bamboo forest mountains been found out? It's not certain yet, but we have indeed found some clues that suggest the bamboo forest secret realm might be about to open. The bamboo forest secret realm? Sun Zhenghao's expression changed slightly. These guys from the Abyss Evil Disciples have probably been eyeing this place for a long time. No, we can't let them take away the spoils from the secret realm. Otherwise, all we'll cultivate will be traitors to the human race. Immediately arrange for people to surround the entire bamboo forest mountain range. After the Water Moon Cave is destroyed, we must thoroughly investigate even the smallest mosquito that tries to fly out. Any human traitor who escapes will be punished for dereliction of duty. Yes. It would be such a waste not to read Chapter 62. Inside a cave in the bamboo forest mountains, Tan Gong completely blocked the narrow cave entrance, preventing any demonic wolf from bypassing his position to attack Shuo Cha and Yan Tianhao from behind. There were more than 20 menacing wolves outside the cave, but fortunately, due to the terrain, only 2 wolves could attack at a time. The 3 worked together very well. Faced with the simultaneous attack of 2 demonic wolves, Tan Gong swung his battle axe at the wolf on the left, while Yan Tianhao and Shuo Cha also raised their weapons high. Arrows and fireballs rained down on the demon wolf on the right. These wolves possess a certain level of intelligence, and they don't just blindly charge to the front. After being attacked and injured, it will temporarily retreat, allowing other healthy dire wolves to continue the attack. If this continues, although there have been no casualties yet, Tan Gong and the others are in very poor condition. On the other hand, even though the demon wolves are injured, their greedy bloodlust has not diminished at all. After repelling another wave of demonic wolves, Shuo Cha couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Why haven't we received any reinforcements yet? Did Xian Duoduo and the others also encounter demonic wolves? I should have gone with Xian Duoduo. If we really encounter the demon wolf again on the way, Tang Nianyan." "No! They'll definitely get there safely," Yan Tianhao immediately denied, though his tone was tinged with worry. "Alright, don't think too much about it. If you really go, Yan Tianhao alone won't be able to stop the attacks from the right side demon wolves. Maintain your breathing rhythm and avoid unnecessary energy expenditure." As Tan Gong spoke, he reached for the blood medicine in his backpack, but his expression suddenly froze. "I've already used up the blood medicine Xian Duoduo left behind. Do you have any more?" Unbeknownst to them, they had been trapped here for 2 hours, and their previously sufficient blood medicine had now been completely used up. "I only brought mental recovery potions," Yan Tianhao said, his face extremely grim. "I have 1 last bottle of basic blood potion here." Shuo Cha tossed the blood potion to Tan Gong. Upon receiving the blood potion, Tan Gong felt as if a huge boulder was pressing on his heart. A bottle of basic blood potion could only restore 30% of his health. At the current rate at which my health is decreasing, this potion is just a drop in the bucket. It's just a delaying tactic. Logically speaking, Qian Duoduo, who had been given a support buff, should have arrived at the dungeon gathering point by now, but so far no one has come to help. There are only two possible outcomes: either Qian Duoduo and his companion have an accident, or the dungeon's assembly point is also in grave danger. But whatever the outcome, it's not good news for them, who are about to run out of ammunition and supplies. As the wolf he was about to kill retreated, another wolf took its place, leaving Tan Gong feeling utterly helpless. Are we to be humiliated and worn down to death by these demonic wolves? With his health bar dropping to an extremely dangerous level, Tan Gong had no choice but to use his last health potion. This barely ensured safety. Shucha and Yan Tianhao, who were behind them, saw this and were very anxious. The wolf's attacks seemed endless, and the 30% of health that had just been restored was rapidly decreasing. In just a few minutes, the health bar was back to the bottom. I'll use Whirlwind Slash to cut a path later. Take this opportunity to escape. Tan Gong brandished his battle axe and said to the two behind him, Scatter and escape. Don't go to the rendezvous point, there's probably something wrong there. No, you have to hold on, Captain. Tan Gong shook his head, slightly turned his body, and prepared to unleash the Whirlwind Slash, making the most of his last bit of health. Just then, a familiar and extremely loud voice suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, your Uncle Qian has arrived! Get out of my way, you beastly wolves! Tan Gong's expression froze. Was that Qian Duoduo's voice? The wolves that had been surrounding the cave were now instantly drawn to the fresh flesh and blood. Tan Gong and the others finally saw the flame shadow approaching not far away, leaping and bounding like an elf. Flame shadow! It's Jiangnan! He's here! Very good! Compared to Qian Duoduo's voice, seeing Yanning made me feel much safer. Flame shadow was moving at full speed, covering the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Qian Duoduo, who was being held in someone's mouth, had completely adapted to this situation. With her arms crossed in front of her chest, she calmly watched the approaching demon wolves. Since you've been given the chance not to leave, don't blame me for not holding back. Flame Shadow! Charge! Kill them instantly! Flame Shadow resisted the urge to throw Qian Duoduo into the pack of demon wolves and unleashed a flame storm. Flames poured out. The demonic wolves that had been giving Tan Gong and the others a headache were instantly burned to charcoal. For Tan Gong and the others, the pervasive smell of burning in the air was at that moment comparable to the most alluring perfume in the world. All right, Captain Tan, you can come out now. Qian Duoduo, feigning expertise, calmly stated. I have cleared out all the demonic wolves outside and confirmed it is safe. The next moment, Flame Shadow jerked its head away, loosened its teeth, and Qian Duoduo was thrown out, landing in the charred pack of demon wolves. Tui tui tui. Qian Duoduo spat out the charcoal in her mouth and said angrily, That's so unfair! What's wrong with letting me show off for a bit? Jiangnan smiled and said, There's nothing I can do. It's your arrogance that Yanning couldn't stand. It has nothing to do with me. Bullshit! You must have secretly had Yanning throw me out. Don't think I don't know that Yanning listens to you, humph. Tan Gong and the other two also came out of the cave at this moment. Seeing the two bickering so easily, they knew that the crisis had temporarily passed. Only Yan Tianhao was still looking around nervously, searching for Tang Niannian's figure. Don't worry, she's at the assembly point and safe. Hearing Jiangnan's words, Yan Tianhao finally relaxed completely. Shucha couldn't help but reach out and stroke Yan Ying's forehead. Yan Ying naturally recognized her and gently rubbed against her forehead. The little guy has grown so much. And it seems to have become even more powerful. Having survived the ordeal, Shucha made no secret of her affection for Yan Ying. After being freed from her Chulian state, Yan Ying became less pitiful and more mysterious and powerful. Especially that purple tail, it's impossible to look away. What do you plan to do next? Tan Gong asked Jiangnan. Those evil people are definitely near the entrance to the secret realm. Without realizing it, they had subconsciously started asking Jiangyan, who was much younger than them, for his opinion. Jiangyan's expression turned serious as he looked at the bamboo stalk deep within the bamboo forest mountain range. The two were now much closer, and Jiangyan could even see the veins of the emerald green leaves on the bamboo. It should be opening soon. That's a legendary secret realm. It would be such a waste not to go and see it. Chapter 63 Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. Deep in the bamboo forest mountains, the people in robes looked up at the bamboo. This bamboo plant has grown extremely fast since it appeared, but now it seems to have stopped growing upwards. Its branches have become more somber from their original vibrant green, just like a young person gradually entering middle age. And on its branches, one can faintly see clusters of pale yellow flowers spreading out. As the first bamboo flower blooms, a black vortex quietly formed before everyone's eyes. The secret realm has indeed opened at this time. Let's prepare to enter. After saying that, the man in black robes looked up at the ripples spreading across the sky and said in a deep voice, "We've been discovered. The formation won't last much longer, at most 10 minutes. The expressions of the group of gray-robed believers changed slightly. Gray stepped forward and asked worriedly, "That secret realm? It's all right. Let each of you disciples receive an escape talisman. Once you've obtained something good in the secret realm, activate it to escape and you'll return to the safe point I've set up. The remaining believers can leave after all the followers have entered the secret realm. With the help of the corrupt demon wolf, the gains should be substantial. As for Jiangyan, if he encounters and eliminates the person in the secret realm, he can immediately be promoted from a white-robed follower to a gray-robed believer and enjoy the power of the second-level Holy Flame. The so-called Holy Flame is a special flame buff that believers who join the Abyss will receive. Activating it will grant additional attribute bonuses, as well as an extremely strong sense of spiritual pleasure. The Level 2 Holy Flame will be even more powerful in terms of both attribute bonuses and spiritual pleasure." Upon hearing this, the white-robed followers' eyes lit up instantly, and they all came to Grey One's side. A large number of corrupt demon wolves gathered around Grey One, who then pointed a finger lightly. A corrupt wolf approached each of the disciples. The peculiar scent instantly spread, but the disciples showed no disgust. Instead, they were filled with delight. With the help of this elite-level corruption wolf, they would naturally gain more benefits in the secret realm. Zhang Bingyang, in particular, was accompanied by 3 corrupt demon wolves, which clearly showed that Gray had very high expectations for him. His face was gloomy, and all traces of the high spirits he had when he first changed jobs were gone. His eyes were filled with hatred for Jiangyan. "You're lucky you didn't die in the wolf pack. If I had found you, I would have torn you to pieces." As Gray distributed control of the corrupted wolves, she hesitated. She could clearly sense that 2 of the corrupted wolves she had created for patrolling had died, and not just killed, but their health bars were instantly reduced to 0. Instantly defeated. Are there really such powerful people in this bamboo forest mountain range? They can even easily kill a level 15 elite demon wolf? Will there be any problems? Just as Gray hesitated about whether to inform the priest, she heard the black-robed priest suddenly call out her name. "Gray One, come with me." Gray had no choice but to obediently follow behind him to a quiet place. After passing a small grove of trees, the area was deserted and quiet, but the black-robed priest did not stop and continued walking into the distance. "Priest, where are we going? Aren't the other believers coming along?" Gray asked respectfully. The black-robed priest turned around, staring intently at her. "Water Moon Cave can only hold out for 2 more minutes at most. The others are just tools for delaying things. Now come with me to a safe place and wait for the disciples to return the treasure. Once everything is done, I will become a red-robed priest, and you will be promoted to a priest as well. Of course, if you want to face the wrathful retaliation of the linen guards, then stay." After a moment of silence, Gray decisively summoned her demon wolf king. The demon wolf king lay respectfully on the ground, appearing ready to be ridden. "Priest, please let it take you around." 2 minutes later. Just as Jiangyan was gazing into the distance, violent ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. Then came a sound like shattering glass. Click. The Water Moon Cave, which covered the entire bamboo forest mountain range, has been destroyed. Then, figures riding griffins swept through the air. Some of these figures landed at the dungeon's gathering point, while others circled overhead, preparing to rescue those who were separated from their groups. But many more people flew towards the location of that bamboo tree without stopping. "They're the guards! And it's the Griffin Knights!" Tan Gong exclaimed with delight. The Griffin Knights are a knightly guard regiment meticulously crafted by Linen. Each member is not only handpicked for their exceptional combat prowess, but they are also equipped with elite-level Griffin mounts, making them unparalleled among their peers. Xue Chao laughed happily. "Great! This nightmare is finally over. Those beasts are definitely running away with their tails between their legs right now." Jiang An's eyes flickered slightly. Now that the Griffin Knights have entered the fray, the secret realm shouldn't cause much of a stir, so I can take this opportunity to grab a share of the spoils. After sharing this idea, Tan Gong's Wochua and Yen Tianhao were also interested, but considering that their current condition was indeed not suitable for exploring the secret realm, they could only choose to give up and wait for rescue. On the contrary, Qian Duoduo was extremely excited. "Take me with you! I want to go! I want to go! Aren't you afraid of something going wrong since you're only level 10? What are you afraid of? A real man has a big butt. If you don't even dare to go to the secret realm, can you still call yourself a man?" Qian Duoduo said bluntly. Cough cough. Tan Gong coughed lightly, and Yen Tianhao and Xue Chao glared at him angrily. "Of course I'm not talking about you guys, you're injured, it's different for you." Qian Duoduo's expression changed slightly, then she looked at Jiang An. "Take me with you, I promise I won't cause any trouble. My most brilliant, most powerful, most handsome godfather Jiang An." Hearing the long list of truly fitting titles that followed, Jiang An finally relented and agreed. After all, secret realms are different from dungeons. The rewards each person receives are calculated individually, and Qian Duoduo might even be luckier than me. After making his decision, Jiang An immediately mounted the Flame Shadow. As the Flame Shadow approached, Qian Duoduo's expression changed slightly, and he pleaded, "Can we try a different method? This makes me really feel bad." Before he could finish speaking, Yanning picked him up in her mouth and rushed towards the bamboo pole. The locations they were in were not far apart to begin with. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang An spotted a huge black vortex, located right at the bottom of the bamboo. At this moment, there was a large pool of blood in front of the whirlpool, and many people wearing white robes or even gray robes had been captured. The Griffin Knights, each armed and with cold expressions, noticed Jiang An's intrusion and immediately surrounded him. Judging from Jiang An's appearance, he was only 18 years old. If he were an ordinary person, it would be impossible for him to break through the pack of demon wolves and come here. That leaves only one possibility. At this tense moment, a sudden exclamation came from behind. "Wait, he's not one of the Abyss cultists! He's a freshman this year!" Chapter 64. Is it all fake? "Wait, he's not one of the Abyss cultists! He's a freshman this year!" Sun Zhenghao stepped out from behind the crowd. Upon seeing him, the Griffin riders immediately became much more respectful and put away their weapons. Clearly, they trusted Sun Zhenghao's words completely. He came up to Jiang An and said, "Great! The people at the assembly point said they didn't see you. I was worried something had happened to you. You've come at the perfect time. Is that the entrance to the secret realm? What's the situation now?" Sun Zhenghao's lips curled into a bitter smile. "When we arrived, we killed and captured most of the evil cultists, but the leader, the Crescent Priest, and his confidants were prepared and still managed to escape. The demonic wolf was transported here using a dimensional portal, and it has already been destroyed. But the most important thing now is that the secret realm has been opened, and some evil people have entered it. If they take things from the secret realm, the loss will be huge." Qian Duoduo, who had been being teased, asked with some confusion, "Aren't we already surrounded? Why don't we just catch them all when they come out of the secret realm, or you can just go in and capture them?" "Huh! So you're here too?" Sun Zhenghao said with some surprise. He then explained. It's not that simple. Although the secret realm is indeed shared by multiple people, it is different from the dungeon. It has stricter entry restrictions. This bamboo forest secret realm requires you to be below level 20. Anyone who reaches level 20 is not allowed to enter. As for waiting for them to come out to make arrests, the evil people will definitely think of this as well. As long as they prepare teleportation talismans in advance and crush them when leaving the secret realm, they will be teleported to a designated safe location. So, Sun Zhenghao looked at Jiang Yan seriously and said, I want to issue you a special mission. You can choose to refuse or agree. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification popped up on Jiang Yan's panel. Special mission, cleanse the remnants of evil. Mission objective, kill the evil traitors who enter the bamboo forest secret realm and ensure that the items in the secret realm do not fall into their hands. Mission rewards, 10 points and an additional 1 point in the assessment score will be awarded for each villain killed. Task penalty, none. Before Jiang Yan could react, Qian Duoduo let out a strange cry, clearly indicating that he had also received the mission. 10 points? And there are bonus points for the assessment? The points are what we need to exchange for resources after we go to the university, right? After receiving confirmation from Sun Zhenghao, Qian Duoduo became even more excited. He whispered to Jiang Yan, What? This is a good deal. I heard them say that you need points for everything after you go to university, but there are very few ways to get points. And there are bonus points for the performance review. Jiang Yan nodded. Okay, I'll take this task. Sun Zhenghao relaxed a lot, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, one of the men captured by the Crescent Priest is called Grey One. He created the corrupted demon wolf, a level 15 elite monster, and gave it to those low-level evil followers to take into the secret realm. He looked at Yanning and said slowly, I'm worried. Hey, it's just a corrupt demon wolf, no big deal. We encountered one on the way too. Qian Duoduo said with an air of superiority. I killed it in one move. Sun Zhenghao looked at Jiang Yan with a somewhat surprised expression. He naturally didn't believe Qianduo was nonsense about killing someone in one move. Only Jiang Yan could do that. Yes, the corrupt demon wolves are not a problem, Jiang Yan affirmed. That's great. Now you can prepare to enter the secret realm. The entrance to this secret realm should only last for another 10 minutes at most. The others who meet the entry-level requirements are all at the dungeon gathering point. It's too late for them to come over, and their strength isn't enough. You will be the only ones who can get in. Everything is in your hands. Jiang Yan nodded, and together with Yanning and Qian Duoduo, they headed towards the unique black vortex of the secret realm. A secret realm, a place that so many people dream of but never have the chance to enter. I wonder if I'll find anything good here? As Jiang Yan reached out to touch the vortex of the secret realm, before he could make any choice, a powerful attraction came from within. Jiang Yan and Qian Duoduo disappeared into the black vortex in an instant. After a moment of dizziness, Jiang Yan opened his eyes to a vast expanse of green. The dense bamboo forest seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, and a gentle breeze rustled through it. The unique fragrance of bamboo is truly delightful. This must be the real bamboo forest mountain range. Qian Duoduo got up from the ground and brushed off the bamboo leaves that were stuck to his body. That's spectacular, but why don't I see any monsters? Just then, a wolf howl rang out from not far away. Let's go take a look. Jiang Yan immediately made a decision. Yanning led the way, with the two of them following closely behind. After rounding a small hill, Jiang Yan and Qian Duoduo indeed spotted a corrupting wolf. Beside the corrupting wolf stood a girl in a white robe, and in front of her lay a creature with black and white markings. Its head is mostly white, with only small black patches on its eyes and ears. Its limbs are also black, and its round belly is covered with white fur. Overall, it looks somewhat cute and adorable. However, at this moment, the white hair on its mouth was stained red with blood, and the light in its eyes had been lost. Panda? Jiang Yan instantly recalled the name of this national treasure from his previous life. Its adorable appearance was exactly like a panda, But unfortunately, it was already dead and he couldn't check its attributes or species name. The girl's face contorted as she kicked the panda's corpse. What a waste, it doesn't explode anything. How do I get the rewards in the secret realm? Roar dash. The girl suddenly noticed a low growl coming from the corrupted demon wolf. She looked up and saw Jiangyan and the others approaching. You are? The girl pondered for a moment, then exclaimed with delight. Jiangyan? You know me? Of course. You're a celebrity, Wei Qing's successor. Killing you will bring rewards comparable to those from a secret realm. The girl's eyes gleamed with greed as she said to the corrupting wolf. Go, kill them! At the same time, the girl took out a great sword, and her body was instantly covered with a layer of black flames. This black flame is the holy flame buff unique to Abyss believers, which will greatly enhance their abilities for a short period of time, even enabling them to fight opponents of higher levels. Feeling the increase in power and the intense mental pleasure, the girl's expression became even more excited and exaggerated. Hee hee, I'm going to chop you all into pieces. She raised her great sword high and charged after the corrupted wolf. Flame Shadow's eyes were icy cold, and its two tails behind it instantly burst into flames. Flame Tail whips out. The corrupted wolf died instantly upon contact, its health bar emptied. The girl's previously excited expression froze instantly. Her previous restlessness and excitement vanished in an instant, as if she had suddenly fallen into an ice cave on a hot summer day. Cold sweat slowly dripped down her forehead. It's probably fake. How could anyone kill someone in an instant? Chapter 65 Headless Soldier. Elite level monster. Those who choose to join the Abyss heretics are naturally not of a high level. She was only level 12 to begin with, and even with the attribute enhancement from the Black Flame, she was still far inferior to a level 15 elite corrupted wolf. Flamed Shadow slowly approached the girl, and Jiangyan's voice came from behind. What do you know about the Bamboo Forest secret realm? The girl's eyes were filled with terror. I don't know. I haven't encountered any monsters since I came in, only this black and white panda. There was no reward after killing it. Oh. Flame Shadow extended its claws, and the Tear Claw was silently activated. If you know nothing, then you are worthless. Jiangyan then saw in his mission notification that he had killed one evil traitor. Well, it's not entirely worthless, it's still 10 points plus 1 bonus point. In addition, Jiangyan also noticed the information revealed in her words. The claim that he would call himself Wei Qing's successor is undoubtedly a rumor, but as the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Someone must have leaked information about the beginner dungeon. At that time, Jiangyan could only think of one person who would have a reason to do this. Bang Bingyang. I hope it really is you, then I'll finally have a legitimate reason to completely eliminate you. A murderous glint flashed in Jiangyan's eyes, causing Qian Duo beside him to shiver involuntarily. Composing himself, Jiangyan glanced in the direction the girl had come from and decided to continue along her path. The bamboo forest, the scenery before my eyes, seems to never change, with the emerald green bamboo as the only dominant theme. Occasionally you can still see a few bamboo shoots that have just sprouted. Suddenly, Jiangyan's eyes narrowed. In front of him was a black and white panda, which looked a little smaller than the one he had seen before, as if it was still a minor. At the moment, it was trying hard to peel a bamboo shoot, and its adorable appearance made people want to suppress a laugh. Jiangyan raised his hand and unleashed an appraisal spell. Black and white panda. Level 9. Strength 100. Spirit 30. Swift 20. Physical fitness 100. Combat skills, Steel Bones, Gold rank, Thunder Palm, Gold rank. Note: a friendly creature, it is not hostile to humans and will only retaliate if attacked. Hiss! Qian Duo gasped. Holy crap, 2 gold level skills? This guy's skills are way too exaggerated, aren't they? I heard them say that gold level skills are very rare. Jiangyan raised an eyebrow. The skill level of this black and white panda was indeed ridiculously high. Low-level character with 2 gold level skills. I seem to have only ever seen Yanning, but Yanning was born with the bloodline of a god. Could it be? Does this black and white panda also possess divine blood? It's a pity that friendly creatures don't drop items, otherwise Jiangyan would have really wanted to kill it and see if it could drop a pet egg. Let's go and take a look ahead. There were many messy marks on the ground, indicating that there should be quite a few black and white pandas living in this area. Sure enough, after walking for a few minutes, we rounded a small hill. Before me lay a vast expanse of growing bamboo shoots, and nearby sat a group of lazy, robust black and white pandas. Wow, so many black and white pandas are all friendly creatures. Qian Duoduo pouted and put down the shield she had just raised. Don't worry, it will definitely appear. Whether it was Jiangyan's mouth that had been blessed or not, as soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept in, and a large number of bamboo leaves rustled and fell. Upon sensing this strange gust of wind, the black and white pandas abandoned their plans to sell bamboo shoots and turned to run away. It's here! It's here! Qian Duoduo swallowed nervously, staring intently at the direction the wind was blowing. Soon a monster came into their sight. No! Rather than a monster, it's more like a person wearing thick armor. However, the area above this person's neck was completely empty. Headless Soldier Elite. Level 15. Strength 300. Spirit 1. Swiftness 150. Physical fitness 200. Combat skills, War Cry, Silver Rank, Whirlwind / Silver Rank / Silver Rank. Note: Headless soldiers corrupted by the power of the undead roam this area, killing any creature that approaches. A level 15 elite monster! Qian Duoduo exclaimed. How am I supposed to fight that? Although you can team up in the secret realm, the loot drops directly into the kill player's inventory. With Qian Duoduo's current level 10, it's obviously a bit of a stretch to deal with this headless soldier. Wait a minute, I'm a little curious. How can he activate the battle cry when his head is gone? Isn't this thing supposed to be called out? Qian Duoduo suddenly asked curiously, his mind racing. Ignoring him, Jiangyan said to Yanning, Go. Flame shadow darted out in a flash, just as it approached within 15 meters of the headless soldier. He immediately became alert, and raised his great sword. A heavy groan suddenly came from his neck. Battle cry skill activated. Attack power increases by 10% for 1 minute. He then slightly turned his body, aiming at the location of the flame shadow, and was about to launch a whirlwind slash. However, he was too slow, and Yanning had already taken the opportunity to get in front of him. The tearing claws were thrown out. The metallic claws tore apart the already rotten armor, revealing the mummy-like flesh inside. After the flesh was broken open, no liquid flowed out. The headless soldier showed no reaction after being struck by the flame shadow, clearly having long since lost the ability to feel pain. The whirlwind slash was unleashed. Flame shadow nimbly leaped away from the attack, then its tail swayed slightly and struck him. The headless soldier died instantly. At that very moment, 2 notifications flashed on Jiangyan's panel. Congratulations on defeating a level 15 headless soldier, elite. You have received an additional 2,300 experience points. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, liberate the Wailing Souls. Quest reward, all of the soul's possessions. Jiangyan then saw a series of falling notifications. Obtain 1 piece of tattered leather. Obtain material, Sweetheart's headscarf, rotten, X1. Obtain 1 piece of tattered armor. Get. Obtain 1 standard great sword. Jiangyan suddenly realized that as long as he killed this monster corrupted by the so-called immortal power, he could free its soul and obtain all its items. He took the standard great sword out of his backpack, and a glint of light, characteristic of silver-grade weapons, flashed across his face. Standard great sword. Type weapon. Limited to warrior class. Equipment level requirement, 10. Quality silver. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Special effect. When wielding this weapon, the level of the whirlwind skill increases by 1. Additional skill, War Cry, LV3. War Cry, LV3 Silverter skill, can be activated actively, consumes a small amount of stamina to activate, increases attack power by 10% for 1 minute after activation. If you already possess this skill, its level increases by 1. Surprisingly, this standard greatsword is quite good. The increase in the 4 main attributes, as well as the accompanying effects and skills, are all extremely practical. It's considered a fairly average weapon among ordinary Silverter weapons. If you play a few more rounds, you could make a small fortune. Just as Jiangyan was thinking this, Jian Duoduo, who couldn't sit still, suddenly pointed to the other side of the defense line and shouted, "Look! There are so many headless monsters over there!" Chapter 66 He's the real monster. Look in the direction Jian Duoduo pointed. In a low-lying valley, dozens of headless monsters roamed. Jiangyan's eyes lit up immediately. In his opinion, these were not monsters, but money-bringing children. Everything drops. Is this the joy of farming dungeons? The two immediately headed towards the valley, and soon the first monster came into view. Headless Soldier Elite. Level 13. Strength, 240. Spirit 1. Swift 200. Physical Fitness, 150. Combat Skills, War Cry, Silver Rank, Whirlwind / Silver Rank / Silver Rank. Note: headless soldiers corrupted by the power of the undead roam this area, killing any creature that approaches. As the level decreases, the attributes also decrease slightly. Qian Duoduo was quite excited. "Wow, there are even level 8 ones here! I can give it a try too!" After saying that, he rushed excitedly toward an 8th level monster. With his current level of 10, as long as he didn't rush in recklessly, he should be able to slowly wear it down. Jiangyan naturally wouldn't stop him, but simply asked Yanning to keep an eye on his side. Jiangyan then looked at the monster in the valley and fell into deep thought. Although there were many soldiers scattered throughout the valley, the distance between each of them was very far. Even if he and Flame Shadow released their flame storms at the same time, they could only cover 2 headless soldiers at most. The efficiency is undoubtedly somewhat low. After all, Flame Shadow cannot continuously release skills. The physical and mental consumption is still too great. In addition, based on the previous test with the headless soldier, Jiangyan already knew that these guys' alert range was about 15 meters. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiangyan. Phantom Clone activated. Flame Shadow's body instantly created countless clones, which scattered in all directions without hesitation, deliberately arousing the hatred of the other headless soldiers. In an instant, a large number of headless soldiers were on high alert. After attracting aggro, all the clones immediately retreated to Jiangyan's location. And these headless soldiers with extremely low intelligence naturally followed closely behind. Dust billowed up, and even the ground trembled slightly. Jiangyan and the real Yanning were at the very center, their faces completely expressionless. Only after these headless soldiers entered the attack range of the flame storm did these clones transform into streaks of light and fly into the Flame Shadow's body. Having suddenly lost their target, the headless soldiers' hatred immediately shifted to Yanning and Jiangyan. They quickly approached, their movements surprisingly synchronized. They all started with a battle cry and then tried to unleash a whirlwind slash. However, they had lost their value for testing in Jiangyan's eyes. Jiangyan naturally wouldn't let Yanning hold back. Flame Shadow's body was instantly covered with flame patterns, and the high temperature instantly distorted the temperature. Flames rose up. It spread instantly. The storm, composed entirely of fire, instantly engulfed them all. These headless soldiers writhed and screamed silently, but they could not escape the burning flames. While still holding his shield high and fighting the headless soldiers with bayonets, Qian Duoduo noticed the firelight out of the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but complain about the headless soldiers who were gradually being charred in the firelight. "Monster! He's the real monster! Who the hell can kill level 15 elite monsters like it's nothing at level 14, especially in groups?" As he spoke, he looked at the headless soldier of level 8 in front of him, who had surprisingly become handsome. "You're so great, let's take our time having fun." Meanwhile, Jiangyan was constantly receiving notifications about loot drops upon kills. "Congratulations on defeating a level 15 headless soldier, elite. You have received an additional 2,300 experience points. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, liberate the Wailing Souls. Quest reward, all of the soul's possessions. Obtain materials. Obtain the specified skill scroll, Whirlwind/X1. Obtain 1 standard greatsword. Obtain 1 standard greatsword." Somewhere in the secret realm, Zhang Bingyang leaned against the bamboo, his expression twisted with excitement. Only one rotten wolf remained beside him, while the other 2 rotten wolves were tearing at something. A closer look reveals that the one being torn apart is another white-robed follower. The white-robed follower, unwilling to accept defeat, ignited black flames in an attempt to resist, but his strength was negligible in the face of the 2 corrupt demon wolves. Meanwhile, the other corrupt wolf, which was supposed to help resist, stood frozen in place, as if it had lost its command. The white-robed followers rolled on the ground, wailing, "Ah! Why? Why? How dare you betray the Holy Church? Aren't you afraid of being burned to death by the holy flames?" This so-called holy flame not only provides attribute enhancement and mental pleasure, but also possesses the most abnormal ability. That is the legendary black flame that will instantly rise up as soon as you have the thought of betrayal. Burn the traitors to ashes. This is precisely why, once a follower of the Abyss joins, there is no possibility of them turning back, making it extremely difficult to completely eradicate this organization. Faced with the accusations, Zhang Bingyang's expression remained unchanged. "How can this be considered betrayal? Heaven and earth bear witness, I am wholeheartedly devoted to the Holy Church. Those headless soldiers are quite strong, and the higher the level of the headless soldier, the better the loot they drop. But I certainly can't kill them all by my 3 corruption wolves alone, that's why I need to borrow your strength. Only if I am strong enough can I obtain more good things and bring them back, so as not to let down the High Priest's arrangements over the years. How dare you slander someone's innocence out of thin air?" He sneered. "Don't blame me. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for not having Hui as your guide." The corrupt wolf bit the white-robed follower's neck, ending his life. Seeing this, Zhang Bingyang snapped his fingers at the corrupt wolf that originally belonged to the white-robed followers, and the corrupt wolf obediently came behind him. The reminders he gave me kept echoing in my mind. Once you enter the secret realm, prioritize obtaining the rewards. You can ignore everyone else. The corrupt wolves I created are only temporarily obeying their commands. You can disable these commands, and once their original owners die, the other corrupt wolves will obey your orders. You need this reward to improve your strength, and I also need this credit. Do you understand what I mean?" Looking at the 4 corrupt demon wolves behind him, Zhang Bingyang's lips curled up slightly. "For level 15 elite monsters, no one can compete with me. Everything in this secret realm shall belong to me." As for Jiangyan, just thinking of that name made Zhang Bingyang shudder. The psychological trauma he had suffered from in the past resurfaced. His face darkened. "You'd better not enter the secret realm, or I'll make you experience the pain of being devoured by the corruption wolves." Chapter 67. Burn them all, they stink too much. More than 10 minutes later, Jiangyan finally managed to clear out most of the monsters in the valley, and opened his backpack with some anticipation. 3 specific skill scrolls actually dropped. 1 Whirlwind/2 Battle Cry. Jiangyan's eyes lit up as he looked at the skill scrolls. It's important to know that even the cheapest version of a designated skill scroll costs at least 200,000. After all, if you're unlucky, even millions of dollars might not be enough to get the skill you want from a general skill scroll. Specific skill scrolls, on the other hand, have always been expensive because of the materials required for their creation, and the need for a skilled player with full proficiency to help with their crafting. In other words, I had already earned at least 600,000 in less than half an hour after entering the secret realm. This only includes the benefits from skill scrolls. It doesn't even include the materials, or the silver-grade great sword that every monster drops. Most importantly, this isn't even about the items dropped by bosses. If the drop rate of elite monsters is this ridiculously low, then what kind of loot will the bosses in this secret realm drop? Jiangyan was getting excited just thinking about it. A sudden exclamation came from Qian Duoduo's side. The shipment has been completed! A big shipment has been shipped! After more than 10 minutes, Qian Duoduo finally killed the monster that was 2 levels lower than himself. He excitedly came to Jiangyan's side and showed him the dropped items. Job Change Scroll, Holy Sword and Shield Warrior. After using the scroll, you can accept a job change quest to change your class to the Hidden Combat class, Holy Sword and Shield Warrior. Limited to Warrior, Swordsman, and Paladin classes. You're incredibly lucky! You actually got a job change scroll? And it's even a hidden combat job. The drop rate of job change scrolls in normal dungeons is practically 0. The rewards are usually only relatively more abundant in secret realms. A scroll like this, which hides a combat class, is still priceless even if it's restricted to a specific class. After all, the first job change is entirely up to fate, while this job change scroll is undoubtedly a way to defy the heavens and change one's destiny. Hee, it's all thanks to my godfather. I want to use this scroll myself. Under Jiangyan's surprised gaze, he scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. You're too strong now, I feel like I can't help you much. Changing to a hidden combat class should help you. Then we can go to the mountain and see Academy together. Jiangyan looked pleased. Very good, my son has grown up. Get out! After their playful banter, the two continued their enthusiastic search for other headless soldiers. The black and white pandas that had been hiding came out again and started diligently pulling up bamboo shoots. They didn't even pay attention to Jiangyan and Qian Duoduo as they passed by. 3 hours later, Jiangyan and Qian Duoduo crossed another small hill, and so far, they have encountered another large number of headless soldiers. In addition, they encountered 2 groups of abyss villains. Jiangyan killed 6 people, and Qian Duoduo seized the opportunity to finish off one of them. I feel like there aren't enough people. There aren't enough to kill. Qian Duoduo muttered with some dissatisfaction. It seems the quantity is a bit off. According to Sun Zhenghao, at least 50 evil people have entered the secret realm. Even if they were scattered, we have explored almost half of the secret realm. There is no reason why there are so few. Just as the two were wondering about the unusual number of evil people, a white figure lying in the bamboo forest ahead caught their attention. Hurry up and you'll see that the white figure was the one killed by Zhang Bingyang, with many marks on his body from being gnawed by the corrupting demon wolves. Is there infighting? Jiangyan wondered to himself. That's outrageous. Qian Duoduo suddenly exclaimed indignantly. It's utterly immoral. What a precious point this was originally. Just like that, it's gone. It's absolutely outrageous. Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard the rustling sound of bamboo leaves being stepped on. The sound was extremely dense, clearly indicating that more than one creature was approaching. There were many of them. Along with this feeling came an extremely unpleasant odor. Corrupt wolves. There's definitely not just one, but many. Slap, slap, slap. Suddenly, a crisp clapping sound came from the bamboo forest, and the two turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. Zhang Bingyang, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked towards them. Behind Zhang Bingyang followed more than 40 corrupt wolves. Zhang Bingyang! You actually joined the Abyss Evil Cult, you scum! Qian Duoduo was truly enraged this time. He never expected that his former classmate would make such a decision that went against their ancestors. It was just a quarrel between classmates. How did it escalate like this? Jiangyan remained calm. He had already guessed this outcome and even felt a little anticipation. It's just a disagreement between classmates, you. Before Qian Duoduo could finish speaking, Zhang Bingyang's expression changed drastically, and he said fiercely, Friction? His fingers trembled as he pointed at Jiangyan. He stole my thunder in the newbie dungeon, making me extremely embarrassed. And the venomous Spider King deliberately killed me at the dungeon's gathering point. It was just out of control. I could have regained control quickly. But he deliberately killed it. It cost my entire family's savings of over 500,000 yuan to buy. You're telling me this is just a minor disagreement? Qian Duoduo was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Jiangyan shrugged. It's just a spider. I can kill it easily. It's like accidentally stepping on an ant. Do you need to do it on purpose? Okay, very good. Zhang Bingyang bit her lips so hard she didn't even notice the blood seeping out. However, he quickly regained his composure, and with a wave of his hand, all the corrupt wolves stepped forward, baring their fierce teeth and glaring at Jiangyan. I hope you'll still be this stubborn when you're torn to shreds by the corruption wolves. That feeling. Zhang Bingyang seemed to recall something and couldn't help but tremble. Hee, I have to let you all experience it too. After all, this is the pain you inflicted on me. Go! Tear them apart! Upon receiving the order, the green light in the eyes of all the corrupted demon wolves instantly intensified, and they charged towards the location where Jiangyan and Qian Duoduo were. A layer of black flames had spread over Zhang Bingyang's body. His expression was extremely crazed, and his eyes were filled with the pleasure of anticipating revenge. He muttered under his breath, Tear them apart! Tear them to pieces! Don't even spare their internal organs! Jiangyan shook his head and took a step forward. Perversion is an illness, it needs treatment. Besides, do you have rhinitis and can't smell anything? These guys stink so badly, how can you stand it? Zhang Bingyang's expression was slightly blank. He hadn't expected Jiangyan to say such inexplicable things before he died. The next moment, Jiangyan's face turned cold. Flame shadow. Roar! Master, I'm here. Burn them all, they stink too much. Roar! Yes, sir. Chapter 68 Unleashing True Strength. Divine Might activated. Fire, flames engulfed everything in an instant. Zhang Bingyang's eyes were filled only with that dazzling orange red, while his proud corrupt demon wolf turned to ashes in an instant, as if it had never existed. Just like that highly venomous rainbow spider king back then. No, that's impossible. These are all level 15 elites. They could even take on a boss of the same level. How could this happen? Zhang Bingyang's face turned pale, and he subconsciously grabbed the bamboo beside him. He muttered, How could this be? I was clearly the chosen one. Why? A figure emerged from the firelight, with a petite and adorable figure perched on his shoulder. Dealing with the corrupt wolf was obviously no challenge for Jiangyan. He wasn't even covered in dust. Approaching Zhang Bingyang, Jiangyan grinned and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, that job change anomaly was actually caused by me. You've been a piece of trash from the beginning, and you still are. Zhang Bingyang's expression changed drastically, and even the last vestige of his pride seemed to crack. Impossible! You're lying to me! You're just an ordinary person. How could this possibly be related to you? Just then, the ground began to shake slightly, as if something had been attracted by the firelight. Ah! A very peculiar roar rang out. The voice seemed to contain a special kind of oppressive power, making people want to worship it. Qian Duoduo and Zhang Bingyang were both unable to withstand the pressure, and immediately knelt down in the direction from which the roar came. Only Jiangyan and Yanning remained unaffected, and a sudden realization dawned upon them. Like Yanning, the opponent possesses the bloodline of a god. The ground shook slightly, and a huge black and white panda appeared before them. Its body was as large as a young cyclops, and it wore an ancient beast armor. The beast armor seemed to have endured countless years, long since worn and dilapidated, while the exposed body was covered with various scars and marks. Its head was completely empty. Like those headless soldiers. Headless black and white panda, boss level. Level 15. Strength, 430. Spirit, 200. Swift, 300. Physical fitness, 500. Combat skills, steel bones, gold rank, thunder palm, gold rank, intimidation, gold rank, high speed healing, gold rank. Note: the headless black and white panda, corrupted by the power of immortality, has changed its originally friendly nature and wanders around this area. It does not fight normally, but if anyone fights near it, even just by using a skill, it will provoke its hatred. The headless black and white panda seemed to have been attracted by the firelight. It stretched out its round, large hand and snapped off the bamboo around it, then placed it on its empty head. Only after realizing they couldn't eat it did they angrily throw it aside. As for Jianyan and the others in the bamboo forest, they seemed to be completely ignored by it. Zhang Bingyang knelt on the ground, a contemptuous smile suddenly appearing on his face. Look, even God is on my side. As soon as you use your skills, you will immediately arouse the hatred of this terrifying boss. What are you going to do now? He then grabbed a bamboo stalk and forced himself to stand up, taking out a talisman from his hand. It is an escape talisman. Once activated, it will temporarily create an escape vortex within the secret realm. Are you going to stop me? Just as Zhang Bingyang was about to choose to use the talisman, his vision suddenly blurred. A fiery red figure darted past like lightning. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, and his pale hand, holding the amulet, fell to the ground. The tearing claw easily severed his hand. Zhang Bingyang couldn't help but gasp, his face contorted as he said, "Fine, very well, then we'll all die together." The headless black and white panda, which was already preparing to turn and leave, turned around immediately after Yanning released the tear claw, and a deafening roar came from its abdomen. Qian Duoduo's face instantly turned green. Oh no, I'm doomed! The headless black and white panda's strength far exceeds that of a level 15 boss. Its roar alone is enough to make people want to bow down in worship. Even if Jianyan can easily deal with the corrupt demon wolf, he may not be a match for the headless black and white panda. Despite the excruciating pain in his wrist, Zhang Bingyang laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you're going to die too. You're going to die anyway, so it's all worth it. Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. It's just a level 15 boss. There won't be any useless people who can't handle this, right? Qian Duoduo was stunned, feeling as if she had also been insulted. Flame Shadow, unleash your true power. Yes, Master. Chu Lian's condition has been resolved. Innate skill Divine Might. Activated. Divine Might, active talent. When activated, you will enter the Divine Might state, possessing Divine Majesty. Your 4 main attributes will be doubled, and your skill power will be increased by 100%. Cooldown time, 3 days. Suddenly, the hair on Yan Ying's body began to move without wind, and an aura of majesty unique to God spread out. Both Qian Duoduo and Zhang Bingyang showed intense shock. This terrifying pressure was extremely similar to that emanating from the headless black and white panda. However, it is clearly a level above. If the gaze of a god was felt from the headless black and white panda, then the oppressive aura emanating from Yanning was like the wrath of a god, making one feel as if they might die at any moment. The legs that had just managed to stand up suddenly collapsed to their knees again. The headless black and white panda could also feel the oppressive aura emanating from Yanning. Feeling the pressure, it immediately swung its fist, wanting to strike first. A flash of lightning illuminated the headless black and white panda's fist, which was crackling with intense lightning, as it slammed down fiercely towards Flame Shadow. If Yanning were in her normal state, she might have chosen to avoid the attack first, and then find an opportunity to strike. But at this moment, in her divine power state, her eyes were full of contempt. The tail twitched slightly. The enhanced version of Phantom Goddess is activated instantly. The headless black and white panda's fist stopped in front of Yanning. Roar! Flame Shadow let out a clear, cold cry. Kneel down. After hesitating for a second, the headless black and white panda slowly withdrew its fist, and its limbs began to kneel on the ground uncontrollably. Suddenly, many normal black and white pandas appeared all around. At this moment, they all sensed the will of Flame Shadow and knelt down before it. Yanning enjoyed the worship as if he were a true god, with Jiangyan standing behind him. Zhang Bingyang and Qian Duoduo were completely dumbfounded when they saw this. Qian Duoduo quickly recovered and shouted in a broken voice. Awesome! My brother is really strong! Invincible! Zhang Bingyang was unable to come to her senses for a long time, and her face gradually turned pale, even worse than that of a dead person. He wasn't lying. That strange phenomenon really wasn't caused by me. Wrong from the start. Chapter 69 Harvest. A Divine Bloodline Pet Egg. When the Divine Might state is activated, the Flame Shadow skill effect is doubled, and the Illusionary Bewitching skill also becomes exceptionally effective. The headless black and white panda will not be able to get rid of this limitation in the short term. Kill it, Jiangyan decided its fate. Flame Shadow nodded slightly, then moved its limbs and came to the headless black and white panda. There is a clear difference in size between the two. Even when Yanning was out of Chu Lian's form, she looked incredibly small compared to the headless black and white panda. But it is precisely because of this difference in size that the whole picture becomes more impressive. Flames rose from the shadowy figure. The fiery storm instantly engulfed the headless black and white panda's entire body, and the headless black and white panda did not even attempt to resist during this process. Its health bar began to drop rapidly, and soon it reached 0. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. As he died, a kill notification sounded. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 headless black and white panda, boss level. You have received an additional 3,000 experience points. Interestingly, the loot dropped by this dungeon boss doesn't drop directly into your inventory. Instead, it appeared next to the headless black and white panda's corpse. Jiangyan glanced around and saw a golden light and a round object. Jiangyan did not immediately check the fallen objects, but instead looked at Zhang Bingyang's location. Flame Shadow stared straight at him. Do you understand now? I want you to understand that from the very beginning, you were just relying on the anomalies caused when I changed jobs. You've been a fake from the very beginning. Zhang Bingyang's last shred of pride was shattered. His face was ashen, and he was filled with suicidal thoughts. He slowly closed his eyes and said, Kill me. Jiang An's expression remained unchanged. Remember, you deserve this fate. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple tail behind Yanning swayed slightly. Phantom Clone, activate. In an instant, countless flaming shadow clones appeared across the entire bamboo forest mountain range. Upon seeing the countless foxes covering the entire mountainside, Zhang Bingyang's expression instantly changed. The most terrifying image etched into his memory resurfaced in his mind. He cried out in terror. No, no, no! Don't do this! Give me a quick death! The voices were drowned out by the roars of countless fiery shadow clones. One after another, the clones came to Zhang Bingyang. They did not use any skills, but relied on their claws and fangs to instinctively tear at the flesh and blood on Zhang Bingyang's body. At first, Zhang Bingyang tried to resist, his body burning with black flames, and he raised his bow and arrow and shot one arrow after another. But Yanning was still in a state of divine might. Even though the clone's attributes were weakened, it was still not something Zhang Bingyang could deal with. Moreover, there are so many of them. The screams continued, then gradually subsided. Until there was absolutely no sound. Jiangyan had already arrived in front of the headless black and white panda corpse, and Qian Duoduo also came over. Looking at that dazzling golden light, Qian Duoduo swallowed hard. This looks like gold tier equipment? Jiangyan nodded and reached out to pick up the piece of equipment. Bamboo Shadow Belt. Type, Waist Protective Gear. Job restriction, none. Equipment level requirement, 15. Quality, Gold. Constitution plus 100. Special Effect 1, increases health regeneration speed by 20% when worn. Special Effect 2, increases maximum health by an additional 10% when worn. Special Effect 3, when worn, there is a 1% chance to trigger a phantom attack when attacking. When worn by summoner-type classes, their summoned beasts will also be affected. Additional skill, High Speed Healing. Rapid Healing, LV3, a gold-level skill that can be actively cast. It consumes spirit points to heal the target unit, rapidly restoring their injuries and health. The sound of swallowing saliva came from the side. Qian Duoduo was stunned when he saw the attributes of the equipment. All 3 special effects are incredibly powerful. The speed of health recovery is a given, making it essential for saving on potions. The increase in maximum health is even more enviable. As we all know, the health attribute is only affected by constitution. Many squishy classes will not increase their constitution attribute points after leveling up. It is harder than climbing to heaven to increase their maximum health. This 3rd special effect is equally amazing. Even if Jiangyan wears it as a summoner, his summoned beast can still enjoy the special effect of this phantom attack. As for the accompanying skill, it's a gold-level healing skill, and it's not restricted to being used only by the wearer. To put it bluntly, with this skill alone, Jiangyan could act as a healer in dungeons with lower pressure. Compared to Qian Duoduo, Jiangyan's expression was much calmer. After putting it on, Jiangyan looked at another item with some anticipation. That was a perfectly round pet egg. The egg is covered with emerald green patterns resembling bamboo leaves, and you can faintly smell the fragrance of bamboo leaves. The friendly black and white pandas all gathered around and spontaneously stroked the pet egg, as if performing some kind of ritual. Check the attributes of the pet egg. Pet egg, black and white panda. Level boss. After hatching, you can obtain a precious black and white panda as a pet. The simple description made Jiangyan hold his breath instantly. The reason is simple. A familiar reminder popped up below this description. This pet egg possesses divine blood and can be contracted. Would you like to proceed with incubation now? No. Jiangyan excitedly chose. No. But he hadn't forgotten that there was a certain chance of the pet egg failing to hatch, so he needed to prepare the materials in advance. Finally, I got a pet egg that met the requirements. Ever since I reached level 10, I've been searching, and I never expected to finally get what I wanted in the secret realm. This trip to the secret realm was definitely worthwhile. It's a pity that Zhang Bingyang stole a lot of points, otherwise it would have been a perfect completion. Jiangyan glanced at the panel, and was stunned when he saw that the mission showed that he had killed 51 evil people. After checking the task details, Jiangyan discovered that the original judgment standard was not for level 11 or 12 evil followers, but for level 15 corrupt demon wolves. In the secret realm, each corrupted wolf killed counts as a target being cleared. Although Zhang Bingyang killed the vast majority of people, he kept all the corrupt demon wolves and gave them all to himself. What a kind person! Jiangyan couldn't help but sigh. So Zhang Bingyang is the real good person after all. Qian Duoduo looked at Zhang Bingyang's mangled corpse and the escape talisman, scratched his head, and asked, "What do we do now?" The secret realm boss is dead, so the mission can be considered successfully completed. What a pity about this escape talisman. I just checked and it can only be used in the secret realm. It will become ineffective if I take it out. Jiangyan's gaze lingered briefly on Zhang Bingyang's corpse before finally settling on the escape talisman. Not necessarily. Chapter 70. You deserve to die. In a basement in a residential area of Linen. The priestess of Crescent Moon stood helplessly in the center of the basement, with Gray behind her bowing her head. Can't you sense the condition of the corrupted dire wolf? Yes, the secret realm seems to have severed all contact. The priestess of the Crescent Moon nodded slightly. The secret realm is mysterious and unpredictable. It's normal that we can't sense it. Once we get what's in the secret realm, Linen will definitely conduct a comprehensive investigation. Let's avoid meeting for a while and make good use of our disguised identities to avoid being investigated. Gray understands. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what good things they'll bring back this time. It's a pity I've never truly entered a secret realm in my entire life. The new moon priestess's eyes were full of anticipation. Whatever they gain, it will belong to our holy church, and also to you, sir. Gray's eyes flashed. Don't worry, you'll get a share too. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, a white vortex suddenly appeared in the very center of the basement. This is the fluctuation generated when the escape talisman is used. Someone is leaving the secret realm and coming over. Judging by the time, it's about 4 hours. They should be coming back soon. Even the priestess of the crescent moon was extremely excited at this moment. After so many years of planning, it was finally going to come to fruition. From the very beginning, no one in the high ranks of the Holy Church had any faith in the bamboo forest secret realm, but she managed to find traces of it herself. That's how we got to where we are today. A smile spread across the crescent moon priest's face. He could almost picture the surprised expressions on the faces of the other priests in the Holy Church when they learned that he had outmaneuvered the officials of Linen and been promoted to Red Robe Priest. The white vortex did not immediately teleport people out after it appeared. Instead, it remained there quietly. Huh! What's going on? Aren't they coming out yet? A hint of doubt arose in the new moon priestess's heart, but she comforted herself. It must be because we reaped too much, and maybe we even got some good stuff that was hard to move, which is why we were delayed. Just as he was thinking this, the vortex swayed slightly. Then a flash of light. A figure lay in a strange posture in front of them. It was Zhang Bingyang, who had just died not long ago. His body was covered in gnaw marks, and his face was filled with a look of terror and fear. The smile on the priestess of Crescent Moon's face froze instantly, and Gray's expression also changed drastically. After Zhang Bingyang's body was teleported out, the white vortex gradually disappeared. The priestess of the Crescent Moon stood frozen in place, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Where are the others? What happened? Are they all dead? At this moment, Hui was filled with unease, because the moment Zhang Bingyang's corpse was teleported out, some kind of restriction on the secret realm was broken. She could clearly feel that there was no rotten demon wolf in the secret realm at all. All 50-odd corruptible wolves have vanished. Priest, it seems all the corrupt wolves have been killed, Gray said softly after a moment's hesitation. Impossible! The priestess of the Crescent Moon roared. The highest level person in the Bamboo Forest Mountains is only level 15, and they were stopped at the dungeon gathering point. Given the duration of the entrance to the secret realm, they wouldn't even have had time to arrive, so how could they possibly enter the secret realm to stop them? Those guys in linen would never risk taking low-level characters into such a critical situation. Sir, have you forgotten about Jiangyan? Hui cautiously reminded him. Jiangyan? Muttering this name, the priestess of the Crescent Moon's expression froze completely. After a long while, he seemed to finally realize the truth. His plan, which he had been scheming for so many years, had become the biggest joke in the world. In just a few seconds, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years, and his whole demeanor had vanished. Hui squatted down in front of Zhang Bingyang's body, trying to check if anything had been left behind. After searching around Zhang Bingyang's waist for a moment, her face suddenly lit up with joy. She actually touched something bulging. Seeing this, a glimmer of light returned to the Crescent Priestess's eyes as she looked at Gray with anticipation. He pulled out the bulging thing and spread it out in his palm. It was a pure black metal sphere. Before the two could even check the attributes, the metal sphere suddenly exploded in Gray's hand. Both of them were startled and immediately unleashed their strongest defensive skills. As a result, they were not attacked. Jiangyan's voice came from the fragments inside the metal sphere. Thank you for helping to protect this secret realm. Otherwise, if everyone could enter, I might not have gained so much. Here is my thank you gift for you. The voice suddenly changed, becoming Qian Duoduo's. You old bastard New Moon? Eat my super stinky fart attack! Before the two could react, a cloud of yellow gas instantly spread out and covered them. The smell was extremely unpleasant, like someone letting out a fart before diarrhea started. The stench made the two of them almost vomit. Jiangyan! The priestess of the Crescent Moon completely broke down, roaring. You deserve to die! Aya! Before the secret bamboo forest. Sun Zhenghao stood with his hands clasped at the edge of the secret realm's vortex. The enormous bamboo seemed to have completed its final journey, its leaves turning from green to yellow. They all fell down. My lord, this should be a sign that the secret realm is about to close. Jiangyan and the others haven't come out yet, have they? Sun Zhenghao waved his hand. No, we should have faith in him. Even so, Sun Zhenghao still felt somewhat uncertain. After all, no one knows what's inside this bamboo forest secret realm. Based on past experience, there are many types of secret realms, some of which are specifically designed to help people level up quickly. There are also monster-killing loot drops, and even items that can quickly increase skill levels. However, regardless of the type of secret realm, there is always great danger. As the old saying goes, the greater the reward, the greater the risk. What's more, those abyss evils have also infiltrated this secret realm. The members of the Griffin Knights opened their mouths, unsure how to persuade Sun Zhenghao. In their view, Jiangnan had most likely failed. The secret realm was already preparing to close, and the fact that no one has left so far can only mean one thing. That means the survivors of the secret realm were the abyss evils, who used other methods to leave the secret realm. Besides this, there seemed to be no other possibilities. Just as the last leaf fell from the bamboo, the vortex in the secret realm suddenly began to fluctuate. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at the vortex with anticipation. Soon, two figures slowly appeared. Jiangnan sneezed twice in a row as soon as he came out, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. It seems the priestess of the crescent moon is sending me her most sincere greetings. Chapter 71 needs to be discussed separately. As soon as Jiangnan and Qian Duo appeared, professional medical personnel immediately came forward to check on their condition. After ensuring safety, Sun Zhenghao inquired about the situation inside the secret realm. There were a total of 51 evil people inside, and they were all wiped out, Jiangnan said calmly. What? Sun Zhenghao's eyes widened in surprise, and the Griffin Knight beside him also looked incredulous. Their estimate of the number of evil cultists entering the secret realm was completely wrong. I originally thought there would be at most a dozen people inside, but I didn't expect there to be more than 50 people in total. In other words, Jiangnan and his group were not only facing the threat of the secret realm itself, but also fighting against 51 evil disciples. You've wiped out all these abyss villains? Each of them had at least one corrupted demon wolf with them. The knights couldn't help but interject. The corrupted dire wolves are all level 15 elite monsters. I'm not questioning you, but are you sure the two of you can handle so many wolves? He glanced at his watch and added, and within 5 hours. Sun Zhenghao, who was standing to the side, did not express his opinion. On the one hand, he felt that Jiangnan must have something extraordinary to be able to clear the beginner dungeon in such a short time in order to attract Wei Qing's attention. On the other hand, he himself felt that it might be a bit too outrageous. Even if he's incredibly strong, Jiangnan is currently just a level 14 newbie. What does 51 evil followers mean? It means there are 51 level 15 elite monsters. This terrifying disparity in numbers is simply too exaggerated. Qian Duo immediately became anxious. Hey, what do you mean by this? Don't you trust the two of us? The two of us were practically wreaking havoc inside. I was in charge of tanking the damage, and my brother was in charge of dealing damage. Finally, Qian Duo tugged at Jiangnan's sleeve. Xiao Jiang, quickly reveal the mission to them. Jiangnan's lips twitched slightly. Qian Duo really never forgot to take him along, no matter what. Left with no other choice, Jiangnan decisively chose to make the task public. Seeing the bright number 51 on the mission information screen, the Griffin Knight opened his mouth wide, but couldn't say a word. Sun Zhenghao raised an eyebrow. You killed all 51 of them? This task is not completed in a team, it only counts who made the kill. Since all 51 people were counted under Jiangnan's name, it means that Qian Duo did not make a significant contribution. So-called points and bonus points are naturally irrelevant to him. Qian Duo pouted in dissatisfaction. Humph, you guys didn't go in. If you had, you would have found out that if I hadn't drawn your ire, how could Xiao Jiang have had such a big harvest? By now, Sun Zhenghao and the others had a full understanding of Qian Duo, and they could not believe a single word he said, so they simply ignored him. Sun Zhenghao looked thoughtful, then slowly asked, Did you get the rewards for killing the boss in the secret realm? Generally speaking, the most valuable reward in each dungeon naturally comes from the boss. Someone like Qian Duoduo, who gets the job change scroll by killing monsters, is 1 in a million. Jiangyan saw that Sun Zhenghao didn't speak, while Qian Duoduo said with dissatisfaction, "What, you guys aren't trying to steal our loot from the secret realm, are you?" Sun Zhenghao's expression immediately turned serious, and he quickly said, "Of course not. Anything you gain in the secret realm belongs to you. And we haven't even rewarded you for your achievements yet, so how could we possibly take away the spoils that belong to you?" Qian Duoduo's expression finally relaxed, while Jiangyan looked at Sun Zhenghao, waiting for him to say something else. "The reason I ask this is because if you obtain something in the secret realm that can enhance your potential, you can receive extra support. Under normal circumstances, there are often some items with special functions in the secret realm, whether it is a scroll for changing jobs or some kind of prop. With the help of these things, you can naturally develop faster. In fact, almost all of the 5 generals of Shan Heiguan have had the experience of entering the secret realm and obtaining good things. So if you have any success in this area, feel free to tell me, and I can report it to the authorities and seek support for you. Including but not limited to bonus points during assessments and assistance in completing corresponding tasks." Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo became excited and was about to mention the job change scroll. Jiangyan suddenly grabbed Qian Duoduo, looking puzzled. "Uncle Sun, aren't you in charge of the newbie dungeon? How do you know so much about these things?" Sun Zhenghao smiled and dismissed all the members of the Griffin Knights beside him. A look of intense confidence appeared on his face. "I forgot to introduce myself. Besides being the person in charge of the beginner dungeon, I am also one of the secret guards under Lord Wei Qing, the chief of Shan Heiguan. Being responsible for the stability of Linen, you can understand me as the person in charge behind the scenes." A line of information appeared on his forehead. Title: Head of Novice Dungeon in Linen City, Shadow Guard. Jiangyan suddenly realized why Sun Zhenghao was handling the matter in the secret realm this time. Moreover, Jiangyan had some doubts before, as these Griffin Knights should not normally show such respect to the person in charge of a beginner dungeon. After resolving this confusion, Jiangyan nodded to Qian Duoduo. He was being told he could tell him about the job change scroll. However, Jiangyan did not intend to reveal all of his gains in the secret realm. Always keep some cards up your sleeve. Moreover, Jiangyan doesn't need this so-called support. He can complete the task on his own. As for bonus points in the assessment, 50 points or so are already enough. Jiangyan didn't believe that with his abilities and bonus points, he couldn't meet the requirements of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Sun Zhenghao quickly recorded Qian Duoduo's situation, and even he had to marvel at Qian Duoduo's good luck. Hidden class change scrolls can drop from elite monsters, and even Qian Duoduo himself can use them. It's like their ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. At the same time, Sun Zhenghao was also very clear in his heart that since Qian Duoduo could get such a good reward for killing elite-level monsters, therefore, the items dropped by Jiangyan, who is the main force, after killing the secret realm boss must be even more amazing. However, since Jiangyan chose to remain hidden, he naturally wouldn't force him. Sun Zhenghao breathed a long sigh of relief. In any case, this matter was finally resolved satisfactorily without causing any further trouble. If the Abyss Evils had taken the things from the secret realm, he would have truly died 1,000 deaths. I will submit the points and assessment scores, and you will calculate them directly for you. Just as Sun Zhenghao was about to retreat with the captured Abyss villains, Jiangyan suddenly spoke to him. There's one more thing that we need to discuss privately. Chapter 72: The Three-Colored Deer. Another pet egg. Although Sun Zhenghao didn't understand why Jiangyan specifically requested a conversation between the two of them, out of trust in Jiangyan, he still took Jiangyan to a secluded place, and took out a prop to soundproof the area. Alright, you can say whatever you want to say now. Jiangyan stared intently at Sun Zhenghao. There is a traitor among the high-ranking members of the human race. Sun Zhenghao never expected Jiangyan to say such a thing, and he was stunned. You can't just say things like that. Jiangyan's expression was serious. You should also know about the previous wolf riot. As one of the parties involved, I know for sure that this matter has been recorded and reported. But no large-scale cleanup operation was carried out in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Someone deliberately prevented exploration of the Bamboo Forest Mountains because they were afraid of discovering the layout of the Water Moon Cave. If I remember correctly, the person in charge of Linen City is also a high-level array master. If he were to take action, he should be able to break through the Water Moon Cave very quickly. Since it has taken so long, he should have been sent away beforehand. Sun Zhenghao's expression changed repeatedly. Each of these things was true, and any one of them could be considered a coincidence. With so many things happening at the same time, Sun Zhenghao had no choice but to face the problem squarely. It is highly likely that the Abyss cultists have infiltrated the upper echelons. Alright, I'm just giving you a heads up. As for what to do next, that's none of my business. After saying that, Jiangyan turned and left. Unexpectedly, a unified voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned around curiously and found that everyone, including Sun Zhenghao and Xian Duoduo, raised their right hands and placed them in front of their chests to salute him when they saw him leaving. This is a gesture of respect. Jiangyan was stunned for a moment before mimicking the gesture. Flame Shadow, take me home. Yanning released Zhu Lian from her state and crouched down next to Jiangyan again. Call out. Jiangyan and Yanning quickly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Walking along the path in the Bamboo Forest mountain range, you can see many wolf corpses along the way, with blood everywhere. The few survivors you occasionally see are usually those who have just received emergency treatment, and thankfully, most are not in life-threatening danger. They were also taken aback when they saw Jiangyan, and then they all raised their right hands to their chests, and watched Jiangyan walk away. Along the way, people expressed their admiration for Jiangyan in their own ways. That terrifying firestorm will likely be etched in their memories forever. After leaving the Bamboo Forest Mountains, Jiangyan planned to head to the exchange. On the one hand, they sold off everything they didn't need, and on the other hand, they bought incubation medicine. As a result, he received a message from Bai Hong while he was still on the way. Someone offered an elite-level pet egg they had never seen before, wanting to exchange it for the sacrificial material finger with Jiangyan. Upon arriving at the entrance of the exchange, Bai Hong, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came to greet them. Mr. Jiang, the other party is already waiting inside the exchange. Jiangyan nodded slightly, signaling Bai Hong to lead the way. Soon the two arrived at a private room on the second floor, where a woman was waiting. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with beautiful features, fair and delicate skin, and a beauty mark near the corner of her eye. However, this beautiful woman had a faint, almost imperceptible, foul odor emanating from her. Bai Hong, maintaining a smile, introduced. Li Yuyin, this is Jiangyan, the owner of the sacrificial materials. Li Yuyin's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. You're Jiangyan? You know me? Jiangyan asked, somewhat puzzled. Li Yuyin's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly suppressed his surprise. Of course, what happened in the Bamboo Forest Mountains is no secret. Now, who doesn't know that a man named Jiangyan has made a great contribution? Alright. She changed the subject. Since you specifically asked for a rare pet egg and want to trade it in person, then see if this meets your requirements. I got this after killing an elite monster that I encountered by chance in the wild. I haven't seen the same elite monster since. With a wave of her fair hand, a pet egg appeared on the table in front of the two of them. The egg is covered with blue and white patterns. Jiangyan had been looking at the pet eggs that appeared in the exchange during this period, but he had never seen a pet egg with this kind of pattern before. Just from the appearance, it was impossible to tell what kind of monster the egg was. Li Yuyin revealed the attributes of the pet egg. Pet egg tricolor deer. Level elite. After hatching, you can obtain a precious tricolor deer as a pet. Jiangyan had only glanced at it casually, and hadn't expected to find another pet egg with divine bloodline. After all, he hadn't found a suitable one after searching for so long, and had long since given up hope. Unexpectedly, a related reminder actually popped up on the panel. This pet egg possesses divine blood and can be contracted. Would you like to proceed with incubation now? Jiang En's breathing paused for a moment, then returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, after reaching level 10 and not finding a suitable pet egg for so long, I suddenly got 2 on the same day. It's truly a cruel twist of fate. However, it's also good news, at least I won't have to search so hard after I level up to level 20. How is it? Does it meet your requirements? This pet egg should be worth about the same as your sacrificial materials, Li Yun said casually, staring at Jiang En. This tricolored deer is quite rare, perfect for collecting, Jiang En said, taking the finger out of his backpack and looking at Bai Hong. Do you need to pay a brokerage fee for this kind of exchange? Bai Hong smiled slightly. Under normal circumstances, of course it is necessary. However, since you are a VIP of our exchange, this fee can be waived. As long as you two agree, the transaction can be completed. Good. With Bai Hong as a witness, Jiang En received the tricolored deer pet egg. After finalizing the deal, Li Yun turned and left the room. Jiang En then began to tidy up the contents of his backpack. With a wave of his hand, more than 50 silver-grade weapons appeared in front of Bai Hong. Bai Hong was stunned. Looking at the weapon in front of him that was radiating a silvery light, he felt his mouth go dry. I need to inform Sister Jing to handle this. Please wait a moment. This situation was clearly beyond Bai Hong's authority to handle, so he had to seek help from his superiors. A few minutes later, Bai Jing walked into the room with her slender waist swaying. Bai Hong respectfully left the room to guard the door for the two of them. Bai Jing glanced at the enormous number of silver-grade weapons, her eyes showing surprise. TSK, you actually managed to get so many silver-grade weapons in such a short time. He really is a guy you can both love and hate. As she spoke, Bai Jing squatted down in front of Jiang En and examined the silver-grade weapons. This squat made Bai Jing's figure appear even more exaggerated. Chapter 73 Ready to Hatch. Black and White Panda. Noticing Jiang En's gaze out of the corner of her eye, Bai Jing's lips curled up slightly. Jiang En withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of some impure thoughts. Love and hate at the same time? Of course I love you because you're so powerful. What I hate is that you're about to take your exam, and you'll definitely leave Linen City for another city then. Bai Jing looked at Jiang En with alluring eyes. When you decide which city you want to go to, you have to tell your sister. I want to come with you so I can continue to serve you. Oh? Jiang En gently lifted Bai Jing's chin with a finger. I wonder how much it would take for you to provide good service? Bai Jing never expected that Jiang En, a guy who hadn't even grown his first hair yet, would dare to flirt with her back. In her daze, 2 red blushes rose up. She quickly changed the subject. Ahem, although the weapons you brought are all silver-grade weapons, they are mass-produced standard weapons after all, and their attributes are not particularly good. I can only offer them at 120,000 each. There are 57 here, which is 6,840,000. Upon hearing this number, Jiang En nodded nonchalantly on the surface, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Is this the secret realm? I only went in and cleared it once, and the loot I got from these odds and ends is more than what I get from running dungeons for a month. With over 6 million, if I only bought universal skill scrolls, I should be able to learn all the early game summoner skills. Then take out the designated skill scrolls and place them in front of Bai Jing. The surprise in Bai Jing's eyes became even more obvious. The stock of designated skill scrolls is extremely limited. Basically, every alchemist who can create skill scrolls cooperates with their Huaxia trading company, so there are no designated skill scrolls that have been accidentally lost. This can only be obtained from drops in dungeons. Coupled with the terrifying number of silver-grade weapons, Bai Jing finally realized what was happening. Her cherry-red lips parted in surprise as she exclaimed, You've entered the Bamboo Forest secret realm! As the person in charge of Huaxia Exchange in Linen, she naturally had her own information channels. The opening of the Bamboo Forest secret realm has been confirmed, but unfortunately it will only be open for a short time, and most likely only officials will enter. So at the beginning, she never even considered that those silver-level weapons were related to the secret realm. That's right. Jiangyan didn't hide this information either. Bai Jing's eyes flickered, and her regard for Jiangyan increased even more. Those who manage to emerge alive from the secret realm, provided they do not die prematurely, are destined to become great figures in the future. Bai Jing quickly calculated the value of all these items. After deducting handling fees, the total is 7,930,000. I need 2 sets of pet egg hatching materials, and I need to buy 20 universal skill scrolls for levels 1 to 20. Okay, this totals 1.06 million, leaving 6.87 million. Shall I transfer it all to your account? Help me register 3 million into an anonymous card, and transfer the rest to my own account. Okay, Bai Jing said without asking any further questions. She quickly completed the process and handed over the bank card and the purchased materials to Jiangyan. After completing the transaction, Jiangyan returned to the orphanage with great excitement. Unexpectedly, just as I arrived at the orphanage gate, I ran into the director, who was rushing out in a hurry. Before the dean even noticed Jiangyan, Jiangyan quietly came up behind him. Dean, why are you in such a hurry to go out? Something happened in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. The injured have been sent to the treatment center. I have to go see them. The director thought it was an acquaintance greeting him and didn't even turn his head. Jiangyan felt a warmth in his heart. He was the only one in the orphanage who had just changed jobs and was leveling up in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. It was quite obvious who the director was going to see. Why don't you look back? Oh dear, I told you it was urgent. The dean suddenly noticed Jiangyan's grinning face. The tense expression on his face had just relaxed when it immediately fell into a sullen look. You idiot! You never even call me when there's nothing wrong, you just make me worry. Hee hee. Jiangyan chuckled a little sheepishly. I'm fine now, aren't I? Humph, all the younger siblings in the compound saw the news and they're all worried. Come on, come in with me. The director pulled Jiangyan into the orphanage, shouting as they passed the kitchen. Chef Yang, make some extra good food tonight. All right. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a group of little ones became excited when they saw Jiangyan, surrounding him and chattering excitedly to express their concern. Although the children in the orphanage do not have parents to take care of them, they are indeed more united and close-knit. After playing with them for a while, Jiangyan finally found the dean and handed him the bank card with 3 million yuan in savings. There are 3 million here. After all these years, it's time for me to make some contribution to the institute. The director shoved it back, saying, You kid, have we ever lacked food for you all these years? Do you think we're short of your little bit? Take it away, take it away. The exam is coming up soon. Keep this money to improve yourself and get into your dream university. That would be the best reward for me. Jiangyan couldn't resist the urge to give in, so he had to put the card away for the time being and give it to her later when he had the chance. Before even having dinner, Jiangyan couldn't wait any longer and ran upstairs to his room. With a wave of his hand, the 2 pet eggs then appeared in front of Jiangyan. A tricolor deer, a black and white panda. He was immediately stumped. Which contract should he incubate first? I used to rack my brains trying to find a suitable pet egg, but now I'm starting to worry about it instead. Maybe this is a sweet dilemma. Jiangyan fell into deep thought. For me, Flame Shadow is currently an extremely powerful and lethal pet. It can be said that monsters of the same level, or even those 10 levels higher, are no match for Flame Shadow. However, Flame Shadow's weaknesses are also obvious. For example, it lacks physical attack methods and will be unable to deal enough damage if it encounters a monster with strong resistance to fire attribute skills. Secondly, there's defense. Flame Shadow is a typical high attack, low defense character. Therefore, my best option next is a pet that can supplement both physical attack and defense. After careful consideration, Jiangyan decided to hatch the black and white panda first, and save the tricolor deer for when he reaches level 20. Putting away the tricolor deer, Jiangyan turned his expectant gaze to the black and white panda pet egg. Dripped the prepared incubation solution onto the eggshell. The entire pet egg immediately began to shake slightly, joyfully anticipating its imminent birth. Jiangyan placed his hand on the pet egg and released the universal skill hatching technique. A violent shaking suddenly came from inside the eggshell. Flame Shadow, standing to the side, also looked at its soon-to-hatch partner with great curiosity. Finally, the eggshell cracked. Based on his previous experience, Jiangyan knew that this was a sign that the egg was about to hatch successfully. Chapter 74 God Black and White Panda, Purity 20%. Click. Click. With a series of crisp sounds, a round, black and white panda crawled out of the egg. Its fur wasn't completely dry, but that didn't diminish its cuteness at all. Especially those two dark eyes under the dark circles under her eyes reveal a kind of intelligence. It reached out to Jiangyan, seeking a hug. Jiangyan picked it up, and the creature clung to Jiangyan's neck with its paws, hanging in midair. At this point, the notification on the panel also lit up. The soul contract has been bound, and the current summoning space is 2-2. Yanning stared intently at the little guy, a hint of jealousy in her eyes. She took 2 steps forward, flicked her tail, and pulled the black and white panda off Jiangyan's neck. Then Yanning lightly leaped into Jiangyan's arms, as if to assert her dominance as the leader. The black and white panda, who had been thrown to the ground, looked completely bewildered, with tears welling up in its eyes. Jiangyan glanced helplessly at Yanning, patted the black and white panda's head as a gesture of comfort, and then opened its interface. Unnamed. Race Black and White Panda, can be activated with Divine Bloodline. Sex Female. Level 1. Strength 30. Spirit 5. Swiftness 10. Physical Condition 30. Combat Skills Steel Bones, Gold Level, Intimidation, Gold Level. Steel Bones, LV1 Gold Level Skill. After activation, defense increases by 50% and elemental resistance increases by 20% for the next 10 minutes. Deterrence, LV1 Gold Level Skill. When activated, it inflicts a deterrent effect on enemies within a 10-meter radius, increasing the damage taken by deterred enemies by 10%. As expected, the black and white panda cub perfectly met his current needs, possessing great strength, excellent physique, and mastering 2 gold-level skills. Both skills are very useful. Steel Bones is used for defense, while deterrence can greatly increase the damage taken by enemy units. Moreover, this is still in the state where the Divine Bloodline has not been activated. Upon opening the panel, it was confirmed that the black and white pandas also possess the task of activating the Bloodline of the Gods. Quest to activate the Bloodline of God. Materials needed for the task: 10 jade bamboo. Mission completion reward: activate the Bloodline of the Black and White Panda God. Penalty for mission failure: none. This activation task is much simpler than the one Yanning did. Jiangyan nodded in satisfaction, then opened the trading website and searched for jade bamboo. The search results appeared quickly. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. Holy crap, this is robbery! 1 piece of jade bamboo costs 30,000 yuan. 10 pieces would cost 300,000 yuan. This is much more expensive than spending money on Flame Shadow. If it were before, Jiangyan would have felt some pressure, but now... Jiangyan smiled slightly. It's only 300,000. It's not even enough to cover a small portion of what's in my account. I decisively placed an order. The materials were delivered shortly afterward. This jade bamboo is more like a bamboo shoot than a bamboo plant. It's small and quite cute. When the black and white panda saw these jade bamboo stalks, its eyes widened and its mouth watered uncontrollably. Yanning looked at it with a hint of curiosity, then closed her eyes in disgust. I don't like vegetarian food. At the same time, Jiangyan could also sense Yan Ying's contempt for the black and white panda. Ignorant. Following the instructions in the mission details, Jiangyan handed the jade bamboo to the black and white panda. As soon as it took it, it started munching away. The 10 jade bamboo stalks disappeared rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within minutes, it completely disappeared into the black and white panda's mouth, and it licked its lips with a hint of reluctance. A somewhat childish and innocent voice echoed in Jiangyan's mind. Does Master have any more? Hungry. Its voice is distinctly different from Flame Shadow's, and coupled with its honest and simple appearance, it's quite amusing. Just then, a notification flashed on the panel indicating that the task was completed. A burst of white light suddenly erupted from the black and white panda's body. It took a while before it finally dispersed, revealing its round body. Compared to before, its body size has not changed, but its fur has become more lustrous and glossy. I opened the panel and took a look. Unnamed. Race, God black and white panda, purity 20%. Sex female. Level 1. Strength 300. Spirit 50. Swiftness 100. Physical fitness 300. Innate skill, flexible and adaptable. Combat skills, steel bones platinum, intimidation platinum. Hiss. This guy just activated his divine bloodline, and the purity level is already 20%. All skills have reached platinum level, and the 4-dimensional attributes have also gained an extra 0, just like Flame Shadow, and an additional talent skill has been added. Upon closer inspection. Flexible, a natural skill that allows the user to control their body size. The current limit for shrinking and enlarging is 10 times their original size. Freely change body shape? Jiangyan looked at the black and white panda with some curiosity, and wanted to let it try out this ability. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. Under Jiangyan's watchful gaze, the black and white panda's body began to shrink continuously. In the end, it actually became about the size of Jiangyan's palm. It's as cute as a doll. Although it has shrunk in size, its attributes have not decreased, and it can still exert 300 points of power in this state. Looking at the black and white panda in front of him, which resembled a pendant, Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. So, what name should I give you? A little bear? The black and white panda's honest and simple expression froze instantly, and then it shook its head frantically. Little black bear? The black and white panda shook its head even more vigorously, as if afraid that the name would fall on its head. What should I call you? Yanning suddenly asked in his mind as Jiangyan fell into deep thought. It looks like a ball, doesn't it? Jiangyan's eyes lit up. This name is great. It fits the black and white panda's image perfectly. The black and white panda glared fiercely at Yanning, but Yanying's mere glance was enough to frighten it away. Then I'll call you Greedy Ball. Chanchio lowered its head, looking resigned to its fate. Yeah, your level isn't high enough yet. I'll take you to level up tomorrow. The first summoned beast bound by this soul contract will follow the master's level, and the level of the other summoned beasts will need to be continuously upgraded. After rubbing the gluttonous ball, Jiangyan took out the 20 skill scrolls. I have now mastered 3 diamond-level skills, Shadow Shift, Shadow Dual skills, and Passionate Encouragement. To an ordinary summoner, this would be considered quite good, but for Jiangyan, it was still not enough, since he had not yet mastered any elemental summoning skills. Summoner summoning skills are divided into 2 types. One type is soul contract summoning like Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball. The advantage is that the connection with the master is extremely strong, and they can always accompany the master. The disadvantage is that they need time to raise and nurture them, and once they die, they need to form a new contract with another creature to raise them. Jiangyan's goal, however, is another summoning skill. Dimensional Summoning. Chapter 75 Dimensional Summoning. Elemental Spirits. Dimensional Summoning. It is usually only used in combat. The bond between the summoned creature and the summoner is much weaker, and even if it dies, it will not affect the next release of the skill. For example, with Fire Elemental Summoning, each summoned Fire Elemental Spirit will obey the Master's commands, even if it's a suicidal attack. And even if they die, other Fire Elementals can still be summoned at will. They're basically cannon fodder, you won't feel bad if they die. Jiangyan wants to acquire elemental summoning skills this time. With so many skill scrolls, it should be easy to get them, right? With this in mind, Jiangyan used the first skill scroll. Flames swept across the area. Jiangyan's face darkened. Gain the duplicate skills Shadow Technique Twin. Continue using it. Acquire repeatable skills. Acquire repeatable skills. It wasn't until he used the 7th skill scroll that a hint of joy finally appeared on Jiang Yan's numb face. Acquire the skill Dimensional Summoning Lightning Element Summoning. It's finally out. More importantly, what Jiang Yan had just seen was still diamond level brilliance. In other words, this lightning element summon is also of diamond level. Somewhat excited, I opened the skill page to view the detailed information. Dimensional Summoning Thunder Sprite, LV1 diamond level skill. Consumes a large amount of spirit points and can summon 3 thunder element sprites to fight for you. The level of the thunder element is the same as that of the caster. The summoned thunder element will randomly include elite or boss level beings. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. This diamond level lightning elemental summon is truly exceptional. A regular lightning elemental summon can only summon 1 lightning elemental spirit, and most of the time it's just a common level 1. Only with good luck can you summon an elite level 1. And my skill is at least elite level, with a certain probability of being boss level. The gap is significant. After reading the skill descriptions, Jiang Yan took out more skill scrolls and used them again. Acquire repeatable skills. Acquire repeatable skills. After all 20 skill scrolls were used up, Jiang Yan gained 2 new skills. These are the Fire Elemental Summoning and the Water Elemental Summoning. Judging from the skill description alone, it is the same as the Thunder Element Summoning. Just as I was about to try out these 3 skills, an extremely fragrant aroma of food suddenly wafted from downstairs. Chanchio and Yening immediately sniffed, then both looked at Jiang Yan expectantly. Let's go eat first. Flame Shadow cheered. Yay! Good. Don't follow my example. Oh. The newly hatched gluttonous ball immediately won the hearts of its younger siblings as soon as it appeared in front of them. Greedy Ball's appearance is so endearing that it's even more popular than Flame Shadow. Fortunately, Flame Shadow didn't care about these things. After dinner, seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Yan gave up the idea of trying out his skills. Anyway, I'll be teaming up with Su Chan to level up for the rest of the time. It won't make a difference if we wait a little longer. The next morning, Jiang Yan arrived at the Bamboo Forest Mountains as usual. After what happened the day before, there were noticeably fewer people in the Bamboo Forest Mountains. Especially for new students who have just changed jobs, their parents are basically restricting them and are unwilling to let them come here to level up again in the short term. I'd rather go slower and be more cautious. However, Su Chan, just like before, waited in front of the dungeon early. Jiang Yan was immediately welcomed by everyone as soon as he appeared. Fortunately, everyone knew that Jiang Yan was there to upgrade, so it didn't take up too much time. After everyone had left, Su Chan stepped forward. I thought you weren't coming today. I heard you went into the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm? Yes. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. How is it? Is it fun inside? Su Chan asked with longing. If given a chance, who wouldn't want to enter the secret realm and take a look? Unfortunately, the circumstances at the time did not allow her to leave. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. Everything else is fine, but there's a black and white panda that's really cute, with only black and white colors all over its body. Round and chubby. You'll probably like it. Oh? What a pity, Su Chan said with a regretful expression. What's a pity? It's a pity I didn't see it. It's so cute. It's such a shame I couldn't take a picture with it. Jiang Yan smiled mysteriously. Not necessarily. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, revealing a small, palm-sized ball of meat. Huh! What's this? Su Chan's eyes widened. Come on, I'll show you inside the dungeon. After Jiang Yan led Su Chan into the Wild Bear Ridge instance, the gluttonous ball returned to its normal size. Su Chan's eyes widened as she looked at the round, plump, tempting ball. This is a pet you got from the secret realm? Considering that Su Chan was going to level up along with him anyway, it was obviously unrealistic to hide the existence of the gluttonous ball, so it was better to show it off openly. Wow! So cute! Su-chan pounced on Chanchio, hugged it tightly, and began to suck on it frantically. Yening, nestled in Jiangyan's arms, had a hint of contempt and disdain in her eyes. Ha! What a fickle woman! Jiangyan gently touched Yening to comfort her. Just then, the roars of monsters came from all around. Just as Yening was about to leave, she sensed Jiangyan's intention to stop her. Watching the giant bear rushing towards them at breakneck speed, Jiangyan put to use the new skill he had just learned last night. Dimensional Summoning, Thunder Sprite. A flash of lightning appeared, and 3 lightning elemental spirits appeared in front of Jiangyan. They are only half a person tall, and their entire bodies are a transparent blue like jelly. Traces of lightning flashes could still be faintly seen inside his body. As expected of an elf proficient in the element of lightning, even its body is made of lightning. Moreover, one of the lightning elemental spirits was noticeably stronger than the other 2, and the lightning within its body was also thicker. Jiangyan glanced at the panel and immediately raised an eyebrow. I was lucky. I managed to summon a boss-level lightning elemental spirit, and the other 2 were also elite level. Thunder Spirit boss level. Level 14. Strength 1. Spirit 350. Swift 200. Physical Fitness 100. Combat Skills, Lightning Storm, Silver Rank, Chain Lightning, Silver Rank, Lightning Flash, Silver Rank. It features high attack and low defense, and possesses a wide-range attack similar to a Flame Storm. Although its attributes are much worse than Flame Shadow, it has the advantage of being more numerous, and you won't feel bad even if it dies. Jiangyan also checked the attributes of the other 2 elite-level creatures. They were roughly the same, except that the spirit and health values were slightly lower. Su-chan was somewhat surprised. You've learned lightning elemental summoning? But how come you can summon 3 at once? Normally, a summoner's dimensional summon can only summon 1 creature at a time, right? Secret. Jiangyan smiled and chose to unleash his skill again. Dimensional Summoning, Fire Sprite. Dimensional Summoning, Water Sprite. Chapter 76. The assessment is imminent. Level up with all your might. Accompanied by a burst of fire and the sound of water. 3 more fire sprites and 3 more water sprites appeared in front of Jiangyan. These 2 summoned creatures look very similar to thunder spirits, except for their different colors. However, both of them were carrying a weapon. The fire spirit held a bow and arrow burning with flames, while the water spirit held a round ball. I glanced at the attribute panel. Fire Sprite Elite. Level 14. Strength 1. Strength 300. Spirit 1. Swift 200. Physical Condition 50. Combat Skills, Explosive Arrow, Silver Rank, 5-Shot Barrage, Silver Rank, Ricochet, Silver Rank. Water Sprite Elite. Level 14. Strength 1. Strength 200. Spirit 200. Swiftness 100. Physical Condition 50. Combat Skills, Healing Water Wave, Silver Rank Water Ripple, Silver Rank Bubble Prison, Silver Rank. The summoned spirits from the dimensional portal all have relatively low health. The fire spirit is essentially a physical damage version of the thunder spirit. The water sprite is more like a healer, capable of restoring other sprites and summon beasts, as well as controlling enemies. At that moment, the giant bear had already rushed up to the 2 of them. The spheres in the hands of the 3 water sprites suddenly flashed, and a large amount of water elemental material suddenly formed in front of the giant bear, enveloping it. It's a bubble prison! After being restrained, the giant bear immediately swung its fists, trying to break free of the restraints. However, this was a restriction skill released by 3 elite-level creatures, and even the mighty bear, in its full force state, could not break through it immediately. It was at this moment. The thunder spirit and fire spirit also attacked simultaneously. Chain lightning and explosive arrows struck the mighty bear. A single round of damage reduced the giant bear's health to a mere sliver. If we hadn't entered a nightmare-level dungeon, this one attack would probably have instantly killed the giant bear. Su Chan's mouth was slightly open, her face full of disbelief. Finally, he muttered to himself. As expected, the elemental creatures summoned by the monster are monsters too. The water sprite followed up with a water ripple, finally ending the giant bear's life. Once the kill was complete, a large amount of experience points immediately flowed to the lowest level Greedy Ball. The Greedy Ball, which had been rolling around begging for a pat, was taken aback. 3 golden lights shone in succession. This level 15 elite monster instantly boosted Greedy Ball's level from level 1 to level 4. The gluttonous ball stood there blankly, which only made it look more endearing and cute. Out of curiosity, I opened the Greedy Ball's panel to take a look. Greedy Ball. Race, God Black and White Panda, Purity 20%. Sex Female. Level 4. Strength, 450. Spirit 50. Swiftness, 250. Physical fitness, 450. Innate skill, flexible and adaptable. Combat skills, Steel Bones, Platinum, Intimidation, Platinum. Sure enough, every time the glutton levels up, all its stats except for its spirit attribute increase by 50 points. The attribute points gained from upgrading Flame Shadow are the same. Jiangyan could imagine that once the Greedy Ball's level caught up, it would definitely become his main source of damage. As for mental stats, so be it if they're low. I'll just be a little stupid. It's not necessarily a bad thing. So, what's next? Insane upgrade! Time flies. Before we knew it, the assessment was here. Outside the examination hall, several somewhat anxious people stood among the group of staff. They are the principals of various schools in Linen, and the assessment time is also the time to inspect each school. Since it concerned their evaluation as honorary principal, it was natural for them to be a little nervous. Of course, there is one exception. It was Xingyang, the principal of the 8th-ranked school in Linen. He looked calm and collected, as if he didn't care at all. Someone joked. Look, old Xing is still so calm. Has he given up on the honorary principal assessment? It's just an empty title, don't take it too seriously, just keep a calm mind. Xingyang had a faint smile on his face, as if this assessment really didn't matter to him at all. A harsh voice suddenly rang out. He'd like to take it seriously, but their school has produced a Zhang Bingyang, one of the evil ones. This alone would be enough to fail the assessment. Rather than going through all that trouble only to be eliminated in the end, it's better to just give up and at least gain a reputation for being magnanimous. Xingyang's expression changed slightly as he glanced at the person who had spoken. A bespectacled woman in her 40s with a somewhat sharp and mean-spirited appearance was Tang Yu, the principal of the top-ranked school. The other principals also gave somewhat awkward smiles upon seeing this. Although everyone was somewhat dissatisfied with Tang Yu, believing that she had risen to her position through nepotism, and everyone knew that Tang Yu's husband was the head of the Linen Education Bureau, there was nothing that could be done. The teaching staff of No. 1 Middle School was simply too strong, so it did indeed produce many good students. Someone flattered her, saying, I heard that your Su-chan contributed a lot to the Bamboo Forest Mountain incident, and she even got extra points in the assessment. She's definitely going to be the top scorer in Linen City, right? Tang Yu's expression improved slightly, and she smiled. You can't say that, but Su-chan is indeed very promising. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and retorted. Su-chan? She's not exactly a key player, is she? I heard she only escaped danger thanks to Jiangyan. I just don't know which school Jiangyan went to. They probably aren't from Linen, right? They must be students from other cities who just happened to be here to advance. Otherwise, who would be so confident as to not come out and show off? Hey! Someone remembered and nudged Xingyang. Old Zhang, didn't your school have a guy named Jiangyan this year? I think he switched to a summoner class. I heard you lamenting this for a long time before. Could it be him? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu was immediately startled and looked at Xingyang. While secretly pleased, Xingyang wore a bewildered expression. Huh! It must be someone with the same name, right? Jiangyan from our school has a firefox as his companion summon beast. It shouldn't be him. Tang Yu, who was referring to Firefox, had undisguised disdain in her eyes. I don't know what's going on lately, but quite a few people have started to praise Firefox again. What a waste of resources. It seems that Jiangyan is really from somewhere else. Then this year's honorary principal spot is definitely going to our principal Tang. Tang Yu was overjoyed but maintained a humble demeanor, saying, Don't worry, if I really become the honorary principal, I'll treat you all to a meal then. Good. I'm going to take advantage of this meal. Hey, a student's here. The principals immediately turned their attention to the person who had arrived. With their level assessment techniques, they can naturally obtain students' level information directly. Li Meng, class of 2014, Poet of Blessing. Oh, I didn't expect Li Meng to arrive so early, Tang Yu said with a smile. She's doing quite well, already in the 14th grade. If she performs well, she should be able to get into a top-tier university. Following Li Meng's appearance, many other students from No. 1 middle school also appeared. Huang Yaoqiang, level 13 warrior. Sun Moyu, level 13 archer. Tang Yaozu, level 14, fire mage. Chapter 77 The Contest for Honorary Principal. There were more than 10 students in a row, and the highest-ranking ones were all from the first school. The 8th school managed to get 1 or 2 students, but their level was only just 12th. Seeing this, Tang Yu's lips curled up slightly, and her face showed an uncontrollable joy. It seems that this year's honorary principal position is indeed rightfully yours, Tang Yu. When the time comes, I'll treat you to a big meal and make you pay dearly. Oh, don't worry, I'll take you to a 5-star restaurant. Order whatever you want, don't worry about the cost. Tang Yu accepted the other principal's flattery with a smile, showing no modesty whatsoever. Xingyang maintained his faint smile, as if everything was irrelevant to him. The other principals also assumed that Xingyang had given up. There's nothing we can do about it. Tang Yu has a good husband, and the school she took over has excellent resources. Just as they were thinking this, an extremely flamboyant figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He was dressed in golden armor, holding a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, and his whole body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of holy light. What's this? Someone couldn't resist throwing an appraisal spell at him. Money Talker, level 15, Holy Sword and Shield Warrior. A hidden class? I've never heard of that class before. I don't think this is one of the hidden professions this year. Could it be a transfer student? But this student is quite wasteful. The holy light on his body must be his professional buff, right? Isn't he afraid of failing the assessment if he just activates it like that? Young people always want to find every opportunity to send out courtship signals. It has to be said that Qian Duoduo's trick was quite effective. His flamboyant expression, combined with his golden armor and holy light, certainly attracted the attention of many test-takers. Tang Yu frowned. She had mobilized her family's connections for this honorary principal assessment, as the saying goes. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. She surveyed promising students at various schools, but never remembered a student with this hidden profession. Are these also students from Linen? Which school are they from? The crowd exchanged glances, and some people subconsciously turned their gazes toward Tang Yu. Tang Yu's lips moved slightly. They're not ours. Which school is this player from? Surely no one doesn't know their school's star player? It shouldn't be that bad. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, Xingyang let out a soft cough. Ahem, he seems to be one of our students. Sorry, I wasn't strict enough and forgot to remind him to conserve his strength for the assessment. I'll teach him a lesson later. Although his words were full of criticism, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. As the school principal, he received the news right after the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm incident ended. He even helped Qian Duoduo complete his job change quest after she applied for assistance. The Holy Light buff on Qian Duoduo is a permanent skill and does not affect the assessment at all. His ostentatious behavior was even partly due to his tacit instructions. Tang Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and deliberately teased. So Principal Xing had this trick up his sleeve. No wonder he was so confident. A level 15 hidden combat class is indeed very competitive. Isn't falsifying information about students changing jobs a bit too much? The other principals also realized what was going on, saying, Old Zhang, that's not fair of you. Did you deliberately conceal the student's job transfer information? Xingyan knew exactly what Tang Yu was up to, and laughed heartily. You've all misunderstood that. He was originally just an ordinary combat profession, but he obtained the job change scroll by chance. You can't blame me for not reporting it. The principal, who was on good terms with Xingyan, asked curiously. A hidden profession change scroll? That's quite a sum of money. Is this student's family very wealthy? No. Xingyan looked mysterious. Oh? You didn't buy it? Such a great opportunity? Suddenly, someone realized something and asked with a start. Did you get it from Na? As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the bamboo forest mountain range. Xingyan smiled broadly but remained silent. But it was precisely this appearance that made Tang Yu wary. This person named Qian Duoduo actually entered the bamboo forest secret realm? Since we can obtain a hidden job change scroll, we might also be able to obtain other good things. Could it be that this year's top scorer will actually be this show-off guy? Tang Yu was unwilling, but she also knew that the leveling speed would decrease as the level increased. Despite the fact that quite a few students in her school have advanced to level 14. The experience required to go from level 14 to level 15 would normally take at least 2 weeks. It may seem like there's only a 1-level difference, but in reality, it takes time to gradually improve. Just then, one of the principals suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Look, that student! He's already in the 2016 cohort! The moment the words left her lips, she attracted everyone's attention, and they all turned their gazes to a girl who was slowly walking towards them from not far away. The girl was wearing very ordinary clothes, just a combination of jeans and a t-shirt, but it perfectly brought out her pure and innocent charm. Even if you don't notice her rank, you'll still take a second look at her because of her appearance. Su Chan, class of 2016, music teacher. Isn't this the only hidden support class in the first school? It's said that his background is even more extraordinary. He was able to level up to level 16 in such a short time. With this level and profession alone, he can easily enter any top university. So it was her. No wonder she's of such a high level, and her demeanor is indeed extraordinary. That's impressive. Reaching level 16 in just 1 month. If I remember correctly, that was the highest record before. Yes, the fastest record was set a couple of years ago by a girl named Lu Tingyu. I have a deep impression of her. TSK, our male comrades haven't been doing well in recent years. Female students have taken the lead all the time. The crowd had already decided that Su Chan was this year's top scholar. Tang Yu finally relaxed at this moment. If the gap between level 14 and level 15 was extremely difficult to cross, then levels 15 to 16 would be an insurmountable barrier. Even if we consider that Su Chan's profession is a support profession and the assessment method is different, the final total score will definitely exceed Qian Duoduo's. With Su Chan around, he was guaranteed to get the title of honorary principal. However, before the principals could notice, Su Chan had already gone straight to Qian Duoduo's vicinity. Where's Jiangyan? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Qian Duoduo shrugged. I called him when I left, and he had just woken up. I overslept, it'll probably be soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Duoduo saw a familiar figure. Look, here it is. Chapter 78 Jiangyan's Level. Terrifyingly so. Like Su Chan, Jiangyan did not wear any fancy attire. Instead, he was dressed casually. Aside from his incredibly handsome looks, Jiangyan didn't attract any extra attention when standing in the crowd. The other principals didn't even check his grade. Tang Yu was even more immersed in the joy of soon receiving the title of honorary principal. His words carried an arrogant tone. Actually, they are all very easy to manage. They have achieved their current level entirely because of their own hard work. I didn't do anything, I just gave them some encouragement from time to time. You're being modest, someone said, trying to appease him. No, I'm serious. In the end, it's because these students have a good foundation. They studied hard in the humanities and didn't slack off after changing jobs. It's all thanks to them. All I did was offer them a tiny bit of help. Tang Yu was modest, but the expression on her face practically screamed that all the credit was hers. Xingyang couldn't stand it any longer. He said in a deep voice, somewhat surprised, "That boy seems pretty good, and he's quite close to Su Chan and the others." Tang Yu's face darkened slightly, somewhat annoyed that Xingyang had interrupted her pretentious act, but she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. There really was another boy next to Su Chan. Moreover, the two seemed to be quite familiar with each other, and more importantly, from an outsider's perspective. Su Chan was noticeably more enthusiastic, while the boy seemed to treat everyone the same. Tang Yu subconsciously felt that something was wrong. When did Su Chan meet this person? She's been reserved by top universities in advance. If she were to be snatched away by some nobody, wouldn't that be a dereliction of duty on her part as the principal? She instinctively cast an appraisal spell. Just as she was about to go up to Su Chan and give her a good reminder, she was stunned when she saw the result returned by the appraisal technique. Its mouth was wide open, as if an egg could fit inside. Jiangyan, Summoner, Level 17. Xingyang witnessed everything and felt secretly delighted. Although this scene also happened to him the day before yesterday, the impact of a student from the class of 2017 was simply too strong. Seeing Tang Yu like this, Xingyang felt that all the anger he had been holding in for the past 2 days was completely worth it. Others noticed Tang Yu's pause and followed her gaze to find Jiangyan as well. Curious, he threw out the identification sample afterward. Cough, cough, cough. I can't be seeing things, can I? That student's name is Jiangyan? And he's already level 17. Is he the one from the bamboo forest mountains a while ago? All eyes turned to Jiangyan, and a collective gasp filled the air. So Jiangyan is really from Linen? Wait a minute, look, isn't there a fire fox perched on his shoulder? Not only that, what's that black and white thing in my arms? It looks kind of cute. Wait, fire fox? Bamboo forest secret realm? Didn't they just say that Qian Duo got the job change scroll by entering the bamboo forest secret realm? Then, those present weren't fools. They immediately connected the group and all turned their attention to Xingyang. Ahem. Xingyang raised an eyebrow slightly. Okay, I admit it. Jiangyan is indeed my student, and he is indeed a level 17 summoner. His words were like a bomb dropped into the crowd. Summoners can be this strong? Summoners are supposed to have a hard time getting into groups in the early game, so they shouldn't be able to unleash their full potential. Level 17. This leveling speed is terrifying. I thought level 16 was the limit. I can't believe someone has broken this record. If I remember correctly, the experience required to level up from level 16 to 17 is close to 100,000, right? It's normal for an ordinary person to spend a month to level up this level. That's not right. If Jiangyan is leveling up this fast, he should have already stood out in the beginner dungeons, right? Upon hearing someone raise a question, Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Yes, I definitely checked the beginner dungeon records myself. There weren't any particularly outstanding students in this year's class. The only relatively threatening team was Zhang Bingyang's team. Unless Jiangyan, like Su Chan, didn't even enter the beginner dungeon, there's definitely something wrong here. Jiangyan did enter the beginner dungeon, but as for the time it took to complete it, Xingyang said mysteriously, it's a secret. Since Jiangyan emerged from the secret realm, he has been one of the few people who knew that there were traitors among the high-ranking members of the human race. Currently, Jiangyan's information is being kept strictly confidential, and anyone who tries to inquire about it will face a series of investigations. This naturally includes the time required to complete the beginner dungeons. Alright, stop standing here. It's about to officially begin. The candidates have already entered the examination hall. Let's go in and take a look. Xingyang led a group of principals toward the assessment site, with Tang Yu following behind him with a dark expression. In the end, she couldn't help but take out her phone and contact her husband. She was really unwilling to give up and planned to ask her husband, who was in charge of the education department, to help her find out more about Jiangyan. If Jiangyan is fine, then so be it, but if there really is a problem, for example, the power gained by joining a heretic, then you can't blame her. On the other side, Jiangyan, Qian Duoduo, and Su Chan also entered the assessment venue together. Occupations are divided into three main categories: life occupations, combat occupations, and support occupations. The entire testing venue was also divided into three parts. The assessment standards for different major categories of occupations are naturally different. As a support class, Su Chan's assessment methods certainly cannot be compared with those of combat classes. Su Chan turned around and said to the two of them, looking at the passage that marked the support class, "Good luck! I hope you all get good results. See you at the Mountain and Sea Academy then." After spending a long time with Jiangyan, Su Chan's thoughts changed, and she decided to choose the Mountain and Sea Academy. Maximize your support capabilities. Absolutely, Qian Duoduo said without hesitation. Jiangyan nodded slightly. Okay, see you at the Mountain and Sea Academy. After Su Chan entered the passage and disappeared from their sight, Qian Duoduo immediately grinned mischievously and said, TSK, we agreed to all be single dogs together. People are even planning to give up Huaxia University and switch to Shanghai University for you. I have a feeling you're about to find a girlfriend? You're only a little better looking than me, you don't have any other redeeming qualities. Get out of here, Jiangyan said with a laugh. Don't spread rumors and nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Look how good he is to you. He even let you help me level up, and he even lent me his cooldown talisman, Qian Duoduo said, looking like a know-it-all. If she's not interested in you, then what, is she interested in me? Then I would be more than happy to accept that. Chapter 79. The assessment begins. Combat Strength Test. After exchanging a few casual jokes with Qian Duoduo, more and more people in the vicinity began to prepare for the assessment. Just as the entire hall was becoming somewhat bloated, a wave of energy suddenly enveloped everyone. Jiangyan felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was all alone. Qian Duoduo and everyone else have disappeared. The surrounding scenery also changed. The original hall quietly disappeared, replaced by a completely airtight room. The room was surrounded by black bricks and stones. Flame Shadow curiously waved its claws, trying to break the bricks and stones, but found that it could not affect them at all. Is this the trial space? Jiangyan murmured. The assessment was not held in a normal space, but in an artificial space resembling a secret realm. In this space, examiners are said to be able to adjust the difficulty level according to the candidate's abilities, in order to test the candidate's true capabilities as accurately as possible. However, the requirements for the exam are different every year, and Jiangyan is still unsure how the assessment will be conducted this year. Just then, several figures slowly appeared in front of him. Ha! Uncle Sun? Jiangyan also recognized the leader. He was Sun Mei's father, Sun Zhenghao. Behind him sat more than a dozen men and women, their features blurred and indistinct, making them impossible to see clearly. Sun Zhenghao did not respond to Jiangyan, but spoke to himself instead. I will answer your questions regarding this assessment. I am Sun Zhenghao, the person in charge of this assessment. And those of you behind me are representatives from various academies. Your performance in actual combat will be one of the factors considered in admission decisions. The assessment you are participating in today is a combat profession assessment, and this is the first assessment item. Combat Capability Assessment. Please choose your assessment target based on your own abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, several monstrous phantoms appeared in front of Jiangyan. These monstrous phantoms are old friends. The first monster phantom was a level 10 venomous spider with a line of lowercase numbers 50 appearing above its head. The second monster phantom is an elite level venomous rainbow spider, with the number 70 above its head. The third monster transformed into a level 13 ghoul, 100. The fourth monster is an elite level ghoul leader, level 150. And the final boss challenge, the young Cyclops, number 200. Different targets will have different assessment scores. Please select your target and kill it to pass this test. Sun Zhenghao's eyes were vacant, his expression rigid, and he spoke mechanically, like a pre-programmed script. Please note that you can only choose one target for the assessment. If you rashly choose a monster whose strength exceeds your level and fail, you will not be truly harmed in this assessment space. But this assessment will end here. Please make your choice. Jiangyan understood that this was not Sun Zhenghao himself, but an NPC-like character generated in the assessment and trial space, merely to explain the relevant rules. The first combat capability assessment is precisely for the purpose of the first round of selection. The simplest level 10 highly venomous spider is equivalent to a standard line. If you can't even handle a highly venomous spider, then there's no point in participating in the subsequent assessments. It's cruel, but it's also very realistic. The higher you go, the greater the demand for dungeon resources becomes. Only by selecting those with real potential can they play a role in the harsh environment of Shanhaiguan. The assessment process actually marks the beginning of the first round of screening. Jiangyan said softly, "I choose the young Cyclops. You have selected a level 13 boss monster, the baby Cyclops, which is extremely dangerous. Please confirm your choice." "I confirm." After Jiangyan uttered those 3 words, the phantoms of the other monsters slowly dissipated, while the figure of the young Cyclops became increasingly solid. The group, led by Sun Zhenghao, also disappeared quietly, leaving only one sentence echoing in the space. "Well then, good luck." Just as Jiangyan chose the boss-level baby Cyclops as his challenge target. In an empty room, representatives from various universities and Sun Zhenghao looked at the screens that appeared in front of them. The page above displays assessment pages for numerous participating students. "Tisk, he's already level 14, and he actually chose a level 10 elite monster. This student is far too cowardly." "You're alright. I just saw a student who was level 14 and chose a level 10 venomous spider. He didn't dare to take any risks at all. They have no spirit of challenge whatsoever. If we train people like this, they'll probably run away the moment they see the Demon Legion at Shanhaiguan. I have someone here who's pretty good. He's level 13 and chose a ghoul of the same level, a tank-type class. He plans to slowly whittle it down. It's a smart choice. Did he realize that there's no time limit for killing in this exam?" "That's right. One of my students is a level 14 Ice Witch who chose the level 13 elite monster, the Ghoul Leader. She's probably planning to slowly wear it down." Upon hearing this, Sun Zhenghao was about to switch his screen to the Ice Witch's channel when he suddenly noticed a notification flashing on the screen. To be precise, not only him, but also representatives from other universities received the same reminder. "Candidate number 1342, Jiangyan, has chosen the level 14 boss, the baby Cyclops. Candidate number 148, Su Changxing, chose the level 14 boss, the young Cyclops. Candidate number 1343, Qian Duoduo, chose the level 14 boss, the baby Cyclops." Choosing a boss-level monster for the assessment will trigger a separate notification and generate a large screen in front of everyone for viewing, allowing representatives from various universities to identify geniuses in advance. 3 people actually chose the young Cyclops? You've got guts. I hope you're not overestimating yourself." Everyone looked up at the image that had suddenly appeared at the front. The first thing to appear in the video is a ferocious young Cyclops. Its skin was covered with a layer of gray, indicating that it had already cast the stone skin spell, which greatly increased its defense in a short period of time. At this moment, it is swinging its fist and slamming it down on the ground. It is its silver-level skill, Earthquake. As its fist landed on the ground, a visible ripple spread outwards from the point where the fist landed. Opposite the Cyclops was Qian Duoduo, who was participating in the assessment. Faced with the earth-shattering earthquake, Qian Duoduo was not too surprised, as this was not the first time he had encountered a young Cyclops. He brandished his shield and held it in front of himself. Golden light descended from the sky, seemingly welding him and the shield into one. Is this some kind of defensive skill? Knowing that earthquake would cause stun and preparing in advance, this chubby kid is not bad. Sure enough, the ripples from the earthquake spread to Qianduoduo's location. Qianduoduo suddenly felt a numbness all over his body, unable to move or use his skills. The young one-eyed boy rushed to Qianduoduo and began to smash his fists down as if they were free. Chapter 80 can be left to my underling. However, its attack was clearly not enough for Qianduoduo, who had already set up a defensive stance. Even after multiple hits, it only reduced Qianduoduo's health by 10%. Soon, as the control time of the earthquake ended, Qianduoduo immediately drew his one-handed sword, the tip of which flashed with golden light, and fiercely stabbed it towards the young Cyclops. However, this only deducted 3% of its health bar. The representatives from these academies were all experienced in combat, and quickly made their judgments. Both sides have strong defenses, but the earthquake skill has a long cooldown time. Without earthquake, it's difficult to pose a threat to this candidate. The battle will drag on for a long time, and I'll be in a situation where I need to urinate. But this class is interesting. Its defensive capabilities seem to be stronger than those of a pure tank class, and its offensive capabilities are not too weak either. Sun Zhenghao smiled and nodded, then explained. He obtained the job change scroll from the bamboo forest secret realm. This profession is several levels stronger than the usual hidden combat professions. I see. He is a promising talent. The university representatives silently noted down the name Qianduoduo. Then the scene shifted to show the 148th examinee, Su Changxing. Compared to Qianduoduo, Su Changxing's visuals are significantly more gorgeous and pleasing. He held numerous talismans in his hands, which could trigger terrifying explosions with a casual flick of his wrist. Furthermore, each explosion not only damages the Cyclops but also creates a knockback effect. The distance between the two was closing very slowly, but the Cyclops' health bar was dropping extremely quickly. Just as the Cyclops was about to reach Su Changxing, the talisman in Su Changxing's hand suddenly changed. He pulled out a blue and white talisman, and then a flash of lightning appeared, covering the young Cyclops boss in a sea of lightning. They were actually confined to the spot like that. Su Changxing took this opportunity to quickly increase the distance, and continued to use explosive talismans to cause damage. This Su Changxing is not bad. He is only level 14, but he dares to challenge a boss of the same level. Although he has the advantage of his class, he is still brave and resourceful. Is there anything special about his talisman mastery? The frequency of his skill release is terrifying. It feels like even the only hidden class might not be able to match it. You guys don't understand, do you? This talisman master is a hidden combat profession. Their talismans need to be prepared and drawn in advance, and a talisman made at one time can only be kept for 3 days. Without any preparation, their combat ability is indeed not very strong. However, once you are prepared, such as for assessments on fixed dates, you can have a huge advantage. If you don't believe me, zoom in and take a closer look. He hasn't rested for at least 3 days and 3 nights. If he hadn't been holding on with his willpower, he probably would have fallen asleep right now. Some people, not believing it, zoomed in on the footage and sure enough saw Su Changxing's dark circles under his eyes, which resembled those of a panda. They immediately understood. Even so, Su Changxing's combat prowess was clearly recognized by the representatives of these universities, and many of them recorded his name on their lists. The scene changed again, and in a flash, we were in the assessment space where Jiangyan was located. In the scene, a young Cyclops lies on the ground, its health bar reduced to 0. Jiangyan, on the other hand, looked around boredly. The university representatives were all surprised after seeing the scene. What happened? Why is the boss here already dead? Is there something wrong with the trial space? Did it generate a dead young Cyclops for him? Could he have killed her? How is this possible? That was a level 14 boss. Even if it were, heavens, this examinee is level 17. These words finally drew the attention of the representatives to the basic information about Jiangyan displayed in the upper right corner of the screen. That bright, glaring number 17 was so blinding. They simply couldn't look away. Level 17! Someone actually reached level 17 before the assessment. That's amazing! The world record is only level 16. It's normal for it to take a month to close the gap between those two levels. The burly Li Jing, representing the Mountain and Sea Academy, immediately turned his gaze to Sun Zhenghao. Lord Sun, has this examinee undergone the relevant screening? Has his identity been confirmed to be unrelated to evil? He wasn't the only one who thought this way. Others clearly shared the same doubts. Sun Zhenghao's expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, I can be 100% certain that his identity is innocent. He comes from the Twin Hearts Orphanage. Upon hearing the name of this orphanage that spans the entire country, Li Jing, representing the Shanghai Academy, instantly became respectful. That was a tribute to the children in the orphanage who sacrificed their parents. In addition, he also helped us thwart the evildoers' plans in the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm incident some time ago. It destroyed the evildoers' years-long plan in an instant. Li Jing's eyes were filled with surprise, and his gaze toward Jiangyan also carried a hint of admiration. Does the trial space have a replay function? After Sun Zhenghao's introduction, more and more university representatives became very interested in Jiangyan and wanted to learn about his fighting methods. Sun Zhenghao smiled and nodded. Okay. Immediately replay the assessment footage of candidate number 1342, Jiangyan. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in front of the delegates began to rewind rapidly, and time was reset to the moment when the young Cyclops had just taken shape. Roar! Once the young Cyclops had fully formed, it let out a deafening roar. The flame shadow, who had been dozing on Jiangyan's shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes and looked over with a wild and untamed gaze. There was a kind of anger that felt provoked. Jiangyan patted Yan Ying's head. Why bother with this kind of trash? Just leave it to my younger brother. Chancho shook its head in Jiangyan's arms. Exactly, that's right. These monsters are so weak, they're not even enough for me to move around in. Jiangyan's lips curled up slightly. Skilled Dimensional Summoning Thunder Sprite. A flash of lightning appeared, and 3 lightning sprites appeared in front of Jiangyan. However, this time their luck wasn't so good. All 3 Jolteons were elite-level monsters. As Jiangyan reached level 17, the thunder spirits he summoned also reached level 17, and their attributes naturally improved. 3 level 17 Jolteons? His dimensional summoning skill is of a very high grade. If I remember correctly, I once saw a summoner with gold-level dimensional summoning, but he could only summon 2 elemental spirits at a time. But even 3 level 17 Jolteons probably wouldn't be able to take down this Cyclops, right? I remember that Jolteon's HP is very low. Even if its skills deal high damage, as long as it can't kill Cyclops instantly, it will be taken down by one of Cyclops' skills. Just as they were discussing it, Jiangyan in the picture moved again. With a wave of his hand, he summoned water spirits, fire spirits, wind spirits, and wood spirits. He summoned all 5 of the most common elemental spirits, and 3 of each elemental spirit were present at the same time. The sheer number of elemental spirits left everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 81, Second Trial. Survival Test. The newly appeared wind spirits and wood spirits are Jiangyan's new skill gains during this period. Upon seeing so many elemental spirits, the young Cyclops' first reaction was to rush forward, hoping to seize the initiative. But unexpectedly it only took one step. The surrounding water elements immediately condensed together, enveloping it. As soon as the wind spirit raised its hand, all the other spirits around it were given extra attack speed. The lightning bolt and the fire arrow were thrown almost instantly. After it finally managed to break the bubble prison, its health bar was almost half gone. But then a terrifying hurricane blew out from the opposite direction, stopping it from moving forward. The wood elf also leaped up and landed in front of the Cyclops. Wood elves are significantly stronger than other elves. In fact, the wood elf is the elemental spirit with the highest defense among all elemental spirits, and can be understood as a tank-like character. The wood elf raised its hand, and part of its green elemental body took root in the ground, a testament to the wood element's unique ability to firmly protect the earth. Its defensive capabilities have been further enhanced. The young Cyclops had no choice but to attack the wood elf first. Only by breaking through the wood elf's defenses can one reach Jiang and behind them. But the other elemental spirits wouldn't give up easily, and took this opportunity to launch a continuous barrage of attacks on the young Cyclops. That young one-eyed creature ultimately only managed to kill one elite-level wood elf before its health bar was completely depleted, and it died. The entire process takes no more than a minute. The combination of various elemental spirits is as smooth as flowing water. Jiang muttered to himself, "This boss seems a bit weak. These guys don't do much damage when we're doing dungeons normally." Jiang forgot that when he was running dungeons, he was always entering the highest difficulty level, Nightmare, where the monsters were significantly stronger. The damage output of elemental spirits alone is certainly insufficient. However, when facing ordinary boss-level monsters, a mix of boss-level and elite-level elemental spirits is clearly sufficient. The Academy representatives were completely stunned as they watched the young, one-eyed boss lying on the ground in the video. Is this really an elemental spirit? Aren't elemental spirits supposed to be very fragile? Why are the elemental spirits he summoned so powerful? No, look at the wood elves he summoned. One of them has a horn on its head. That's a characteristic only boss-level wood elves possess. Not only wood spirits, but fire spirits are also boss-level. Wow, the elemental spirits this guy summons are either elite-level or boss-level. How high must his skill level be? I don't remember, but elemental spirits are just cannon fodder skills for summoners. Aren't the summon beasts that summoners train themselves the main fighting force? If his elemental spirits are this strong, how terrifying must the fire fox on his body and that strangely cute-looking sphere be? After realizing the problem, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. We at Huaxia University want this person. Before the assessment was even finished, the representative from Huaxia Academy spoke first, as if someone would steal the spot if they spoke too slowly. Come on, if anyone should be chosen, it should be from our Mountain and Sea Academy. I've had my eye on him for a long time. Li Jing from Shanghai Academy glared and immediately retorted. Yes, and Su Changxing and Qian Duo too, Shanghai Academy wants them all. Hey, our Jiuhua Academy isn't weak either, why were we excluded like this? Huaxia, Shanghai, and Jiuhua are the three most famous universities in the Huaxia Empire, and are among the top universities. Representatives from other second-tier or even third-tier universities could only remain silent at this moment. Compared to these three universities, their academy is far inferior in terms of resources and the secret realms it controls. However, they have no intention of giving up. I plan to talk to Jiang separately after the assessment is over. Maybe I can win him over by offering him some benefits. This kind of thing has happened before. The three universities were arguing heatedly when Sun Zhenghao intervened and temporarily stopped the farce. Gentlemen, the assessment is still ongoing. Let's see how they perform before making any plans. The group paused for a moment and looked at the screen. Sure enough, the Cyclops boss in front of Jiang slowly dissipated. Then, Sun Zhenghao's projection appeared again. Congratulations to the candidate for passing the first test and obtaining a score of 200. Current score 200. The next assessment will be a survival assessment. You will be pursued by the following groups of monsters. Successfully evading their pursuit and surviving for half an hour will count as passing the level. Please choose the appropriate monster group based on your own strength. Please note that failure in this assessment will not immediately end the assessment, but your score will be 0. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom images of monsters reappeared. The first monster phantom is still a highly venomous spider, earning 70 points. The second monster phantom transformed directly into a ghoul, earning 100 points. The third one is a level 15 poison stinger bee, with a score reward of 150. As for the monster that finally appeared, it was a creature that Jiangyan had never seen before, but rather the Howling Banshee, a level 15 dungeon boss from the nearby Bailu city. A score reward of 200 points will be given. Looking at the monstrous phantoms, Jiangyan frowned and pondered for a moment. This test doesn't actually assess combat strength. Since the number of monsters has increased dramatically from just a few to an enormous number, it is clearly impossible for a normal person to kill them all. In fact, the test assesses the candidate's grasp of their own abilities and their understanding of the monsters. Especially the final boss creature. Once you choose this difficulty level, all that appears are wailing banshees. To evade so many level 15 bosses and survive for half an hour is obviously not an easy task. However, that applies to ordinary people. As for myself, if you kill them all, surviving for half an hour doesn't seem too difficult. Jiangyan chose the last difficulty level, the Wailing Banshee, without hesitation. Well then, good luck. Sun Zhenghao's illusory figure slowly dissipated. The last illusory image of the Howling Banshee rapidly expanded, and in an instant, it seemed as if dozens of Howling Banshees appeared before us. The surrounding environment has also quietly changed. In the blink of an eye, Jiangyan found himself standing in a swamp. The stench of decay, mixed with the smell of mud and water, rushed into our nostrils. The college representatives frowned upon seeing Jiangyan's choice. That's too reckless. This level won't eliminate people directly, so the final option is actually an impossible goal. Didn't Jiangyan's teacher remind him of that? Although the Howling Banshee is only a level 15 boss, it has a very disgusting skill, the howling sound, which can suppress the target unit for a long time. Even a level 20 combat class would easily stumble against so many banshees. Moreover, the terrain has changed into a swamp, which hinders movement. Only the banshee, who has no physical form, can move freely. What a pity for the student. Chapter 82: The Terrifying Strength of the Gluttonous Ball. Many representatives expressed their opinions, but none of them had any hope for Jiangyan, which diminished Jiangyan's importance in their hearts. After all, even if a student demonstrates strong combat power, it would be extremely foolish to rashly choose a monster without understanding their own role and the monster's skill attributes. Even if they are successfully trained, they are very easy to fail. In the image, the Wailing Banshees have fully taken shape. The Banshees have no physical form. They are more like ghosts with distorted and deformed features. Mouth slightly open. It seemed as if it had been enduring pain and wanted to let out a wail. Jiangyan casually cast an appraisal spell on one of the Howling Banshees. Howling Banshee Boss Level. Level 15. Strength 1. Spirit 340. Swift 200. Physical Fitness 200. Combat Skills: Fearful Howl, Silver Rank; Touch of Fear, Silver Rank; Black Swamp, Silver Rank; Mind Blast, Silver Rank. Note: a banshee lost in the swamp, trapped in endless suffering, possessing the power to bewitch people and wanting everyone to feel the pain she has endured. Its attributes aren't particularly strong, and it's even weaker than a level 13 dungeon boss in nightmare difficulty. However, the skills are clearly more focused on control and skill damage. Once entangled, given their terrifying numbers, they can easily be controlled and killed instantly. These Wailing Banshees locked on to the elemental spirits as soon as they appeared. A piercing scream came from their mouths. They each controlled the elemental spirits. These elemental spirits were about to launch an attack, but their skills were interrupted by this round of fearful howls, leaving them stunned in place. Then, the Black Swamp skill was activated. The swamp beneath the elemental spirits' feet had all turned black. They were all poisoned. Once the elemental spirits had finally broken free from the restrictions of the fearful howl, the fear trigger was triggered. Dark red tentacles silently spread out from the swamp, lashing at the elemental spirits. Jiangyan could clearly sense that the elemental spirits, which he had originally controlled, now seemed to have lost control of their bodies. Only a sense of terror continued to spread. Under the terrifying onslaught of the Wailing Banshees, these elemental spirits, whose defenses were already weak, quickly perished. Even the Wood Elf had its health bar emptied before it could even use its skills. As expected, there was no chance to fight back at all. His only chance of passing the level now is that one of his two summoned beasts has the ability to fly. Perhaps he can get rid of the swamp's terrain restrictions in this way, thereby minimizing the possibility of being attacked and restricted. But even so, it's still very dangerous. And frankly, those two summoned beasts on him don't seem like they can fly at all. What a pity, what a real pity. The three universities that were initially determined to acquire Jiang and all fell silent, staring intently at the screen. At this moment, after killing all the elemental spirits, the wailing banshees turned their gaze to Jiangyan. Those scarlet eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Before Jiangyan could give the order, Chanqiu yawned and prepared to make his move. Over this period of time, it has come to fully realize its own position. If Jiangyan's summoned creatures were ranked, elemental spirits are undoubtedly at the lowest level, with the lowest status, since their combat power is average, and they are not a big deal if they die, as they can be summoned at will. Greedy balls can only be considered mid-level. As for the top level, it is undoubtedly Flame Shadow. At this moment, all the elemental spirits were wiped out, and it obediently prepared to go on the field. The round body jumped out of Jiangyan's arms and landed in the swamp. The rotten, foul-smelling mud couldn't stick to the gluttonous ball at all. However, facing a large number of howling banshees, the gluttonous ball, which looked only the size of a palm, was clearly outnumbered and outmatched. The wailing banshees didn't care about any of that. They opened their mouths and were about to unleash a terrifying wail. Just then, suddenly, the gluttonous ball let out a roar. The sound was incredibly powerful, unlike anything a palm-sized ball could produce. As the sound was heard, the shape of the greedy ball began to change. It grew rapidly from the size of a palm. In the blink of an eye, it grew to twice the size of Jiangyan, and its originally clumsy body now looked somewhat terrifying. However, those dark circles under his eyes somewhat ruined the atmosphere. The terrified howls of the wailing banshees fell upon the gluttonous ball. Then two words were displayed clearly. Immunity! Greedy Ball grinned, then bent his legs slightly and leaped directly at one of the howling banshees. The enormous, hairy right hand was outstretched, and it slapped towards the wailing banshee. You can vaguely see streaks of lightning flashing across its bare paws. With a single palm strike, the howling banshee's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Instantly kill the boss. The swamp beneath the glutton's feet suddenly turned black, and its body immediately sprouted countless numbers indicating immunity. At this moment, the gluttonous ball is completely immune to all negative status effects. Then it turned around and charged toward the next howling banshee. The other wailing banshees continued to unleash their skills on the gluttonous ball. However, either Mind Blast nor Touch of Fear could cause any serious damage to Greedy Ball, nor could they affect its condition. Greedy Ball seemed to transform into a wild beast, moving freely among the wailing banshees. This summoned beast actually has a skill that grants immunity to negative effects? What grade of summoned beast is it? Its size has also become enormous, not only cute, but it also seems to possess super strong combat power. Its defense and attack power are both very strong, even significantly higher than bosses of the same level. Can you see its attributes? Someone couldn't help but ask Sun Zhenghao. Sun Zhenghao shook his head. I'm sorry, the attributes of a summoned beast are the summoner's privacy. Unless the summoner makes them public, no one can see the specific attributes. All we know for now is that this summoned beast seems to be called a black and white panda. A black and white panda? I've never heard of such a monster before. Could it be some kind of rare, random wild boss? Anyway, it seems like he'll get through this hurdle. The number of wailing banshees in the scene is rapidly decreasing. Just a few minutes later, not a single howling banshee survived, leaving only Greedy Ball standing amidst the corpses of howling banshees, howling to the sky. There are still 25 minutes left before this level ends. Jiangyan was clearly getting a little bored, but he still had great faith in Chanqiu's fighting ability. Although the level of the gluttonous ball hasn't fully caught up yet, a level 15 gluttonous ball is terrifying in both attributes and skills. Open the Greedy Balls panel. Chapter 83 Special Assessment, 4th Stage. Greedy Ball. Race, God black and white panda, purity 20%. Sex female. Level 15. Strength 1000. Spirit 50. Swift 800. Physical fitness 1000. Innate skill, flexible and adaptable. Combat skills, steel bones, platinum, intimidation, platinum, thunder palm, platinum, fearless war cry, platinum. After reaching level 15, Greedy Ball's strength and constitution both exceeded 1000, and it also gained 2 new skills. Thunder Palm, LV3 Platinum level skill. When released, it can deal massive damage to enemy creatures and also inflicts a slight paralysis effect. Fearless War Cry, LV2 Platinum level skill. Actively releases a roar to gain the Fearless buff, which prevents you from being affected by any negative buffs for 5 minutes. With the Fearless Battle Cry and its high attack and defense, it has become the strongest tank. It's enough to give any enemy a headache. Roar! Master, aren't I amazing? Chancho excitedly shook its head, trying to gain Jiang Yan's approval. However, as it shook, some mud was flung out and landed right on Yan Ying's body. Flame Shadow's dozing eyes snapped open instantly, staring at the greedy ball. Be quiet. The gluttonous ball, which had just been so smug, instantly wilted and let out a soft growl with its head down. Sorry. Yanning then withdrew his gaze, and a flame ignited on the mud stains on his body, completely removing them. Jiangyan patted the head of the greedy ball and looked at it with sympathy. Actually, I wasn't this afraid of Flame Shadow before when I was greedy for balls. Until that time when Greedy Ball had just obtained the Thunder Palm, he thought he had grown powerful and wanted to fight Flame Shadow to confirm his status. Then, the result is obvious. Just by feeling the terrifying power emanating from Yanning, Chancho admitted defeat. From then on, he obeyed Yan Ying's every word and dared not act recklessly again. Make it bigger. The greedy ball obediently did as instructed, and its size increased considerably. Then it leaned against the swamp, revealing its enormous belly. Jiangyan leaned against its belly. This is still the most comfortable. Otherwise it would be quite uncomfortable to stand in the swamp. This assessment space is still not smart enough. Since I have already killed all the monsters, there is no need to wait for half an hour. Wouldn't it be better to just end it directly? Never mind, at least we haven't finished eating what Su-chan prepared last time. Jiangyan stretched out his hand, and with a flash of light, a box of fruit appeared in his hand. They ate with great relish. At the same time, Jiangyan also took out a box of high-grade pet food that he had gotten from Su-chan and handed it to Yanning. Flame Shadow instantly focused, savoring the delicious food with gusto. Just then, Jiangyan suddenly heard a very loud swallowing sound coming from behind him. A slightly aggrieved voice echoed in Jiangyan's mind. Master, I want to eat the ball too. Jiangyan glanced at his backpack. It seems there's only 1 serving of premium pet food left. You'll have to wait. Yanning probably won't be able to finish it. Gurgle dash. Sister Yanning, eat slowly. The voice, tinged with longing, pleaded. Could you leave me a little bit? Upon hearing this, Yanning ate even faster, swallowing large mouthfuls. The representatives watching the screen were still in a daze. They've all been killed? A 30-minute survival level with this kind of completion mode? Kill all the monsters? No way, this level 15 black and white panda can instantly kill a level 15 boss. That's ridiculous. Don't talk nonsense, they didn't just kill one in a second, they killed every single one of them instantly. He's so relaxed. Everyone else is fighting tooth and nail in the survival challenges, and he's eating like this. Is he having a picnic? That's a bit outrageous, and the key point is that he hasn't even used his full strength yet. The Firefox beside him hasn't even made a move yet, and look how wary that black and white panda is of the Firefox. Clearly, the Firefox is stronger than the black and white panda. But if this black and white panda is already this outrageous, then what about this Firefox? The group exchanged bewildered glances, filled with curiosity about Firefox's abilities. Shouldn't the next level allow Firefox to intervene? Not necessarily. If I remember correctly, the first test is a combat strength test, the second test is a survival test, and the third test is an extreme test. The score is calculated based on the continuous waves of monsters. But the monster tides are all level 13 monsters, just for testing the quantity. Look at that black and white panda. It's practically a top-tier tank. Judging by sheer numbers, it's probably just a score farming exercise. Li Jing turned his gaze to Sun Zhenghao. Therefore, I want you to start the fourth round of unconventional testing. The fourth round? Many people looked at Li Jing with puzzled expressions, clearly unaware of what this fourth round of testing meant. Someone who knew the situation explained in a low voice. Usually, the assessment is considered complete after 3 rounds of testing, and rankings are based on the total passing score. But occasionally we encounter some gifted students who show exceptional potential during the assessment period in order to test their limits. The fourth round of testing will quietly begin after the third round of testing, and will continuously upgrade the level limit of the monster tide, until the student reaches his limit. Everyone suddenly realized. Is that so? But wouldn't that be unfair to ordinary candidates? After all, this means Jiang Yan's total score in the exam would be much higher than others. Li Jing waved his hand and said, There is no such thing as absolute fairness. Even if someone can pass the test with a perfect score, it's because that's their limit. Jiang Yan got a perfect score simply because the maximum score was limited. Is that fair to Jiang Yan? To start the fourth round of assessment, all that is needed is a vote by representatives from each university. If more than 2/3 of the people agree, it can be started. At the same time, the points earned from killing monsters in the fourth round will not only be added to the assessment score, but will also be added to his points after he is admitted to university. This is probably the easiest way to earn points. Sun Zhenghao nodded slightly. He actually agreed with Li Jing's idea. Testing Jiang Yan's limits is not a bad thing. It can also earn Jiang Yan extra points. He glanced at the group of representatives and said, Then please begin the vote. I will decide whether to open a fourth round of testing for Jiang Yan based on the results. 2 button options quietly appeared in front of everyone. One side agrees, the other disagrees. Everyone pressed the agree button, and everyone was very curious. Just how far can Jiang Yan go? Chapter 84 might hold a surprise. Alright, all 31 university representatives present voted in favor. Then I will submit an application. If the application is approved, the fourth assessment will begin for Jiang Yan after the third assessment. For now, please continue to observe the other candidates. After all, although Jiang Yan's assessment has ended, the others have not yet. Upon hearing Sun Zhenghao's reminder, the representatives realized their main task and quickly looked at the small screen in front of them to observe the other students. Qian Duoduo and Su Changxing, who also chose the boss challenge, were naturally the focus of observation. Qian Duod was assessment space. The battle wasn't over yet. The young Cyclops was desperately swinging his fists, trying to kill Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo also diligently raised his shield and swung his one-handed sword. Both sides' health bars were decreasing at an extremely slow rate. The young Cyclops has 78% of his health remaining, while Qian Duoduo has 83%. At this rate, victory should ultimately belong to Qian Duoduo. It just might take a bit longer. After confirming the result, everyone turned the screen to Su Changxing. I witnessed the Cyclops fall just as it did. Su Changxing was clearly exhausted, but even so, the Cyclops had just fallen and the second stage had not yet begun. He then began to continue making new talismans. I plan to seize every minute and second to improve my skills. This prompted all the representatives to nod in agreement. Not letting one relax after a victory, and always preparing for future battles, undoubtedly makes him a promising talent. While others watched the seated players' trials, Sun Zhenghao quietly opened the 1443rd trial space. Inside was the trial of his daughter, Sun Mei. In the first level, she didn't choose a boss-level monster, but rather an elite-level ghoul leader. Ghouls are monsters that rely on numbers to win, so a single ghoul leader isn't particularly difficult to deal with. Especially when facing ranged damage dealers like the Eye Switch who possess control skills. So at this moment she has passed the first level and arrived at the second level. Numerous ghoul phantoms slowly took shape before her. Ghouls are level 13 monsters. Even though Sun Mei is already level 14, she obviously cannot clear out a large number of ghouls as quickly as Jiangyan. She could only try to hide and survive as long as possible. Fortunately, the surrounding environment had also turned into a snowfield, which was obviously good news for Sun Mei, who controlled the ice. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of ice and snow around her suddenly disappeared and appeared on the ghoul's legs, freezing it in place. Sun Mei took this opportunity to quickly get away from the ghoul horde. We must prevent the ghouls from surrounding us. Only in this way can we possibly survive for half an hour. Seeing Sun Mei struggling to escape in the snowfield, Sun Jinghao couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. In fact, given Sun Mei's level, even if she chose the venomous spider in the second challenge, she could still get into a decent university. But he knew how stubborn his daughter was. I thought that Jiangyan's matter would teach her to back down. Unexpectedly, this seemed to spur her on even more, making her determined to enter the Mountain and Sea Academy. That's why they chose the highly challenging ghoul as the test subject. Sun Jinghao sighed slightly, then continued to check on the other people's conditions. 20 minutes passed quickly, and the impatient crowd switched the scene to Jiangyan's trial space ahead of time. I was afraid of missing any exciting moments. As soon as they switched to the next screen, the scene they saw left them speechless. Jiangyan lay motionless on Chanchio's belly, while Yanning served as a pillow right at Jiangyan's neck. Sun Jinghao's expression froze, and he subconsciously spoke up for Jiangyan. He's probably racking his brains trying to figure out how to pass the next level. Everyone looked at me like I was an idiot. The snoring could be heard through the screen, and you could even see the clear drool dripping from the corner of their mouths. Ha! A burst of hearty laughter suddenly rang out. It was Li Jing from the Mountain and Sea Academy. He smiled and said, "Truly worthy of being a student of our Mountain and Sea Academy. He has the bearing of a soldier, knows how to seize every opportunity to rest and recover his strength, and is in the best condition to face any potential crisis." The representative from Huaxia University rolled his eyes at Li Jing. "I think this is the style of Huaxia University." "Don't talk nonsense. We are clearly Jiuhua, conserving our strength and ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment." The representatives from the other third-rate universities secretly grumbled in their hearts, thinking only of Jiangyan. If it were any other student, they would probably be rejected by these top universities simply because of their improper attitude towards assessments. How can someone be defending him like this? Sun Jinghao felt relieved upon hearing this. As expected, geniuses are treated differently. They are accepted as long as it's not a matter of principle. The second round of assessment time is finally over. Sun Jinghao's illusory figure slowly appeared. "Congratulations to the candidate for passing the second test and obtaining a score of 200. Current score 400. Next is the final assessment, the ultimate assessment, which will last for 1 hour. You will face a constant stream of level 13 monsters. Please note that there is no fixed score for this assessment. You will receive 10 points for each monster you kill. The assessment will automatically end if you are in a critically injured and dying state. The assessment will officially begin in 1 minute. Please be prepared." Jiangyan woke up from the gluttonous ball with a yawn and sleepy eyes, rubbing his eyes. "So, we've finally reached the last hurdle?" As the countdown ended, monsters began to appear silently. The first wave of monsters were familiar faces, ghouls. More than 20 ghouls spawned around Jiangyan. It's finally about to begin. This time, he'll finally get that fox to make a move. Although this black and white panda is very strong, judging from its skills, it should be more focused on single-target attacks. It cannot completely stop all the monsters that keep coming. That won't work. There's no such thing as an all-powerful monster. Even the bosses in top-tier dungeons have their own biases. The black and white panda is clearly not an area of effect attacker. Let's see how Jiangyan handles this. Sun Zhenghao stood beside them, a smile playing on his lips. I think this black and white panda might hold a surprise. He knew Jiangyan much better than Jiangyan, even though Jiangyan never mentioned what he had gained in the secret realm. But it wasn't hard for him to guess that this black and white panda came from the bamboo forest secret realm. Look! Jiangyan moved! In the scene, a red light suddenly emanated from Jiangyan's body. A quick glance at the gluttonous ball. Chapter 85 Multi-Person Test. Snap! With a crisp sound, the gluttonous ball glowed red. Get up and get to work! It scrambled to its feet with a start, looking at the ghouls around it with a hint of rage in its eyes. Roar! Disturbing people's sleep, what an annoying person! Jiangyan said softly. Go all out, this level is all about racking up points. Although the challenges of the assessment are constantly adjusted each year, the overall concept remains the same, and the final stage is usually used to test the candidate's limits. It is also the level where you can get the most points. Although the level 13 monsters are strong, they are undoubtedly much easier to deal with compared to the previous bosses. Every year, many candidates barely pass the first 2 rounds, but they deliberately save their trump card for now, hoping to overtake others by taking a shortcut. After all, you only need to kill 10 monsters to get 100 points. Of course, Jiangyan's goal is not just to get 100 points. Instead, kill them all. After Jiangyan demanded that he take full action, Chanchio's eyes lit up, and its size continued to expand. It quickly reached a height of 10 meters. It had become a small giant, especially when standing next to a ghoul. The difference in size alone was enough to leave people speechless. Lightning crackled on the bear's paw as it swung it towards the nearby horde of ghouls. With one slap, 7 or 8 ghouls that were relatively close were all hit. Instant kill! Greedy Ball chuckled, revealing its bestial nature, and continued waving its bare paws. Even a normal attack without lightning can inflict terrifying damage on these level 13 ghouls with the added power. In just a few seconds, all the ghouls were wiped out. The moment the last ghoul died, monster projections reappeared all around. This time, the monster was one that Jiangyan had never seen before. It was a level 13 green python. Its entire body is green, and its scales have a diamond-like appearance. It is only about half a meter long, but it has 200 points of strength, so it can be considered a strength-type monster. Unfortunately, it still seemed too fragile in the face of the gluttonous ball. Greedy Ball grabbed a green python with both hands. It's like the feeling of a child catching an earthworm. It pulled hard again. The green python was instantly killed. Then, the gluttonous ball seemed to have found a new source of amusement, and playfully looked at the other green pythons. The representatives who witnessed this scene fell silent. This black and white panda is just too outrageous. Although it only has a single target skill, its size has changed too much. Even a single target skill can cover so many creatures at the same time. What the hell is the difference between this and a group attack? There are still differences. Group attack skills consume more resources. I think it can probably unleash a single target skill like Thunder Palm dozens of times in a row without stopping. So he can solve this test just by relying on the black and white panda. What kind of limit is this, you bastard? Speaking of which, the lightning and fire spirits he summons are ridiculously strong. Are you sure he's just an ordinary summoner? Why does he seem even stronger than that holy summoner who enrolled a few years ago? But the reason he's strong is because his companion Pet Egg is a powerful angel. His black and white panda is already this strong. I can't even imagine how strong that fox is. Sun Zhenghao coughed lightly. Everyone, don't forget there's still a 4th round of assessments. I believe we will see Jiangyan's true strength. That's true. Luckily, we've already applied for the 4th round of assessments for Jiangyan, otherwise it would have been quite embarrassing. It was supposed to be an extreme test, but they didn't even show their true strength. It's a bit embarrassing. Wait and see what this guy is up to now. The group noticed a flash of light next to Jiangyan in the scene, and a single bed appeared next to him. I'm sleepy, I'll sleep a little longer. Jiangyan lay on the bed, and Yanning curled up in his arms. It's still more comfortable to sleep on the ball. This bed is a bit hard to sleep on. This bed wasn't something Jiangyan specifically prepared for the assessment. Rather, as the level of the glutton gradually increased, Jiangyan consciously had the glutton engage in battles. However, Greedy Ball's fighting style is completely different from Flame Shadow's. With its thick skin and tough flesh, it doesn't need to dodge many skills, especially with Su Chan's support. Jiangyan simply bought a single bed to cope with this boring situation. In addition, last night, in order to reach level 17, he had to reset the dungeon once more and grind it until midnight. Bored, I kept getting sleepy. Jiangyan began snoring loudly almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. Sensing the sweet sound of Jiangyan's sleep, Chancho turned around, looking aggrieved. Roar, roar, roar! People want to sleep too. Damn it, I'll kill you all! The enraged gluttonous ball leaped high into the air and pounced on the green pythons on the other side, reaping their lives. A hush fell over the space where the delegates were gathered. Finally, someone, trying to cover up their embarrassment, said, "What kind of situation is this? Shouldn't we consider increasing the difficulty of the assessment?" "Yes. I think so too. Now that the conditions are better, we can increase the difficulty of the assessment. Otherwise, it's still too boring for geniuses. Indeed, pressure is needed to better bring out their potential." Li Jing and the representatives from the other two top universities exchanged glances. "We'll submit the proposal tomorrow." As for Jiangyan's situation, the difficulty of the assessment was indeed too low for him. So you can't blame him for this. Jiangyan was unaware that his actions would trigger an evaluation starting that year. The difficulty increased sharply, which led to a subsequent decrease in the admission score. All right, let's stop looking at him, it's pointless. Let's look at the others," Li Jing said casually. "Although our Shanghai Academy has already decided to admit him, we still need to give other students a chance." "That's not fair of you. Our Jiuhua Academy has also decided to admit them. Don't come here and claim they're from your academy." "Hey! Are you treating my Huaxia Academy as nothing?" The representative of Huaxia Academy was an old man, who was so angry that he was puffing out his beard and glaring. Hearing the three universities' recognition of Jiangyan, Sun Zhenghao smiled from the bottom of his heart. It was at this moment that Sun Zhenghao suddenly noticed a notification pop up on his panel. Upon opening it, he immediately frowned. Have people from Japan and the United States also applied to start the 4th round of testing? A level 16 Dark Ninja. A level 16 Demon Hunter. Oh no, the 4th round is a multi-person assessment. If the two of them join forces, it will definitely not be good news for Jiangyan. If anything goes wrong with Chapter 86, I'll take full responsibility. As the rules of the game were introduced worldwide, and the assessment system was recognized, it was implemented globally on the same day. The earlier rounds of assessments may be different. However, the 4th round of assessment was the same, and even took place in the same trial space. Generally speaking, not every cohort of students will need to undergo a 4th round of assessments. After all, geniuses are rare. Jiangyan was just that lucky. He happened to meet candidates from 2 other countries. Although humanity's primary goal is to combat the demonic legions emerging from the Chaos Rift, there are still considerable frictions between nations. Japan and the United States, fearing China, have long formed an alliance. This time, we will definitely join forces to target Jiangyan. However, once Jiangyan is successfully defeated, it will not result in actual death in the trial space. However, they were still able to thwart Jiangyan's confidence, and even seize upon the moments of defeat to make a big fuss. What's even more disgusting is that opening the 4th level was originally good news for Jiangyan. After all, the more grades you can get, the more points you'll have when you enroll. But if you get sniped as soon as you enter the 4th level, you'll have wasted such a good opportunity. Sun Zhenghao looked at Jiangyan, who was still fast asleep, with some concern. Can you resolve this crisis? In the assessment and trial space of the Cherry Blossom Country, a group of slit-mouthed female warriors, including Nakajima Tsunekazu, surrounded them and launched a continuous barrage of attacks. Just as Nakajima Tsunekaza's health points were depleted, he turned into a piece of wood and exploded violently in the brief moment that the slit-mouthed woman was stunned. This wave of slit-mouthed women was wiped out instantly. As the smoke cleared, Nakajima Tsunekazu, unharmed, slowly revealed himself. New monsters were spawning all around, and Nakajima Tsunekazu suddenly paused, as if listening to something. A moment later, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Baka! Do those yellow-skinned pigs even deserve to apply to start the 4th stage of the assessment? Team up with the demon hunter? No need! I will continue the glory of my ancestors and show those yellow-skinned pigs what true power is. And he only deserves to wail under my blade. This scene also occurred in the assessment and trial space of the Eagle Kingdom. Ashley, now half-demon, tossed her golden hair and ruthlessly wielded her demonic blade, easily reaping the lives of the goblins beside her. A summoner from the Chinese Empire? I see. I will deal with him first before completing the assessment. Join forces? That's not something I should do. Even if he's a level above me, he's still just a summoner. No one can survive under my demonic blade, not even him. Time passed slowly. Just as Jiangyan was about to turn over, he suddenly heard Sun Zhenghao's voice. The 3rd round of assessment has ended. During this assessment, a total of 1,232 monsters were killed, and 12,320 points were obtained. The current cumulative score is 12720. A score of tens of thousands of points. If this score were released, it would probably be jaw-dropping. It's important to know that in the 3rd round of assessment, although you can get a lot of points, getting 1,000 points might already make you a top genius. After all, a score of 1,000 points means you need to kill 100 monsters. While level 13 monsters aren't exactly overpowered, their sheer numbers are undeniable. No matter how strong you are, human strength is ultimately limited. Based on past experience, a total score close to 1,000 is enough to get into a top university, and if it exceeds 1,000, it can even rank you among the top in the province. With Jiangyan's score of over 10,000, it can be said that he has achieved something unprecedented and will likely never be seen again. 10,000 points? Not bad. I'll buy you some premium pet food when we get out. Chanchio was so excited that he trembled slightly, and then looked forward to leaving the trial space. Just then, Jiangyan suddenly noticed that Sun Zhenghao's projection in front of him had changed. His previously blank expression became lively. He then said, Jiangyan, it's me. Uncle Sun? What happened? Jiangyan frowned. Logically speaking, as the person in charge of the assessment, Sun Zhenghao should not have had any contact with any student during the assessment period in order to avoid any suspicion. Even his own biological daughter, Sun Mei, couldn't do it. But now he appears in his own trial space. Could it be that the evil people are up to something again? This was Jiangyan's first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. If evildoers can already cheat in the assessment, then they won't have to hide everywhere like rats in the gutter. Sun Zhenghao, somewhat embarrassed, explained the ins and outs of the 4th test to Jiangyan. This includes the 2 players from Japan and the United States. To be honest, with their combined strength, they're already pretty much done for the 3rd level. It's very likely they came here on purpose to snipe you. Originally, I was thinking that you could get more points in the 4th level. These points would be converted into points proportionally when you went to the academy. But I didn't expect that my good intentions would backfire. In short, kill as many monsters as you can in the 4th test. As for the 2 of them, we can ignore them. Sun Zhenghao said slowly. After all, the monsters' levels will continue to increase during the 4th test. I believe they won't have many opportunities to deal with you. As long as you avoid the beginning, there shouldn't be any major problems. Jiangyan frowned. Since they deliberately came to ambush us, can I also take action against them? Sun Zhenghao was slightly taken aback. You mean? Instead of worrying about being ambushed by the 2 of them, it's better to just kill them. All I want to know now is, if I really killed them both, or even left them with some kind of psychological trauma that would cause them to never recover. Will this cause any trouble? Sun Zhenghao fell silent. He hadn't expected that Jiang Yan's plan wasn't to avoid them at all, but to kill them directly. Before Sun Zhenghao could speak, the trial space flickered, and then another figure appeared. Sun Zhenghao was startled, but when he saw the man's appearance clearly, he calmed down. Lord Wei Qing! What brings you here? Sun Zhenghao asked in surprise. Jiang Yan curiously observed the figure that had just appeared. He was tall and straight, with resolute and handsome features, and wore golden armor. Even without speaking, simply standing there, the unique majesty of a soldier slowly spreads out. Looking at Jiang Yan, Wei Qing smiled and said, Don't worry. Kill without hesitation. Let alone in the trial space, even in the real world. The calm voice carried a hint of murderous intent. Since these bastards dare to come, they will pay the price. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Chapter 87 Joining Forces. The combined attack is complete. The space where the university representative is located. The representatives looked at each other, unsure of what to say as they gazed at Wei Qing, who had appeared in the Jiangyan trial space. As the commander of the human race, Wei Qing has the authority to view the assessment process and can even access it at any time. The problem is, when did Lord Wei Qing suddenly have so much free time? Normally, he'd find it annoying to even glance at a junior, but now he's actually going to the assessment and trial space to answer the examinee's questions. More importantly, Wei Qing can actually laugh. Wei Qing, who killed countless enemies on the battlefield and suppressed any problem with ruthless methods, left everyone with only that cold face. This refers not only to the Demon Legion. He is also a well-known fighter in China. He once stormed into Japan alone and blocked their shrine, cursing them for 3 days and 3 nights. This is because the other party attempted to claim a section of Shanhaiguan as part of their territory. The funniest thing is that no one on the other side dared to fight Wei Qing. He could only be berated by Wei Qing. Only after Wei Qing issued a statement declaring that the land belonged to China did he leave. After a long while, the representative from Huaxia University stared at Li Jing with wide eyes. I'm telling you, that's not very fair. You even invited the commander of Shanhaiguan to come here just to poach students, right? The people from Jiuhua Academy reacted instantly. Li Jing, you actually resorted to underhanded tactics. Li Jing immediately cried out in protest. I would like to, but do you think I can ask someone of that level to do that? Don't even mention me. Can even the dean of an academy have any influence with people? I'm not taking the blame for this. After thinking about it, the group realized that it made sense. So Lord Wei Qing's motivation was simply to appreciate talent? Is it because you value talent that you've been paying attention to Jiang Yan? And want to nurture him properly? At this moment, Jiang Yan's importance in their hearts has risen even further. The two representatives from Jiuhua Academy and Huaxia Academy exchanged glances and quickly took out their communicators to contact the higher-ups at their respective academies. We must win this student over, even if it means offering more conditions. Li Jing, though confused as to why Wei Qing had appeared, was grinning from ear to ear. Lord Wei Qing is the honorary dean of the Shanhai Academy and is stationed in Shanhaiguan year-round. This alone puts Jiuhua and Huaxia far ahead. Meanwhile, in the trial space, with Wei Qing's approval, Jiang Yan felt relieved and decisively chose to start the 4th trial. Sun Zhenghao and Wei Qing in front of them slowly dissipated. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Good luck. I'll be waiting for you at the Mountain and Sea Academy. The scenery around Jiang Yan quickly disappeared, replaced by a vast grassland. He immediately noticed a blonde woman standing not far from him. It was Ashley, a level 16 demon hunter. Ashley also sized up her opponent, who was a level above her, with curiosity in her eyes. Just then, a piercing sound came from behind Jiang Yan. Hee, we're all here, just waiting for you to keep delaying the start. What? Is the yellow-skinned pig scared? Jiang Yan turned his head sharply and saw Nakajima Tsunekaze dressed in a ninja outfit. Her mouth is really stubborn and foul, just like my imagination of Sakura. The dog-barking contestant. Nakajima Tsunekazu was instantly enraged. Baka! Stupid yellow-skinned pig, prepare to die! Nakajima Tsunekazu shrank his body and entered the underground, using his escape technique to quickly approach. The flame shadow, who had been feigning sleep, immediately perked up its ears and warily scanned its surroundings. All around was silent. Only a few level 13 elite monsters were spawning in the distance. Ashley stood aside, observing quietly. Although she had her own principles and was unwilling to team up with Nakajima Tsunekazu, since Nakajima Tsunekazu was willing to test Jiangyan's strength first, she didn't mind waiting. In the silence, a figure suddenly rose from the ground behind Jiangyan. The shuriken gleamed sharply in his hand as he thrust it viciously toward the back of Jiangyan's neck. The next moment, the gluttonous ball suddenly grew larger, and with a slap crackling with lightning, it slammed the figure down heavily. Bang! The terrifying force instantly slammed the ground, causing it to cave in, and the figure was reduced to a piece of wood. Nakajima Tsunekazu's figure appeared in the distance. He has great strength, but unfortunately he is too foolish. Burst! As soon as he finished speaking, the piece of wood suddenly exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ashley was secretly alarmed. Both of them were very strong. Jiangyan's summoned beast was incredibly powerful. If I were to take a direct hit from it, even if I wasn't instantly killed, I would be left with very low health. Nakajima Tsunekazu's methods are even more insidious. The explosive damage accompanying his clone technique is equally terrifying. However, Jiangyan was clearly unfamiliar with Nakajima Tsunekazu's methods, and he was bound to suffer this loss. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, Jiangyan stood unharmed in the same spot, as if the explosion had never happened. Nakajima Ganga stared in astonishment. Baka! This is impossible! Ashley's pupils suddenly contracted. She keenly realized that the explosion had not been without causing any harm. That black and white panda lost about 1% of its health. Jiangyan's expression remained unchanged. Is this all the strength you have? Just like your country, it's disappointing. Nakajima Ganga finally realized how terrifying Jiangyan was. He turned to Ashley and said, "Let's join forces. This guy is incredibly strong." Ashley hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded. Okay. Her body quickly underwent a partial demonic transformation, and half of her originally beautiful features became hideous. The Devil's Hand! A huge, dark purple arm suddenly materialized beside the gluttonous ball, grabbed it, and then threw it away violently, attempting to restrain it. Her thinking was very clear. A summoner's summoned creatures usually have different functions. Since this black and white panda has such amazing protective abilities, then as long as the black and white panda is contained, Nakajima Ganga, skilled in assassination, was able to ignore the seemingly pitiful firefox and kill Jiangyan. After all, the easiest way to deal with a summoner is to deal with their physical form. Seeing this, Nakajima Ganga once again burrowed into the ground, using his earth. Earth is a type of technique in Chinese martial arts, skilled to quickly approach Jiangyan, intending to complete this combined attack. Finally, the flame shadow moved. It leaped off Jiangyan's shoulder, deactivated its Chulian state midair, and instantly returned to normal. "Awoo!" A fox's cry echoed throughout the trial space. Then Flame Shadow's purple tail swayed slightly. Skill, Phantom Clone activated. Tens of thousands of imposing, fiery figures appeared on the grassland. The fox's cries were continuous and overwhelming. Awoo! 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 Chapter 88 Unable to Withstand. Unable to withstand. Don't you like having multiple clones? Then let's play the clone technique properly. Jiangyan smiled faintly. Both Nakajima Tsunekazu, who was in the ground, and Ashley's expression changed. What level of clone skill is this? There are so many identical firefoxes. Faced with such a terrifying number, both of them couldn't help but feel somewhat dazed. Could it be that the ultimate test of the 4th level is actually about dealing with the firefox, which has the ability to create infinite clones. The newly spawned monsters were equally dumbfounded, as they were completely surrounded by Flame Shadow's clones. An illusion! This must all be an illusion! These clones cannot all be combat capable, and given their terrifying numbers, they certainly cannot cause any damage. Nakajima Tsunekazu thought to himself. He's trying to scare me off like this. Impossible! As long as we bypass these clones and get close to Jianyun's main body, we can easily kill him. With this thought in mind, Nakajima Tsunekazu continued to approach the earth, but vaguely felt that it was getting hotter and hotter. Jianyun glanced at Nakajima Tsunekazu, who still refused to come out, and knew that the other party had no intention of giving up. So he coldly uttered 4 words. Flame Storm! What would it look like if tens of thousands of flame shadows simultaneously unleashed a flame storm? Ashley had already witnessed it before she even got close. Red became the dominant color of the world before her eyes. Terrifying flames spread across the grassland. A hallucination? Or is it real? Ashley reached out with trembling hands and touched the edge of a flame. The stinging pain and the rapidly decreasing health points proved one thing. This is definitely not as simple as a simple illusion. The newly formed level 13 elite monsters were caught in the raging storm and didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry. Then he died completely. As soon as Nakajima Tsunekazu, who was hiding in the ground, realized something was wrong, he immediately activated his life-saving skill, Escape. This is Nakajima Tsunekazu's most powerful survival skill, which consumes all of his mental energy to increase his defense and movement speed tenfold. After unleashing this skill, he will be in a weakened state for 2 days. But even when facing a stronger opponent 10 levels above him, he can easily escape once he uses this skill. This is why he is so confident. He burst from the ground and fled for his life within the range of the fiery storm. Even so, he found that his health points were still dropping rapidly, and his expression changed drastically. Just how terrifying is this skill? Why is it still so hard to withstand even with my defense increased tenfold? Fortunately, his movement speed was also increased tenfold, and he found the edge of the flame storm and escaped in less than a second. He was panting heavily, his eyes filled with intense resentment. How can this yellow-skinned pig be so strong? This flame is terrifying. It's not a skill that someone of this level should possess. Just then, Nakajima Tsunekazu suddenly noticed a flash before his eyes. Flame Shadow appeared before him. Nakajima Tsunekazu's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively wanted to give up the trial. However, it was too late. The purple tail behind Flame Shadow swayed slightly. Platinum level Phantom Bewitching activated. Everything before Nakajima Tsunekazu's eyes vanished, leaving only the ever-expanding purple tail. He immediately fell into the illusion that Yanning had specially prepared for him. In the dream world, Nakajima Tsunekazu seemed to return to his childhood hometown, to that carefree time. A harmonious and happy family. He forgot that he had grown up and had even switched to a hidden profession. He is only satisfied with his current life. Until a group of people dressed in cherry blossom military uniforms suddenly broke into his hometown. They killed his parents, and dragged him to a dark room. Don't want! With his eyes tightly closed, Nakajima Tsunekazu was drenched in sweat, pleading incessantly. As he was humiliated and killed in the illusion, he finally opened his eyes. However, the surroundings were no longer the trial space, but were filled with familiar teachers and leaders. Nakajima-kun, are you alright? They were all wearing the same military uniforms, and although they all looked concerned, Nakajima Tsunekazu could still picture the scene in his hallucination. His body trembled uncontrollably. Aya! Ashley swallowed hard. What kind of summon beast is this? This feels even scarier than the Cerberus from my job change event. She couldn't understand why Nakajima Tsunekazu had suddenly lost the power to resist. All that was known was that the fox wagged its tail, and Nakajima Tsunekazu stopped moving, and was then easily killed by Flame Shadow. After dealing with Nakajima Tsunekazu, Flame Shadow turned to look at Ashley. Those beastly eyes stared intently at her. Cold sweat instantly covered my entire body. That's terrifying. This man is absolutely terrifying. And this fox too. We cannot fight back. We absolutely cannot fight back. Otherwise, I would have absolutely no chance of survival. Ashley's half-demonization quickly dissipated. She raised her hand above her head. I'll let go. Before he could finish speaking, a huge bear paw slammed down. Snap. Ashley's body was instantly smashed into a pile of minced meat, and then slowly disappeared. Roar! Chancho shook his hand dismissively, wiping away the meat sauce stuck to it. In the real world, in the Eagle Nation. Ashley appeared in the real world with blank stares. Although the trial space does not actually lead to death. But all feelings are real. The sound of her bones being crushed and pulverized was still echoing in her mind. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough! She finally couldn't control her churning stomach and vomited profusely. The person in charge of the assessment from the Eagle Kingdom also rushed to her side. The moment Ashley was killed, they lost their access to the fourth trial. What happened? Even with you and Nakajima Tsunekazu joining forces, you still couldn't defeat Jiangyan, the summoner from China? Ashley couldn't help but tremble at the mention of Jiangyan. Although Yening did not use her illusionary charm on her, that murderous glance was enough to leave her with a psychological scar for the rest of her life. Ashley shook her head frantically. It's impossible to fight back. We cannot resist. Vomit. Chapter 89: The Strength of Flame Shadow. The space where representatives from various universities in China are located. It was completely silent inside. All eyes were fixed on the pile of minced meat that Ashley had been smashed into pieces. After a moment, someone swallowed hard and muttered, Were those two level 16 characters instantly killed? That fox. From their perspective, Yening caught up with Nakajima Tsunekazu and killed him instantly with just 2 light claw strikes. Ashley couldn't even withstand a single hit from the ball-hungry player. Seeing the flaming shadow clones filling the entire trial space, everyone was speechless. While the ability to create clones is relatively rare, it's not entirely unheard of. The vast majority of clones are merely illusions, like bubbles that burst at the slightest touch, and they have no actual combat power. But the clone skill used by Flame Shadow is clearly completely different. Not only are they terrifying in number, but more importantly, they also possess a certain level of combat capability. The newly spawned level 14 normal monsters are the best proof of this. They are being slaughtered by Flame Shadow's clones. This assessment was clearly intended to test Jiangyan's limits. But how come it looks now? It seems to have turned into a test for the monster. In particular, ordinary level 14 monsters are no match for the Flame Shadow clone. It was cleared out almost instantly. Even the speed at which monsters spawn in the trial space can't keep up with the speed at which Flame Shadow kills them. This is the first time I've encountered this situation in the 4th stage of the assessment. The so-called 4th level has also become a place for Jiangyan to rack up points. Just as everyone fell silent. Ding dong. A message came through someone's phone. Upon opening it, their expression changed slightly. Sakura claims that their top prospect, Nakajima Tsunekazu, was injured by a Chinese student during the 4th round of the assessment, leaving him with psychological trauma. We condemn the behavior of the Chinese students and demand that they assist in the treatment of Nakajima Tsunekazu. Upon hearing this, Li Jing, representing the Mountain and Sea Academy, was somewhat stunned. What the hell? Isn't it normal to die or get injured in the trial space? They wanted to target Jiangyan, and now that they've failed, they're resorting to these kinds of tactics, right? Disgraceful. Ahem. It seems this psychological trauma is not quite what we imagined. The other person held up their phone, which was playing a recently recorded video. In the scene, the school representative and the person in charge of the assessment of Sakura Academy tried to approach Nakajima Tsunekazu, but Nakajima Tsunekazu covers his buttocks and runs around like a madman. He kept muttering to himself. No! It's going to crack! He even resorted to using his life-saving skill, escape, in the real world just to escape these elders who had once been very close to him. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. This brings to mind Jiang Yan's previous issues. All I want to know now is, if I really killed them both, or even left them with some kind of psychological trauma that would cause them to never recover. Will this cause any trouble? It is obvious that Jiang Yan is responsible for Nakajima Tsunekazu's current state. The video on the phone ended as Nakajima Tsunekazu disappeared from the screen. After a moment of silence, everyone finally burst into laughter. Li Jing burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. This kid is a real talent. That fox of a man must have mastered mental skills, which is why he was able to create clones and even trap Nakajima Tsunekazu in some kind of extremely realistic hallucination. Its skill level is definitely not low, otherwise it would be impossible for Nakajima Tsunekazu to still be unable to get rid of the psychological shadow after escaping the illusion. Not bad, not bad. Our Mountain and Sea Academy is a good fit for Jiang Yan. The representative from Jiuhua Academy was immediately displeased. Li Jing, that's enough. If we're talking about the most suitable place for mental skills, then of course it's the Cloud Mist Secret Realm of our Jotian Academy. Everyone knows that the Cloud Mist Secret Realm is specifically designed to improve the level of mental skills. Hey, what's wrong with the secret realms that our Huaxia Academy possesses? As the three universities began arguing again over who would own Jiang Yan, a representative from one of the less prestigious universities whispered a question to the others. Aren't they worried about the cherry blossom statement? Aren't we supposed to maintain a good relationship on the surface? Huh! Everyone looked at him in surprise as soon as he said this. You don't think Lord Wei Qing is joking, do you? He said he would take responsibility for any problems that might arise. Li Jing smiled and said, If I'm not mistaken, Lord Wei Qing should be on his way to Sakura by now. This is a small matter that Lord Wei Qing can resolve by taking a trip to see the cherry blossoms. Some people, not believing in such superstitions, opened Wei Qing's Weibo account. Latest message. Take a rare vacation and go on a trip. Target, cherry blossoms. The accompanying picture shows Wei Qing wiping the long sword in his hand. Before anyone even opened the comment section, someone exclaimed, It's been retracted! Sakura retracted the message she just posted, and said that it was Nakajima Hisashi's own lack of strength. Laughter, even louder than before, suddenly erupted in the trial space. That's more like it. Lord Wei Qing is mighty! Time flies. In the trial space. The monsters spawning around us have gradually increased in level, and they have now reached level 17 normal monsters. One after another, rotting zombie monsters appeared in front of Jiang Yan. Yanning twitched her nose slightly and shook her head in disgust. It's that disgusting guy again. Flames filled the sky, and a fiery storm was unleashed before the monster could even fully take shape. This type of monster is the most common monster in the Undead Graveyard Dungeon that Jiang Yan has been upgrading recently. Not only does it have a disgusting smell, but it is also extremely difficult to kill. Fortunately, its greatest natural enemy is fire. It just so happened that it ran right into the muzzle of Flame Shadow's gun. Even the level 17 Flame Shadow can easily deal with the monsters in Nightmare difficulty undead objective, let alone the unenhanced monsters in the trial space. I casually opened Flame Shadow's panel. Flame Shadow. Race, godlike two-tailed fox, purity 20%. Sex female. Level, 17, same as owner. Strength 80. Spirit 1000. Swiftness 1000. Physical fitness 950. Talent skills, Chu Lian Divine Might. Combat skills, Tear Claw, LV5 Bronze, Flame Tail, LV5 Platinum, Flame Storm, LV6 Platinum, Phantom Bewitching, LV4 Platinum, Phantom Clone, LV4 Platinum. Judging solely from the four-dimensional attributes, Flame Shadow is not much better than Greedy Ball. Jiang Yan attributed this to the difference in the initial species. After all, Flame Shadow was just a fire fox when it first hatched, but Black and White Panda was a boss-level pet egg. Even so, there is still a significant gap in combat strength between the two. Flame Shadow's skill level is far superior to Greedy Ball's, especially Flame Shadow's terrifying Flame Storm, which Greedy Ball can only dream of. Moreover, Flame Shadow also possesses a trump card talent, Divine Might. Just as Jiangyan was pondering this, the roars of corrupt liches echoed from the side. Chapter 90. Where is my godfather? Corrupted Lich Elite. Level 18. Strength 50. Spirit 500. Swiftness 100. Physical fitness 100. Combat skills: Corpse Explosion, Silver rank; Life Steal, Silver rank; Resurrection of the Dead, Silver rank. These elite corrupt liches are hideous in appearance. Small in size, shrouded in a large black robe. Their facial features were blurry and indistinct. Only a few green lights could be seen, which were their eyes. Several corrupt liches waved their hands, and the corpses of the zombie monsters that had just been killed by Flame Shadow immediately began to swell rapidly. The terrifying Corpse Explosion skill is about to be unleashed. Corpse Explosion detonates the energy within nearby corpses, creating a large-scale explosive attack on surrounding creatures, causing massive damage. The damage value is related to the original health of the corpses. This skill once caused Jiangyan considerable trouble in the undead graveyard. At this moment, Yanning is in a pile of corpses. If all the damage from the explosion of these corpses hits her, Yan Ying's health bar will definitely drop to a very dangerous level. Fortunately, Jiangyan was no novice and was already mentally prepared. Skill: Teleportation activated. The gluttonous ball, which was originally in a safe position, gave Jiangyan a resentful look before disappearing from its spot. It reappeared at the location of the Flame Shadow. Flame Shadow, on the other hand, went to the position of Greedy Ball. A cracking sound came from the body of the gluttonous ball, which was the result of its platinum-level steel bones. Defense capabilities increased exponentially. Rumble rumble. After several explosions, the gluttonous ball was completely devoured. When the explosion finally ended, Greedy Ball's health points had only decreased by less than 1/10. It looked toward the location of the corrupted lich, intending to take revenge, only to find that Flame Shadow had already taken action and eliminated them all. Then, Flame Shadow walked gracefully to Greedy Ball. With a flick of his head, he tossed the remaining half-box of premium pet food to Greedy Ball. Here you go. Then Yanning turned and left. Chan Chio looked touched and quickly picked up the half-box of premium pet food and started eating it. Jiangyan could still clearly sense Chan Chio's inner thoughts at this moment. Wah, Sister Flame Shadow is so kind. I am willing to protect Sister Yenying forever. And the Master? Jiangyan's lips twitched slightly. He was such an easily satisfied glutton. Yenying returned to Jiangyan's side. Her aloof demeanor from when facing Chan Chio vanished instantly, and she rubbed her head against Jiangyan's leg. Master, when we go out, how about buying Flame Shadow a new box of premium pet food? Is it good or not? Yan Ying's cute little head kept rubbing against Jiangyan's leg. Jiangyan looked helpless. What else could he do? He raised them himself, so he had to spoil them. The space where the representatives from each university are located. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone nodded in approval. This corrupt lich is already considered a rather unique and difficult monster to deal with. Even a well-trained squad can easily suffer casualties from being injured or killed by the corpse explosion when facing the corrupted lich. Jiangyan's handling of the situation was undoubtedly the best that any summoner could achieve. It seems that Jiangyan's strength is partly due to his powerful summon beasts, but his combat experience is also very rich, and he is not the kind of summoner who relies entirely on his summon beasts. Distinguished delegates, many students have already completed this assessment. Have you all found suitable students for this year's enrollment quota? Seeing that everyone was still focused on Jiangyan's trial space, Sun Zhenghao couldn't help but remind them. Everyone then came to their senses and quickly switched their perspective to that of the other students. After all, their responsibility as representatives is to fill in the seed players for each region. Each representative has a quota, which is at least a certain number of students. Unexpectedly, Jiangyan emerged from the competition and attracted everyone's attention. Now things are much better. The assessment is almost over. Apart from Jiangyan, the targets for the others have not yet been fully determined. Those from third-rate universities, in particular, kept looking at the situations in other trial spaces. With Jiangyan's masterpiece preceding it, everyone else felt. It's just SOSO. It feels like panning for gold and shit. The third level only required killing 3 monsters and it was over? This student is no good. At least you made it to the third round. Look at this student, he was eliminated in the first round. Hey, what's wrong with these students? TSK. The difference is huge. Inside the assessment hall, many people had already finished their assessments in the trial space. They were teleported out. The hall became crowded and lively once again. Many people showed expressions of excitement and anticipation. Holy crap! I got 897 points. That's amazing! Your score should be enough to get into a good university. I only got 673. Great, I'm eliminated in the very first round. I guess I'll have to prepare to try again next year. My dad said he can find a way to make me a recent graduate. You're level 14 and you've never fought a venomous spider? No, I chose the boss level. Should. Hearing the noise around him, Qian Duoduo's face also showed excitement. His assessment is over, and he got 1,010 points. I got 200 points in the first round and 150 points in the second round. The key point is the third level, where he managed to get a score of 660. 66 monsters were killed in the monster horde. The third test was an advantage for him, because ordinary level 13 monsters did very little damage to him when his defense was fully activated. Although the process was somewhat comical, the monsters had completely surrounded him. But this also makes it very easy for him to attack. He can hit monsters with his eyes closed, and just randomly release skills. He wouldn't have dared to imagine getting this score in the past. If I share this score with my parents later, they'll probably faint from happiness. However, Qian Duoduo was also very clear that if Jiangyan hadn't led her into the secret realm and later helped her level up with Su Chan, she would never have achieved this result. His first thought was to find Jiangyan and thank him properly. However, after searching through the crowd for a long time, they couldn't find Jiangyan anywhere. Qian Duoduo frowned. Where's Jiangyan? That's impossible. I've already finished my assessment. Has he not finished his exams yet? With this in mind, Qian Duoduo turned her gaze to the large screen next to her. During the assessment process, the scores of candidates who have completed the assessment will be published and ranked in real time. Not only are there assessment halls, but major websites also broadcast them regularly. It can be said that absolute fairness and transparency were achieved. And at this moment, the number 1 spot on the combat profession rankings is none other than Qian Duoduo's own name. First place, Qian Duoduo, total score, 1010. And unsurprisingly, Su Chan's name was ranked first among support classes. First place, Su Chan, total score, 1230. Su Chan's score has almost broken the limit for support professions over the years, but it was also within Qian Duoduo's expectations. After all, Jiangyan had been helping Su Chan level up, and Su Chan, who was level 16, was only a step away from level 17. But what about Jiangyan? He frowned deeply. Something was wrong. Where is my godfather? Chapter 91 doesn't seem like such a bad thing after all. Inside the examination room, the principals of various schools in Linen gathered in their offices, updating the rankings on the web page. Upon seeing Su Chan's ranking and score, Tang Yu's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed. 1230. Even when all professions are considered together, this score is unprecedented. As expected, Su Chan lived up to my high expectations. Xingyang looked nervously at the rankings of combat professions, searching for Jiangyan's name. But it has not been found yet. The page shows that there are still more than 200 people in the trial space, and the assessment has not ended. However, the numbers are dropping rapidly, indicating that the assessment is nearing its end for most people. Could it be that Jiangyan is still in the trial space and hasn't finished his assessment? That shouldn't be the case. Qian Duoduo, as a tank class, has already finished the assessment. Logically, Jiangyan's speed should be even faster. Just as Xingyang was pondering this, the rankings of combat classes have suddenly changed. Qian Duoduo dropped 1 place to second. Xingyang's eyes lit up, but upon closer inspection, his face immediately fell in disappointment. First place, Su Changxing, total score 1080. Tang Yu couldn't contain her joy any longer. Changxing performed quite well. Although he's only level 14, he actually surpassed Qian Duoduo, who is level 15. Not bad, not bad. It was worth the special training I gave them before the assessment. Suddenly, Tang Yu changed the subject, her eyes darting towards Xingyang. By the way, Principal Xing, why hasn't Jiangyan from your school finished his assessment yet? A level 17 summoner should have even better results than Changxing, right? Could something have happened? His seemingly caring words were barbed, and Xingyang's composure vanished. He wasn't worried about his honorary principal status, but rather whether something had actually happened to Jiangyan. Seeing Xingyang's expression, Tang Yu felt even more satisfied. The only slight annoyance is that ever since I asked my husband, who works at the Education Bureau, to look up information about Jiangyan, it has been a problem. I never replied to their messages again. They're probably still busy with work, right? The same concerns are not unique to Xingyang. In the orphanage, the director and a group of children were gathered in front of the television, intently watching the live broadcast of the assessment. Grandpa Dean, why hasn't Brother Jiangyan come out yet? That's right, I saw Jiangyan's friends. Where is Jiangyan? I remember that Sister Lu used to be very quick in her assessments. Yes, Sister Lu's name will soon appear in first place. Sister Lu is amazing. Is Brother Jiangyan even more amazing than Sister Lu? You can't beat me, can you? I remember Sister Lu got 1100. It's more than that thing called money. No. Brother Jiangyan is so amazing, he'll definitely have even more. Then why haven't Jiangyan's results come out yet? The dean patted the child's head and said with a smile, Don't worry, have faith in your brother Jiangyan. He's working hard right now, and he'll definitely get good grades and get into the Mountain and Sea Academy. Let's cheer for Brother Jiangyan together, okay? Go for it, Brother Jiangyan, a child's voice shouted. Go Jiangyan, brother! Come on. Good luck on your exam. I'm waiting for you to come back and take us out for a big meal. After comforting the children, the dean frowned as he looked at the television screen showing that less than 100 people remained for the assessment. His eyes filled with worry. Lin and Huaxia exchanged branch. Bai Hong placed a plate of fruit in front of Bai Jing and complained. Sister Jing, what are you looking at? So engrossed. Bai Jing stretched out her fair fingers, picked up a grape, and put it in her mouth. The computer screen in front of me also displayed the assessment. I'm wondering what big thing Jiangyan is planning this time. Damn it! Bai Hong blinked, somewhat confused by Bai Jing's meaning. Haven't you noticed yet? Wherever this guy goes, trouble follows. Look at all the trouble he got into during his trip to the Bamboo Forest Mountains. You mean? Bai Jing moved the computer slightly, and the screen displayed the news that Sakura had previously withdrawn. I told you to be clever, but you just can't learn. Can you guess who Sakura's message is aimed at? Bai Hong still looked dazed. Sigh. Bai Jing sighed and shook her head. It's hopeless. Although Jiangyan's name is not written here, there are not many people who can do this. Plus, Jiangyan's results haven't been updated yet. Still can't figure it out. Oh. I see. Bai Hong's eyes lit up slightly. Jiangyan didn't take the assessment in Linen. He went to Japan to take it. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Jing almost choked to death on the grapes. Forget it, you'd better not analyze it. I'll just want to laugh if you do. Have you forgotten that the legendary assessment trial has a 4th stage that can be unlocked, and it's only in the 4th stage that you can meet the other candidates? Bai Hong gasped. The fourth level? I thought that was just a legend. I've never heard of it ever being opened. No, it was activated, you just didn't know it. Isn't Jiangyan very promising? Sister, would you like to join me? Bai Hong looked interested. Do you need anything? We've already made the investment. All we need to do now is maintain a good relationship. Bai Hong scratched his head. No, I meant to say, sis, do you want to make a sacrifice? I think Jiangyan is quite handsome, and he also has a lot of potential. Besides, sis, you're already 24 and don't even have a boyfriend. Your parents are worried sick at home. Get out. Take your grapes and get the hell out of here. Bai Jing was furious and threw the whole plate of grapes at him. I thought Bai Hong had finally figured things out and wanted to invest in Jiangyan ahead of time, but I never expected that Bai Hong actually wanted to get himself involved. Bai Hong caught the grapes and quickly ran outside. However, before closing the door, Bai Hong whispered something again. Are you really not going to consider it? Get out of here! Bang! Only after the office door was closed did Bai Jing's anger gradually subside. She took off her high heels and relaxed her legs, clad in thin black stockings, on her desk for a moment. As she looked at the rankings from the live stream, Jiangyan's smiling face couldn't help but appear in her mind. And the sincere gratitude Jiangyan expressed when she helped him find a blacksmith to upgrade his equipment some time ago. Gradually, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. I must be crazy, there's a 6-year age gap. Bai Hong really can come up with anything. Realizing what she was thinking, Bai Jing angrily closed the computer screen. However, Bai Jing unconsciously fiddled with the lace trim on her stockings with her right hand. It doesn't seem like such a bad thing after all. Chapter 92, The Fourth Level That Keeps Getting Refreshed. As the large screen displayed that only one candidate remained in the trial space. The candidates in the examination hall were getting impatient. The entire assessment is not considered complete until the last student leaves. Before that, even after the assessment was over, they could not leave the assessment hall. Who is this guy? Why is he being so slow? Tisk, even a tank class should be finished by now, right? Don't say that, maybe they're planning something.